West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Good to be with you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Hopefully, y'all are back at work today. Not taking the day off like you did yesterday, but, because we were here. The store was in yesterday. We appreciate everybody who got up and hung with us on a President's Day Monday yesterday.
We celebrated George Washington and Abraham Lincoln in our own private way.
We did. Yeah. We did. With an homage to any other presidents out there that happen to be up at 6 in the morning listening to the show.
You and I had our own little parade.
We did.
With figurines.
We did. We walked through all the construction going on in our area here on our floor.
Yeah, that little miniature Mount Vernon. And you were like, "Oh, it's beautiful. Who built that?" No. Let's keep moving. That's what we did. Let's get to Abraham Lincoln. Yes,
that's what we did. What we did. So good to be with you on a Tuesday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. How are you, Pope Zaza, my friend?
Good. I'm ready for all of the offseason speculation and reckless, reckless reports of things that might happen. All the clickbaiting that goes on with our beloved quarterback C.J. Stroud, and it's just, hey, you know what could happen? Boom, headline. Yeah. C.J. Stroud could get traded. Boom, headline. C.J. Stroud, the teams might be interested in targeting C.J. Stroud.
Boom.
Headline.
Yeah. You got to say boom after all of them. I kind of like that.
It is. It's funny. It is. You get these notable national personalities talking about possibilities and, potential situations and everything. And by the time you play the telephone game with 3 or 4 aggregators and people run with it on social media, it's all but a done deal that CJ Stroud is headed off somewhere.
The package has been negotiated. It's 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick. And boy, the Texans have a lot of picks, but they'd have no quarterback. So there's that.
It's funny because I see C.J. Stroud was trending at one point yesterday, so I look at it, and it feels like it's one of those situations where it feels like all you find are people talking about how these C.J. Stroud rumors aren't true with none of the actual C.J. Stroud rumors. The trend becomes debunking something that I'm not even sure is actually something that it is. But there were a couple of quotes from Albert Breer and Todd McShay that kind of fueled the fire about C.J. Stroud potentially.
Okay, so should we be the truth setters then in all this? Should we take all the smoke from yesterday that is really just one-sided smoke of teams that could call the Texans? We should be clear with people. The Texans don't have C.J. Stroud on the trade block that we know of.
No. There's just a lot of people reporting that there might be interest in C.J. Stroud around the league. Yeah. And people might be calling the Texans interested in saying, that part of it is 100% plausible. Sure. You're kind of not doing your due diligence as a GM if you don't have a quarterback and you don't at least at some point say to Nick, so, you guys, is there a package you might be comfortable with for C.J. Stroud?
And it's more, I would say stuff like that is more likely to happen this offseason than in previous offseasons with a player like C.J. Stroud because there are not a lot of solutions out there at quarterback right now.
Yeah.
The market is not flush with veteran guys looking to latch onto a team. The top names of guys that could be changing teams are guys like Kyler Murray and Tua Tagovailoa, who are incredibly flawed.
One of the theories, too, out there right now is the team's gotten really good at retaining their favorite players, and that just trades in general might be a lot more liberal or aggressive this offseason.
Yep. So let's play some of this audio that we're talking about here. Let's start with Albert Breer. This was on Radio Row last week, I believe, during the Super Bowl, where Albert Breer said that teams may be looking to take big swings at quarterback this offseason.
I think some of these teams out here are going to quietly take big swings at quarterback and call teams you wouldn't think that you'd be able to call. And I think that that's going to be a big piece. Now, we're going to have, the reclamation.
Would you take a swing at Joe Burrow?
I would call. I mean, and that's sort of what I'm getting at, you know? Like, I think teams are going to call Cincinnati on Joe Burrow. I think teams are going to call Houston on C.J. Stroud. Now, please don't aggregate this and say anyone is shopping anyone, because that's not what this is.
Good luck with that.
That's not what this is. But when you look at the makeup of where we are, right, and look, Fernando Mendoza, I mean, fit him in silver and black right now. He's going to be a Las Vegas Raider. There's a massive drop-off. There's not another quarterback that people are excited about in this year's class.
Okay, and that's true. If you look at any of the mock drafts, Fernando Mendoza is the only one going in the first round. You have to have a 2 or 3 round mock draft to see Ty Simpson's name or other quarterback names. So let's frame that for what it is. That's just Albert Breer. He may as well be a fan.
He's flat out saying, "Don't aggregate."
Yeah. Like right. And this is zero shade at Albert Breer.
Right.
He himself said this is just him, an educated football mind, the landscape, and saying it's a weak draft for quarterback. There's some quarterbacks out there that teams may be inclined to listen to trade offers on, because in the case of Joe Burrow, he's at least conducted himself in a way that it looks like he's not very happy with the situation in Cincinnati.
Burrow especially.
Yeah.
Burrow has flat out just said that, who can say what'll happen in the future? He hasn't really.
He's egged it on.
He hasn't. Yeah. Yes.
He's egged it on.
He's been openly depressed on camera.
CJ's been the opposite in terms of talking about the team that he's on. CJ has gone out of his way to talk about how much he loves Houston and he wants to be in Houston. I would say the similarity with Joe Burrow is what you just said, Seth. That the various times throughout games, he hasn't looked very happy. The big thing with CJ, he hasn't played very well in the last we saw him, he was throwing 4 interceptions in a playoff game and possibly being the catalyst for the Texans not getting to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about Burrow, CJ's had his concussion issues, but other than that, he's been pretty healthy. He's played through some injuries, but he's been on the field except when his brain isn't bruised. And Joe Burrow's had some, pretty notable injuries throughout his career.
Yes.
So when it comes to trade compensation, Joe Burrow's a more proven, bona fide top-tier quarterback, but he's got injury and age concerns. CJ, there's probably teams out there that look at him as, man, all right, he's on a team that, the offense was 31st in cap hit per cap hit for the offense this year.
Yeah.
They just didn't spend a lot on their offense. Defense was 6th in the league in that. The Texans have spent a lot on their defense and not on their offense. Texans were also atrocious as a rushing football team.
Yep.
So there's a lot of teams out there that might say, all right, well, look, he's been in a bad situation. We know we can run the ball better than Houston has the last couple of years at the very least, and maybe we've got a better offensive line that it's worth us trading for CJ, which all of that leads back to the question, if you're the Texans, is, all right, if other teams are thinking this about C.J. Stroud, then why on earth would we be giving up C.J. Stroud instead of just improving our offensive line, improving our rushing game, all of those things? Yeah,
and I think that's what the Texans are thinking. I think there's I think there's a 0% chance they're trading C.J. Stroud, and yet let's get to Todd McShay. This did get aggregated quite a bit yesterday.
This got aggregated, and this is funny. We'll play this in 2 parts because the first part is just funny. But the tone of all of this, and I cut this up a good amount, but it's kind of one of those things where, hey, I've heard things, but I can't really talk about all of it yet. He's hinting that he's got inside info.
Okay, so this is the first one.
Yeah.
Todd McShay laying it out, the C.J. Stroud situation.
There's going to be some big name quarterbacks that are currently in destinations that have contracts that are going to be targeted. Teams are going to be aggressive. C.J. Carr is one of them.
Okay. C.J. Carr?
I mean, it's not C.J. Carr. It's C.J. Stroud, sorry.
Yeah, I was confused as well. He did an old, he pulled a Sether. In his mind, he was thinking about Derek Carr, because he's going to be a topic of conversation as well. But he was trying to say C.J. Stroud.
Well, I think he's a draft expert, Todd McShay, so I think he was talking about C.J. Carr, the Notre Dame quarterback.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You're 100%.
Yeah.
Because but he was talking about big. No. But he was talking about big names that are already under contract.
Yeah.
So I think that Derek Carr is in that bucket.
Okay.
Because Derek Carr has hinted that he might be willing to come back.
Only McShay knows who was on his mind. Yeah.
Right.
He got it wrong.
Whatever it was. So here's where he gets into the nitty gritty of who he's actually talking about.
C.J. Stroud's a name. Does he need a new scenery? Joe Burrow's a long shot. No one thinks it's going to happen, but I'm just getting out ahead of, you're going to hear some information, whether it's at the forefront, like on the ticker, or some whispers and rumors that, wow, someone allegedly threw a lot of money and a lot of picks and a lot of compensation offers in a package to try to get Joe Burrow out of Cincinnati. So be prepared for that.
Okay, so McShay is doing what Breer was doing.
Yeah.
With more of a prediction angle to it, which is that there will be offers for these guys that will get reported out there that I'm assuming if the Texans are the teams that are, if one of the teams getting targeted, will say no thank you to that offer.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, the scuttlebutt and what people are hearing and everything is probably just that there are, as you already said, there's teams out there that are going to be either desperate or aggressive in trying to pick up a quarterback.
Yeah.
And they're going to call around.
They should.
Right. They're going to talk to Derek Carr's agent.
Yes,
just
they
to see
should.
exactly what he's thinking. Burrow, 100%. Joe Burrow, the big question is, hey, is Joe Burrow going to try to force his way out as other Bengals quarterbacks before him have done? Yeah. And just flat out, do we get a report this offseason that Joe Burrow would rather retire than play for the Bengals again?
Like Carson Palmer. That happened with Carson Palmer.
Yeah, Carson Palmer flat out threatened to retire instead of going back to Cincinnati.
Yep.
And a side note to that, by the way, Ryan Fitzpatrick, I don't know if he's just trying to we played something of his a week or two ago. Oh, that's right. He thought the Texans should ride with Davis Mills.
Yeah.
Trade away C.J. Stroud and ride with Davis Mills. Yesterday I saw him on his podcast saying that the Bengals need to get Max Crosby on their team. And I'm thinking, like, what part of Max Crosby is going to want to go to a team that just showed that they don't want to take care of their franchise defensive end?
Right.
And is the one team in the league that's as dysfunctional as the Las Vegas Raiders. I know it would be a trade, but he would go kicking and screaming his long and lanky limbs to Cincinnati.
Yeah, no chance.
So, but again, that's a little bit of the silly talk that comes when there's trade things. As of right now, there's no actual reports from anywhere in Houston. There's no anything about the Texans wanting to trade or get rid of C.J. Stroud. The real question is, are the Texans going to want to extend C.J. Stroud?
Right.
And at what price, and what would that deal look like? Are they just going to make it a prove-it year for C.J. Stroud?
And we're coming up on the dates, man. We're coming up. March 11th. Is the beginning of the new league year. That's the first day it can happen. Last year, it happened with Derek Stingley Jr. just a few days after the start of the league year. The more analogous situation to Stingley is Will Anderson Jr., which I have predicted will happen shortly after the league year starts.
Sean, did you click on the graphic that I had
I did. I've got it open right now. Yeah, that's very depressing.
I like it when they take advanced stats and put it into simple form for simpletons like you and I.
Yeah.
It basically has the team's run blocking and run play efficiency. So it's a graph with all the teams with their logos on there. And all you need to know is that right down there in the lower left quadrant, all the way to the left, gunked in with the Raiders and the Chargers are your Houston Texans.
Yeah.
That's how
Saints and the Browns are down there too.
That's how bad the rushing attack was. So I thought, you know what? You know who had a quarterback that people thought wasn't all that great but had a good year and ended up winning the Super Bowl? Sam Darnold. Where are they on this graph?
Where are
Boom. They? Smack dab in the center. Just an average rushing attack.
Just average. Okay.
Just an average rushing attack.
Okay.
But you pair with that Jackson Smith and Jigba, one of the best receivers in the league, and a few other things. And, man, Sam Darnold looks like a different version of himself. Without making too many excuses for C.J. Stroud, I would really love to see what he looks like if on a team where the blocking is just average, where they can run the ball at an average clip, where they can offset some of the things that make it hard for a quarterback to operate. And we just haven't seen that in the last few years, the last couple of years with Stroud.
Looking at the teams on the opposite end of this graph, as you mentioned, the Texans are in the lower left corner. If you're in the upper right corner, it means you're the opposite. The Rams are Pluto, basically, on this thing right
Probably
now.
the second best team in the NFL this year.
Yeah. The Rams, the Bills are up there.
Look Chicago Bears.
Look at old Ben Johnson, huh?
The Bears who aggressively rebuilt their offensive line in the offseason.
Yes.
And that's the big one. Hey, how were people feeling about Caleb Williams after his rookie year? Not so hot. They got him a better offensive line, and Caleb Williams is still the limiting factor in that offense in some degrees.
Yeah.
But he looked a whole lot better with a good offensive line in front of him.
A little Vikings action in there, a little Cowboys, a little Colts action right next to Ben Johnson. A little Sean Payton action right there. Yeah, those are the types of teams that are in the upper right quadrant.
It's not as nice a tale to tell with the Vikings, but still.
No, but again, a good offensive coach that didn't have much to work with at quarterback this year, finds his run game at least in the upper right-hand quadrant there. That's I think that's a testament to KOC that they're up there.
Some of that comes back on Nick Haley also. I think the big difference is that the Texans put together a more viable offensive line this year without actually guys playing all that well.
Yeah.
The offense was structured to make it easier for that offensive line, and they didn't hurt you as much, but they still need more studs out there.
Yep.
And part of that is hopefully just Ariante Ursary continuing to progress.
For sure. I was looking this morning on Twitter. Today is a big day on the NFL calendar. Teams can begin applying franchise or transition tags today through March the 3rd, which is a couple weeks away. The names to keep an eye on, I would say, for the Texans, the candidates that Schefter lists here, Seth, he lists 7 candidates here. 2 of them are on the Colts, Daniel Jones and Alec Pierce. George Pickens with the Cowboys, I think, is widely expected to get a franchise tag. And again, the franchise tag can just be a placeholder to a long-term deal, but it keeps those guys as, keeps their teams with their rights for this offseason. Kyle Pitts, Trey Hendrickson, the 2 that I think Texan fans should have an eye on the list that Schefter puts together, Kenneth Walker III, Super Bowl MVP, running back from Seattle, and Breece Hall, running back from the New York Jets. I think those are of the guys on this list right here that Schefter put together on the tweet that I'm looking at. Those are the 2 names that I've seen Texan fans want. Now, I saw a report also this morning that Seattle is expected to not franchise tag Kenneth Walker III. It's expected that he'll hit free agency. So Schefter's just sort of speculating like, hey, these are potential candidates. Seattle, the reports are Seattle is going to let Kenneth Walker hit the market.
Which makes sense because they have Charbonneau, and how much are you going to end up paying both of your running backs to keep on so they'll try to develop somebody young.
Yeah.
And Kenneth Walker III definitely in that bucket of guys I'd like the Texans to take a look at.
Breece Hall also, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yep. So there you go. Franchise tag day, be good day. It feels festive out there. It feels like it's a party out there. It's because the franchise tag is available to
It's
people.
kind of like franchise tag day is to President's Day what Boxing Day is to Christmas.
There you go. Yeah. Shout out to Canada. Amy and I are going to
traditional food for President's Day.
I don't know.
I think kind of I would go to the 4th of July fair.
Like hot dogs and hamburgers and stuff? Yeah.
As opposed to the traditional American diet where you rarely see a hamburger or a hot dog, This is the day. Hey, everybody. This is the day we eat hot dogs and hamburgers and have dessert. Yeah.
It's a special day today. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. We are off and running. It's a perfect segue into my Bex Prime live read I'm about to do. Okay, Will Anderson Jr., sack specialist, destroyer of worlds. Wait till you hear what music gets him into that mode. We're going to get you fired up for your workday today. We're going to do that coming up next. But first, hey, as Seth was alluding to,
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Ace Power text line. Good morning, guys. Great way to start the day listening to P&P. Great show. I agree with every sentiment of that text right there. Every single one.
It's my mom.
Did you? yeah, it is a strange area code. Did you, when you were a player, did you do the Walkman on the head before the game, get yourself fired up, put yourself in your own little world with some music?
Yeah, but it was never. It was not to get fired up. It was to just calm down a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Focus, find out. That's really. It's a very big. It's one thing most guys learn when they get to the NFL is that all the propaganda been fed through movies and Red Bull guzzling coaches through the years is that if anything you need to settle yourself down a little bit before the game.
Okay, that may be one of the bigger disconnects between the average human being and the average NFL football player is that I think there's a lot of people out there that think that you guys have like pump up music on when you have
No,
those
I mean some guys do.
Yeah.
But no, but a lot of guys they start to realize over time, like, oh yeah, I got to preserve my energy. I know how to dial it up.
Okay.
And there's no reason for me to be dialed up 90 minutes before the game. That's just stupid. That's just burning energy.
That helps make Will Anderson's choice of pregame music make more sense. Here was Will Anderson in an interview that he did. I think this was a Fanatics event of some sort because it looked like there was a Fanatics background when he was doing the interview.
It was. There was some big Fanatics event this weekend.
Yep.
Yeah.
And here was Will Anderson when he was asked about what do you listen to before the game.
You listen to before a game?
Drake for sure. 90s R&B.
You're like a D'Angelo guy, aren't you?
D'Angelo.
Lauryn Hill.
Anita Baker. The Texans, they'll take a picture of me, and my teammate Aziz is like, you be doing all that mean mugging. And
looking real.
You be listening to the softest ever.
And he does. He does mean mug before games. He's getting his game face on.
Yeah.
And yet he's got this going on in his headphones.
That makes sense. Oh, that just makes me feel like I'm going to get 3 sacks today.
Anita Baker. Yeah.
I'm going to have 3 sexes today.
That's what that 3
sounds
sacks
like.
And 3 sacks.
That's it makes sense with Will because Will is amped up and hyped. A lot of the sacks that Will Anderson missed his rookie year were specifically because he was too amped up. That's Sean's doing a slow eyes closed dance. I'm not making me very
Anita Baker, well, it should. No, this was back in my era of when, like in college, this was the music that you would play to try to set the mood.
In your dorm room?
Apartment.
You had somebody over to watch ER or something?
Dorm room? No, I was before ER. No, what would we have been watching? The Cosby Show? I have no idea. Yeah, the Cheers.
I Love Lucy? Was that your generation?
No, I'm not that old. Yeah.
Leave It to Beaver?
Leave It to Beaver, yeah. We watched Gunsmoke. Man, I'd bring old Kathy Massa back to the dorm room in Morrissey Hall at Notre Dame, and we'd fire up some Bonanza.
Sean would put his assistant in another dorm room, and he'd say, "Watson, do you hear me?" Yeah, that was Sean's.
Put on the Honeymooners and fire up some Anita Baker. Turn it up, man.
The Honeymooners. Yeah. You'd sit there and laugh with a woman about how one day you're going to get so angry at her that you're going to physically abuse
punch her and send her to the moon.
That was comedy back in the day.
Yeah. Oh, Alice, I tells you. Yeah. But this is what Will Anderson listens to before the game. You've made it make more sense to me. This is an important topic because Will Anderson's an important player. He's the only player that was a clear-cut answer to the question, who is a lock to be here when Toro District opens in
2029,
right?
When the Texans move their headquarters up there,
he's in the proper headspace at all times.
No, I remember we had a sports psychologist come to talk to us in college once, and she was talking about finding the ideal. I can't remember what arousal state or whatever, and And I remember fighting it. You're like, no, that's stupid. No, relaxing before a game is dumb. And then you fast forward a few years, and I had realized, I used to burn way too much energy, just like feeling like I needed to be amped up and looking like I was in the program or something, like I was Lassiter in the program.
Did you play better after you kind of chilled out before?
Oh, yeah, way better.
Yeah.
It just that you can see things better.
Yep.
It's like when I get all amped up and I try to speak in complete sentences. You know how that goes.
Yeah.
Likewise, the football version of speaking in a complete sentence is not jumping the snap count.
Following your assignment. Yeah.
Yeah, not overrunning a play because you take the wrong angle or something. So remember last year, one of the big themes of last year on defense early on was, all right, they got to dial back the swarmometer to 7.
Yeah.
You can't play at 10 on the swarmometer. That's when guys start missing tackles, overrunning plays, making dumb errors or unnecessary roughnesses. So you want the appropriate swarm level is 7. 10 is too far.
Maybe Aziz, who's making fun of Will before games for playing soft bleep, maybe Aziz had a good year this year.
Aziz
but maybe
might be playing soft stuff, too.
He might be.
He just doesn't mean mug the way that Will does.
That's true.
Because I've told you this story before about how I transitioned from listening to stuff like Megadeth and AC/DC and everything to Dave Matthews Band.
Yeah.
And that was when I did my little visualization exercises and everything, it's a lot better to do that stuff when you're not necessarily in this hyper-aroused state.
Sean in the dorm room lighting a candle, cozying up with a girl by the radio for the weekly fireside chat. I'm waiting.
Listen, I might not agree with this FDR's policies, but I'll tell you, he spins a good yarn.
Yes, he does. Now drink your wine.
Drink your mulled wine.
Up next, War of the Worlds. Have you listened to this, Orson Welles?
For the time I fled like a screaming teenage girl from our dorm room because I thought Orson Welles was telling the truth.
Oh my God. Yep.
Were you allowed to have girls in your dorm room?
Till 2 in the morning. They had to be out.
That's pretty loose.
They had to be out. Yeah, they were single-sex dorms, Catholic school being what it is.
And you're allowed to have. There were women allowed in the men's dorms room, or there were men allowed in the women's dorms rooms.
Yeah.
Until 2 a.m.
Till 2 a.m. You had to be out. Yep. Yeah. 2 a.m.
Look at you, Vatican II.
2 a.m.
That was really loosen things up.
Might have been 2 a.m. on weekends, midnight on weekdays. Like Friday, Saturday. Friday, Saturday was definitely 2 a.m. Because your boy pushed it to the limits. But I think during the week it was noon. Look, it was a big reason to move off campus my senior year.
And you weren't allowed in Notre Dame. You weren't allowed to until your senior year, right?
You could move off. No,
you could.
No, you could. You could move off. Freshman year was the only year you had to live on campus. But most students lived on campus all 4 years while I was there.
I'll tell you what. Some of these,
it was a good campus life, actually.
These dorms that they're building at a lot of the big Texas schools, I would never want to leave. I would want to stay living there even if I became a professor.
Yeah.
At A&M or something. They're resorts.
Yeah. Mine was
beautiful.
Not. I lived in literally the smallest dorm room on campus my freshman
That's right.
year.
Was it a cool old building at least?
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, I've been there since like the late 1800s or something like that. It was an historic dorm, but the basement, they called it the DT, the basement, the Dirty 30. There was 30 of us that lived down there. A lot of them were freshmen, and I had a roommate, and our room was the size of a jail cell. You and I went to Alcatraz a couple weeks ago.
It was like that.
The dorm room, my dorm room my freshman year was not much bigger than a cell at Alcatraz.
The one thing that we both noticed immediately at Alcatraz when everybody's telling us like, "Oh, it was so hard to be at Alcatraz," was that they all had singles, which is that's rich kid stuff there.
Yeah.
I don't know. My floor, my freshman year, there were two singles on the floor, and I don't know if those kids were rich or not, but we looked at them like they were the rich kids.
Yeah,
because they didn't have a roommate.
Yeah. Okay, so I actually, if we do square footage per person in the room, I lived in Alcatraz type conditions. Mm-hmm. We didn't even have a toilet in there. I had to go use community toilets. They at least had their own toilet in the room right there at Alcatraz. You'd sit there and read.
That's right. No, it was actually, there were a lot of things about Alcatraz that I would have appreciated. You don't have to try to establish who the alpha is between you and your cellmate.
No.
And none of that awkwardness or anything. It was a beautiful view. So if you were working out in the yard or something, you had some yard work, I like to call it.
Got super awkward once it was established who was the alpha in that room, I tell you. If in Alcatraz, if you had a cellmate, it got very awkward once the alpha was established in that room.
So it was it was nice. Other than the actual imprisonment part, I actually thought it was pretty nice at Alcatraz.
The view was good.
But not from the cells. None of the cells actually had
no, but you got outdoors time.
Yeah.
The weather was nice when for the rare time you got to go outside.
Mm-hmm. I've always felt that if I were gonna go to a prison, I feel like obviously minimum security is the goal.
Yeah.
Someplace where you just got a bunch of nonviolent offenders and everything. But I feel like it's. And all of our ex-cons, and I know we have some ex-cons who listen to the show.
Yeah.
Tell me where I'm wrong on this, because I'm guessing I'm way wrong. I feel like I'd actually rather go to maximum security than medium security, just because medium security, you've got some violent offenders, but not as much strict discipline and everything and separation. Whereas at a maximum security, this is just my stupid notion, is that, all right, they got things on lockdown a little bit more, so maybe you don't have to worry as much about the pecking order and everything.
I'm anxious to see what our ex-cons say about
I'm guessing I'm way wrong on this.
I'm guessing that there may be an element of that prison that lets some prison justice take place at times. In there,
yeah. And the level of criminal at the maximum security is still the bad stuff that can happen is still probably way worse than the stuff that's going to happen.
You've got bigger psychopaths in there, probably, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Nobody's real well adjusted in either place, probably, but I would imagine, yeah. Okay, good. I'm anxious to see what the Base Power text line has to say about this. Text message, I just realized Sean is the embodiment of that Christmas song, Baby, It's Cold Outside.
That was pretty much you. It is. It's kind of
I like that song.
Look, that song's kind of taking a beating because it's
unjustly so.
Right.
As the person who's the embodiment of that song, I have to say it's very unfair.
Yeah, the funniest thing was it was written by a husband and wife, you know, and then people were upset that this sounds like a woman, like a guy who's trying to drug a woman or whatever.
Do you know how many girls I saved from frostbite in South Bend, Indiana, by saying, "Baby, it's cold outside"?
Yeah.
Stay near this fireplace that somehow is in my dorm room at Notre Dame. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
The one you need to worry about is Rocky 1. That was some bogus crap that Rocky pulled in his apartment. Yeah.
Blocks the door, hangs on the pipe right there.
Where you going?
Yeah. Stick around. Let me take your glasses off. Boy, you're hot. Get over there.
Listen, I know I'm physically obstructing your exit, but now I'm going to take your glasses, which it really looks like you need to navigate ours.
Oh, you way hotter now without these glasses on. Ugh.
Yeah, you were ugly before.
Yeah.
But now that you're trapped in my place.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
Hell.
I know. Been a wild show so far, man. Headlines. That'll recalibrate things. Headlines coming up next. We've got a dump fest going on in Miami. Cougs lose last night in a tournament environment. And the All-Star game, was it a success this week? And we've got one metric that gives you an answer to that. We'll talk about that in headlines coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. If you are someone who your quality of
610. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get going, I should say, with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Let's start with the NFL. Yesterday, the big story in the NFL was if you're looking for a team to take the under on in wins this year, I always like to look and go, okay, which teams are giving off the impression they're tearing it down to the studs now, that they're ready to go 2-15 and go get in on a quarterback in 2027. Circle the Miami Dolphins. I don't know what their win total is in Vegas right now. I just know they are conducting themselves like a team that is ready to go lose some football games this year. They cut, among others, Bradley Chubb and Tyreek Hill were the two big ones they cut yesterday. So
what's interesting is that there's no clarity at all on how they're going to handle Tua Tagovailoa, and yet it looks like a year where they wouldn't mind losing a bunch of games if possible. But the very way that Tua Tagovailoa entered this world was after a year where, remember, Ryan Fitzpatrick was winning too many games. They were trying to tank for Tua, and it turned out that they didn't lose enough games to really tank, but they still got Tua anyway.
At 5.
Because Tua went later than number 1 overall. And now Tua might be that guy that, man, if you're not really all in on turning him around and having him there long term, don't let him start because he could win too many games for you.
Yeah. It goes, nothing's guaranteed when you make these, you get all this draft capital. Yeah. Only one team can win a Super Bowl every year. You got 3 or 4 teams that are tanking every year. You got a bunch of teams making big trades to get draft capital. Miami had a window that looked like they were going to be a real contender, and they are still to this day the longest running team without having won a playoff game. They won a playoff game since 2000.
My gosh.
Yeah.
Boy.
So,
but the AFC East has had some real stinkers.
Big
for
time.
that, because the Bills were that team for a 15-year period.
The Jets are that team right now.
The Jets are, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so strange that they've had a couple of gems. Mostly just the Patriots. They've had the Patriots.
Yeah.
A couple really competitive years out of the Jets, and several really, really competitive years out of the Bills.
Yeah.
But also just some of the most god-awful football teams for decades and decades and decades at a time.
Yep. So that was big news in the NFL. Hey, real quick, Matt Schaub joining the Arizona Cardinals staff as a quarterbacks coach.
Yay, Matt Schaub.
We had Schaub on the pregame show. I can't remember if it was last season or the season before.
Yeah.
And it seemed like Schaub had been kind of trying to find his footing. He did a year of quality control with an NFL team back in 23. He was doing some broadcasting. It must have been 24. 24 was when we interviewed him because he was going to be doing some of the Virginia Cavalier games.
Yeah.
And
it's good. He's got a little bit of it on his resume in that he was a veteran quarterback with the Falcons, mostly because he really understood that Shanahan scheme.
Yeah.
And as a guy to help Matt Ryan learn that scheme. So that's, not the same as being a coach, but he's obviously a bright guy, and we wish him the best.
Yeah, I think he'll be good.
Good luck in Arizona, which might as well be in the AFC East.
Yeah.
Just another one of those teams that just seems lost.
Matt Schaub is going to help them find direction. That's my prediction. The NBA All-Star Game. 8.8 million viewers on Sunday. Highest since 2011. I know that some of these ratings numbers get a little inflated these days because they're better at tracking it now. They've got more data. But highest since 2011 and up 87% from last year, I think is somewhat correlated to the quality of the product on Sunday. It was a better, more compelling All-Star Game product than they've had in recent years.
Yeah, so 87% is pretty notable.
Yeah.
So a lot of times people try to make a huge deal out of, the NBA is down 5% this year, that year, whatever, and that's just that those things happen.
Yeah.
87% is pretty notable. Look, obviously the NFL can't do it this way, but when you're trying to grow the game internationally, there's nothing that people love doing internationally more than hating on the USA.
Yeah.
So if you want to get international viewers, especially, put it in a situation where they can hate on the USA a little bit, and it's us against them.
You know what they could do for the NFL is they could correlate it to college conferences. They could have like SEC versus World. Because I bet, because people still carry that SEC thing around even once they're in the NFL.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
Yeah.
It's never going to be full contact.
No. I'm saying
you could do a flag football.
Yeah,
you could do a flag football tournament by conference.
By conference, yeah. Oh boy, can you imagine the group of 5 guys? How they would fit? The group of 5 guys would be trying their asses off.
They'd be trying their asses off. Yeah.
Did I just stumble into a great idea?
I think you did.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you very much.
Send a telegram to the commissioner, stat.
I will. As I'm listening to War of the Worlds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cougs lose last night. Number 2 versus number 6 last night in Ames. Cougs up to 2 in the AP poll. They lose 70-67. They were up 10 with about 6 minutes to go in this game, and then Iowa State at home goes on a 17-4 run to close out the game. The Big 12 is bananas, man. The Big 12, after they showed the highlights of this game, Seth, on SportsCenter this morning, they had Joe Lunardi on, who does the bracketology. You know, we're starting to get to that time of year where here's what the bracket looks like as of today, and Lunardi's pretty good at that. The Big 12 is, according to Lunardi, is going to have 5 teams that are top 3 seeds in their region. So essentially 5 of the top 12 teams in the tournament are Big 12 teams. I mean, the Cougs go from playing at Iowa State. They're playing Arizona, who was just number 1 last week before they lost the game or two. They got Arizona coming to town this weekend. So the Big 12 is for real. Starting to get into that time of year where I saw Nardi carrying resumes and could the Cougs be a 1 seed and this and that. So it's an exciting time here in Houston. But
yeah, and like last night's game was a weird one without just excusing it away or anything. But just there was a phantom kicked ball with about 6 minutes left, and then some really good plays by Iowa State.
Yeah,
an impossible 3, like all these things. Excuse me. I was waiting for some choice Kelvin Sampson quotes after this, but largely he's pretty much just saying, hey, it was a good team.
Yeah.
Kids tried hard.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was watching on the TV in our studio this morning. They showed the highlights, and then they showed Sampson sitting at the table in the press conference. And the way the Cougs do the press conferences is it's Sampson sitting in the middle, and then there's usually a player to either side of him. Whatever he was saying, they had him up on the TV screen for about a minute. So I do want to go find out what exactly he was saying after the game. It was compelling enough to eat up a minute of SportsCenter last night.
Yeah.
So I do want to go find and see what he said. But
that might have been. It might have been also about his when he had because that's in the news right now too. When he had said they're a poor program, like a financially poor program.
Yeah.
Your guy. I'm blanking on it right now. Somebody sent him $1. Anyway, that's been a talking point for the last couple of days. It's Kelvin Sampson saying they have a poor program.
Yep. All right, keep listening. Next hour, your shot to get a pair of tickets to see Riley Green on March 2nd. We're in Rodeo ticket giveaway season. Nice. Riley Green on March 2nd at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. I think that's opening night, if I'm not mistaken. So be listening next hour for your chance to win. All right, coming up next, the NFL season ended for 31 teams in heartbreak, humiliation, total stupidity for some teams. So we went to the only place that truly understands failure to describe those teams, the Simpsons. We do that coming up next.
Coming out of the All-Star break, what grade do you give the Rockets' first half of the season?
I have to keep reminding myself about what a huge loss Fred VanVleet is.
Yep.
It's a huge loss given where this team has struggled against the better teams and their lack of a cohesive offense. So I'm going to give them a B-. They get a little bit of a break. I just need to see more in the second half.
They're a C for me.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call lead. Major delays continue 45 northbound at West Road. An accident still affecting the left and a center lane. You're slow from the Beltway. Over on the Katy Freeway, westbound before Antoine. Style vehicles sitting over to the right shoulder. And 45 southbound before Airtags. Heavy truck stop blocking the right shoulder and that right lane. Dense fog advisory in effect this morning. 54 degrees this afternoon, mostly sunny, and a high of 78. I'm Amelia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at taxslayer.com. It's an Olympic update. The United States 19 total, trailing Italy and Norway, and currently standing in third place this winter in Milan. But Alana Myers-Taylor made history. The 41-year-old bobsledder had won 5 Olympic medals in her career, but never gold until Monday. I'm Drake Toll.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so let's have some fun with the end of the season for various NFL teams. I've not heard any of these yet, so I'm very excited for this.
There's an account, NFL Simpsons, which had actually a Simpsons clip to describe each of the 32 NFL seasons. We're not going to do all of them, but I thought there were some really... I guess we could. I don't know. I didn't know. Some of them aren't good. Some of them are more visual than audio. So I didn't get to. And some of them just aren't that funny. They're just more obvious.
You've narrowed it down nicely.
Yeah, we could start off with the Texans, and just to set this up. And I apologize to Simpsons hardcore fans out there. Some of these I don't recognize them from an episode or anything. But this looks like. This specific one, it looks... What?
Real quick, when was the last... Do you still watch The Simpsons?
Every now and then.
Every now and then, okay.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it. I loved The Simpsons back in the 90s. I haven't watched a new episode in years.
Right.
I'm guessing I'd still like it. I just don't watch it.
There's a lot out there that you haven't seen.
Yeah.
So this is Bart walking off stage, looking like he just maybe had a disappointing performance, and greeting him is Krusty the Clown.
Okay.
What happened?
Oh, don't worry about that. You're just finished, that's all.
I thought that perfectly summed up the end of the Texans season.
Okay.
The Texans had gone on this incredible run, winning game after game after game after game, and it was kind of a shock to my system.
Yeah.
That, we're just finished, that's all.
So in that episode, was Bart like a child star of some sort? And
I think so, yeah.
I remember that one. That's an older episode.
Yeah, he had come into some kind of prominence, and then he botched it, and that was it.
You're just finished.
Those were the Texans. They're just finished.
Yeah.
After that Patriots game.
And if you
want that could be C.J. Stroud walking off the field.
That's what I was just going to say. If you want to get a little bit more acute with it, that was Bart with C.J. walking off the stage right there.
How many games in a row did the Texans win, Sean? What was
10,
the streak?
10 including the playoffs.
10 in a row, including the playoffs.
So 9 regular season and then the Pittsburgh game, which makes the schedule release next year very interesting because these are regular season streaks that get tabulated here.
Oh, yeah.
The Texans have tied their franchise record with 9, so whoever they play in the opener next year, they'll be going for the franchise regular season record win streak.
So if the Texans lose their opener next year, people might be really upset as opposed to when we lose our opener in any other given year.
Yeah, exactly. People like me that keep track of streaks.
I'll tell you right now, if the Texans only score 13 points or something in the opening game, it's gonna be ugly out here on these sports radio streets.
It's gonna be trouble.
It's gonna be really, really bad.
Yep.
This was fun. This is the Colts in a Simpsons clip, and this is
the end of the Colts season.
Yeah, so this is Homer Simpson talking to a Duff beer executive.
What does the future hold for Duff? Let's just say we've got a few ideas up our sleeve.
Like what?
I'd rather not get into it right now.
Why not?
All right. We don't have any ideas for the future. We got nothing. Happy?
No.
That's 100% the Colts.
That is.
They don't have any. They don't have any draft picks. They don't.
That's true.
They don't have a quarterback under contract. And if they do get that quarterback under contract in Daniel Jones, they've got to worry about whether he comes back from his Achilles tendon and if he's even actually all that good.
Yeah.
Unless they're going to roll the dice with Riley Leonard. Hey, what am I can't say much about Riley Leonard. Last time I saw him play, he was kind of dicing up the Texans defense.
Yeah.
And their backups.
And Ballard feels like one of those guys that might act like he's got an idea up his sleeve, like that Duff executive.
Yeah,
the same guy that cackled that we got the best defensive player in the draft.
That
like
did Leatu.
Like he's a ball knower ahead of everybody else.
He was talking about Leatu, and he's actually turned into a good young player, but they need a lot more than just that.
Yes.
Sauce Gardner, obviously. They didn't get the real full Sauce Gardner experience. So
Dude, they barely got a non-Sauce Gardner experience.
They just got to hope that Sauce Gardner somehow really signs a quarterback for him. Patriots, you're going to like this one for 2 reasons. One, because it's hating on the Patriots.
Yep.
But 2, it's Magic Johnson And it's Magic Johnson talking on a phone during a Lakers game, as best as
Is
I
it
can
really
tell.
Magic's voice, or is it somebody
I don't think
voicing
so.
Magic? Okay.
I don't think so. But this is it's a very short one, so pay attention.
Yep.
Don't worry. Sooner or later, people like that are exposed as the frauds they are.
Yep. And the Patriots being
think that was
exposed as the frauds they are.
I think that was really Magic Johnson.
Then it was so Magic Johnson exposing the Patriots for the frauds that they are.
Yeah. Play it one more time, Ben. This sounds.
Don't worry. Sooner or later, people like that are exposed as the frauds they are.
It sounds exactly like him, man.
Because it doesn't sound like any of the other character actors for
Right,
any of the voice
right.
actors
Yeah.
for the Simpsons.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think the Simpsons does a good job getting the actual celebrities and say the Family Guy. The Family Guy at the actual celebrities. So I'm not going anywhere near.
Oh yeah.
Your cancellation fest.
A little more
I'm
toxic.
not going to get. Yeah.
A little more toxic.
The fraud. Is it fair to say the Patriots there's a fraudulent element to them?
Yes, I think 100%. There's a fraudulent element. They're 14-3 in the regular season. They won 13 of their last 14 games. Drake May somehow finished second in the MVP voting.
People were livid. People in New England were livid that he wasn't.
That he didn't
that he
win
wasn't the MVP winner. Can you imagine how embarrassing?
Dude.
Patriots fans are already really embarrassed because they spent an entire season acting like the strength of schedule shouldn't matter and it doesn't mean anything, et cetera, et cetera. And then they got to when they had to go up against actual defenses in the playoffs. Drake May did not look good at all. But if he had actually won MVP and then had that playoffs and Super Bowl performance, somehow the Patriots have to be even more embarrassed than they already are.
The best thing the Patriots have going for them is they have 4 layup wins during the year with the Jets and the Dolphins in that division. And other than that, the schedule gets way harder next year.
They don't know what Stephon Diggs and Christian Barmore's legal status is going to be.
There's that. But I think, too, you bring up Diggs, and then on the defensive side of the ball, like Diggs was a free agency signing. You look at that defense, Carlton Davis and Milton Williams and Spillane, and I know I'm missing a few more. They went spending in free agency. That's oftentimes not a long-term recipe for 14-3 type success to sign a bunch of veteran guys. There's a fall-off that happens. The teams that tend to build, and they've not drafted all that well, the Patriots. Drake May has been like one of their only good draft picks the last few years. I just feel like, I know we're diving deep on the Patriots here, but you asked, this clip here brings up the fraudulent aspect of them. I am searching right now to find out what their win total is going to be 10 or 11 next year because they won 14 this year. I'm going under on the Patriots next year.
This next one is related because it's the Chargers, and this is
their season was ended by the Patriots.
By the Patriots, right? So this is a father talking to a son. There are a couple of carnies who are basically out-grifted by Homer Simpson. So this is the Chargers' end of season in a Simpsons clip.
Well, there's no shame in being beaten by the best.
But he didn't seem all that.
We were beaten by the best, boy.
That's God. Who is this? This is at Simpsons NFL. Is the
how am I not NFL or NFL Simpsons?
It's you put at Simpsons NFL in the rundown.
Yeah, I put a lot of things in there.
Yeah.
I'll look it up right now just to be sure.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it, right? That was that Chargers game. You watched it and you thought, well, I mean. You got to credit the Patriots for eventually figuring it out against the Chargers, who have the worst offensive line in football.
Play that one again, Ben. Play that one again.
Well, there's no shame in being beaten by the best.
But he seemed all that.
We were beaten by the best, boy.
The Patriots are Homer Simpson. Beating the Chargers, who are grifters.
It's at The Simpsons NFL.
At The Simpsons NFL.
They did it for all 32 teams.
How am I not following that? Okay.
This is
Continue.
This next one, this is an interesting one as we get into draft season. But this clip describes the Raiders' season in a Simpsons clip. And it's a scene of McBain, the action hero, talking to his partner as his partner is dying
I know this one.
In a pool of blood.
Yeah.
McBain.
Yes?
I'm not going to make it.
Oh, stop talking crazy.
No. Just do one thing for me. Get Mendoza.
Mendoza!
Oh, that's good. I'm like, where are we?
That's pretty self-evident.
Like, where are we going with? Well, I couldn't hear
You couldn't hear the first Mendoza?
Yeah. The guy
yeah.
that was dying in a pool of his own blood wasn't. He needed to speak up as he was dying in a pool of his own blood.
This is what I hope for the Raiders' sake. Is that if the Raiders decide that they don't want to be in the Fernando Mendoza business, because it's not, I mean, there's a lot to love about the kid and everything. It's not like he's a slam dunk number one overall caliber quarterback.
He's not.
But, people, it seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but just judging by social media and whatnot, seems like the Raiders fan base is bent on Mendoza being their next quarterback. If the Raiders decide that that's not what they want to do, I would not be dramatic about it at all. I would look, and you don't want to operate just to appease your fan base or anything. But man, if you let that fan base get worked up into a fervor and convinced that he's going to be the quarterback that the Raiders are going to draft, just don't make your trade out of number one overall early.
Yeah,
and it's hard to do.
Yeah,
this year especially with no slam dunk quarterbacks, it's hard to trade out of number one, or at least state your intentions that you're not going to be drafting Mendoza, because people are they're going to be crestfallen if it's a big surprise on draft night or something.
Okay, obviously if someone's trading up for Mendoza, as long as we're talking about this, it's worth doing an exercise. And by the way, we're going to do our first mock draft injection of draft season at 7:45 today. We're going to use Jonathan Alexander's mock draft from the Chronicle. Jonathan, if you're listening, circle 7:45. So Seth and I tear you apart at 7:45.
Can't believe the moves this kid made.
It's going to be ugly. But if you're looking at I'm looking at the draft order right now on tankathon.com. Good go-to for draft orders in sports. Vegas is picking for, there's 4 teams that had the same record. Yeah. 4 teams were 3-14, but the Raiders get the number one overall pick because they had the weakest schedule out of those 4 teams. That's the tiebreaker. The weaker the schedule, the higher you pick. The Jets are number 2. They need a quarterback. They could trade up, and they've got extra draft capital from the Sauce Gardner trade.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona's picking 3. They are likely to move on from Kyler Murray. I don't think they've got extra draft capital, but they need I don't think Tennessee at 4 is moving up. I think they're going to ride it out with Cam Ward for another year. The Giants are 5.
Oh yeah, there's no way in hell Tennessee.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out which teams could be the trade up candidates.
I just said Cleveland.
Cleveland at 6, I think, is one. Unless they're all in on Shedeur Sanders, a 5th-round pick from last year, whose numbers were the worst in the NFL, they should at least be making phone. And they've got Jacksonville's pick.
And they also have a quarterback on the roster who has the highest cap number in the NFL
that
this
too.
year. Yeah. Not just of quarterbacks, just of players. Deshaun Watson. So, I don't know.
It's like $90 million or something like that.
Who knows? I saw that picture of Deshaun and his wife on social media.
Oh, yeah.
Looking like they're wearing about $400,000 worth of gear between the fur coats and the jewelry and everything.
So in the picture, it's funny you say that because I snarkily tweeted I retweeted the picture and said Deshaun in midseason form, but they were both holding in that picture, and they're on some long vacation right now where they're going everywhere outside of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And they both got these nice, clearly very nice fur coats on and fur caps on. They're both holding their watches up. And my first reaction was, well, this is just Deshaun showing off another 6-figure purchase that he made.
Yeah.
Then I had several people say, no, he's doing a little salute to his teammate, Shedeur Sanders. That's kind of Shedeur's thing, is holding up the watch.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's good.
Well, which do you think it is? Do you think he's giving a salute to his teammate, Shedeur Sanders, who, to give Deshaun credit.
Did you see the original post? Was it on his account? It
was one of these Dove Kleiman accounts that took the picture and put it on there.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm guessing just because she's an actual influencer and makes her living off of that it might have been just a watch.
Showing off the watches.
She's got a sponsorship
for
or
and I just think Deshaun's vibe is more about that. Now, I will say this, that Deshaun got a lot of praise from people in Cleveland over the assistance he was giving to Shedeur during those 7 starts.
Yeah.
So maybe he is trying to be a good teammate doing that.
Okay, that's cool. Deshaun's being a good teammate.
Right.
One of the things that ran across my feed this morning was Dion. I thought it was a pretty funny joke. There's a massage therapist that's coming in to give Dion a massage. Deion Sanders, father of Deshaun Watson's teammate, and underneath the massage drape, Deion's wearing a full sweatsuit. Like
smart.
Just like yes. Leaving no room for any chicanery or anything. I feel like that's not necessarily being a good teammate. You're like, hey, my dad's making fun of your massage ordeal.
Was he doing it to make fun of Deshaun?
I don't know, but it's impossible not to make that tie in your mind.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Even if he wasn't making Deshaun, making it specifically about Deshaun, that's where my mind went.
Yeah,
and many others as well.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
I know you're going to like this one because you hate J.J. McCarthy. So this is the Simpsons clip for each NFL team to describe their season. This one is Homer at a football game. It's the first game of the season. I think it's the Adams is the name of the pro.
Okay.
They have a rookie quarterback, and Homer is all amped up about this rookie quarterback until the moment the rookie quarterback it's obvious that he sucks. Here's Homer afterwards.
Oh my God, the 22-year-old I bet all my happiness on is nothing but a bust. Bust, 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 bust.
But you were just cheering for him. You've been talking about how great he is every day for months.
Yes, that's J.J. McCarthy.
That's J.J. McCarthy.
That is
the 9.
9. I flip it. That was one of the most ridiculous clips ever.
It couldn't have been a worse possible turn of events for just going back to drafting J.J. McCarthy, but then deciding to say sayonara to Sam Darnold. They thought they were going to be able to get Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
they thought
Daniel
surely
Jones.
Daniel Jones will want to play for us.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones leaves.
Yeah.
And then Sam Darnold goes and wins a Super Bowl in a year where J.J. McCarthy did nothing to inspire
Bad
confidence.
look, man. Bad look. And now they're talking about bringing Kirk Cousins back there. It's you have the solution right there in the building. I
saw somebody suggest that they trade for Davis Mills.
Minnesota?
Yeah, it wasn't like a news report or anything. It was somebody. That was what they were throwing out there. They should trade. That's how bad a season J.J. McCarthy had. Not that without throwing shade at Davis Mills, just think about what people out there in America think of Davis Mills and everything. That they're actually talking about replacing their first-round pick with Davis Mills because that's how little faith they have in J.J. McCarthy.
We talked earlier about the whole C.J. Stroud trade rumor thing. I say trade rumors. I mean, it's basically Todd McShay and Albert Breer speculating that teams could be calling, among other teams, the Texans about their quarterbacks in a trade.
Yeah, for all the people telling you don't believe the stories about C.J. Stroud getting traded, there's no stories about C.J. Stroud getting traded.
No.
It's people overreacting to other people speculating.
Here's where I was going with this, is that you and I both agree there's like a 0% chance of C.J. Stroud getting traded. I think there's almost a 0% chance of Davis Mills getting traded.
Mm-hmm.
We learned how important a competent backup quarterback is this year. You know, the Texans don't make the playoffs with a different backup quarterback.
Especially when you think about, okay, the things that you'd like to have if your starting quarterback goes down. All right, well, at least we've got a good rushing attack, right? No. Okay, well, at least we have offensive linemen who can genuinely sustain pass protection. Nope. So Davis Mills being able to go in there, and Davis Mills helped out the offensive line a lot just by getting rid of the ball really, really fast when he was in there. It was a matter of, yes, you needed a veteran backup who understands the system in there. And, you know, I know it was his first year in the system too, but there's some similarities to things he's already been in. You don't go to the playoffs without Davis Mills this year. Mm-hmm. And whatever the percent chance of CJ getting traded, it's very, very, very low, as close to 0 as possible. And because of that, I think also there's not a chance that Davis Mills gets traded.
I agree.
Unless Graham Mertz has just been lighting it up and they can get some really good draft capital for Davis Mills but it's very, very, very unlikely.
I want quarterback I want Case Keenum back in the building in some capacity. You know,
so you want to trade Graham Mertz?
I think I would love to have Case Keenum back as either a coach or I mean, I'm not invested in Graham Mertz. I don't think it's a total coincidence that CJ's play deteriorated somewhat. You know, and I'm not saying like it's the whole reason. I'm saying like sports is all about little incremental fractional things, and I think Case Keenum back in the building would be a good thing for C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills probably too.
No, and I bring up Graham Mertz like not as a joke, but it's just there's no way in hell they're going to have 4 quarterbacks on the active roster.
No, now Mertz might be a guy that you can stash on the practice squad. No, I don't know that anybody's picking up Graham Mertz to put on their 53.
Or I mean, it would depend on where Case. I don't think. If Case Keenum had a chance to play somewhere else during the regular season because somebody went down, I think he would. So it's not like you could just stick Case Keenum on the practice squad the whole year.
No, you definitely couldn't. Yeah, that's true. You definitely couldn't. A lot of texts coming in on the Simpsons and on football, actual football. This is a good point about Mendoza, that Mendoza seems like a perfect fit for the Kubiak Shanahan offense.
Yeah.
That increases his value at one. They're like, who is drafting him matters. You know, that it's Clint Kubiak, one of the foremost respected young minds offensively in the sport.
That's a really good point. And then I think also with Tom Brady, I could see Tom Brady seeing a lot of himself in Fernando Mendoza. Because a lot of the knocks against Mendoza are the same knocks that people had against Tom Brady as a draft prospect. You know, just like, boy, he's really good at operating within the structure and in the scheme. But if you're asking him to extend plays or improvise or everything, that was never a Tom Brady skill. Really, until even later in his career, when he was less athletic, he learned how to extend the plays a little bit more. But yeah, I could see that Clint Kubiak part of it, and then also Tom Brady probably really liking the non-football stuff or the intangible part of it.
No doubt.
It's not a slam dunk, but it does seem like the most likely choice.
Mendoza seems a lot like the young version of Brady that Ted Johnson used to describe to us.
Just hyper-competitive.
Overly enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Hey, aw shucks. You know, there's like Brady evolved over time into what he eventually became. So I could see where Brady might see some of the young Brady in Fernando Mendoza. Hey, shifting gears for a second here. Did you see the video of Framber Valdez soft tossing at Detroit Tigers camp?
I did.
A
lot of people thought he looked fat.
Yeah, that's the thing. The video, the Twitter account that I saw it on is at your daddy, some numbers and letters after. It's obviously
your daddy guy. He always puts a lot of good stuff out there.
Yeah. He tweeted out the video, and again, it's Framber. He's not even pitching full speed. He's just soft tossing off a mound. He says, I've never seen Framber this fat in my life, with 3 crying emojis afterwards.
I don't know. I think that younger Framber would go through some pretty pudgy stages. Like Framber's one of those guys that looks chubbier than he is just because he's just genuinely really thick.
Yeah, if you've seen him out like charity events wearing normal clothes, normal clothes fit him better than a baseball uniform.
Well, and the baseball uniform, it's just the way he's really wide but not fat. He's a muscular dude, but he's wide.
Yeah.
You know, so he's got a big frame, so people think he's chunkier than he is. I wouldn't read too much into this because he's wearing baggy pants, like much baggier pants than he usually wears on his game day. And then the upper jersey, maybe he's got a little bit of a boiler there, but I don't think he looks much different than his normal self.
I don't either. I was very disappointed. I read the caption before I looked at the video, and I'm like, ooh, Framber's fat. Let's go. And I'm like, he looks pretty normal.
You know, there's an article about Cesar Salazar, and I think it's in the Chronicle. I think it's a Matt Kawahara article. It's either the Chronicle or the Athletic. But it's interesting because Cesar Salazar, who right now is the backup catcher, and we'll see what happens. But he talked about the incident last year when Framber intentionally crossed him up. Yeah. And it was really ironic just in that Cesar Salazar talked about how he's working with a sports psychologist the last couple of years. And it really helped him. Yes.
Okay.
And it really helped him work through that moment and stay focused. As the other guy who has most notably worked with a sports psychologist looked like everything was unraveling. I felt like if I had to hire a sports psychologist right now, I would have to go with Cesar Salazar's over Framber Valdez's.
I would too. Boy, which catcher would have been the worst? It feels like Framber picked the safest catcher to do that with, someone that wasn't going to run out and beat him up on the mound for doing that.
Yeah.
I got to ask ChatGPT who the fightingest catchers in Astros history.
I feel like Vasquez would have just. I feel like
seemed a little
Vasquez got a scary.
Yeah.
Vasquez is one of those guys who's like you see guys that I might be a lot bigger than him, but I ain't messing with that guy.
Yeah.
He's got that look to him.
Yeah. Who would have been the catcher that Framber would have? Who would have been the wrong guy to do that with in Astros history at catcher? Tony Eusebio. Don't mess with Tony Eusebio, man. Brad Ausmus might have gotten a little perturbed about that. I could have seen Brad Ausmus, maybe not throwing fists.
I feel like Ausmus might have filed a complaint with the Players Association or something.
Your Cornell is showing right now.
Yeah, what's that?
Your Cornell is showing right now. He's a Dartmouth guy, right?
Yeah. Well, that's not my Cornell showing. That's just how
joking.
he is.
I'm just joking.
I got Maldonado. Maldonado just always seemed like a lover, not a fighter.
Maybe.
Maybe I'm just going by the painted fingernails more so than anything else.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Text in 713-572.
I feel like Biggio would have fought him.
Yes. Like
Biggio would have been. That was when Biggio was young and scrawny and everything, but he wouldn't have cared.
No, he would have gone out and thrown fists with him for sure.
Ashby, I think Ashby would have. Ashby is old school. Ashby would have been out there. Yeah. We would have. You know what? Ashby would have been a professional and waited until they got into the clubhouse.
Yeah.
And then they would have fought bare knuckles.
You're right about Osmus. He would have filed a complaint with HR. Pulled out his phone.
He was always very kind of just buttoned up.
Buttoned out, yeah.
He was a really bright guy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, Brian McCann. That's a good one. Brian McCann from 2017.
Yeah, but McCann had an issue. McCann didn't like Club Astros all that much either.
I could see McCann not liking Club Astros all that much. He didn't get on the team until 2017. Was Club Astros still a thing at that point?
Club 100%. Yeah, because yeah.
I remember it started in 2015.
No, because people had an issue with Club Astros until they started winning.
Yeah,
and then they were cool with Club Astros.
Gotcha.
Club Astros was around as long as Springer was around, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think they ever stopped doing it.
Yeah.
Evan Gaddis. Evan Gaddis would depend on what day you caught him on.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good one.
I don't think that. Here's the thing, though. I don't think that Fromber would have done it to one of those guys. Part of the whole dynamic there was that Cesar Salazar is a guy that's
kind of
played
a bully.
At that point, like 30 major league games.
Yeah.
And, he's not going to do it to Evan Gaddis or Brian McCann or, back in the day, Craig Biggio or something.
Because the team tried to play it off like it wasn't intentional. Remember that? Did
then
Salazar,
it was just everything that came out afterwards was that it was messed up.
Did he say? I didn't read the article. You did. Did he say anything about that part of it?
No. He made it clear that there was something that he had to work through.
Okay,
he didn't add any fuel to the fire, but it wasn't like he tried to tamp it down or anything.
No, I mean it is almost like they're operating with some sort of omerta on this thing. That they're not going to directly say Fromber did it, but they say a lot of things that really make it seem like he did it intentionally.
There's no question. I mean, the question is, all right, it's how you frame it. Whether it was that Fromber was just going to throw the pitch he wanted to throw, but that's not necessarily the same as I want to hit him in the chest with the ball.
Yeah.
It's kind of, he made an impetuous decision that was that ended up with Salazar getting hit, but it wasn't necessarily that he was intentionally beating him.
Okay, someone's asking the question: what exact issue are you guys talking about? Do we need to reset the Fromber pitch from last year for people? Is that a
go for it?
Okay, Fromber Valdez in the midst of a stretch of 2 months, the last 2 months with the Astros, where he was doing a lot of weird things, didn't like a pitch call that Cesar Salazar gave to him, so he decided to go in
after he'd given up a grand slam, right?
Yeah, that's right. He didn't off of a pitch that Salazar had called, and so Fromber went into business for himself and decided, no, I'm not throwing this curveball. I'm going to throw this 98-mile-an-hour pitch into your chest protector.
Ignored the call, Salazar's call, without shaking him off or telling him no, or any, just threw the pitch he wanted to throw.
Yeah, I mean it was, and you could tell by the body language between both guys. There was something there. Salazar got up and reacted, and he reacted to it. Clearly something was crossed up. Fromber just turned his back and didn't even acknowledge that there was at a minimum, a miscommunication, if not intent on his behalf. So that's what we're talking about. Oh, Mitch Molesky. That's a good name.
Oh,
don't mess with anybody named Mitch Molesky. Just sounds like somebody. He sounds like a gangster is what he sounds like. Mitch Molesky. Ashby would have run out to the mound to fight him, but it would have taken him 30 minutes to get there. That's what somebody just texted in.
Alan Ashby taking heat.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. Hey, as long as we're critiquing workout videos, yesterday was President's Day, so, we probably had a fraction of the people listening then that are listening now. But you and I dug into Tank Dell a couple times yesterday. There's people in their car right now probably didn't get to listen yesterday. That was a big story over the weekend. Tank Dell's workout video that popped up had a lot of people talking, both about how yoked he was above the waist and how unyoked he was below the waist. And I'm talking about his legs, people, all right? We're talking about his thighs and his knees. Yeah.
His thighs looked really, really skinny. And I was trying to figure out, all right, but his thighs have always looked skinny. And I went back and watched his Combine 40 video. And I would say his legs looked really, really skinny, but I think they definitely had more tone and bulk than they do right now, or his left leg, which is the affected leg. So I'm not overly concerned about it, but a lot of people on social media were concerned about it.
Yeah, I'm not. I watched you sent me the video of the 40, and I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at the workout video. I'm like, okay, what are people waiting for exactly? Like, what are we? What he's gonna, he's gonna look like Earl Campbell with his thighs or something?
Like Ronnie Coleman, the bodybuilder, or something.
He is a skinny little dude who's putting the work in right now.
It is kind of shocking though, because he's kind of got a middle-aged dude's physique. A middle-aged dude at the gym who's still working the upper body but quit on legs long ago.
Got his chicken legs.
Because you're looking at him, the first thing you notice is, man, he's got some upper body development and everything. And then you look down to his legs, and they're like the legs of a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, if that. I mean, they are skinny legs, man. They are skinny legs. Here was Nick Caserio on Radio Row with Seth and I. If you hadn't heard the interview with Caserio, you haven't heard this cut. This is a really good summary, I think. And again, this is less than 2 weeks ago? It's about 2 weeks ago, maybe, with us and Nick. So this is the latest as of 2 weeks ago. This is about as deep a dive as you're going to get on where things are with one of the more important players this offseason for the Texans, Tank Dell.
For sure. I mean, I think we were kind of like, well, maybe there's a shot at the end of this past season. Didn't really work out that way, but he's kind of ready to go here. I think he'll be able to start hopefully in April. Like I said, he's there training just about every day. So the big step for him will be once he's out of a rehab mode, when you actually get on the field and you actually start, let's say, run and cut in more true football type environment, what that actually looks like.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you, Nick. I'm very curious about that because you guys have access to so much sports science and high-level equipment and things like that. Are there ways that you can tell with Tank, not just like straight line speed type of stuff? You can measure that with a stopwatch. Do you guys have mechanisms to be able to see that he's still got that same change of direction and twitch?
Yeah, we're fortunate. We are able to get a lot of data on the players, and we use it to really, it's twofold, to help educate them and also to provide some benchmarks. So as a player is coming back, hey, here was his kind of baseline previously. All right, here's where he is now. All right, there's some things that we can do to help modify the training to kind of get to that point. So, because in the end, you want the athlete to be in as much balance as possible. I think sometimes you might find maybe there's more of an asymmetry right to left. Yeah. Okay, what can we do to help? But you have information. And the good thing about Tank, he's been with us from the beginning.
Yeah. So you can see how fast he was running his routes.
So here was his miles per hour. Here was his some metrics. Here was his force plate jump or whatever we're measuring. All right, then where is he now? So it'll be probably a slow-moving target, but you do have some benchmarks of information because we have a lot of data in our system which we can utilize.
What are the early signs? Are you able to discern anything
overall yet? I mean, he's probably not quite to where he was, but he's trending that way.
Was there a moment at the end of the season where you guys had to break the news to him that man, it's just not going to work out?
No, I think he kind of knew at some point, all right. And he had trends in his mindset as well. And like I said, his attitude was really good. I mean, he's obviously disappointed, but he was doing everything he can. And as soon as the season was over, I mean, he had a big smile on his face, all right, I'm ready to go, and which is great. So he's not discouraged. Tank's a great kid. I mean, you guys have been around him, so we'll see how it goes.
All right.
Yeah, for people that are concerned about how Tank Dell's leg muscles look in that video, I guess – I don't know if that assuages your concerns at all or not, but it's that it is a long recovery, but that also the strengthening and everything that comes back into him being actually full speed, it's not something like the team's just going to throw him out there even though his legs are still weak or something like that. It was a really catastrophic injury that involved 3 torn ligaments, and it's going to take a long time for everything to get back 100% to normal. When we talked to Dr. Chow, I thought it was interesting the way he put it. People hear, okay, there's a 1 year recovery on a surgery or from a surgery. That doesn't mean that all of a sudden on day 364 you're not ready to go. On day 365 you're ready to go.
Right.
There's checkpoints along the way. And I think he's still working through a lot of those checkpoints.
Yep. Amy just texted me, Seth, and said, now we're going to be binge watching The Simpsons starting tonight.
Oh.
Based
it's a
on
worthwhile endeavor for sports radio hosts.
I, out of curiosity, asked our good friend, ChatGPT, how long it would take to do this. Mm-hmm. 7 episodes of The Simpsons.
So that's only 200 hours.
770 episodes. That's 282.3 hours. They're 22 minutes. 22 minutes per episode.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, they're framing it as you go from the episode right to the next one, which is like, no, you get up, you go to the bathroom, you fix a sandwich. There's all the in-between stuff and binging things. This is what I love. They give recommendations on different types of binge scenarios.
Yeah.
Hardcore binge, 8 hours a day. It'll take you 35 days to watch the entire series.
Oh, my gosh. Full-time job.
Yeah, full-time job. Serious fan binge, 4 hours a day, would take you 70 days to watch it. I would probably do it in what they call a casual binge, 2 hours a day, which would take about 4.5 months to watch the entire series.
It would occupy a huge chunk of your life.
Yes.
For 4.5 months. It's 2 hours that you could be, I don't know, writing letters to loved ones or something.
Well,
But let's be realistic. It's going to displace 2 hours that you waste doing something else already.
Maybe, or if you watch it while you're working out, if you're doing the elliptical or the treadmill, you can watch, if you're doing something where you can actually watch TV while you're doing it.
I did, as out of professionalism, I went back and watched the entire Office series because I knew that there were a lot of jokes, like a lot of common joke people were using or references to The Office that I just didn't get. So I did it really to relate to the listener better. I felt like that was worth it, but that wasn't nearly as much of a time outlay as The Simpsons.
I'm sure I'd enjoy The Simpsons. I just stopped watching it somewhere along the way. It's not because I hate it or anything.
Well, part of it, is that you want to stay in touch with, whatever people in the culture are
Pop
watching,
culture, man.
The culture at large. And it's hard these days because everybody's spread out all over the place.
Yeah.
So you couldn't sit and watch every show that the majority of our listeners, if, like a bunch of them have watched The Simpsons or a bunch of them have watched some other show or anything.
Yeah.
You start to wrap all those together and you're going to have to take a sabbatical for a year to watch.
There's got to be a list out there of the top 10 shows that are most referenced by people with metaphors and things.
It's right
like
there on your ChatGPT.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I asked your sons because I've always watched the Family Guy, thinking like at the very least I'm going to keep like in tune and in rhythm with like a certain type of comedy that a lot of our listeners watch and everything.
Yeah.
Then I realized, okay, Family Guy's really turned into an old person show.
Mm-hmm.
It's as they said themselves on the show, it's written for people who are teenagers today, but who grew up in the 90s.
Yeah.
So it's almost as if,
you still got a sophomoric sense of humor.
If you're currently 19 years old, but you grew up in the 1990s, then that's a show for you. Rick and Morty is what your sons recommend.
They like that show a lot. Yeah.
I could not get into it.
Yeah, they like
which
that.
Which makes me feel like maybe I need to really like grit my teeth
Give it a
and
shot.
get into it because it's because I'm an old guy that I can't get into Rick and Morty.
I'm the same. All right. Hey, let's give away some rodeo tickets right now. Give us a call, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 wins 4 tickets to see Riley Green live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo on March 2nd. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. We'll do it again in the final hour of the show. So we got 2 giveaways today, man. That's nice. Keep listening all day to win tickets to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Riley Green, 713-572-4610. All right, first one of the season, mock draft injection time. Jonathan Alexander, the Chronicle, had a full mock for the Texans yesterday. We won't dig into every pick, but boy, he's got an interesting approach with their first 2 picks. What if they did this? This would be unprecedented in the DeMeco Ryans era. That is coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, congrats to John in Humble, who is the first winner of our many rodeo ticket giveaways that we'll be doing here on the station over the next several days. So congrats. You are on your way to go see Riley Green on March the 2nd. Your next chance to win is in the 9 o'clock hour. So circle that. Okay, so we're starting it up here again. Mock draft injection time. We're at mid-February. The mock drafts are flying. Texans are – I saw a graphic yesterday, Seth, or an article that said that the Texans, in terms of draft capital, are the 8th richest team in the NFL.
8th richest?
However you measure that. You know, there's different ways to measure it. There's point systems. They may just be going on the number of picks they have. But by a certain metric out there,
Probably how many points on the Jimmy Johnson
Maybe,
draft
yeah.
board there,
Just know that they've got extra picks. They've got more picks than normal. And we also know this. Whatever picks they have right now will not be the picks that they have when Roger Goodell and others are walking to the podium to announce these picks. Nick's going to move around.
Yeah, he just flat out will, and he always does. It's there's almost we can say that with certainty, which is weird because Brian Gaine was a GM that didn't make any draft day picks.
Zero, trades. Yeah, zero.
Excuse me, he made picks, but no trades. Yeah,
zero trades. Yeah.
And then you go to eventually you find yourself. After a little detour there with Bill O'Brien,
right?
You have a GM that does nothing but make a boatload of trades.
Bill just traded away all the picks. He's like, I don't feel like trading, picks on draft. And you know what? I'm just going to go in with 5 picks, and we're good. Starting in the 3rd round. So Jonathan Alexander. This is the first one we're going to do. Seth and I do this exercise during draft season every day at 7:45. We pick out a different mock draft from an expert out there, and we critique it and say, okay, what are the chances of this happening? So let's do. Jonathan Alexander doesn't have a full mock draft where he's got all 32 teams. He just clearly went through the exercise and is sharing with us the guys he picked for the Texans.
So we don't get to criticize him for guys that he left on the board or
we don't know
anything
who.
like that. We don't know which offensive linemen were available, for instance.
Yeah.
When he decided to make, honestly, was a big surprise to me. One that I'd be happy about, but a surprise to me nonetheless.
Yeah. So here we go. First round pick. The Texans are picking 28th. With the 28th overall pick, the Houston Texans select Caden McDonald, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Yeah.
They have not invested a lot of draft capital really since the time Nick Caserio got here, but certainly in the DeMeco Ryans era, this has not been their approach to stocking that position. Their approach
has not.
Has been veteran, journeyman free agent types.
And Tommy Togiai is a guy who's emerged as a guy that I feel very good about being in there. So
also
Sheldon
an Ohio
Rankin's a
State
free
guy.
agent.
Yeah.
Sheldon Rankin's a free agent. We'll see if he's back or not.
Yeah.
But this is a guy that is a massive human being, and that you could look at as, okay, this is the guy that maybe can become that 3-down defensive tackle that you love having out there. And that DeMeco, I think, it hasn't been because he doesn't want to have a franchise caliber dude. He's a big guy, 6'3", he's 326 pounds. Very, very productive, but not super, super twitchy.
Okay.
So you ask, okay, if he's a 325-pound defensive tackle, why isn't he going earlier in the round? He doesn't have those elite athletic traits, but he's flat out really, really productive.
Okay.
For a defensive tackle, a nose tackle at that, he just is all over the place. Tackles for a loss, 65 tackles, I think last year.
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah,
that's
3
a lot
sacks.
for a nose tackle. Yeah.
This was him, and if you ask, okay, is he swarm worthy? This is him in a press conference last year.
Caden, you've got 2 games this year with 8 tackles. You're the first nose tackle at Ohio State to have 8 tackles in the game since 2012. Thoughts?
I didn't know that. With me, I just don't take no place for granted. And, I love football. Just Coach Johnson preaches us to have unbridled spirit and have the energy. And it shows on Saturdays when all 11 guys run to the ball.
Yeah. Does he sound like a DeMeco Ryans defensive player?
He loves football.
Yeah.
Check. He's on a defense where 11 guys love running to the ball. So that's good. So he's used to the swarm mentality. He's been in the swarm.
He's going to have to work on the Saturday thing.
Yeah, the day of the
unless
week.
we're talking about the playoffs. Yeah.
Right.
But other than that,
we need him showing up on the right day to the stadium, yes.
Usually on Sundays.
Good point.
The interesting thing about this, and I know that there's a lot of people already on the text line, most likely, who are livid that this isn't an offensive lineman.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll get to that.
Okay.
The one little wrinkle here that's interesting is that Matt Patricia is the defensive coordinator at Ohio State. So obviously Nick Caserio is going to get some good intel from Matt Patricia about whether he loves or doesn't love Caden McDonald. Okay. This is, when I say I would like this pick, this is the big asterisks on it. If the Texans have already spent heavily in free agency on the offensive line.
Okay.
If they've gone full Chicago Bears and they've either traded or signed a bunch of veteran free agents that you feel good about to bolster the interior offensive line.
So you're saying if they pick a defensive tackle with their first-round pick, you want them to have spent on the offensive line?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what if With the 38th overall pick, the Texans select Lee Hunter, defensive tackle, Texas Tech.
All right, what the hell are we doing here? No. What do you mean, what if? Would you try to set me up with your Socratic method there, Sean?
What if? Yeah.
You led me into a trap.
No, I'm just saying, however you felt about one defensive tackle, I would imagine it doubles the feeling on two.
It's interesting because, like, Daniel Jeremiah has Lee Hunter ranked higher on his list than Caden McDonald.
Yeah.
So these two of the guys who are, in that first round, top half of the second round.
Texans got them both.
Guys. The Texans got them both. No, I will not allow this, especially because Lee Hunter is kind of like the McDonald in the same thing. He's really strong, makes plays and everything, but he's not that twitchy or athletic or anything.
Yeah.
So we've got 3 Tommy Togiais out there that we've spent, which I love Tommy Togiai. You already have Tommy Togiai. I don't need to get another, I don't have to draft another 2 run stuffers that hopefully can get some push in the pass game.
You're trying to basketball team your interior defensive line.
We're getting
different body types.
We've already got Tommy Togiai, and I really, really like him, especially against the run. And if you get another guy that's going to be a good run stuffer, but also potentially a pass rusher, great. But no, I will not double down on it. I would be furious. I would be livid if they spent the first 2 picks on defensive tackles. And I say that as a former defensive tackle that would love to have these guys on my team.
Why are you hating on your people? Why are you hating on your people so much?
I'm a self-loathing defensive tackle.
Yes. I think if the Texans did this, I think the Texan fans would flip out. There's some that are already flipping out, to your point.
Yeah.
There's some that are flipping out over taking Caden McDonald at 28 without even knowing what the next pick was.
Yeah, and that's 100%. The only way I'm good with that is if they've already invested on the offensive line.
Yeah.
And like the way the Bears did in the offseason last year, or the Vikings did in the offseason last year, that if the Texans do that, then I'll be cool with them taking a defensive tackle. But really, truth be told, I want a lot of offensive players. I want as many offensive players at the top of this draft as possible.
We're up against it. I want to squeeze the other second-round pick in. Now, in Jonathan's draft, they moved back 3 spots from 59 to 62. This is still a second-round pick. Houston Texans with the 62nd overall pick select Jadarian Price, running back Notre Dame, who I swear to God is going to the Texans with that 59th pick, or in this case, right after because of a trade back, in literally 2/3 of the mock drafts I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
They have the Texans taking Jadarian Price, who may be the second best running back in this draft, behind his college teammate Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love is on a planet of his own in this draft. He's a little like the Fernando Mendoza of running backs in this draft in a way. I think more talented for his position, but in so much as they're clearly the best, and then you're not picking another one probably till the second round. So I like that pick a lot, Jadarian Price.
You're the Notre Dame expert on this team.
Yeah.
The biggest? Well, he tore his Achilles, didn't he?
Price?
Yeah.
He was injured a few years ago. Yeah, he's been healthy the last 2 years.
Texans love running backs with torn Achilles.
Well, he's explosive. He's physical. He was the backup to Jeremiah Love, which he didn't have a problem with, which we see kids transferring nowadays if they're a backup. He stuck it out and stayed there, I think. So he's a great teammate. He returns kicks. He returned a few kicks for touchdowns in his college career, 2 against USC. So he's a really good on virtually any other college team. He's a 1,000-yard rusher. He rushed for like 700 yards and averaged 6 yards a carry at Notre Dame.
I think, this would be if the Texans took 2 defensive tackles with their first 2 picks.
Oh, dude, the city would burn to the ground.
The fan grade on that draft would be a D- at best.
They could get all the other picks right.
Yeah.
And in the eyes of the fans, and those 2 picks.
But especially those 2 guys in this draft too are not. These are not guys that are likely ever going to be the types of. They're not going to be Aaron Donald.
No.
They're not going to be double-digit sack guys. They'll be big, tough stuff. They'd be like Tommy Togiai. Like, they could end up being really good, but not necessarily top tier.
They'll hate those picks and then hear your explanation and hate it even more.
They all hate me right now, probably.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Let's do the petty cast. Let's wash this taste out of our mouths by getting petty over the next 20 minutes or so. Text them in to the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Pettiest audio of the week coming up next.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do it. Pettycast. We get petty every Tuesday at about 8 o'clock, so it is time. Let's get
I'm ready for this one.
Are you?
That Jonathan Alexander mock draft. You know what? You know what he did? I feel like he gave me the old, hey, look at my hand as he's shaking the one fist, and it was a couple of defensive tackles.
Yep.
And he knew that I'd be sucked in by like, oh, defensive tackles, awesome. And then he sucker punched me.
Boom. Right in the face.
And he said, like I would forget that, oh, wait a second, the Texans really need some offensive linemen.
They do.
Yeah.
They do. Are you feeling petty towards Jonathan Alexander right now a little bit?
No, I can't.
I can't either.
He's
too
a very
nice.
likable person.
He is. Jonathan's cool. So let's get to this. Smith blaming LeBron James for the fall of the dunk contest.
We all know it was terrible because there was no star power. And the reality is that we gonna bring it home where the GOATs can get it. We gonna blame, I'm gonna blame LeBron James. Now, I've sat here for months, and I've applauded his greatness and all the things that he has done and he has meant to the NBA. But I have said it, and I'm going to be very, very consistent. The person who really is the provocateur to ruin the slam dunk contest was him, because he was a superstar who put on a dunk contest every night in the layup line, particularly when he knew that there was momentum swelling for him to participate, and he never did. He even teased that he was going to participate one year,
My thing is, I can't get mad at the dunk contest anymore. I did it one time. I'm like, the first time I ever watched it where it was four guys who I'd never heard of before, I'm like, okay, this is, why aren't these guys doing this? It's been this way for a decade and a half now.
It's been a long, and I would say even longer than a decade and a half.
Yeah.
I mean, by and large, the guys that have won the dunk contest, it's very rarely been a big name guy, like a huge name superstar. Kobe won it 1 year in '97.
I think Dwight Howard won it 1 year because I won money on him. If I'm not mistaken.
Now back in the day, Julius Erving won it in the inaugural year. Dominique Wilkins, Michael Jordan a couple of times.
Dude, Jordan and Dominique used to go at it in the dunk contest.
Like that was
legendary.
I feel like it's been a long, long time
No
since
doubt.
it was a battle between superstars.
Yeah.
I can't put that on. I guess. Did he want LeBron James to be doing it every single year?
I don't know. I don't know what he wanted. He's just feeling petty, and he's pretty petty towards LeBron in general, Stephen A.
Yeah. Dwight won it in 2008.
Yeah, I remember that. I won a little money. I won a little scratch on him that year.
Nate Robinson always had a big advantage because he was the short guy dunking is always just more visually impressive.
Well, and the short guy and the white guy. Remember Mac McClung a couple years ago? The kid who was in the G League, and they brought him up just like on an NBA team just to put him in the dunk contest.
I love that being white is the same as being 5'9" in terms of improbability.
Yeah. Am I wrong? What, Brent Barry and Mac McClung? Go find me another white guy that won. There's been as many. Spud Webb is a short guy. There's been as many short guys as white guys.
That's true.
It's just analytics, man. It's not racist. It's analytics. What?
Would you rather be 5'9" or white? It's a tough one.
Hey, McClung was both.
Yeah.
He was both. All right, let's keep it moving before we get canceled. This was Jerome Tang. This was a big story the last few days. We never got to this audio late last week. He was the head coach of the Kansas State basketball team.
Yeah.
They got run off the floor by Cincinnati last week, and then their next assignment was to come to Houston and play the Cougs. They got beat by the Cougs by double digits. Jerome Tang got fired. He got fired in really, if you believe Kansas State, because this statement right here embarrassed and degraded the school.
Hey, I'm gonna honor Christ like I always do. Blessed to do this, but this was embarrassing. These dudes do not deserve to wear this uniform. There will be very few of them in it next year. I'm embarrassed for the university. I'm embarrassed for our fans, our student section. You know, it is just ridiculous. We got practice at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we will get this thing right. I have no answer, no words. So y'all got 2 questions. So whoever want to ask 2 questions, I'll answer them to the best of my ability right now. But right now, like I'm like pissed, and this is all right. Questions.
And you know who else is pissed? Jesus.
He wasn't even separated by sentences.
No.
where he was giving a shout out to the Lord.
He shouted out to the Lord and then immediately tore into his
bus.
team. Yeah.
Then he sacrificed them.
Well,
this is the thing. So he was fired for cause. The basis for this cause was language in his contract that references activity that brings, quote, public disrepute, embarrassment, or ridicule to Kansas State.
Yeah.
Was that? I don't know. I felt like he was saying that these guys aren't playing up to the standards of Kansas State.
He said it in an extreme fashion. I think we can agree on that. Largely everybody from around the college basketball world, and granted, a lot of the people that are saying this are former coaches, guys like Dick Vitale, and Seth Greenberg, and other coaches. They're all taking up for Jerome Tang, saying he should get his.
Yeah.
He's got a huge buyout. He's got the biggest buyout of any coach in college basketball.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see why Kansas State is maybe trying to shave some of it off there a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know.
I applaud this pettiness.
Yeah.
He said that these guys are not. I don't think that brings shame to Kansas State. That brings shame to those individual players who are not worthy of playing at an institution like Kansas State.
Right. Let's college basketball here. Doug Gottlieb, who we've talked about on this show back when he was moonlighting.
Yeah.
He was double dipping. He was a national radio host on a daily basis. He had a 2 or 3 hour show on Fox, and at the same time was attempting to be a Division I college basketball coach at University of Wisconsin Green Bay. They were awful last year as he was attempting this double dip.
Yeah, and really it was a bad look for us too. I don't like seeing people go off and have an actual full-time job while also doing something that's supposedly a full-time job in sports radio.
Well, it was good to see.
If he had done well as a basketball coach,
yeah.
I would have been. I would have had my head on a swivel. Our boss would be coming in here and be like, "You guys are like basically working a part-time job."
Yeah. Can you go find a basketball team to coach, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
Luckily, he sucks at sports radio and basketball.
That's
coaching.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
So he quit sports radio, and now he's only a basketball coach. And at least I don't watch any Wisconsin Green Bay basketball, but their record is much, much better this year. They're 15-13 last I checked. They won 4 games in total last year. But this was after a game against University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, which I would imagine is some sort of border skirmish. You know, Wisconsin-Milwaukee versus Wisconsin-Green Bay, 2 satellite Wisconsin schools hooking up and going after it. The refs were not very good in this game, at least through the eyes of Doug Gottlieb, and he lost his freaking mind after the game.
I got no problem with their team, their staff. They played hard. They did what they do. They play tough and they play aggressive. I need somebody to explain to me, okay, how just those 2. There's others that I have massive issues with, okay? Others that have meshed, including every time we touched them, there was a foul in the second half. The last play of the game, just to get the ball, they're grabbing us and holding us. Okay, and I understand. If you're not calling that, that's fine. You had the exact same play at both ends in the last play of the game. The exact same play. The exact same play.
He went on for about 3 minutes after this. I mean,
he
was
went full sports radio.
He did. Yeah,
he was a solo host, so he's no stranger to the monologue.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what? That's a good point. That is where Doug Gottlieb is at least probably channeling some. He probably got a lot of pent-up sports talkedness in him right now.
He probably felt like, oh, here's my chance.
Yeah.
I haven't ranted about something in a while.
I haven't had a chance to cut loose for a while, so that was pretty good.
They're right. They're right there in the thick of it in the Horizon Conference.
Yeah.
The Wright State's got a 12-4 conference record.
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay has a 10-7 conference.
10-7 in the conference. And obviously, if you win the conference tournament, is what you need to win.
But the second, third, and fourth place in the conference are 10-6, 10-7, 10-7.
They're right in the mix, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good job by him. It's amazing when you're only doing one full-time job that you can be much, much better at it than you were before. So that was a little Doug Gottlieb pettiness. Here was we heard Stephen A. Smith talking about LeBron a little bit earlier. Here is Kendrick Perkins saying that guys look up to Kobe and KD. They do not look up to LeBron James.
Now is the time, because a lot of these guys, these young stars and rising stars, they don't look up to LeBron anyway. Right? So they're not following his footsteps. A lot of these guys looked up to Kobe. A lot of these guys come on record and talk about how they look up to Kevin Durant more so than they look up to LeBron James. They don't idolize him.
Wow.
They don't idolize LeBron James.
That's a Kendrick Perkins. Not afraid to take a shot at the king.
No. You come at the king, you best not miss. It's funny, I don't know if that Perkins cut came before or after all the alleged burner account stuff with Kevin Durant came out over the weekend.
All the guys that potentially might look up to KD until they find out that maybe he allegedly skewered them on a burner account.
Yeah. So
I wonder, how accurate is he on that? There, I feel like I've heard plenty of young players talk about how they studied LeBron James and emulated him and everything.
It's the petty cast, so I'm only playing it because it's petty audio. I'm not playing it because I agree with it. I think Kendrick Perkins talks out his ass a lot.
A lot.
He's
really good at it.
Oh, he's good at it. Yeah, he's got a job, right?
Yeah.
He's got a job. So yeah, good for Kendrick Perkins.
I would say that I think it's fair that to say that the thing that's messed up there is that he says that nobody looks up to LeBron James. It's different than people don't look up to LeBron James the same way they looked up to Kobe or somebody like that. But that's just because it's not at the same level of admiration doesn't mean that guys don't also look up to or admire LeBron James.
Yeah.
Hey, look, Perkins put me in a position of defending LeBron James here.
You're petty at him right now.
That's making me petty. Yeah.
There you go. Perkins doing his hot take mess. Several young players have been interviewed saying the opposite. Yeah, that's the thing. There's plenty of guys that look up to LeBron. That's silly. That is silly. People texting in their petties. 713-572-4610 on the base power text line. Woke up this morning petty at CJ again. Not sure I'll ever get over watching his performance at Foxborough in person. Oh boy.
Oh, in person.
This person went
in that wintry mix.
Yeah.
There were a lot of Texans fans up there.
There were.
It's not like they took over the joint or anything, but there was a good and respectable chunk of Texans fans up there.
The pettiest Texans game that I ever the pettiest I ever felt after traveling to a Texans game, because Amy and I used to go to, before I started working here, we went to at least one, if not two games a year on the road back when I was working at my old station. And mine, I know what it is. It's the same as this guy. We were at the Letterman Jacket game on Monday night back in 2012.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine traveling cross country, going to a Monday night game, and they were down 28-0 at one point in that game. Like, that game was never close. They got run off the field in that game.
I was just thinking of ones where the weather was really bad. One that I would imagine people hated was if they went to the Jets a couple years ago when it was raining.
Oh.
It was just that miserable, cold,
CJ
rainy
got
day.
Concussed.
Yeah.
Not the Halloween game. The year before with Zach Wilson.
Because that was a late October game, though, still, wasn't it?
Oh, it was week 14.
So it was a cold rain.
Yeah.
Oh, I will take snow in 15-degree weather over rain in 40-degree weather any day of the week. I got to sit there for 3 hours.
Yep. That was the week after the Texans had beat the Broncos at home, where Jimmy Ward picked off Russell Wilson. They go to New York the next week, and they lose to Zach Wilson.
I bet another one that people would have hated being at is if the Browns game from a few years back was Deshaun Watson. Remember, it was a really bad rainstorm.
That was the COVID year, so I don't even know if they were letting fans in. Yeah.
When the water was flowing down
or they delayed the game.
The corridors and everything, that was the COVID year.
They delayed the game that year,
Definitely didn't get many Texans fans at that game.
And the team was garbage at that point in the year, too.
Yeah, all right. I take it back then.
No, that would have – but if I were there, I would have been petty for sure. For sure. Well, you know what? I'll give you one from that same season. Going up to Chicago and losing like 39-6 to the Bears. That was the game where the cameras caught Hannah McNair kind of like slumped.
Looking like she was dozing off
in her seat. Yeah, I felt so bad for her. Bad for being at the game, if nothing else.
Since we're being petty, you know what the worst fan experience was when the Astros were playing in the COVID year, when they were playing all their playoff games at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
And the Astros players kept hitting all of those Dodger fan placards in the face with all of the home runs that they were hitting. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Loved that. That was my favorite thing about any of the COVID year sports was the Texans or the Astros winning those playoff games in Dodger Stadium.
That was beautiful.
And slapping Dodger fan placards that they paid good money to put in those seats right in the noggins.
And Greinke sitting with the placards up in the stands.
Yes.
That was amazing.
That was peak Greinke right there, man.
Yes.
The other part that was great about Greinke during COVID was hearing him grunt, but then also when he was calling his own pitches.
Mm-hmm.
That was boy.
That was insightful.
For a quirky dude, that was the best version of quirky Greinke all year. In his entire career, I think, was probably COVID year.
He's kind of a forgotten man on those teams when you think back about it. You know, like when you're listing who all the good pitchers were, Greinke slips through the cracks for me sometimes. He was a lot of fun to have on the team.
What do you think Zach Greinke is doing right this moment?
Oh, boy.
Because even if he were still pitching, he wouldn't be at he would be there now. He never reported when catchers reported. He reported when the rest of the team reported.
What is he doing right now? He's looking into jobs as a shortstop in the Mexican League.
You think so?
Yeah. He wants to fulfill his dream of being a position player.
I think he's watching the Olympics and thinking about which sport that he could definitely
take up. That's a good one, too.
Because remember, he was always very cocky about how he could have played quarterback, could have played any other position in baseball, all of that.
Yep.
I bet he's watching the Winter Olympics and thinking, with some training, I think I could get on the bobsled.
That's a good one. That's a good one. All right, coming up next, there was a making dumps yesterday. Would the Texans pick up one of these dumped players? Is anybody going to pick this guy up at the price he's looking to get? We'll get to that coming up next. I want to tell you right now about West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza, the GM at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, has some
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Yep, I had it. I didn't need your help.
There eventually.
Need your help. I knew which day it was.
That's a grudging ding I gave you.
Look at my calendar, and I can see right there.
It doesn't. I woke up this morning thinking it was Friday, so it was really. It's been a long slog back from that. Really, up until this moment.
Oh,
yeah.
From our trip west.
I don't know why I thought it was Friday.
Wow. Yeah. Nope.
Real
Just
kick
Tuesday.
in the junk.
Just Tuesday. You know, you're stuck with me for 3 more days. So the Miami Dolphins are dumping salaries right now. Bradley Chubb got dumped yesterday during our show, and then Tyreek Hill right after our show. Man, Tyreek Hill was in the conversation for most valuable non-quarterback in the NFL as recently as 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Boy, they gave up a first, a fourth. They gave up a lot for Tyreek Hill.
It made a lot of sense initially.
It
They
did.
had an offense that looked unstoppable.
He did. He had
it
2
looked
great
unstoppable.
seasons. Yes.
People were wondering, how is anybody going to compete with the Miami Dolphins
Right.
over the course of the next 10 years? Because clearly they're going to keep
They
this
figured
up.
it out, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Tyreek Hill, Tua started to backslide in 2024. Tyreek Hill winds up with under 1,000 yards receiving after 2 phenomenal seasons. And then this past year, he tears his ACL. He's 32 years old now. Tyreek Hill's around a while.
Yeah,
now.
he turns 32 in a month, I think. And is coming off a knee injury that was more than just your typical ACL.
Yes.
And that's where I feel like I see a lot of people talking about Tyreek Hill as, hey, you got to get him on this team or you got to get him on that team, because just imagine, it's still dicey what exactly his recovery is going to look like at this point.
Yep, it is.
Which is the same, by the way, we were saying similar things about Stephon Diggs, because Stephon Diggs is a receiver in his 30s who is coming off an ACL, but that was more of a simple ACL, whereas Tyreek Hill still has to have another surgery to have his LCL repaired. So he's not even finished with all of his surgeries right now.
He's not. So this was, you cut this up. This is Dr. Chow.
This is from Dr. Chow from SIC Central. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what is it? SICscore.com.
SICscore.com. Yep.
SICscore.com.
Yep.
His early season injury was a knee dislocation, an immediate worry for nerve damage, peroneal nerve palsy. He appeared to have the nerve palsy when he was seen walking after his initial surgery. He's said to need another surgery per his own post, and he's been cut by the Dolphins, likely with a failed physical designation, although that hasn't been specified yet. He won't be able to sign with another team until he can pass another physical, and so it remains to be seen when that might happen. He's 31, I believe, and any significant knee injury, much less a knee dislocation, is in the career-threatening category for the type of player that he is. I certainly hope it's not career-ending. I want to see him back. Where he lands will be a different story, and it seems more likely that would be closer to later this season or next season than right now.
Okay, so he's going to miss some of next year too, it sounds like.
Yeah, or at least there's a really good chance. And then even beyond that, it's okay, how good is he going to be?
He's 32. He is past the age where guys that he will be by the time he gets back on the field, past the age where even healthy wide receivers start to dip.
32 for receivers is largely still the number where, man, it's the exception that a guy continues to be awesome at age 32 or later. Very few guys have done it. So even if he hadn't gotten hurt, there's a good chance that you're still not going to get the peak version of Tyreek Hill. But now this casts a whole lot of into doubt. I don't think that there's a single Texans fan that would want to sign up for Tyreek Hill right now given whatever Tyreek Hill wants to get paid, I'm sure is way more than what the Texans would be willing to pay or what a lot of other teams would. So, and I haven't seen many Texans fans say, yeah, you got to get Tyreek Hill in here.
And
I don't think it's the right thing to hope for, and it's probably definitely not going to happen.
And that's without even mentioning the elephant in the room, which is all the stuff that comes with Tyreek Hill off the field.
There's a lot of drama.
There's a lot of
consistently, at least once a year, you're either going to get him saying he wants out, him getting arrested, him bludgeoning a dock worker at a yacht rental place, like all this. I think the police apologized for the incident when he got pulled out of his car. Did they not? I think that one was actually
that was before the season opener 2 years ago. He was on his way to the stadium.
I think that ended up basically within whatever it was. It wasn't as bad as it looked initially.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to bring his kids into this, but his kid almost burned his house down.
That's right.
He's always in the news.
Well, and then someone would say, well, which kid? And that would be like, well, that's a valid question because he has lots and lots and lots of them with lots of different women. He's got a lot of kids out there.
And what's the fire code up there in Bridgeburg, Texas? I don't know.
Yeah. Bridgeland. Yeah.
I like Bridgeburg better.
Someone's saying
workshop that.
Someone's saying just don't let him go back to the Chiefs, please. I don't know what Tyreek Hill is going to look like after this is all said and done.
I think that him going back to the Chiefs would be awesome.
Yeah.
I think that if that's what they want to do, and if that's how they're going to improve their passing game, which has been very, very mediocre the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the Chiefs haven't been a genuinely scary offense in a couple of years now. And one of the issues is that they don't have these threats on the outside that you would think is exactly what you at Mahomes have.
Yeah.
And I don't think Tyreek Hill's going to be that guy. If he is that guy, he might not be available until midway through the season. When, by the way, Pat Mahomes might also be joining the team sometime around midseason.
They can rehab together, actually.
Yeah.
They can get to know each other once again.
Sign Tyreek Hill, hoping that the real year that they're going to do their damage is in 2027 when Tyreek Hill is 33 years old.
So Miami is doing salary dumps right now. The Athletic staff had a one potential 2026 salary cap cut for every NFL team. I like articles like this because I like to go, okay, I try to guess, who is it for the Texans? Well, they ruined it because the one for the Texans is so prominent, he's in the headline.
Oh.
And his picture is there as well. It's a pretty easy one, I think. This is who I would have guessed, too, Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon is the one guess for the Texans to be a salary cap dump. Now, we asked Nick Caserio about Joe Mixon when we interviewed Caserio on Radio Row a couple of weeks ago, and here's the latest. This is because we asked him, because in between him talking about Mixon and how mysterious the injury was back at Caserio's postseason press conference, and in between then and Seth and I sitting down with him, Joe Mixon had posted on social media about a revenge tour of some sort in 2026 with him and C.J. Stroud. So we naturally had that.
No, we're at some point probably going to see Joe for an evaluation to kind of see where he is. I know I got asked about it, a lot.
In between you getting asked about it last time and now, he posted something on social media.
Good for Joe.
Yeah, well, that's so I'm like, all right, well, I guess we got to ask Nick. Is something happening? Yeah.
So, but, I mean, honestly, Joe worked really hard to try to get himself ready. I think he's committed to trying to be able to play football this year. We'll see if he physically is able to do it or not. So it's a little bit of a moving target still, but as we get a little bit closer, we'll probably have a better idea. Before we get to the season, I'm sure we'll have an idea, probably know before that, what Joe's situation is.
Is anybody out there operating with the idea, and I'm talking about people in our business, Seth, fans that you've talked to or interacted with or at least have seen opine about the Texans themselves kind of in a way? Is anybody operating with the idea that Joe Mixon's going to be here?
I don't think so, and unless barring some incredible recovery that we just haven't seen any evidence for, I don't think the Texans can operate as if Joe Mixon is a part of 2026 in their plans. So then it becomes a matter of, all right, we can't bank on him, so we gotta try to find another back to work alongside Woody Marks. If Joe Mixon does recover and come back, then awesome. That's a miss. But he is soaking up some cap space.
$8.5 million.
$8.5 million that we could clear if we're really, really pessimistic that he's going to be back. I think it's really safe to say that he's not worth his salary this year, no matter what happens. Yeah. He's already on the wrong side of his career, the wrong half of his career for a running back. He's had a mysterious injury that kept him out the entire season. So cutting him makes the most sense right now. Asking him to take a pay cut perhaps does make sense too, but that's the whole bunch of baggage comes with that sometimes if you do that. I think the most likely scenario is they cut him. At the very least, if they don't cut him and they hope that it works out, they just can't operate and build their roster with him planning on him being there no matter what.
Yeah.
They gotta find another running back.
They do. How about the cap cut potential for the Indianapolis Colts in this article? Michael Pittman Jr.
That intrigued me.
Just got a big contract not all that long ago. I've never thought of Pittman. I think Alec Pierce is a much more dangerous receiver on that team than Pittman.
Yeah, and Pittman, there's always been questions about just him, running the right routes and giving a damn 100% of the time.
Stuff like that, yeah.
And all of that. And that's in a some cap cuts are emotionally easier than others, and I feel like that's a classic. Sometimes just being a good dude around the office will get you through the round of layoffs. If it gets to the point where they have to lay off 10% of staff at your company, and they get to you and Jim in accounting or something, but Jim's a real turd. It maybe even actually provides a little bit more actual output or something, but he's a turd.
Yeah.
It's easy to cut Jim. It's easy to lay off Jim.
Is Pittman Jim in this?
I feel like Michael Pittman might be a little bit like Jim in accounting.
Okay, Jim.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Do we have anybody in accounting named Jim that's going to listen to this segment and be like, oh, Seth?
I don't even know if we have an accounting department.
That's fair.
Do we?
Yeah.
I think they're in Dallas.
We've got, that's a good
It feels like most of the people that do like the actual adult work, like that involves money and everything, is in our Dallas
We've got
office.
a few adults here.
I don't know what the hell that's all about.
Yeah, we've got a few adults that do adult things here. Not us.
No,
For sure.
no.
Definitely not us. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Okay, the C.J. Stroud offseason smoke. We're going to try to help you level set. Whatever you've been seeing on the internet that you might be internalizing as real, actual rumors of C.J. Stroud trades.
Yeah, maybe you read a sham article on Facebook or something.
You've come here for the truth. Seth and I have the truth for you coming up next.
Hey, President's Day was yesterday, but the savings don't end at Easy Honda, because Easy Honda...
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the C.J. Stroud. I'm not going to call them C.J. Stroud rumors. You're going to see headlines of NFL insiders saying that, hey, teams could be calling the Texans about C.J. Stroud because teams are looking to make big swings at quarterback this offseason. It's not a great quarterback draft. It's not a great free agency class for quarterbacks. So there are going to be teams that pick up the phone and call teams like the Bengals about Joe Burrow, the Texans about C.J. Stroud, just to see if on the off chance the Texans or the Bengals or a team like that are willing to listen, that maybe a deal can be had. Here was Albert Breer on the Dan Patrick Show talking about this very thing, teams taking big swings at quarterback.
I think some of these teams out here are going to quietly take big swings at quarterback and call teams you wouldn't think that you'd be able to call. And I think that that's going to be a big piece. Now, we're going to have, like, the reclamation.
Would you take a swing at Joe Burrow?
I would call. I mean, and that's sort of what I'm getting
Okay.
at, you know? Like, I think teams are going to call Cincinnati on Joe Burrow. I think teams are going to call Houston on C.J. Stroud. Now, please don't aggregate this and say anyone is shopping anyone, because that's not what this is.
Good luck with that.
That's not what this is. But when you look at the makeup of where we are, right? And, look, Fernando Mendoza, I mean, fit him in silver and black right now. He's going to be a Las Vegas Raider. There's a massive drop-off. There's not another quarterback that people are excited about in this year's class.
So there you go.
Yeah.
A big drop-off after Fernando Mendoza in the 2026 draft
I think
class.
that's the, and this is an easy one that I saw a lot of people come to this conclusion. It's that, all right, well, wait a second. If other teams want to trade for C.J. Stroud, and if they want to give you a boatload of capital for C.J. Stroud, then you have to look at yourself and wonder, well, wait a second, why would I be so eager to let go of C.J. Stroud?
Right.
And I don't, to be clear, I don't think the Texans are thinking of letting go of C.J. Stroud. But if you're a fan and you put yourself in the Texans' shoes, if the Raiders, for instance, called and said they were thinking about trading for C.J. Stroud, and they'd like to talk about it, my immediate thought is, wow, you'd rather have C.J. Stroud than Fernando Mendoza.
And the number one overall pick.
Like, so what are my options once I let go of C.J. Stroud?
Exactly
Tom
right.
Brady and Clint Kubiak, hypothetically, if they want C.J. Stroud, no, I'm not. This certainly isn't. I'm certainly not giving him up. If other guys that I respect would prefer to have C.J. Stroud versus what else is out there, then yeah, it's a pretty good indicator that C.J. Stroud still has a lot of potential. A lot of people believe is untapped as of yet.
Yeah, separate topic, but the nightmare scenario is that C.J. Stroud becomes Sam Darnold someday, and that he goes to another team and wins the Super Bowl there.
And that's why. And again, I haven't read any actual stories saying that C.J. Stroud is going to get traded. I see a whole lot of stories of people basically arguing against something that nobody's actually said.
Right.
Like these guys, like Albert Breer, have suggested, hey, teams might be interested in C.J. Stroud. Then I see a chorus of people saying, oh, this is stupid. C.J. Stroud's not getting traded. Right. Those are two separate things.
Yeah.
Somebody might be interested in trading for C.J. Stroud. I don't think the Texans are going to trade C.J. Stroud. The big question about C.J. Stroud is, are the Texans going to extend him? And what are they thinking about him after this next season? He's going to be the starting quarterback this year. It's all a matter of what do they do with his contract and then what happens after this next season based on how he plays.
Well, and I'd add a third question to that, which is if they don't extend him, how does C.J. feel about that? How does David Mulugheta feel about that? I think those are all valid follow-up questions to that as well.
I think my appetite for any kind of a C.J. Stroud extension would have to be something that's not a top-tier extension at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And what I would honestly hope to happen, and the Texans need to make an offer. They're comfortable if C.J. accepts. But I think the Texans might give an offer to C.J. that they feel is reasonable, wanting C.J. to say, no, I'm betting on myself. And I think I can show and prove that I'm worth more than that, and I'm going to do it this year. And then everybody's happy.
So not an insulting offer, you're saying?
Not an insulting offer,
right.
But also not a top-tier offer. And it's hard because guys like Trevor Lawrence and Tua Tagovailoa and others have gotten top-tier contracts without having actually performed like top-tier quarterbacks.
Yeah, CJ's first 3 years, we can say what we want about how the last two have looked compared to the rookie season, his first 3 seasons have been better than Trevor Lawrence's first 3 seasons were.
Yeah.
You know, Trevor Lawrence had a great 2025. That was his 5th season. Talking about first 3 seasons.
And that was after he'd already gotten his contract.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. We're taking first 3 seasons. That's why I think, Mulligetta's picking up the phone and bringing up the topic with the same way the same way. Let's hear from Todd McShay here. Todd McShay says, well, he butchers the name, but he says, name to watch.
There's going to be some big name quarterbacks that are currently in destinations that have contracts that are going to be targeted. Teams are going to be aggressive. CJ Carr is one of them.
Okay. CJ Carr?
I mean, it's not CJ Carr. It's CJ Stroud. Sorry.
Okay.
That was just fun. That part. So yeah, he's one of them, and then he would go on to further explain.
CJ Stroud's a name. Does he need a new scenery? Joe Burrow's a long shot. No one thinks. But I'm just getting out ahead of. You're going to hear some information, whether it's at the forefront, like on the ticker, or some whispers and rumors that someone allegedly threw a lot of money and a lot of picks and a lot of compensation offers in a package to try to get Joe Burrow out of Cincinnati. So be prepared for that.
Yeah. So I agree with that. I think you're a bad GM if you don't pick up the phone and at least make a phone call about what you think a potential solution could be for something. You're not graded on how many times people say no to you, to your trade offers. And I think it's the same mentality probably, Seth, with David Mulligetta when it comes to calling the Texans about a contract extension with C.J. Stroud. There's no penalty for the team saying, no, we don't feel like doing the contract extension right now. Nick's going to get a lot of phone calls about C.J. Stroud from a lot of different angles this offseason, both from his agent and by the way, who knows, maybe some of the phone calls from the agent are about some of these teams that are calling up. I don't think it's at that stage with CJ. Outwardly, CJ has said he loves playing in Houston. He wants to be in Houston. Things are going to start to get very interesting when March 11th rolls around, man. That's all I'm going to say.
It is. And the biggest thing, too, is the team has to look at itself honestly and the situation that CJ's been in. This past year, the offensive line looked like it improved more than it did, and I do think they improved. I thought they did some things fundamentally better, and they were a better offensive line as a whole this year than they were last year. But they still weren't a good offensive line.
Yeah.
And some of the things like pressure rate and all of those, and the sacks that CJ took, all of those numbers improved a lot. But a lot of that was specifically because of C.J. Stroud getting rid of the ball quickly, making better decisions. The run game really wasn't good. The pass blocking wasn't genuinely all that great. But C.J. did a good job of getting rid of the ball and not putting himself in harm's way and all of that. And they've also spent very little money comparatively on offense, like they have on defense.
Yeah.
You can't really genuinely confidently say what you have with C.J. Stroud until you give him a better supporting cast.
Yeah.
And that's a sum total of it. I'm not excusing his playoff performances because some of those things rise above and beyond everything else.
Sure.
If he had performed poorly or just mediocre, then I'm more liberal with the excuses about all of that. But no, he played beyond the bad supporting cast.
Of course. Yeah, there's no excuse for 4 interceptions in a half. There's none. None. And all you got to do is look at the interceptions and say there's no excuse for that. Offensive line and running game be damned. You can't be doing those things. I thought you framed it perfectly, which is, okay, C.J. Stroud on the block. What if teams start calling? Well, what do you give us for him? Well, how about 2 firsts, a second? Okay, wait, am I crazy here? He's worth 2 firsts and a second. Why would I be trading this guy?
Right.
Why would I be moving on from a guy that you think – are we that bad? Do you see that much in him that we're not taking advantage of? And these, by the way, are going to be teams where you're talking 2 firsts and a second, where at least one of the firsts is going to be a high first because we know what the draft order is this year.
Then it would have to be that the Texans are genuinely out on C.J. Stroud.
And in on Davis Mills, because I don't know that there's a better solution out there to replace C.J.
Right. Unless you're trading for Kirk Cousins or something and doing whatever you're going to do. I mean, then the only way that happens is if there's something behind the scenes or something we didn't even know about, which feels like that's an extreme hypothetical. I'm just saying that's how that happens, is if it just turns out that there's interpersonal issues we don't know about or something like that. But there's nothing about it on paper that makes any sense. And I think it's a less than 1% chance that it happens.
I do think the dynamic that you're talking about with the Texans, where they've been spending way more on the defense, both certainly in salaries, they've got a lot of highly paid, and they're going to pay Will Anderson, I would imagine. I would bet that changes this offseason and flips a little bit, just because so many guys are already locked up over there on the defense. There's not much money to spend on defense right now. You got so many guys that are under contract that they're going to create some cap space because they can, and they're going to spend some money somewhere. I don't know that they'll wind up with more resources total in the end on offense and defense. It's almost impossible to, because they've got so many highly paid guys over there. But I think the focus this offseason where they go spend resources is going to be on the offense, if I had to guess. Salary cap stuff. All right.
I thought somebody tried to throw the Browns into the mix, and I'm just trying to think of the Browns trading for another Houston quarterback.
Multiple firsts.
Yeah, I just feel like that's not going to happen. Plus, that CJ's at a stage where he's going to get a new contract. If the Browns really like him, they probably can give him a new contract right away. And I don't think they can do that and still field a team around him, because Deshaun Watson has the highest salary cap in the league this year.
They don't
highest salary cap number in the league this year.
Yeah, the math
he's already on the team.
Yep, the math is working against them. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. We did this a little earlier, but it was pretty funny. We'll do it again. The NFL season ended for 31 teams in humiliation and total stupidity for a lot of them. So Seth and I are going to the only place that truly understands failure and can frame it metaphorically, The Simpsons. We'll do that coming up next. Oh, but first, want to welcome a brand new sponsor to Payne and Pendergast here on Sports Radio 610, and that is Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. And now the whole text page is all trades with C.J. Stroud. Thanks a lot, McShay.
It's all what?
It's all Kyler Murray plus picks for C.J. Stroud would be interesting.
God, no.
I'm just reading a text. I'm just the messenger. Kyler Murray plus picks swap for C.J. Stroud would be interesting. I'm not looking for interesting. I'm looking for Super Bowls, man. If I want interesting, I'll read a book. C.J. and 2 firsts for Burrow. Okay.
C.J. and 2 firsts for Burrow.
Yeah.
Oh. That's an interesting one.
Who says no? I think Cincinnati.
C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Yeah, there you go. You know what? He's got an agent that can say no to stuff like that. That's a great answer.
Listen, I know that it's a trade, but yeah, just the high-profile trades generally don't happen unless the player wants to go along with it.
Yeah.
But that's me cheating on that one.
Here we go.
C.J. Stroud and 2 firsts for Joe Burrow. The Joe Burrow, all right. I feel like with Joe Burrow, I'm going to do something that I always do, which is I'm going to in my mind think that his injury history is worse than it actually is. Mm-hmm. But Joe Burrow's injury history really just scares the crap out of me.
Yeah, and it's been from the time he came into the league.
And he's also had some really good receivers to throw to. And I'm not saying like he's been a better quarterback than C.J. Stroud has, and he's demonstrated that. But I just worry about we still at this point really don't know how much of the Texans been complicit in C.J. Stroud not achieving his potential because they just haven't put together good offenses otherwise.
Yep.
C.J. Stroud hasn't had a good rushing attack to work with. C.J. Stroud hasn't had good pass protection. Joe Burrow didn't have good pass protection early in his career, but and they improved somewhat. But he's also he's had more to work with on the receiving front. So Burrow. The games, he's in 2 of the last 3 seasons, he's missed substantial time.
Yeah.
He had 10 starts in 2023. He had 8 starts in 2025.
Okay.
That's the part that makes me nervous about Joe Burrow.
Yeah. What was it? This year was a turf toe
Yeah.
And I forget what it was in 23. 23 was the year he went down in camp, and everybody got carted
he had
off.
appendicitis the one year.
Yeah, that was early in his career.
But he overcame the appendicitis to come down with something else.
Yeah. The bottom line is he's dealt with a lot of medical stuff throughout, and yet he's still viewed as a top 5 quarterback in the league.
You know what? And CJ's missed substantial time with 2 concussions.
Yeah.
The 2 concussions worry as much as let's see.
He missed 5 games total.
Joe Burrow has a significant injury history, having suffered major season-altering injury in 4 of his 6 NFL seasons.
Yes.
Including the ACL, PCL, MCL, meniscus.
Yep.
That was in 2020. 2023, wrist ligament. And then 2025 was grade 3 turf toe.
Okay. Yeah. So there you go. I would not do that. Ride it out. You know what, Seth? I want to give haircut CJ a chance. I want to give him a chance.
Has everybody forgotten that this is newly coiffed CJ?
Yeah, apparently. The whole text page has. You got to give haircut CJ a chance. Someone said yesterday he looks like John Legend with the haircut.
Oh, I could see a little bit of that.
I can too. And John Legend's married to like a model, right? Who is he married to? I forget.
Oh, he's married to I don't know.
Yeah. He's married to somebody.
Oh, Chrissy Teigen.
Yeah. It's pretty good. It's not bad.
It's complicated. You gotta go. Yeah, you'll just go down this rabbit hole towards the end of.
You're saying she's good looking. That's all.
Sure. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So let's get on to something more important. The Simpsons. The NFL season we know ended in heartbreak for everybody except the Seattle Seahawks. So the Simpsons, at the Simpsons NFL, this Twitter account, went and they did this for all 32 teams, Seth. They went and found an appropriate Simpsons clip to end all 32, to symbolize the season for all 32 teams.
Yeah.
But we picked out the best of the best. So you ready to do this here?
Yeah.
Or have I still rattled you with my Christy Teigen take?
Oh no. That's I was just waiting to see where you're going with it.
Yeah.
This is they did the Texans. This is the Texans their season in a nutshell at the end of the season, and it's Bart walking off of stage after a bad performance, and he's greeted by Krusty the Clown.
What happened?
Oh, don't worry about that. You're just finished, that's all.
Okay. That's the Texans right there.
Yeah, and the Bart Simpson in this scenario feels a lot like C.J. Stroud, almost that. Okay, that was an unceremonious ending to an otherwise really exciting and promising season by the Texans team. It wasn't a great season by C.J. We all know that, but man, the playoffs, anything could happen, and it did.
Yeah,
4 interceptions in the first half.
Yeah, you don't expect that. You don't see that every day.
Yeah.
So CJ was basically Bart walking off the stage, and the entire NFL community was Krusty the Clown.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what's up next?
This is Homer talking to a Duff beer executive. This is the Simpsons. This is a Simpsons clip describing the Colts offseason.
Okay. What does the future hold for Duff? Let's just say we've got a few ideas up our sleeve.
Like what?
I'd rather not get into it right now.
Why not?
All right. We don't have any ideas for the future. We got nothing. Happy?
No.
What are their chances? What are their plans for the future?
Who, the Colts?
Yeah.
They're either franchise tagging Daniel Jones or Alec Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
I would say they're trying to bring back Daniel Jones. I get nervous when I see them mixed in for an edge rusher on defense.
They're going to franchise tag Daniel Jones, you think?
They could.
Can they? Do they have the ability to do that?
Well, you can open up space for almost anything. You know that's. I don't know where they are in the salary cap space.
It's one of those things when you use a franchise tag and have to clear space for that.
Yeah,
that's it's harder to do for that than to clear space for one. It's a $47 million.
Is that what it is?
Hit. Yeah, it's $47 million.
I'm just going off of what Schefter was saying earlier today.
Yeah.
Today's the first day you can apply the franchise tag to somebody.
Yeah.
And he mentioned Jones and Pierce as two guys that could get one.
When you redo other people's contracts to make room for a franchise tag, you better be damn sure that you're somehow going to come to terms on an actual deal before you get to free agency, because you've done all the moves that you would have done to clear space to sign actual free agents are now being taken up one quarterback who only has one good Achilles tendon.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That I'm a little surprised, and I think it's probably symbolic of where this quarterback offseason, I say quarterback class, because the Colts don't have any draft picks to go trade. They've traded both their first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. Just the number of solutions out there at quarterback, it seems to be scarce. And I think the fact that the Colts are trying to bring back Daniel Jones, who wasn't playing all that well even before he tore the Achilles, that they're aggressively, reportedly trying to bring him back, I think is symbolic of that. I hope, as a Texan fan, I hope they spend big money to bring Daniel Jones back.
Yeah.
If that's their solution. That's how I'm looking at it.
Now I'm glad that they traded for Sauce Gardner too.
Yeah.
Because they used 2 first-round picks.
Yes.
And they don't have a quarterback under contract.
Yes.
This is one that I think that it's going to be an interesting offseason, because you just seem to hate this team in a way that nobody else actually hates this team, because they really don't think about the Chargers all that much. But this is the end of the Chargers season in a Simpsons clip.
Well, there's no shame in being beaten by the best.
But he didn't seem all that.
We were beaten by the best, boy.
Yeah, that would be the New England Patriots.
They got beat by the Patriots 16-3 in the postseason.
They didn't seem all that good or anything. They just seemed less worse than the Chargers did.
Right.
The Chargers are, as much as people are miserable about the Texans' offensive line situation, that whole thing where they're perennially not that impressive.
Yeah.
Chargers had one of the all-time worst offensive lines in the NFL this year.
Yes.
And yet Justin Herbert still did some good things.
Well, mostly due to injury. I mean, they're going to get their 2 tackles back.
Yeah.
That's what makes the Chargers interesting to me. Like, all of a sudden, look, they made the playoffs with a bad offensive line, and I'm going to go a little John McClane here. Whenever somebody's out with an injury for the year and then they come back, John will do that thing where he's like, and it's almost like they signed Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater in free agency.
Yeah.
And it is a little like that, though. I mean, they made the postseason last year. They went 11-6 with awful tackle play. Not just replacement tackles, bad replacement tackles.
They had guys, remember we were just talking about how the Texans' offensive line hasn't been good for a spell? They started various cast-offs from the Texans' offensive line this year.
Yeah.
I think Austin Decula started a couple games.
Yeah.
It was a really bad situation. The other big thing is that Mike McDaniel is their offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a little bit of a redemption tour for Mike McDaniel.
Okay.
I think Mike McDaniel, in fairness to Mike McDaniel, a lot of people think that, his offense is everything they were doing in Miami, and it's a bunch of RPOs and getting rid of the ball quickly. That was the offense that he had to run because Tua Tagovailoa was his quarterback.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see Mike McDaniel with a bona fide NFL quarterback.
Okay, so you and I did these Simpsons references. I asked ChatGPT what is the most power rank, what are the most pop culture, what are the TV shows? And, of course, they've erased my conversation. What are the TV shows that are most referenced in pop culture? And they did it the way that I like it, Seth. They did it in a Mount Rushmore format. Okay, so the Simpsons are actually number 1.
Okay.
The Simpsons are number 1.
That makes sense. They've been around forever.
Yeah, sheer volume,
Multiple
right?
generations of people have watched The Simpsons. I remember when I came in after the first Simpsons show, and it was I saw my friend Aaron Lefebvre that next day in English class. And he was like, "Did you see that show, The Simpsons?" Dude. And we were blown away. And you go back and watch that first episode, and man, it sucked. But that's how
the first season was bad.
That was the vast wasteland that was cartoons in America back then, kids.
Number 2 on the Mount Rushmore. Again, this is ChatGPT, not Payne and Pendergast. Seinfeld. Seinfeld's number 2.
For pop culture
references.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, the people our age still, you and myself included, still annoyingly use a lot of Seinfeld references have become just so standard that you're not even thinking of it as a Seinfeld reference. Yep. And I apologize to the millennials and Gen Z out there. I'm sorry that we're still inflicting that upon you.
Number 3 on the Mount Rushmore, and you talked about this earlier, how you knew how referenced this show was, but you had never seen it.
Yeah.
So you went and binge-watched The Office.
So I get the reference.
So you get up to speed with the rest of society on the pop culture references. You did that. Did you like it? Did you enjoy The Office?
You still haven't named the. Oh, you said The Office. Okay.
Yeah, The Office is number 3.
I did. I liked it. I don't. Jim always kind of annoyed me. I just that's
Jim and Pam are the worst.
Yeah, Jim never really did it for me.
Yeah,
so I would always get annoyed by Jim, and then the further they went along with the whole Jim and Pam romance thing, that got even more annoying in Friends type of fashion.
Yeah,
so I didn't like that. Yeah.
Well, number 4 on the Mount Rushmore.
But now when somebody says identity theft is not a joke, Seth, I get it at least.
Right, but that was a Dwight Schrute. That was a
no. But as far as getting the pop culture references and everything, that's why I had to watch it.
Number 4 on the Mount Rushmore, Friends, which I despise Friends.
I don't know. For pop culture references, though, do people make a lot of pop culture references about Friends?
I don't know. This is why it's everywhere. Mass global reach, extremely quotable. Most referenced lines. Okay, let's see if Did you watch Friends? I've seen episodes.
Did.
Okay.
I'm guessing until it got too much and too annoying with Ross and Rachel. I'm guessing How You Doing is one of them.
How You Doing? Yep.
Is that the first one?
That's the second one.
Okay.
The first one is We Were on a Break.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I've seen that, and I forgot that was a Friends thing.
I get that one. I know that's in reference to Ross and Rachel. I know How You Doing is Joey Tribbiani. What is Pivot?
Oh, Pivot. It was when they were moving a couch, and it's funny. And David Schwimmer is like trying to give instructions.
I'm out.
He says Pivot.
You said the name David Schwimmer.
It's really funny. Go watch that on YouTube later. It's so related. That's so relatable. Anybody who's ever tried to move a couch through a doorway knows exactly the pain of that skit there.
They have the most referenced lines for each of them. They have a tier 2, massive influence shows, not Mount Rushmore.
Okay.
Tier 2 is South Park.
Oh yeah.
You a South Park guy?
Not as much. And that's another one I should probably go through. And
that is always a statement on pop culture and current events.
Yeah, out of sheer professionalism, I should go back and watch every single South Park episode.
Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah,
which you are rewatching right now.
Which is rare though too, because that's a cable TV hit. Premium cable TV hit, and yet it was that popular as a premium cable TV hit that a lot of people reference.
It says sports comparisons use Thrones constantly. King of the North.
Yeah.
Winter is coming. You either win or you die.
Also, I had referenced that American figure skater as the nice young Targaryen boy.
Yeah, that's right.
He's got that blonde hair, and he was wearing that fancy black, that black outfit with the collar all the way up and everything. He looked like a Targaryen.
Dude, this list is done in Sean language. It's tiers. Breaking Bad is the last one in tier 2. Breaking Bad.
What's the most popular lines reference from Breaking Bad? I am the storm.
I am the one who knocks.
I am the one who knocks. That's right.
That's what you're thinking of. Say My Name would be one that I would say for Breaking. Oh, the one on Breaking Bad. The line that got me. I gotta watch this show because I didn't watch it from inception. Was I think if that's what you think, then my suggestion would be to tread lightly.
Oh.
Remember when Walter and Hank were face to face in Hank's garage?
Oh yeah,
Remember
yeah.
He's like.
I forgot about that whole dynamic with Walter and Frank.
Brother-in-law.
Oh yeah.
It's a good rewatch, man.
Frank was such a good dude.
Hank.
Hank, yeah. That's what I meant.
Frank too. Probably.
Such a good dude that I kind of remember.
Yeah. All right, so there you go. Payne and Pendergast.
So South Park, because that's what I've stumbled into. Is I got to watch South Park. I've watched all of those except South Park, right?
South Park, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
South Park in tier. They got tier 3 and tier 4. I'll send them to you. We don't have to share all of those with the audience. I'm sure they're texting on it right now. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, little Astros talk. Lance McCullers met with the media yesterday. I got sad listening to Lance McCullers meet with the media yesterday. I'm curious how Astro fans feel about what Lance had to say with what he framed it, my last season with the Astros. He framed it that way. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, you want to be sure that in your retirement, that dream retirement where you sit on a couch and watch an entire comedy series over the course of 6 months, so
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We are about a week into Astros spring training. Everybody's showing up, and we'll have spring training games pretty soon, so that'll be fun. Lance McCullers this is a big spring training for him. There is an opportunity right now to snag one of the back end of the rotation spots, and we know Lance made his return last year. To say it was up and down would be a big understatement. There was a period during his comeback season, Seth, last year where he started pitching really well, and then he lost it, and ultimately he had a 6.5 ERA at the end of the year. So it was just not a great season. It's been really a rough contract extension for Lance McCullers, if we're being honest. He missed 2.5 full seasons, but last season of his deal, he's making $17 million this year. Here was Lance meeting with the media yesterday at Astros spring training, saying that he's hoping he just wants to be good again.
I've always just been in this kind of this battle to just try to get out there, and then when I get out there, try to compete and try to be the best version of whoever I was at the time. So, I think that has dawned on me more. I think my wife's helped me with that a little bit too. Just like, I'm gonna be good either way, and I think I just need to kind of let go. Stop trying to control everything. Stop trying to just micromanage everything. And I would love to be good, not because I want to necessarily continue to play, but just because I would love to be good. For this organization, this fan base in my last year here. And then if playing comes, beyond that, it does. I mean, we see guys who did pitch well last year don't have jobs, so it's not a magic bullet. There's a lot of other factors. We have this, we have probably a strike coming or a lockout coming looming. So I just want to have a nice last year, with this uniform on. I've been in this organization since I was, barely 18 years old. So it would be great to just have a nice last year here, and whatever the future holds, the future holds.
Okay. I mean, that's an emotional clip right there, man.
I know, and it's when you talk about him being in the organization since he was 18 years old, because he didn't, got drafted right out of high school.
Yep.
And was one of the first guys to get excited about in 2015. When you started feeling like it was okay to be excited about some people or some guys on this team, like 2015, Lance McCullers was a big one.
Yeah.
And then ends up, being one of the major key players and heroes in the 2017 World Series run. All the way up through, really, the extension was in 2021, and he had one of his best seasons in 2021. It was the most innings he'd ever pitched. It had the lowest ERA, I think, in a season where he had a bunch of innings and everything. But he's just barely been on the baseball field.
Well, he got hurt in the playoffs that year too.
Right.
And that's.
But it was starting with that.
Yeah.
It's been pretty much nothing but a smattering of appearances here and there over the course of 4 full years.
Yeah.
It's just been awful.
Got hurt in the playoffs in 21. Was out until August of 2022 with whatever that was. That might have been when the bone spurs got removed. I can't remember. There's been so many injuries with Lance. And then after the season was over in 2022, after the World Series, we get news that he's having arm trouble again. And I think that was the bone spurs because he had to have a bunch of stuff done inside that elbow there. And he missed 2.5 years. And it's been hard to watch because Lance has been as diehard, dyed-in-the-wool, Astro, Houston, H-Town, he's got businesses here, things like that. That part's been really hard to watch, and just that clip, man, if you watch the video of it, you can just see it in his face. Like, the guy just wants to be good at baseball again.
Yeah.
That's got to be the hardest thing for him because, boy, when Lance was a young pitcher, and even though, 2020, 2021, he had wicked stuff. That 2017 season, he was actually an all-star that year. Midway through the season, he was viewed by baseball as, in his third season, as one of the best pitchers in the sport. He made the all-star team that year. And then the second half was rough. And then, by the postseason, he was establishing his heroism by pitching in relief for the Astros, throwing 24 straight curveballs in a Game 7 in relief.
And doing that piggyback. Yeah, and that's been one of the other subplots about Lance over the last few years has always been, every single year for a while until we just quit talking about it was, man, maybe this is the year he decides to be a reliever. And he's steadfastly refused that. He laid out some good reasons for it last year. But I think it's still one thing that you'll always wonder is, man, if he had just at some point decided, I'm going to commit to just being a reliever and see how that goes, and maybe things would have been different.
Well, that's how it ended last year for him. I mean, by September he was so bad they had to put him in the bullpen.
But jumping in mid-season is one thing, and he's done that before. But compared to actually focusing
prepping
on
that
it
way
from the beginning of it, one of the most annoying comments I saw after one of these interviews was somebody saying, "This will be Lance's last year as an Astro." Well, yeah, I mean, he's in the last year of his contract, and he's a hard guy to keep around, given the Astros' considerations and everything, unless he has a miraculous year where he's completely healthy or something. You then have the added dynamic, as Lance referenced, of there might be a lockout to end all lockouts after this season.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Lance.
I know, thanks, Lance. I hadn't even really been thinking about it.
Super emotional, depressing clip, and then he drops the lockout in there.
It was one of those things I actually paused because I was like, wait a second, did I mess the timeline up somehow? It'd be at the end of this season, after December 1st or whenever the season's officially over, the league year is officially over.
We'll get a World Series winner this year. Don't worry.
Yeah, they'll play this year, and then December 2nd, very good chance there'll be a lockout.
Okay, so let's play that game for a second. There's a lockout in 2027. They could go a while because there's owners that are trying to get a salary cap, which is the biggest thing that the Players Association has railed against. By the way, I love all these comments that I'm seeing from players like Manny Machado, all these guys who've gotten paid.
Oh, yeah.
Are all like, they love what the Dodgers are doing. This is the greatest thing ever. I'm like, okay, go ask the Pittsburgh guys what they think about it. What does summer in sports talk look like with no baseball, do you think?
Oh, well, I mean, that's pretty much what we had during COVID. So whatever COVID was.
Well, we talked about COVID a lot.
We talked about COVID.
Let's talk about COVID. If they go on a lockout, let's talk about the pandemic.
We power ranked shows and their quotability.
Yeah,
which we just did.
We'll do that again. Yeah,
there was a whole lot we talked a lot about when might teams play, what are their plans, all of that. So it was a lot of COVID related stuff.
Yeah,
but then we also did. There was also just actual NFL offseason type of talk, which there's a year-round appetite for that anyway.
Yes, yeah.
It never seemed as I remember at the beginning of COVID, a lot of people saying like, whoa, what are these sports radio shows are going to do for 4 hours a day? And most sports radio hosts thought, you don't realize how little sports we actually talk anyway.
Right.
So it's really going to be no big deal. We'll be all right. Yeah,
we'll be fine.
You guys are giving us way too much credit for actually talking about things of substance.
No, I think it'll be very doable. I mean, thank you to the NFL because the calendar is essentially year round right now.
That's what happened during COVID was you still had the draft. You still had all of those other things, free agency, all of that. So
and you had what's the season going to look like? There's no fans there. What happens when there's an outbreak in a locker room? What is that at?
When did the baseball season begin that year?
July 24th.
Okay.
Late July, and they played a 60-game season, August and September.
Football started on time, right? Training camp and everything.
The Texans. I don't know if they started training camp on time. I know the season started on time because the Texans were in the season opener against the Chiefs that year on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, football got lucky just by sheer timing of it. That they had all the lead time to see how the NBA and MLB had to scramble like crazy to get their truncated seasons accomplished.
Am I a bad person that during the pandemic I liked when there would be a team that would have some sort of scare in their locker room about COVID, so they would have to move a game from Sunday to like Wednesday or something like that?
You liked it because it gave them a competitive disadvantage?
No.
Because there was Wednesday Night Football.
Yeah, I liked watching. Yeah. I told you this before the show, and I say this all the time, so you've heard me say it, because I got excited when I saw that the gold medal game for hockey in the Olympics starts at 7 a.m. Houston time next Sunday. I like watching sports at times of day or on days of the week that we normally don't watch it. I'd probably be one of those guys that if the NFL decided to do a game every day of the week, I'd probably be kind of cool with it. You know,
we rarely get to watch the London or the London games, especially because those start at like 8 or 9 a.m. local. But we're doing our pregame show,
right.
So we usually don't get to watch that. But I would enjoy that.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I when like there was a Titans game got pushed to Tuesday or something. Like, ooh, get to watch the Titans and the Vikings on a Tuesday afternoon at 4.
And then there was a Broncos game where they didn't have a quarterback on the roster.
Yeah, they had a wide receiver play quarterback.
They got caught on camera trying
Easiest under of all time.
What did they do? They did something. It was really didn't they mess with the camera or something that was monitoring the meeting rooms? It was a relatively minimal crime, but one that it was a crime that didn't have to take place.
They weren't
they were skirting the COVID regulations, and it felt like, wow, if you're going to skirt COVID regulations, at least the Rockets, what's his name there at least was, escorting a young woman into his
Daniel
COVID
House.
bubble. That sounds worth it.
Daniel House.
Yeah. Daniel House at least allegedly tried to escort a woman into the COVID bubble.
Yeah.
That sounds like it's worth getting in trouble over. The Broncos, it was like they wanted to sit closer together.
Right, it was a social distancing thing.
Yeah.
I'll look it up during the break.
But they ended up with 0. So I get it, everybody. There's going to be people out there who are like, that's a bogus regulation anyway. I get it. Though the payoff wasn't worth the crime. Like it wasn't worth taking a risk for that.
No, they had to play a wide receiver at quarterback.
Yeah.
For 60 minutes for the whole game. They had to do it. Drew Lock, Brett Rippon, and Blake Bortles were each deemed to be high-risk COVID contacts because they were near each other in the building. There you go. If you ever get that trivia question, who are the 3 Bronco quarterbacks who couldn't stand to be away from each other?
And I swear it was one of those things where the cover-up was worse than the crime somehow. Like they tried to doctor the video footage or something. I'm not going to fact-check myself on this. I'm going to let the more dramatic version live in my mind forever.
Denver's statement didn't say who the players came in contact with, but sources told ESPN it was quarterback Jeff Driscoll. The old Drizzy Cat was involved in this. Oh, my God. Lance McCullers has us reliving COVID. Let's get out of this.
How are you going to win an NFL game without Jeff Driscoll on the roster?
It's unbelievable. Yeah. We got to give away rodeo tickets, too. Let's do that right now. That's exciting. Are these Riley Green again, Ben? Yes, they are. All right. Call now. 713-572-4610. This is the time of year where we're giving away rodeo tickets all day long throughout the week. Caller number 5 wins 4 tickets to see Riley Green live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. March 2nd is the date. I think that's opening night. But call 713-572-4610. Keep listening all day long to win tickets. 2 chances at Forrest Frank tickets during In the Loop. 2 chances at Russell Dickerson tickets during the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. So not all week long, but on Rodeo Ticket Tuesday we're doing it here on Sports Radio 610. All right, one place that the Texans, as we head into the offseason, are in better shape than you might think heading into free agency and the draft. We'll discuss coming up next.
Hey, we were just talking about what do you do to fill the void without football in your life? Of course, it's easy right now. You've got basketball.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Oh, breaking news. This was enough for them to break in on SportsCenter. Jesse Jackson, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, passes away at the age of 84.
84,
broke in on SportsCenter, or not SportsCenter, I'm sorry, First Take. They broke in on First Take. My one memory of Jesse Jackson was at the Super Bowl in 2014. That was my first Super Bowl with SportsRadio 610. It was in New York, and that was before we were the triple head. It was just me and Rich, and Travis Johnson happened to be sitting in with us for a couple afternoons on Radio Row, spice things up a little bit. And Jesse Jackson was on that Radio Row that year, and Rich and I are sitting on one side of the table with our back to sort of the walkway where all the celebrities are kind of walking through, and Travis is facing that aisleway. And Travis stands up in the middle of a segment and starts pointing and going, "It's Reggie Jackson.
Okay.
It's Reggie Jackson." And I turn around, said, "Travis, that's Jesse Jackson." He's like, "Oh, no, I meant Reverend Jackson. It's Reverend Jackson." And then so Travis, being Travis, essentially walks away from the table, puts his hand on Jesse Jackson's shoulder and says, "Reverend Jackson, sit down." And so he sat down, and we did like a 10-minute interview with Jesse Jackson. And if you
pop up your questions you had prepared for if you ever ended up with doing an interview with
you know
Jesse
what?
Jackson.
I will say this. That was the good thing about doing a show with Rich Lord is he was always good with having questions off the cuff. Rich is a really good interviewer, so that was fine. But if you remember, that was the Seahawks Broncos Super Bowl, where just the previous week Richard Sherman had that moment that I feel like you see a million times on social media now. Like with other people doing it.
Off on the sideline reporter.
He cut a promo on Michael Crabtree.
Oh, that's what it was.
With Aaron Andrews there.
Oh, yeah. He didn't go off on Aaron Andrews. He went off on Michael Crabtree in front of Aaron Andrews.
In front of Aaron Andrews. Yeah. And she asked great questions, and he cut a wrestling promo that turned into a whole big racial element to it. So we did ask Jesse Jackson. I don't remember what his answer was, but we at least had something in that realm to talk about with him. So, R.I.P. Jesse Jackson. Very early guest.
Travis Johnson. He's got chutzpah.
He does have chutzpah. Yeah. All right, so the Texans, Twitter puts these charts out, and the NFL.com ranks all 32 teams in how they stack up with offseason resources to make their roster better. And I get a little nervous when I see this stuff with the Texans because I do feel like, they've spent a lot of money. They've got a lot of money shoved into voidable years in the salary cap. I won't get too nerdy about that. I was pleasantly surprised, Seth, to see them, couple of things. Tied for 12th in the amount of resources they have to reshape the roster. They're 23rd in cap space as of right now. They're 8th in draft capital. The thing that I was happy about with that is that if I were to choose which of the two things that I have less of as of February 16th or whatever this is, 17th, I would rather be 23rd in cap space and 8th in draft capital than vice versa, because it's hard to get draft capital. Your draft capital is what it is. You can open up cap space. They can create more cap space.
Right.
They won't be 23rd in cap space forever.
Right, and they're not near. In 2027 and 2028, they're in like the top 3 in a good way of having the most cap space.
Yeah.
So which makes it really, really easy space. You're not really making yourself uncomfortable in the future or anything.
Yeah.
So for all intents and purposes, they've got as much cap space as they need to do whatever they want.
Yeah, in my mind, they're a top 10 team in terms of resources because I think they can get more cap space there. So I was excited about that.
Well, and the good thing too is that, by and large, you've got some flexibility on, let's say hypothetically, they really want to draft some offensive linemen. And you know what Nick does? He'll say that they don't draft by need, but what he does do is maneuver around to the point where they're not drafting a guy at a specific position just to draft an offensive lineman if there's not actually any highly graded offensive lineman there.
Yeah.
So that's when he starts trading back, potentially getting to the spot where he wants to. So it's very possible that the Texans will draft 2 offensive linemen with their first couple of picks. And the nice thing about it is, they could use as many interior offensive linemen as they can get. Now, maybe they re-sign Ed Ingram, and that makes it a little bit simpler. But also, they can still draft an offensive tackle as long as Titus Howard is genuinely cool with moving down to guard or back out to tackle the way they've used them the last few years. There's some flexibility there. So there might be a guy where, all right, he's an offensive tackle, we feel really good about him, but we don't really need an offensive tackle right now. Well, you can move Titus Howard down to guard, or if it's a guy that is an offensive tackle but could also play guard, then you move him down there. So I think they're in a really good position to draft an offensive tackle in the first round perhaps, or one of the really highly graded guards. But then the better centers and guards, you can find a lot of the best prospects at center and guard in the second round.
Yes.
So the first and second round picks, if that's what they end up having, I think it's a very good chance you get a couple of offensive linemen out of it.
And for those who don't know, right now they've got picks 28 in the first round, 28th overall, and then they have 2 second-round picks, 38th overall and 59th overall. And then they've got, I believe, the Giants pick from the Jackson Dart trade in the early third round at 69. So I think they've got 4 of the top 69 picks. I would put those numbers in pencil right now because we know they're not staying at least 1 or 2 of those spots. Nick likes to move around a lot. As far as the free agents go, defensive line is the most interesting one to me because they've got a lot of vets who are free agents. These are all older players. Danico Autry, Derek Barnett, Tim Settle, Sheldon Rankins, Foley Fatukasi, he was basically injured most of the last year. The other 4 guys all did really good things at various times this year. And so how does that get valued, not just by the Texans, but how does that get valued on the open market?
Right.
Yeah. Someone willing to pay Tim Settle, who before he got hurt was having a really impactful year for the Texans.
I think that, the fact that the Texans now have demonstrated they're pretty good at getting the best out of some of the defensive tackles that they sign. And then the fact that, look, you're talking about 5 guys there potentially that are free agents. There's a really good chance that you re-sign one of them to something reasonable and feel pretty good about all those guys. I think there's that they might, when you go with the defensive tackles alone with Sheldon Rankins and Foley Fatukasi, Tim Settle, I think they retain at least one of those guys. And I don't know if they even try to retain 2 or 3 of them, depending on what they do in free agency elsewhere and perhaps what they feel about the draft. Maybe they're going to draft somebody and move it. Because Tommy Togiai was just a revelation this year.
He signed up. He's locked in.
Makes it a lot easier to lose a few of these other guys.
Yep. I don't think Danico Autry was on a deal that was paying him about $10 million a year. I just don't think he's getting that at his age. He's got a bit of an injury history now.
35 years old.
Yeah.
And he hasn't – the Texans didn't get – the dollar value out of his deal, but it was nice to have him out there when he was out there.
It was
just, and in hindsight, could have spent that money elsewhere.
I think Barnett has settled in as one of these 1-year reasonable number $1 million guys who likes it in Houston. I know he likes it in Houston, and he lives in my building, and I've talked to him. He likes it in Houston. That would be a guy, and he's one of the perfect type of guys to give you the other 20% of the snaps that you need to to give Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter a blow.
You sent me a text right before the Super Bowl that when I first read it, I read it as that Derek Barnett was dropping off your Super Bowl food. Like he'd gone out and gotten your Super Bowl food.
Yeah.
And I was like, that is an enterprising young man there.
No.
He's working DoorDash in the offseason just because he likes staying busy. I like that. That is swarmy.
So what happened was I was going on Super Bowl Sunday going to get mine and Amy's Super Bowl food.
Yeah.
And I was walking back into the building, so I had a few bags from Kroger and I had some wings, and I was walking and I got on the elevator the same time as Derek Barnett. And we talked going up the elevator a little bit. Obviously, like, wish you guys were playing in this game. So do I. That sort of stuff. And he loves Houston, all that. And I texted Seth out of excitement. I'm like, hey, I just rode up with Derek Barnett, and this is, we chit chatted, and because of my lack of punctuation and my poor wording, it made it sound like Derek Barnett was like a DoorDash driver who was bringing me our Super Bowl food.
It wasn't that bad. I was just being a jerk to you at the time. I mean, because I responded, "Oh, that's cool," and it was nice of him to pick up your Super Bowl.
Well, how did
food.
I word it? Read the text.
You wrote it as I rode up the elevator with Derek Barnett coming back from picking up our Super Bowl food. He wants to be back next year badly.
That is what it sounds
like. Boy, Derek Barnett was coming back from picking up your Super Bowl
Hey, man,
food.
$5 million doesn't.
That is cool of him.
$5 million doesn't go as far as you think anymore. You know.
If you would just run into Derek Barnett and he's like, you're like, hey, Derek. You don't look like you're all that busy. Why don't you run over and get my Super Bowl food?
Pick up my wings over at Mia's, yeah.
And then you ran into him because you were going down the elevator, wondering why was it taking him so much time?
Where the hell is
Why was it taking you so much time? I ran into him as he was bringing it back.
That's right. So I say all that to say I would love to have Derek Barnett back for another year, coming off the edge for the Texans. Settle or Rankins? You got to pick one.
Oh,
at a reasonable, obviously at a price that you're okay with.
That's a tough one. Oh man, Sheldon Rankins, I think, for consistency. Boy, I really like Tim Settle though too, and I feel like there's still upside with Tim Settle. It took Tim Settle until his second year to kind of really, pardon the pun, but really just settle in and know exactly what they wanted from him. He had to get his body weight under control. I keep thinking though of Tim Settle as a young guy. And I'm going to guess he's actually headed into, his 8th year or so?
Yeah, he's been around since the teens, I think, since the 20-teens.
No, he's only, you know what, though? But he's only 28 years old.
Okay.
So he's still a young guy.
Yeah. And that's a position that ages pretty well, too, I would say.
Yeah, and the push that he got up the middle and everything else, I would still go with Sheldon Rankins just because of the consistency in his career.
Let's just go with both. Let's just be decadent and go with both. Let's just spend, man. Spend a little bit.
I like, they would at times what they missed was having guys that could rush the passer, but were also big body guys to stop the run.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you get with Tim Settle. It's a nice thing about him is that he gets a lot of good vertical penetration, but he's a big dude.
Yeah.
Need to get younger at that position, like Jonathan Alexander said.
We hit that mock draft earlier.
Yeah, no,
today.
I heard you guys.
Yeah.
I would say Tim Settle based on youth, I suppose.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's a bad answer. They were both really good for the Texans last year. I'd like one of them back at least.
Yeah, Sheldon's going to be 32, and whereas Tim Settle's only 28.
Yeah, that's a good one. You heard Brandon Scott's voice. Reggie Atatula is here as well.
What up?
How you guys doing?
I had to jump the gun there a little bit. I was itching to get in here, so I couldn't wait any longer.
It's all
Seth,
good.
I think you were right. I very much would have gone Rankins as well. Also, it feels like he plays a little bit more of that nose tackle spot that you kind of need. And, I mean, I feel confident.
There's a leadership thing with him, too.
That was my thing.
Yeah,
there's a huge leadership component with Sheldon Rankins
that
I don't think you replicate with Tim Settle or definitely not any young guy that you would bring in.
But it definitely feels like Settle has more upside.
I'll take that because I was straddling the fence the whole time. But if you think I went with the right answer, then I agree with you.
Thanks, man.
Whatever it is, yeah.
I always know that I feel good if a NFL D tackle's like, you know what, I'm siding with you as well.
Do you want a D tackle, Tom?
Right? They're different types of players, so I guess that's where it comes down to. I think if we go to that Jonathan Alexander mock draft, which honestly. Good job, Jonathan Alexander. You got people agitated this morning because he had the Texans taking with their first 2 picks, 2 defensive tackles, neither of whom are like super athletic guys. They're big, strong run stuffers who can maybe develop into pass rushers. So having 3 Tommy Togiais, that's not what people want right now. And but he blinded me with the fact that it was defensive tackles, and I was excited about it until everybody else reminded me of the other more pressing needs on the team.
This is how it would go with that mock draft. They would draft Caden McDonald with the 28th overall pick, and that night and then the following morning and midday, like the whole following day, it would be Texan fans angry that they didn't take something on the offense.
Certainly, yes.
Probably offensive line. So we would be going through that. And then the holy bleep moment of them using their next – like, thank God that day is a Friday. And we don't have to do a show the next day. You imagine if the draft went Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and you're coming in on Friday on the heels of the Texans using their first 2 picks on defensive tackles?
Yeah, but you know what the presser would be after that. We're revolutionizing the sport, and we're going to have defensive tackles play both ways.
Seriously,
we're going to have them play
he's
on
gonna
offense as well.
Gladstone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
One of these guys is a fullback.
That would be
a tight end.
Then
now that's not crazy. They use Togiai at fullback.
And then Sean would say something like, well, hey, let's remember, everybody, they booed J.J. Watt when the Texans drafted him. To which I would reply, oh, yeah, and then translated that into all kinds of Super Bowl success.
Oh,
Idiot.
Man.
Just make the whole team out of defensive tackles. I think I like this as a concept. You know?
Happy Fat Tuesday to you guys,
Thanks,
too,
man.
by the way.
Indeed
Yeah.
it is. Indeed it
We're getting
is.
some food up here later today, I think.
God bless.
Little BB.
We better have some food on a Fat Tuesday.
I had a thought in my mind to try and wrangle up a king cake, but I was like, something will happen. The universe
There will be
will
king
provide,
cakes up here,
and they
yeah.
have provided. So
King cakes.
thank God.
Yeah.
All right, so what's the you're listening to KLT AM,
you go.
KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Question of the day.
Inspired by it being Fat Tuesday, which, by the way, do you know the inspiration for it actually being called Fat Tuesday?
I should, because I was married to a Louisiana girl for 10 years.
I guess it's obviously dealing with Lent because
I don't.
Well,
Lent is going to start on
fatten up
Ash
before you have to start foregoing
There you
street.
go.
that's right.
All your
Wednesday.
fatty and sweets, you get it in that last day before you jump into your pious, abstinence of sorts.
What is it? What is it? Eating fish on Friday? Is that this big sacrifice? What's the deal?
Yeah, you can't eat red meat on Fridays during Lent.
So many rules.
The devil may care nature.
When you
got
to give up, and you got to give up something for Lent as well throughout the whole 40 days.
Yeah, so you got to give up something that you genuinely like or crave or enjoy. Okay.
And usually it's the fatty type foods. However, I went an entirely different way. Who's the greatest, or maybe just your favorite portly athlete of all time?
Okay.
Oh,
yeah. We're getting very literal with the fat.
You can't pick yourself, Seth.
Without even
Seth wasn't that fat when he was playing, was he?
It was Brandon Scott who said that.
There were some moments. One of the images that pops up. Sometimes when I'm trying to find a picture of myself to use in an article or something, there's like one of my fattest ever photos pops up pretty quickly. So that version of myself, yes. I was like Bartolo Colon.
That's a good one.
He was such a gleefully chubby guy. And then when he batted, it has to be Bartolo Colon hitting a home run.
Yes.
It can't be him pitching. It's him hitting a home run.
Yeah.
Well, also, when he swung really hard and he flipped his bat, or rather his helmet spun around on his head. That was always a fun thing to see because that happened more than once.
That was the ultimate just guy that did not look like he belonged out there, and yet was really good. Yeah.
Mine was college at Auburn, Charles Barkley. If you go back and find footage of Charles Barkley at Auburn, he has rolls.
Yeah, and
he's fat.
And they wore those short shorts back in the day.
Yeah,
Wearing
he probably thought he was sexy
running
as
around
hell.
Faster than everybody.
Well, when you say thought, I feel like he probably had evidence on that Auburn campus of him being sexy, or at least appearing sexy to the right women in the right
probably
moments.
did well. Yeah, so I would say that. I like David Wells, the former Yankee pitcher,
Good one.
back in the day. We had there's some debate and discussion going on with Framber Valdez earlier on our show as to what exactly he is.
I think he falls in line, and especially this.
You think he's a fat athlete?
I think so, and especially the Tigers version. If you've seen any of the videos from spring training,
that's what we were breaking down earlier.
Yeah, and I thought he was closer to the rotund sign even when he was here.
Yeah. Well, he's
definitely now.
He's definitely got a stomach that is, kind of a labanza, they call it in Italian, kind of a potbelly thing going on.
Sean, let me ask you a question. When was the last time you actually looked at a picture of Charles Barkley at Auburn?
I don't know. December 14th, 2008. I have no idea.
I'm saying it was a long time ago. I'm going to tell you, you're going to be shocked and alarmed because our standards for what is fat and what is not fat have changed a lot over the years.
Yeah.
He wasn't actually all that. He was pretty thick.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like he was, had a six pack or anything.
Yep.
But he was more muscular than he was fat when he was at Auburn.
Maybe. I think I'm thinking you're looking at a still shot, right?
Yeah.
If you watch him in highlights, boy, that blubber is jiggling when he's going up. And the thing about Barkley that made him so amazing is he had like a 38-inch vertical leap.
Yeah.
He was carrying way too much weight, and he could get up.
Yeah.
Barkley could.
What was he like
a deer?
6'4".
Oh, yeah.
He's listed 6'6", but in reality, he will say he was like 6'4" back then.
I think he was. I'm watching videos now. I think a lot of it was that he was fat by he was like hefty by basketball player standards.
Yeah.
We've got a lot more fat people in general walking around
doubt.
on the streets these days.
Yeah.
It's been well documented.
Yeah.
And it just, I think 80. Like, even go back and watch Refrigerator Perry.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I don't. Yeah, he's a pretty big guy. He's not the fattest thing on earth the way it looked like he was back then.
But like Barkley, he could move.
Barkley
too.
Barkley had fat guy nicknames though.
He's round mound or rebound.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that, you may be right about that. Like what the standards for fat are through the generations. I'm not going to.
I don't know. You had me for a little bit. The Refrigerator Perry when he's got the rolls spilling out.
Fridge was fat.
I don't know if we're going to make that one walk.
Fridge was fat.
But he wasn't. I guess you know what it was. He was sloppy, but he wasn't like gigantic.
Okay.
He wasn't like Ted Washington. Ted Washington was just a massive human being.
Yeah.
I mean, let me ask you: do Jokic and Luka fall along these lines? Because they clearly get up and down the floor and they're in incredible shape.
Luka's trimmed down a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Are you saying previous Luka?
Luka also
even trimmed down. Like maybe it's his shape, lack of muscle definition. There's
You know
something
where it is? You know what it is?
Flubby about him.
It's the lack of definition in the shoulders and the upper arms.
That could be
I
it.
think that's a big thing. Like Luka's got those sort of roundish shoulders. I think.
It doesn't look like LeBron or Jaylen Brown.
Jokic just moves like a fat person.
Yeah.
So yeah. And there's also that picture of Jokic when he was like 14 years old.
Yes. Yeah.
And he's at summer camp or something like that, and he's sitting outside without a shirt on and has zero definition.
And it's like, what if I told you this would be one of the greatest basketball players to ever exist?
Two-time MVP.
Crazy.
That could be like the skinny fat Hall of Fame. There's that skinny fat where a guy that looks like, okay, he's not fat, but he's just definitely like, for a guy who's that skinny, he sure is fat.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm looking at all these Barkley highlights that Seth sent me.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm going into a wormhock today.
That is my goal. That is always
what the question of the day is here for.
All right, boys, have a great show.
Thanks, man.
Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, it was fun. Antibodies to you. Right?
Antibodies, and may you keep yourself out of 2026 version of being fat.
Thank you very much. Let's see what happens with all the food that comes up here today.
It's a lower bar than it used to be.
Definitely. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, Brandon Scott in for John Lopez, Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
You damn Skippy. Happy Tuesday to you. You are indeed in loop. You heard the man. You got Brandon, Kyle, Scott, B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez. On the ones and twos, it's Colin Neal. You're not going to do the thing? Okay. All right, very good.
He's going to do the thing.
I thought he was going to do the thing.
I will catch you. I'll do it at the right time.
Which means the wrong time.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see how I respond to it later. But Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. I'm Reginald Attitude. Let's get going. And you rolling with us on a Tuesday. Let's try and have some fun. Get involved with the program as we always want you to do. The Base Power text line is available to you. 713-572-4610. Again, 713-572-4610. And always appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
There's the YouTube page that is Sports Radio 610 and the Twitch chat 610 Houston. B. Scott, how you feeling, man?
Man, I'm feeling good, man. I've been excited to do this show really ever since last night. I did some Rockets podcasting, and I thought, this is one of those interesting points in the year in the sports calendar where football is over and it's kind of like an awkward period. But there's so much going on that I feel like there's plenty to do a 4-hour show. So I'm excited to be here, man. Excited to be in the loop.
I'm excited to have you here. Definitely going to get some hoops in. There's obviously Astros in West Palm Beach continue to do things, and we heard a number of things this weekend that we'll talk about. Let's talk a little bit about the Texans, though, because we're gearing up. We're like a week away from actual factual combine stuff, so we're getting to that place. So we're still kind of looking at how we hope that the Texans attack the offseason. And NFL.com put out a very interesting piece about the offseason resource rankings. And they kind of ranked the way that all these teams fall with this. And with it, I mean, some of these things are understood. The Raiders have just an ungodly amount of cap space, second only to the Titans, while also having incredible draft capital, including the number 1 overall pick. Clearly, they're going to rank number 1 in having all of these assets. When it comes down to it, the Texans, who are a team that will be drafting 28th because of how far they went in the playoffs, they fall in 12th on this rankings. Most of that being because they have so much draft capital. Shout out to Nick Caserio on the ways that he does things. Obviously, the trade of Laramie Tunsil brings back some picks, and some of the other machinations and movement and shakings that you've done have brought you some draft capital. Interestingly enough, obviously not having cap. In fact, technically you are above the cap. There's going to be some movings and shakings, but
Yeah.
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation.
That's right, Nick Caserio.
It brings them in an average of 12 because they got really good draft ranking. They're 8th, and then their cap ranking is 23rd.
Sure.
So that averages you out right to about to be tied for somewhere in the middle.
So ultimately, the question that you ask here is, does this mean that they should be aggressive just off of the strength of them being in the upper half of teams in the league with resources to be able to use?
Yeah, so I think it's twofold. It's the fact that they are on the upper half, on the higher side of resources, like we just mentioned, tied for 12th overall in resources, and specifically 8th in draft ranking, which I think, it's easy to just think about that in the context of drafting or selecting players. But that also means that that's capital that you can use to make a trade, to go acquire a player. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the draft capital has to be used on draft picks. And we do know from Nick Caserio's draft history here that he is down to trade. So I think it's twofold. It's the resources on top of the place that you're in as an organization. Like, it is one of those put up or shut up type of years. And I feel like it has been now for the last couple of years. But I think you have reached a point where maybe, I don't know if impatience is the right word, but there's certainly some angst about hitting your head on the ceiling, right, of just not getting to the AFC Championship game, right, getting that wild card win. So winning wild card weekend, getting to the divisional round, and then always kind of running into that wall. And so you're at a space now where it feels like, okay, at what point do you take that next step and become a serious contender? What would be your reason to not be aggressive given what's at stake and the resources that you have in front of you?
No, it's a really good question. And it's like it dovetails with the thought that I've had a lot about Nick Caserio, who has very much been forthcoming, I guess I should say, about the way that this organization kind of plans, that they kind of look at things in 2-year spans.
Yep, 2 to 3 year windows.
Right, in these windows. And for me, I wondered, especially when you pair that with the way that they got ahead of deals, right? They went ahead and they'll pay a dude maybe a year before what I think the general consensus might be, in order to make sure that they get a little bit of a cheaper deal, and that, maybe it'll be a relatively short one where the player is comfortable doing it because they're going to come up on that window sooner. And I was like, how long do they do that for? Because it felt like that was something that you do while your quarterback is very cheap. And I know that that's a conversation of itself, is whether or not you actually give C.J. Stroud the contract. But ultimately, the point being, you're getting to that place where that's likely to be something that you have to consider about, is investing heavily in the quarterback position. And I wonder if now is the time where that switches up, because you can't keep doing the thing where we pay everybody early and we overpay a little bit so that everybody's comfortable. We don't worry about the brass tacks. I think that when you have, or when you're going to get to a place where a quarterback is going to matter a lot more, especially with how big of a chunk that takes in whatever you're doing in your salary cap, I wonder if this is the time where they go, all right, put up or shut up, in the way that you're talking about, not just in the context of them being 12th here, but just in the context of the way that they've built their team. If this isn't just naturally the time where you do that anyways, where you go, all right, this is the time where we make a push, and then we change kind of our general MO, because either you're going to pay this quarterback and that takes up a much larger portion of what you're doing, or you're making a change in the way that your team looks with a different quarterback, so on and so forth.
Yeah, and I think there is that separate but converging conversation about C.J. Stroud, right? Like, I feel like it would be, maybe it would even be easier to answer if the C.J. Stroud question in and of itself was easier to answer right now. Like, I don't think it's a question as much as, are you going to pay him? I think the anticipation is you're going to pay him eventually. Right now, it's probably more of a question of how much and when, or when and how much exactly do you pay C.J. Stroud? But while you have that sort of conversation happening, while you do still have options, right? You still have the benefit of the 5th-year option that you can lean on. You still have the benefit of still being able to negotiate down the road, even if it's going to cost you more if you pay him later. And so you could very much elect to be aggressive with the resources that you have right now and fully taking advantage of having the quarterback on the rookie deal. Now, there is another side of that, and I think the morning guys were getting to this. Sean and Seth were both kind of talking about this. I think Sean brought it up. Is like, how does C.J. Stroud and David Mulugeta, how does that side feel if you go the advantage team building route and tell C.J. Stroud to wait on his money for another year? Like, what does that do to the relationship? I think that's a fair question, but it's also something that the Texans have to consider as far as, like, is this the best way to go about it? Is this the best way to actually build a winner?
I actually don't, just to take that little bit of a detour that it is right there, I don't think the Mulligetta and C.J. Stroud side of this gets in their feelings at all. Remember, we talked to Lee Steinberg, myself, John, Figgy, when we were out at Super Bowl Radio Row, and we asked him, hey, if you're in a circumstance like this where your player has a little bit of a down year, how do you approach it? And not to say that every agent goes about their job the same, but that's a super agent that has done this for a long time in the NFL. And his perspective was, you try and make sure that you raise the value of your asset before you come to the negotiating table. And I feel like Mulligetta and C.J. Stroud have to recognize that they didn't put their best foot forward this year. And I imagine that you probably bet on the likelihood of a better foot being put forward this year, and you go and you get the money in that next season. So I think that everybody's actually incentive structure is aligned here.
Yeah, I could see that. Like, there is something about the bird in hand, and I do wonder. Like, I agree with your train of logic there. I do wonder if they view it that way. Like,
Sure.
I honestly do, just in terms of the ego and the bravado and kind of there's sort of an interpersonal element here that I think is an aside, because they're going to get paid one way or another, right? Like, I don't think David Mulligetta is worried about C.J. Stroud going broke or C.J. Stroud worried about him not getting a contract.
Sure.
Right? He's going to get paid, and I think they know that he's going to get paid. To me, it's more of a political thing. Like how do you handle this politically in terms of the conversation? What does it look like when you don't give him his money? Is it kind of a reassuring of, hey, you know what, you're still our guy, we're definitely going to pay you?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you meet the negotiations with the skepticism of the fan base? And certainly it wouldn't be with that same energy, but you understand what I mean. Like, is it of that same tone and nature of, hey, you know what, not only are we not paying you, but we're not paying you because we're skeptical of you being the guy, versus, hey, we're definitely going to pay you. We're picking up this fifth-year option. Don't worry. Forget about the bird in hand. You're going to get paid next year come hell or high water, and it's going to be even more money than it would have been this year. Like, how do they handle that conversation, I think, is interesting.
Yeah, and that is going to – I imagine that they handle it pretty well. It seems like Nick Caserio has not had issues having these conversations, although I imagine that issues do not arise when the conversation is, let's get this done early, and I'm cool with quote unquote overpaying a little bit what other organizations wouldn't be, because they're going to negotiate and haggle and ultimately maybe put a little bit of a rough edge on a relationship. He's like, I'm willing to allow the last 4% I think is the number that he uses, not haggle on that in order to maintain the relationship.
Yeah,
I imagine that changes a little in this circumstance or what have you, but that's interesting. We ended up at the C.J. Stroud conversation, and we didn't even really get to how aggressive that we feel that they need to be in what ways. I will say this offseason
they need to be aggressive. Like the longer the shorter the long of it is, be aggressive.
Be aggressive.
And I don't know. I cannot find the justification for not being, right? I think that they already tried to do more with less thing the year before, right? Last offseason, to me, I feel like you need to go all in. It doesn't mean like just spend money recklessly or just do things haphazardly, but I do think that you need to be aggressive and you need to be honest with yourself about what your needs are and target those areas.
I want to return to that at some point in this show and really be able to dig into what are the ways in which we would like them to be aggressive, because there's something about saying, I mean, we've watched all sorts of different athletes, and if you just say be aggressive, that can go wrong in a lot of different ways.
I got names. I got some names.
Okay, very good. Let's work on it. Let's work on that as we keep going here. But we're just getting started here on a Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I actually want to jump into the Rockets, especially when we got B. Scott in tow with us. The Athletic, they seem to have some teams jumping the Rockets when it comes to the power rankings and how they view the viability of these teams. Where are you viewing the Rockets right now, and especially when it comes to the team building aspect of it? Because I think that I have a thought on the way that these players come together. Well, let's talk about that more next.
The Texans announced a new facility in Bridgeland. is following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, what did he say, off the slide?
Oh,
if you,
God,
if you
that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
think I was
Hey,
cringing.
no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. Hope it's going well to this point, and I hope that we can help it go a little bit better as it goes. I'm Reginald Atatula alongside Brandon K. Scott, who's sitting in for the OG John Lopez today.
Yes, sir.
Appreciation to Colin Neal on the ones and twos.
Super producer Colin.
There it is. I should have known that was going to be there, but there it is. Colin sitting in for Figgy Fig, and you rolling with us on the text line, 713-572-4610. Sorry, let me do that again. The Base Power text line, 713-572.
I threw you off a little bit there, didn't I?
No, I just realized, because, you get into rhythms and stuff, and I was like, all right, the text line. I was like, nah, Base Power pay money to make sure that we let them know that they putting on for the text line. So shout out to Base Power.
Colin is over
that.
here trying to front like he was strategically placing in that Indy Kalu drop when he just flat out forgot in the first set.
Hey, whoa,
that's
whoa,
really what happened. Not to blow up the
you
spot
really want to
early.
begin today
That's
calling
exactly
me
what
out,
you're
huh?
doing. I'm just saying. You trying to pass it off. It's like, yeah, man, I did. I'm gonna put it on the right time. I threw you off there, didn't I? Okay, Colin. we see you, dog. This glass over here, I don't know if you know, it's see-through.
Wow.
We can see on the other side, brother.
I couldn't tell, honestly. Bearcat on Bearcat violence right there.
Hey, man.
That's right, I forgot. I'm outnumbered today.
Sometimes it be your own people, but if it can't be your own people, who can it be?
That is a great,
great
point. As I look up at the giant that we have in the studio, where the question is being asked of First Take, how much of a threat are Katie and the Rockets in the West? And that's a conversation that is being asked just generally around the league, and I think also within these confines of Houston, Texas, and also by the homie Law Murray. Who we probably need to get a chance to talk to, especially as the playoffs loom. But Law Murray works for The Athletic, does a great job covering the NBA. He put together NBA power rankings, coming out of the All-Star break, and he also does tiers. I love tiers. I think that is more useful than just a straight-up ranking, because sometimes the difference between 2 and 3 isn't really notable. It's just they're together in this tier. And you look at the tiers, and the tier number 1 is clearly top contenders, in which, interestingly enough,
yes,
he has the Pistons number 1 and the Spurs number 2, a couple of young teams above the teams that we came into the season thinking they're dominating, right? And we could talk about that at some point, but that's not the point I want to get to. Thunder, clearly a team that just won the championship, back in this place. They've had a little bit of a rough month, whatever. Knicks, sure. Celtics, sure. Then we get to tier 2, teams in a good place. The Cavs, fair. They just made a trade. The Nuggets, the Rockets are come in 8th here.
Yeah.
They're just in a good place for a team that we came into the season adding one of the greatest scorers in the history of the game, looking at it and saying this championship or bust after a second in the West finish last year. And the question that First Take runs is one that I want to throw out to you is like, how much of a threat are they in the West right now?
Yeah, I feel like you can have a glass half full or a glass half empty view of this, depending on what you want to consider most. Like the fact that they are considered to be in a good place, given what's happened to them this season, and given how much we've come to find out how important those elements that they've lost actually are to the team, the fact that they are still even considered to be in a good place to even be this high, you might argue, is hey, good for them, credit to them.
Well, can I give you a little context?
Sure.
He has them ranked 8th. That is the final spot of tier 2 of in a good place. The next tier being the bubble. So they're not far from that, and it does feel like they're inching their ways towards that, especially if they can't find some answers for what they're doing right now.
Yeah, it feels like they're teetering on a bubble anyway, like regardless of Murray's list here, I think that they're teetering on the bubble anyway. And if you would ask just an average Rockets fan, and I'm curious to the ones that are listening right now, 713-572-4610 on the text line and also on YouTube and Twitch. But, like, how do you feel? Because when I talk to Rockets fans, and just even from my own perspective, the way I internalize this is not a championship contending team. And so when I say glass half full, glass half empty, is that in a good space or not? Is that in a good place or not? To not feel like your team at the All-Star break, before you've played a game after the All-Star break, to feel like not only are you not working with a championship contender, but you don't even necessarily like your team to go to the conference finals. Like, I've been trying to visualize what does this look like for this version of the Rockets, for this Rockets team, not the one that we were talking about preseason or at the moment of the Kevin Durant trade or before we knew that Fred VanVleet was injured. I'm talking about the ones that we know about now, the ones that the Rockets team that we know has overextended Kevin Durant to a large degree in terms of his minutes played, the one that still hasn't been able to solve the point guard riddle between the whole Amin Thompson experiment and Reed Shepherd's minutes, the one that relies on Fred VanVleet even more so than we realize, the one that relies on Steven Adams even more so than we realize, and sort of this gimmick of offensive rebounding. Like, this version of the team does not feel like a championship contender, and you made the Kevin Durant trade as sort of a not pushing all the chips on the table, but absolutely what it did was raise the stakes. And so with the stakes raised, has your ceiling actually been raised? Has what you are as a team actually been raised? And it doesn't necessarily feel like that's the case, even though they're sort of on pace to win just as many games and they are in the mix. And as this list tells you, this ranking tells you, they're in a good place. The question that I have then is, what is a good place really?
Right. Can I simplify this by asking a question? I know that sometimes people hate this. You ask a question, it's like, I've got a question. Back to your question. What is the Rockets' identity right now?
Oh.
That one hurts, doesn't it? Because at least, even if you didn't like the identity coming into the year, you knew that the identity was, we're going to get these boards, we're going to get more opportunities, and we're usually going to lock down.
Yeah, we're going to defend.
Right? All three of those things are at least in peril, if not completely gone now, for what this Rockets team is. And I don't know that there's been an adequate replacement on this team right now for what they do, right? Because you get to the playoffs, and I would even argue that the playoffs isn't really about what you do. It's about the things that you don't do. But if you don't have a thing that you do, then the things that you don't do is everything, right, in a way. And I'm looking at this team over the next month or so, and I'm asking, they kind of have to figure out the thing that they do, talk less of figuring out the secondary moves to whatever another team tries to do to get at your weaknesses. You don't even really have enough strengths for me to start talking about how you prepare for people to attack your weaknesses right now, which is the scary thing for me with the Rockets.
Yeah, they do have an identity crisis, at least if we're talking about this in the context of being a contender or being in a good place, or how do you view them as a threat in the West? Like, in that context, they have an identity problem because just to answer your question, the identity is Kevin Durant. You know, and I think there's nothing wrong with that being your best player, your leading scorer, or whatever, but that's their identity to a fault because all of their secondary things that they can go to are not nearly as reliable as you would like for them to be. Even the next best thing, which is Alperen Sengun, to me, that's a big post-All-Star break question is, can Alperen Sengun look closer to what he looked like in the beginning of the year? Let's call it the first 20-odd games or so when he was playing at an all-NBA level, and not necessarily what it's looked like for the last, let's call it month or so, month and a half, since the ankle injury and since it's just been kind of meh. It's been mid. I think he's had some good moments, but I think it's been borderline all-star as opposed to at the beginning of the year when it was all NBA level. So if you're,
I feel so dumb coming out and be like, not only all NBA, he's gonna be on the MVP short. Ain't no long list.
No,
ain't no mile long list.
But based off of the information that you were working with at the time, it did not sound or seem crazy because he was playing that well. And to the point of this conversation, we know that that's in there somewhere. So to me, it's a matter of finding it. Can they find that version of Sengun again? And then to me, another key, sort of a revelation over the last, let's call it week or so, is the Reed Shepherd Alperen Şengün two-man game and figuring out how they can get more reps, build more chemistry, and how can you mitigate the fact that those two guys need to be on the court at the same time, but they also present some conflicts for you defensively, present some weakness. They are right now your two weakest defenders individually, and you put them on the floor together. Now you're kind of in a compromised position. Alperen Şengün not defending at the level that he did last year. So can those things coexist? Can you figure those things out? That, to me, is going to speak to what is your identity past just the obvious of give the ball to Kevin Durant, which, again, not a terrible option. You just need more than that.
Yeah, and I think that if you had this team about 5 years ago, you were still in that window of the NBA and the way that the NBA played where who is your best player, who are your best 2 or 3 players mattered more. I think that you've reached an NBA where the collective of your team and what you do as a team
and the fit
now matters more. Fit is more of the question
Spacing,
for teams that want to be good.
Things, yeah.
And I think that fit is actually a very interesting word to use with this Rockets team right now because oddly enough, you've reached a place where a lot of the uneven edges are showing up more and more. So I think later on in the program, I think it might be worthwhile for us to rank what are the storylines for the latter portions of the season because I think that some of these things very much show up prevalently for this Rockets team as we move forward. But right now, we're in the midst of the All-Star break, so we'll give them a break as we're about to give ourselves a break. But coming up next here on the program, it's time for us to get to our question of the day. And if you are one who takes a part in Mardi Gras, you'll know that it is Fat Tuesday today. And so tangentially, or at least honoring the fat in Fat Tuesday, who are the greatest or maybe your favorite portly athletes of all time? Text in 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
All right now let's talk basketball. NCAA tournament.
22. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Say and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610, where I wish that we really do need to work on maybe trying to do the 610 in breaks podcast or whatever, because sometimes we get into conversations that I'm like, this is going to take us far away from where we need to be on air, but I wish that we could get the impact of it somehow, some way.
There is an upside and a downside to the idea. You know, they're doing a lot of renovations on our floor, right? Not necessarily in our studios right now, but around us. And there is like an upside and a downside to like throwing an extra camera in here and allowing there to be like a live cam of the break conversation. But when I say upside, downside, you could get the conversation that we were just having in the break.
Oh, well, we won't get – there's no way we're going to self-incriminate in various ways.
I was going to say, or there's a conversation where we absolutely have to hit mute and there's no chance they could see the light of day.
Right.
And there's the variance on it is fascinating because there's stuff in the break where you're like, man, that would have been great for the show. And then there's stuff for the break where it's like,
nobody can know about this.
That can never see the light of day.
Nobody can know about this.
Even if it would have been great entertainment, it could never see the light of day.
I feel like that's viability. I feel like that's with anything, though, because sometimes I'll be leaving press conferences and I'll be like, man, I should have asked that question. Man, I should have brought that up.
Yeah.
I feel like that's always a thing that happens, especially in this industry.
There is a moment where we'll have to discuss that in a various different way during this program about what should and should not see the light of day. But for the time being, what should absolutely see the light of day is some of your texts, 713-572-4610, because it is Fat Tuesday. Happy Fat Tuesday to all who celebrate. And in honor of that, who is the greatest or maybe just your favorite portly athlete of all time?
Man, there are so many good ones to choose from. The one that sticks out to me, and this could just be an issue of age or a byproduct of when I grew up. But the one that just stands out to me that I think the most of is Jerome Bettis.
The bus.
I think about the bus because, like, it's not like he was out there just like with track speed, but I did watch him and wonder, man, how does he move like that? How is he able to do that? And he looks so, and you got to remember too, by the late 90s when I'm really starting to get into football, I think you're starting to get to the end of the bus era, right? And so bus is now, it goes from kind of portly and rotund to just straight up Fat Tuesday, if you will, right? And I'm like, man, how is he that good and that fast? So, or that, how is he that fat and that good is what I'm trying to say. So Jerome Bettis is one that comes to mind. Got to meet him at the Super Bowl last year when it was in New Orleans.
Oh, yeah.
Saw him on Radio Row. Got to get a selfie right outside the convention center.
That's so cool.
So that was really cool. So, yeah, Jerome Bettis has got to be pretty high. There are some others, though. There are plenty that are going to come up, but that's got to be toward the top of my list.
Who is this on a text line that said we need to use the word obese? And I'm like, look, man, you use the word obese in a colloquial sense. I understand that it is a medical term.
Yeah.
I feel like you can't. Well, I should be able to say it this way. You're not just going to call me obese to my face and it's cool.
Yeah.
You know, like that's just, I feel like we all understand that in some way, shape, or form. You can't just be calling people obese to their face.
It's funny because obese is actually more technical.
Correct.
But also seems more like fat, you know, there's kind of this, you know, attachment to the word fat of like, it's not polite to call people fat.
Sure, there's a negativity involved there.
There is a negativity, but I think we can kind of lighten up. Like, just, you know, fat. But obese, it's like, how dare you use the official term?
Which is why I like using whimsical terms like portly.
Yeah.
Or shout out to T. Mill, said he used husky.
Yeah.
Husky is one of those ones that very much.
I went with rotund.
Your rotund is a good one as well.
Yeah.
And you could just simplify it to round, which brings you to one of the most prevalent answers, Charles Barkley, Sir Charles Barkley. The round mound of rebound, which I feel like he fits all portions of this question. Very much one of the greatest, especially because not only was he round, he was kind of diminutive for the position that he played. Ain't no way that a 6'6", listed at least, dude should be playing power forward and really and truly back when power forwards were really bigs.
Yeah.
And be as effective as he was, but he just had so much athleticism while being around. But then also the charisma that this dude has never ceases to amaze the way in which that he could be just like a regular ass person, but also still be able to like make you smile, make you crack up.
Yeah.
All of those things. Charles Barkley, absolutely, he's high ranking on this.
Yeah, one of those fat guys that can own a room, right? That can own a room in whatever room he goes into, but also like the whole basketball part of it, right? Like we can do this exercise, and there are plenty of football players we'll be able to come up with because there are fat guy positions in football.
But even then, I feel like then that makes it so that the ones that are notable have to be even larger.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is there are just flat out fat guy positions.
Sure.
Where, even in baseball, there aren't fat guy positions, but there are positions.
There's a lot of fat guys
that require less agility than others, and there tends to be fat guys, pitchers, catchers,
first baseman.
Yeah. So like you can find fat guy, sort of quasi fat guy positions. In basketball, because of the up and down nature of it, because of all of the cardio that's going on, there ain't no fat guy positions in basketball except for the fat guys who just sort of transcend your idea of what fat guys are supposed to be limited to. He was one of the first ones to do that.
Does that then make like Glenn Big Baby Davis notable, even though he did not transcend it nearly in the way that Charles Barkley did? But he managed to be fat guy in the NBA?
The element of any kind of success, like made the team, in the rotation, we know his name, and he didn't up and down the floor like this. Like that. The idea that those guys can perform that level of cardio, carrying that kind of weight, and then do it with such speed and power is pretty damn impressive.
Hey, look at James Harden.
James Harden is high on the list. Like I didn't start there, but when we talked about this before the show, that name came up. He might have been on the screen, or there might have been a segment about him at the time.
Yes.
But James Harden, I think the thing that holds us back from putting, especially if you're a Rockets fan, from putting him on the list is because of the whole fat suit thing and that being tied to how he got out of here.
Yeah.
Right? Like if it was just everything was copacetic the way he left, and we kind of can just acknowledge that he was a little round even when he was here at times, you can kind of put him in there. But him putting on that, I don't think it was an actual fat suit, but him gaining weight or looking fat whenever he left and people kind of having a bad taste in their mouth about that, I think messes that whole idea up.
I feel like basketball players are also difficult because it's just the way that you are photographed sometimes. Because sometimes just like you take it from this angle, wow, that dude looks built. You take it from this angle, hey, you've been letting go of yourself, big dog.
Yeah. It is the least amount of clothes, because it's shorts.
It's basically a tank.
And it's a tank top.
Yeah. That's a good point. Some great ones come in, and now especially you get into what feels like the strongest of the sport league divisions, which is baseball players. Shout out to CC Sabathia. CC is also very fun. Definitely got the respect for him. Is not only was he great at playing his position while portly, it also seemed like it was necessary.
Yeah.
Because remember when he started trying to lose it? Was it when he was in Detroit that he started trying to lose weight?
I felt like that was by the time he got to the Yankees, right?
Okay, it might have been the
I
Yankees.
thought that was Milwaukee.
But
it could have been.
He started trying to lose a little bit of weight, and then we looked up and was like, hey, the baseball's not as good, big dog. You want to add that back? And then he did, and the baseball came back. And I was like, oh, okay, so these are tied together somehow.
Yeah, I called it before, sort of the Luther Vandross theory. It's like, man, it might be better for you to lose that weight, but, man, you losing some kind of mojo, man. You not Luther. CC, you not CC without the weight.
Wait, have y'all seen him recently? He was freaking ripped.
Yeah, but he ain't pitching no more, so it's all good.
Cool.
It's cool. Yeah, he should do that, post career. But like, as long as you still trying to have that mojo, as long as you still trying to be CC, as long as you still trying to be Luther, as long as you still trying to be, Charles Barkley, whatever it is, like you got to have that mojo. Like Charles Barkley is losing weight these days, right? He ain't played in 30 years, so it's cool. But
oh yeah, because he's doing the GLP-1 joint.
Easy there, knucklehead. Easy there.
He's advertising it. He's getting paid off of this, so I don't think he's mad at me bringing this up.
Call me fat. Look at them San Antonio woman.
Thank you for the limited fake Charles Barkley there. The thing that I find interesting, and I'm willing to say here, is I don't like Charles Barkley skinny. Like Charles Barkley, maybe it's just I am so used to Charles Barkley as like relatively large that the way that his face is slimming out is disconcerting.
Well, it's something about when they age that makes it disconcerting a little bit, because you're like, okay, is this a lifestyle choice, or is this happening? Is this happening for them, or is this happening to them? And you know, and it's
Sure.
a little invasive to like really question, like because it's not actually your business.
But we know it's not happening to him because again, this is the GLP-1, so I know that everything's good in the hood.
Well,
it just feels different.
I mean, we know what he's advertising. We don't know his health condition, right? You know what I mean? And nor should we. But I think that's what's happening though. Charles Barkley is aging now, and so he looks older and he's thinning, and so we're like, is that okay?
Yeah, right.
Are we sure this is cool?
Fernando Valenzuela comes in.
Yes.
Cecil Fielder, and you can go to Prince.
Yeah, I went
Baby
Prince
Fielder.
Yeah, Prince Fielder for sure has got to be up there.
Bartolo is clearly one of my favorites. Not only this, because he was big in a way that felt like it would be something that stopped him, except he was genuinely great.
Yeah.
Right? He was genuinely great. And then he also had the long career on the back end where then he became the dude that was just fun for being fat. So he was great.
Yeah.
He's great at baseball, and you can love him for being great. And then later on, you can just love him for having a stomach.
Yes.
Right? Which was the best parts of both worlds for me. Someone put Tony Gwynn up here. Does that feel like it fits?
That fits.
Okay.
I forgot. I should have.
That's a good one.
I regret not bringing that one up. Kirby Puckett. Did that come up?
It didn't come up.
Vince Wilfork?
Vince Wilfork is the one I was going to get to because I feel like we need to take a moment really quick on the back end of this because we're going to have to continue this. There's clearly not enough room to talk about all of the greatness of the fatness on Fat Tuesday here. But I wanted to get into the subsection of the big guys on football where I think there's a distinction between the fat guy and then just like the big guy, right? There's some dudes in football that are just giant. Like, ain't nobody getting anywhere close to calling Daniil Hunter. Right, but he is enormous as a human being.
No, he's
now
not fat.
Trent Brown, he got some of that in there, man.
That is a perfect distinction.
And so like Vince, especially when you get to defensive tackle, you got to be it has to be notable. You got to be like Vita Vea for this to pop up.
Yes.
And Vince Wilfork absolutely had that.
Yes, he did. And Vita Vea is another one, a good mention. I distinctly remember the Texans playing Tampa Bay in 2023, C.J. Stroud's rookie year, and one of the Texans' offensive linemen looking at a group of reporters in the locker room as if he had seen a ghost and said, hey, man, Vita Vea got to be 400 pounds.
And he's not wrong.
He said that.
He's not. And the thing about it is he's not just 400 pounds and like, all right, this is going to sound disrespectful. I mean this with no disrespect. He's not fat sloppy.
Yeah.
Right? He's big, but he'll whoop your ass.
He's moving.
He'll whoop your ass.
Strong and moving.
That is the thing that always fascinates me.
The Texans won that game, by the way.
Yes.
Like he said that looking like he had seen a ghost, and the Texans had won.
The thing that I love so much about those types of positions in football is that you look at those dudes and you're like, oh, look at those big dudes. Those dudes will be running 4.9s. Those dudes will be running the fastest time that you have ever clocked in your life while being 360-some pounds.
Look like an actual stampede.
Like, it is insane. Keep those coming in. 713-572-4610. I love it. Somebody said John Daly, especially because he also seemed to lose.
I was literally thinking that, too.
He also seemed to lose a little bit of the mojo trying to slim down.
It's a good one.
I do love that because there's our society tells you got to slim down to be right. And there's enough circumstances, at least in sports, where we go, no, you don't.
No.
Sometimes you got to get bigger. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Again, keep those coming in on this Fat Tuesday. Coming up next, we go around the NFL where the franchise tag window opens today at 3 p.m. Who are the possible people that could be in it? That and more next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
They want to be a team that runs the football.
of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here. I should mention, it's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is coming up by the end of this month. And we always keep you covered out here all day long. There are ticket giveaways for some performance that will be happening at Rodeo Houston. And so today, listen very intently, as you should, any day to Sports Radio 610.
Any day,
but
any
at least,
hour, all of that, buddy.
Without question. But today, there's the added benefit of in the 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock hours, we will be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see Forrest Frank on March 8th at NRG Stadium. So keep it locked here. In this hour, we will be giving away a 4-pack of tickets. Also, we are just going to continue playing all day long, as long as you're willing to do it on the base power text line, 713-572-4610. We're going to celebrate Fat Tuesday with our favorite or the greatest rotund or portly or husky or whatever other adjective you would like to use athletes of all time. And some of the ones that we did not mention, B.J. Raji is a great one. It's
a good one
to come in.
It's a good one.
The Packers defense lineman.
Yes.
Incredible name to come in. Someone put up Lance Berkman here. And I guess my brain refuses to think of him in a portly status. However,
yeah,
I mean, it's not wrong.
I don't know if your brain has a choice.
It's not wrong.
I don't know if your brain has a choice. I mean, and we talked about this too before, where sometimes it is just in the face. Like maybe the body is a little flubby, but the face really sells it. You got a fat face, then you get to be in the portly category.
You know, the one that I didn't get to that definitely you have some options is when you start getting to the heavyweight fighters.
Oh.
Because, you got some heavyweight fighters that are just up like a ground beef, just a whole bunch of definition. Yeah. And then you got some dudes, like one of my favorites. You remember Andy Ruiz? You remember the time where he beat up Anthony Joshua?
Yes.
Out of nowhere? I was like, why is that dude winning like that except shout out to the portly athlete, baby.
Well,
him or Tyson Fury.
It felt that way when Tyson Fury whooped old buddy's ass.
Deontay Wilder.
Because Deontay Wilder is built like an Amazon. Like you know what I mean. He's perfectly built.
Greek god
type of thing. And then Fury comes out there just tall and
looking like Mr. Roboto.
Man, he just like he rolled out of bed.
He got the little legs. He looked like Tank Dell except a lot larger.
Yes,
This was the thing.
It's like, how is this happening?
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't think he sweat in that fight.
I don't think he did either.
I don't know if he perspired.
And he almost got knocked out at one point. Popped up like the Undertaker.
One more. Butterbean.
Butterbean came in on the text line as well. So keep those coming in. We appreciate those, and we'll get to those. But I want to go.
It's an amazing unifier.
It is.
Just to put a cap on that. Fat people unify us.
Right, because especially in this instance, when it comes to the portly athlete, now we're not laughing at the big person. We are kind of enjoying this with them.
Yes.
In a way. And so at least that's the way I try and justify it.
Well,
and
they
I hope
deserve
that's
credit.
The case. Yeah, exactly.
Because it's a whole bunch of, no disrespect to whoever falls along this category, but it's a lot of fat people out here who are not doing athletic things, right? And so when you are able to do that, plus, combine that with the fat, we're all like, man, shout out to you.
I like how you use plus there, as in plus size. I see
right.
you.
Yeah.
Let's go around the NFL here. As today is when the franchise tag window opens in the National Football League. Yeah, we're getting full off season, baby. Interestingly enough, I was talking with somebody that covers the league erstwhile, just somewhere else, and they were, brought up the franchise tag window as, oh, y'all probably gonna be talking about that. I was like, no, we ain't got none of that. We ain't got none of that around here. Ain't nobody worried about no franchise, no transition tag. We don't got no tags. But it is interesting to look around the league and see who the potential candidates are for franchise tags as the window will open at 3 p.m. Central today. Number one, chief amongst that, is somebody who we've seen a lot of conversation. The Dallas Cowboys are very, very likely to franchise tag George Pickens, wide receiver they traded for, and they kind of have to. He had damn near 15,000 No, 1,500. There we go.
Yeah, 15,000 would be crazy.
Would be insane.
They better sign him to a long-term deal if he gets 15,000.
No, 1,500 yards, 9 touchdowns. He was wide receiver 1A on a team that they already have a really good dude in CeeDee Lamb. That one, it's almost a crime that they're going to do with the franchise tag instead of just signing him up.
You think so, though? Because, like, at the same time, like, from a talent perspective, yeah, it seems like a crime because a dude that good, that talented, I feel like guys less talented than him get deals, get contracts. So, yeah, certainly he should get a contract.
Is this the knucklehead status?
Yeah, man.
He wasn't a knucklehead last year. It was a contract year, but he wasn't.
I feel like maybe he was, though. Maybe, like, at times, like, he would maybe quit on routes here or there.
Yeah,
There were
that's true.
There were moments where it was like, there he go being George Pickens again, but he's just so good. Like, he's too good to get rid of, but not stable enough of a personality to commit to long term. So it's like, oh, we got this option where, hey, we can hold you under contract, but really, literally just for the 1 year. Oh, let's do that because we want you here, but we don't want to commit to you any longer than what we absolutely need to. I get it.
That's interesting.
I totally get it because I would do this. I definitely wouldn't be like, bye, George Pickens. I don't want you no more. But I also wouldn't be like, hey, here's 3 years, $80 million guaranteed or whatever. I wouldn't feel comfortable with that.
Yeah, but my point is, if you're at that point, right, especially with I think a head coach that they believe is capable of handling like the personalities, he seems to be one of those players, coaches type dudes. The financial aspect does not make sense to put you in another he could leave here next year type situations, right? The financial circumstance would be for you to get a contract where there's some level of viability, and if that becomes the case, you look at some other team and go, do you want 1,500 yards?
Reggie,
right?
Come on, man. Come on, you know better. The Cowboys don't have no future.
Well, that's
they think
the
they do, but they don't have no future.
That's the problem.
They do have a right now. I give them this much.
Every year's their Super Bowl.
Every current moment for the Cowboys, I'll give them this much credit. Right now matters. It always matters.
Yes.
The right now. But the future, we'll figure it out, dog.
You know what the mistake was?
We'll get there.
Assuming that the Cowboys would operate like a normal NFL team. That's just something that I should not have done.
Exactly.
Some other ones that clearly you should think of, and I know that Texans fans will be very uniquely dialed in on whether or not the Seattle Seahawks utilize a tag, and I use that phraseology very intentionally, on Kenneth Walker III.
Yeah.
A running back who had a little bit of an interesting season to start, but when things needed to click in, especially when Zach Charbonnet was injured for the season, they really and truly did. He ended up being the Super Bowl MVP, and he absolutely deserved to be that. A dude who I think his pass catching acumen was underutilized this season, but he made himself some money. The franchise tag, I believe, is $14 million. They could also possibly like transition tag him, which is one of those things that you should keep in mind. I know that our friend Troy Chapman of Over the Cap, Texans Cap on Twitter, has put that out there as a possibility that he might be looking for, is like a transition tag where you kind of just put it on him and let him. It's basically restricted free agency if you're more familiar with like the basketball aspect of this. You know, let another team go and determine what the market is on him and set that number, but I could easily see that happening for that team.
Yeah, so a little bit of news from this morning on Kenneth Walker.
Oh, did I miss something?
Yeah, Adam Schefter reported early this morning that it's unlikely the Seahawks will use their franchise tag on Kenneth Walker per league sources. He says that the Seahawks have multiple free agents that they want to retain and sign. They also will try to extend Jackson Smith-Njigba, who we all know was the NFL Offensive Player of the Year. So there are enough Super Bowl tax costs that now make using a franchise tag this offseason unlikely for Seattle.
All right, actually, you know what I realized I did? I mixed up my two running back prospects that the Texans are looking at. Troy wasn't talking about Kenneth Walker. He was talking about this one. This guy who is set to possibly be a free agent in New York.
Oh, okay.
Breece Hall.
Breece Hall
as a potential transition tag.
Well, and to be fair, those are, like, if you're high-ticket item running back shopping for the Texans, and you're trying to go at the very top to what this market has to offer.
Those are them.
I think it's Kenneth Walker, and then Breece Hall even more so for me from a fit perspective, just the gap scheme that the Texans clearly want to run and where most of Breece Hall's successes come from. It just seems like the most natural fit. I think Kenneth Walker showed you something in this postseason that suggests that he's probably the most talented or could be the most talented of the bunch. And I think he's good enough, sound enough to fit in pretty much any scheme. I do believe that about him.
Yep, agreed.
But Breece Hall would be like a 1A, or a 1B to Kenneth Walker 1A for me. So yeah, I think that's one to keep an eye on if you're a Texans fan, obviously.
Some other tag names just, worth considering, not necessarily for Texans, utility. Kyle Pitts, Atlanta Falcons tight end. He's set to be a free agent. They could possibly decide that they wanted to retain him. Trey Hendrickson for the Bengals. That one feels like that might have run its course. I don't know that the Bengals also want to be paying top 5 defensive end money there just to keep that thing going.
By the way, they ain't got no future.
Also, they cheap.
That would, and that's why I mean
they are
no future.
They are a very fun team in the aspect where their defense is bad, but their offense will give you like at least 30 points a game.
And we'll see how long that continues to be the case as well. Dafe Owe, linebacker for the Chargers. Also, Daniel Jones for the Colts. Is that something that they do where they use a tag to try and retain him as opposed to like signing him up for a deal? I don't know. Some other things around the NFL. You might have seen it this weekend. Some moves for the Miami Dolphins as they very clearly set themselves up in a teardown to get ready to rebuild type circumstance with their new general manager and head coach. They released Bradley Chubb and Tyreek Hill, the 31, I think 32-year-old by the time that the 26th season rolls around, wide receiver. Both of these guys straight up cut to save themselves some money. But for me, the interesting thing is not either of those guys. Did you find interest in there?
No, I got interested in the Dolphins, but it's not either of those two guys. I'm curious if we're on the same page.
All right, let's see if this gets to the place. The question I asked myself, John Eric Sullivan is, how far does he tear down, and could this player become available? Jalen Waddle?
Houston's own.
Okay, we were in the same place.
Same spot. I've been on this for about a week or so of like Jalen Waddle is one of those. Like my logic is simply this. Even if it's not, the cap casualty of what we're seeing here with Chubb and Tyreek Hill.
Sure. But they can get draft capital out of it.
It could be a matter of a trade. That's exactly where I'm going with it. I think so. My point here is I think that this offseason more than any other could be one where you see teams, in the Texans specifically I'm talking about here, but teams in general, targeting their marquee offseason acquisition via trade because of the free agent market being okay but not great, the draft being all right but not great.
Mm-hmm.
And I could see, whether it's along the margins or for that high-ticket item, teams doing just kind of surveying the landscape and seeing, okay, where has it run its course, either from a salary cap perspective or just from a time, fit, scheme, coaching staff, whatever it is, for why this player now seems displaced or seems like a man without a country. And could we be that new country for them? And Jalen Waddle is that guy for me. I feel like it has clearly run its course in Miami. They changed their coach. They're getting rid of some of their better players. They're getting rid of their quarterback. And so what is the purpose of Jalen Waddle on that team at this point? And could he be had for – what could he be had for? I don't know the answer to that question. So I would be interested.
I mean, maybe
I don't know. A second?
A second plus a future mid-rounder type thing?
Yeah, whatever to sweeten a deal in a second, I would do that for Jalen Waddle. And I also
for the Texans specifically?
Yeah, for the Texans specifically. I think about some of the moves that they've already made in the past of like bringing guys in. Joe Mixon was brought in via trade. Stephon Diggs was brought in via trade. There's another player that I'm thinking of, that I'm forgetting off the top of my head that was brought in via trade. But the point being that they are aggressive about bringing in guys via trade. They're starting right guard to a much, much, much lesser extent.
Right.
Ed Ingram was brought in via trade. These are just examples. But they will go out and get a starter or Christian Kirk.
Yeah,
Christian Kirk was the one that I was forgetting about. Could this be something sort of like that, but on a much higher scale? But time has run its course over with the team that he's with. Can he be had via trade? I'm looking at Jalen Waddle.
I thought that I would be alone in this, especially because you have a lot tied up in wide receiver. And one of the things that we tend to do during this time of year is just we go to the grocery store hungry. You know what I mean? We're like, I want that, and I want that, and I want the rotisserie chicken, and I want the bananas, and I want the bagels, and you know what I mean? We tend to want to get everything, and the reality is, if you get up to that a cash register, you're not going to cost it, especially in a salary cap sport, if you get what I'm saying, and to torture that metaphor. And so I look up and I go, this is a team that has a lot of spending in a lot of places. They're looking to extend someone like a Will Anderson Jr. already, talk less of the future of whatever quarterback is. Does it make sense to then go and acquire another player at a position that you have a lot of guys at? However, the interesting thing is he's still on a deal that's relatively feasible, where I think if you trade for him, you're basically in 3 years at $69-70 million, which ain't crazy. And he is a true separator at wide receiver. He's a true, burner at wide receiver in a way that I like what Jaden Higgins is. I can't be certain that he's a separator and that he's like a difference maker in the way that Jalen Waddle is. Tank Dell, I can't be certain of whatever he brings back in general. And then Jalen Noel, I'm very intrigued, but we haven't even seen him in the offensive aspect to be certain of anything in that way. Like, this would be a move that very much was bold, and that would give a quarterback a real opportunity to change what happens offensively.
Yeah, I think as a separator, with all due respect to the rookies of last year, they are not a comparison to Jalen Waddle. And I think Tank Dell would be the ideal comparison, but for the obvious injury history that we all know to be the case, I think that's what's kind of holding you back there. I could almost look at Jalen Waddle as being somewhat of a Tank Dell insurance as somewhat of a Tank Dell insurance plan. Like,
well, I feel like that'd be less insurance. Once you get that, I feel like he then takes precedent over Tank Dell.
Yeah, but I'm in that from the standpoint of a Texans fan who already has Tank Dell.
Sure.
Like, if you're going into the season like, hey, I'm getting Tank Dell back, everything's going to be okay. Well, it's like, okay, that sounds great, but why don't you just go ahead and get Jalen Waddle anyway, just in case that doesn't work out. So maybe we're kind of parsing the words of insurance there, but that's the mentality of, hey, like, we can't rely on these guys. To me, you bring him in, and he's immediately your number 2 wide receiver.
Yeah. The only thing that, well, not only, but I mean, it's a big only thing. The only thing that then would push me off of that is, you got to get this offensive line right, big dog. This offensive line needs to come together.
That's the case no matter what, right?
And so, but the thing is, with whatever things that you have, we mentioned that, right? Ranking 12th in resources. The majority of resources needs to go to the places, the problematic place, especially understanding that it's a zero-sum game and you're not going to fix everything. The thing that is most urgent right now probably needs to be the foundational thing, which is your line.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But, I mean, these are the places where we can dream. Around the NFL are the places where we can maybe talk these things out and dream about the possibilities of bringing a Houston kid back to Houston and allowing him to go Will Fuller without the injuries on a defense,
Yeah, he provides something that you don't have.
Without question.
I think that's the important part, too.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Remember, Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. In this hour, we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to Forrest Frank. Not just yet, but coming up next. Altuve's back at second. It seems like Jordan clearly wants to play left field. Is it possible that he should play left field to help you fix some of these things with the Astros and your lineups and the way that your defense goes? 713-572-4610. Talk about it next.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland. anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7. Odyssey, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
No, Mr. Big Voice Man, it's B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez. I am Reginald Atatula, though. Appreciate you rocking with us on a Fat Tuesday. Happy Fat Tuesday to you. Hope that you are getting fat on a Fat Tuesday, or not if you choose not to, right? But I just hope you're enjoying it is ultimately the point. In fact, we've been talking about it and enjoying quite a bit. Just thinking about the fat or portly or whatever word passes your fancy athletes, our favorites, the best, which I think that one of the subsections that has been very much appreciated on the text line is the let yourself go category, right? Because it's not just the dude who is just inherently a bigger dude.
Yeah.
Some of these are the, like, shout out to the 713, Eddie Lacy, right? Eddie Lacy, who,
perfect one.
I don't know how great he was. He was good.
Yeah.
I just always remember the fact that he called Chinese food China food at one time.
Yeah.
And that just makes me smile every time. Should it? I don't know. I'm not always the best judge of these things. That one very much makes me smile.
I think you're smiling at the ignorance and feeling like there's a little bit of innocence in the ignorance.
Yes.
Like he just don't know no better. He don't know what he's supposed to say, but he know that that's close.
Yes, it's somewhere in there.
It's in the vicinity. I would say in the let himself go category, Sean Kemp, right? Because I feel like when he was at his greatest, I don't know if people really put him in the husky category, but he definitely got husky before he stopped playing, right? He definitely got big while he was still playing. And the Sean Kemp story post-career is a really sad and tragic one, but in terms of just a guy who was a phenomenon who eventually let himself go, and we got to see him be fat athlete, Sean Kemp got to be somewhere up there pretty high.
And then shout out to Ocho bringing up the Houstonian George Foreman. In
George
the
Foreman.
latter years of it.
Yes.
Where it just kind of got big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But never any less scary. It's like it did not matter if George Foreman was swole or swollen, he was still going to pack that heavy punch, and you did not want it with that.
That is correct. Oh, Kelvin Benjamin is a great one. In the let yourself go category.
He's a Popeyes biscuit away from
I don't know why they didn't just make him a tight end.
Yes.
I never understood that because they just kept trying to tell us he was a wide receiver, and I'm like, nah, man, you can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
They can't keep beating that.
Yeah, I wonder if he fought his fate there. And at that point, if you're the coach, you just got to know, hey, look, you lining up right here. And you're going to block a little bit here and there.
Although that was – were we just barely getting into the Jimmy Graham of, like, this tight end just is basically a wide receiver?
Yeah,
at that point, if you were a tight end, you got to go get your hands on the defensive end, big dog. You got to get your hands on somebody.
Yeah, he's not from the Dan Campbell era of tight ends. So, yeah, where you're just known specifically for blocking only. That's a little bit of a throwback now.
All right, let's get into the actual topic of this because the Astros still in West Palm getting themselves together for the 2026 baseball season. And one of the things that has constantly been an issue is the way that this infield is situated. You have 5 guys for 4 spots. And one of the things that we've been trying to figure out is how you get them all in. And I know that Clint has been really strong on this one idea of, hey, there's a very simple solution. How should we take this seriously, the idea of should you just play Jordan at left field in order for Isaac Paredes playing DH?
So it's so funny because there's a lot of different angles to attack this from. Like, I would start really with the question of what is your reasoning for not playing Jordan Alvarez in the outfield? I think there could be one of 2 reasons, or it could be a combination of both of these reasons. But I think Clint is coming from it from a perspective of, hey, let's not play so scared and pretend like, or feel like, not pretend, but feel like just because he's going to be out there in left field that we got to wrap him up in bubble wrap, and this highly paid athlete can't go out there and just simply his position. Okay, now the Astros can be looking at that and saying, well, look, this is a guy that's injured pretty much every year, and he's our best offensive player. We want to protect him at all costs. So you kind of understand that. But is your reasoning for not wanting to see Yordan Alvarez more so about keeping him healthy, bubble wrapping him, for lack of a better term? Is it more so about not liking his defensive prowess and ability, right? So just simply not liking him as a left fielder? Or is it a combination of both of those things? And I think you got people in different categories, and I think the Astros fall along the lines of the category where there's the Venn diagram of both.
Yeah.
Where it's like, hey, you know what? He ain't great out there in left field to begin with, and we don't want to further risk injury. If he's going to get hurt, it's going to be rounding these bases, or it's going to be standing in that batter's box. It's not going to be running into Jeremy Pena on a fly ball, or running into the wall, God forbid, or turning your ankle in, trying to chase down a fly ball, or whatever the case may be. So, to me, I think that the easiest answer to their infield surplus problem is to just simply put Yordan in left field, and then Altuve can DH, and then you could allow Isaac Paredes to play second base.
Okay.
And then from that point, you can do a little bit of a musical chairs with all of them, kind of a mixing and matching of who DHs, who plays in the infield, or who plays in the outfield. It seems like they don't want to do the out thing at all anymore. But if that was still an option, you could also do that, where you alternate at times Altuve or Yordan in left field. But then that leaves you to, hey, we're now incredibly weak in left field. I think that's an underrated part of why they don't want Yordan in left field, why they didn't want Altuve at second base, and why they don't want Altuve in left field again.
Right.
Because they are trying to mitigate this sort of elephant in the room, this true issue of two of our best offensive guys are defensive liabilities, and one of which we feel like might be injury prone.
No, I think that you laid that out really well, and I wonder, does this have to be whole hog applied? Because there is something that is unique about Dyken Park that helps you here, is that left field is pretty small, compared to being on the road. Is it possible that you could go with one of y'all jokers that ain't that good on defense can play in left field when we at home, when we at the crib, and then when we're on the road, then we might need to make sure that we have actual, real, factual outfielders out there in left.
Yeah.
Could that be a way? Because you're already in a place, barring Dana Brown actually to move and, unloading one of these infielders, likely to be Isaac Paredes, to somewhere else, and, creating a balance actually in the roster. You can give yourself what, 81 games of more viability of getting all 5 of them at bats to maybe help temper some of what is inevitable to be, some level of, I don't know, feeling some type of way about not getting as many at bats. And one of the things that is pretty interesting to me that I always come back to whenever I start looking at these numbers, if you look at the splits, Yordan is significantly better when he plays in left field than he is when he DHs. Now, over the career.
It's been the case since the beginning of time.
And I think the only year that it was close was like 2023. And even then, now, of course, a lot more at-bats at DH versus left field. So, you start talking about sample sizes and so on and so forth. 2023, it was close. And even then, it wasn't like, he was so much better at DH in one of these years. It's like most of the years, he's much better when he plays in the field versus when he DHs. And then there was this one year where it leveled out. That might be worth it in and of itself, is how much better of a Yordan do you get when he is in the rhythm of the game? It's one of those things that for any young player, it's been a conversation that baseball people will tell you is it's so much harder to stay tapped into the game if you're just DHing, if you're not playing in the field, if you're not staying in the rhythm of the game. It's so much harder to stay locked in. Sometimes you have to go to the batting cages to keep yourself in the game, whatever. And maybe that's part of it as well. Like, you could keep him better in the game, and maybe you get more of a Yordan Alvarez that actually is a monster versus teams when he actually plays the field. And you have a little bit of insurance when it comes to the possibility of injury, because you have the additional infielder, starting caliber, everyday caliber infielder.
This has been a pressure point for years with Yordan Alvarez. And I think the reason why it's topical today is because of the way and the tone in which Yordan Alvarez spoke when he arrived at spring training a couple of days ago. And it was kind of a, hey, I ain't never got hurt playing left field. And he sounded like somebody that was resenting the idea that he needs to be protected from left field. And I know for a fact, because I've talked to him about this through an interpreter, of course, but I've talked to him about.
I thought your Spanish was getting really good.
It is not. I can tell you that for a fact. but I do know that he respects himself and views himself as an outfielder. Like, he doesn't just concede the idea. Like, I think last year with Jose Altuve going out to left field, I think that was in part him conceding that he wasn't the same as a second baseman anymore, that the data was catching up with the reality, or the data was the reality. I don't know if Yordan Alvarez has that acceptance of, hey, you know what, I'm not that good of a left fielder. Right. I think he would dispute that with you, on top of the fact that what you're talking about, that his numbers when he plays in the outfield are actually pretty good. Space City Home Network, and when it was called something else, they have always done a job of highlighting that. Hey, Yordan's in the field today. Reminder, when he's in the field, he usually tends to play pretty well. So, or his splits when he's in the field are really good. So that's something I think that they should consider, that they should think about. I think it could help them address their infield surplus issue. And I also think that there is something to it with Yordan and his sort of just involvement in the game, his activity in the game, his engagement, if you will. So, yeah, I think it's definitely something for them to think about, but it is the elephant in the room of, we've got two of our best hitters that are liabilities for us offensively.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that continues to work its way out.
Or defensively, I'm sorry. Liabilities for us defensively.
Right, I think, yeah. So we'll be watching. Eyes continue to remain on West Palm Beach to see what these Astros do. And honestly, I'm just watching to see what the not done yet is that we're ultimately going to see from them, because you can't say that and with that definitive a tone and not give me nothing. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's like, oh man, I'm gonna bring something tomorrow. You better show up with something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be mad otherwise.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Where, look, man, the internet is going nuts about something, and I can't even necessarily verify it. However, what do we make of what is being colloquially referred to as the KD files? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Coming out of the All-Star break, what grade do you? 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio's 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
It is truly shameful how much of our day has been taken up with just talking about the portly athletes that we enjoyed or were great or somewhere in between. As it is Fat Tuesday, that was our question of the day. And I have great regret in my heart that it took over an hour for me to get to the point where I mentioned one of America's favorite portly athletes, the late hefty lefty, Jared Lorenzen. Rest in peace, right? Like when you have a quarterback of that size, like that is something that we have clamored for a long time. Let the big boys do the small boy thing. Jared Lorenzen went out there and did that for real at Kentucky.
Is Big Ben considered fat?
We mentioned him earlier.
Yeah, we mentioned him.
Or did we mention him on air?
We didn't mention him on air, but I think at the time we were trying to decide, like, can he fall along the lines of favorite anything?
No, not even close.
You know what I mean? Like,
now his former teammates getting out here like, yeah, we defended him, but he's a bad person.
I mean, he would definitely be in the category of great, but if we're also trying to do like favorite and likable, we would have had to have just skipped Big Ben.
It's just these kind of conversations here that you have with your friends. Like, y'all just start, like, for me, my friends, last night we were just naming off random players.
Name a guy is one of the most fun games to possibly.
Yeah.
Why does that work for guys particularly, but just sports lovers in general?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Can I give you a random Rocket that felt fat, but I don't know if he really was?
Chuck Hayes?
Murray? Yeah, there's one. I was gonna go Mo Taylor, but both of those work. Mo Taylor wasn't fat, but there was something. It could have been the face. Could have been
he was spiritually.
Was spiritually fat. I was like, man, look at that fat guy out there. But he wasn't fat.
I've never heard that before.
In my mind, though, he kind of was.
It doesn't exist. We're just making things up on a Tuesday. I think you need to get in with that. But yeah, let's
for me.
Keep those coming in. Tractor trailer, absolutely.
Oh yes,
is one that needs to be mentioned.
Trailer.
Keep those coming in. 713.
What was the left-handed? My left-handed. Dang it! I'm forgetting. Rodney
Stuckey?
Rodney Rogers.
I was like, not Rodney Stuckey.
Right, Rodney Rogers.
A pitcher?
No. He played back in the day on that team that beat the Dream Team. Remember the Young Bucks with Penny Hardaway and
this sounds very niche.
Y'all know Rodney Rogers. He's dead now too as well. So rest in peace to Rodney Rogers.
Yeah.
I think I had that name right.
I think you did. Yeah, you did. Rodney Rogers.
Rodney Rogers. He was one that was rotund, but he's another example of one of those guys that can move, man, for a big guy.
All right, so we will keep that going, but I have to get to some of these things that are popping, including a little bit of Houston sports that actually happened. This is one of those weeks where Houston sports a little lighter because Rockets aren't actually playing. Astros haven't gotten into their spring training schedule just yet or anything. But how about the Cougs in a top 6 matchup last night in Ames, Iowa versus Iowa State? It was number 2 Houston, number 6 Iowa State, and it just incredibly rough end for Houston to fall 70-67 out there in Iowa. A 17-4 Iowa State run in the final 7 minutes.
Yeah,
end up losing them a game. A couple of bad turnovers. Couple of missed 3-pointers, a bad kick ball call, but I'm not going to put that as the reason why they lost.
You had a missed free throw that I thought was pivotal. Like, it was the moment. So, you and I were texting about this game, but I didn't actually get to drop in on it until the last, I'm going to call it 4 or 5 minutes of the game. But there's a moment specifically with about 2.5 minutes left in the game where Milos Uzan goes to the free throw line, and the announcers are doing the announcer jinx thing, and I don't think they're doing it on purpose. Of course, they're just giving you the information.
Book Sciambi and
Sciambi for sure. Yep, that's exactly what it was.
What a great college basketball crew, by the way.
Yes, 100%. But they're pointing out how, hey, Milos Uzan, that's not the guy that you want to foul. He's an 80% foul shooter. That's not the guy you want to foul. He goes down there, misses the free throw. They score on the other end to take the lead, and then the Cougs get the lead back on a really nice midi from Kingston Flemings, who was incredible last night. But then you go back on the other end, and Iowa State retakes the lead on really looked like a touch 3 at the end of a shot clock. It looked like a prayer. But I think that was it, basically, in terms of the Cougars having a lead. So that, to me, was where I started to feel like, oh, man, I don't know if they're going to win. I don't think they're going to pull this one out.
Yeah, especially because as much as I want to heap praise upon Kingston Flemings, and a majority of this game was that, let's say probably about 35 minutes of this game was just, wow, Kingston Flemings, as a freshman, should not be this assured. That's not what happens in college basketball for a dude to be at the helm of the game and being able to know exactly when to pass, exactly when to look for his own shot, directing traffic, air traffic control. You move here, you do that. He has such a control for this game. And yet, the end of this game was one where things kind of fell apart. And maybe it's not Kingston himself, because I'm not trying to blame it on him, but this is something where you look at the Cougs and you go, this has been one of the stumbling blocks that pops up at times, which is when you definitely need offense, it becomes a little bit too much independent brilliance necessary, as opposed to schematics is going to create an opportunity for you in moments.
Oh, my God. Like, this stood out in this game. Like, first of all, they might get a good shot off at the end of the game if Kingston Flemings doesn't actually just slip. Like, just unluckily slips at the end, and you don't even really get a last possession to speak of. But there's a play, I forget exactly how much time it was, but I told you I didn't even start watching until it was 4 minutes left. So this is down the stretch at the end of the game where Kingston Flemings has the ball on one wing, and he's doing some dribbling, throws it to the other wing to kind of get the ball moving, right? To kind of let's start an offense. It might have been Chris Sinak. I forget exactly who it was, but they immediately throw it right back to him. Like, not even a thought of, okay, what's the next logical move? Do I want to make a move? Do I want to pass to the next guy? Just don't even give Kingston a chance to cut or move or nothing. Just passed it right back to him. And then it was like hope and a prayer. Kingston Flemings freshman guard, go save us. And it's like, man, there's got to be more to it than that. I know we talk about this with the Rockets all the time, but you can really see it to like a large degree with this Cougs offense, especially down the stretch with them overly relying on the freshmen. Yeah,
and they are young, but also it's not just that they over-rely on the freshmen. They also kind of over-rely on outside shooting right now.
Yeah.
And that came to bite them in the ass when late in the game you're not seeing some of those shots go down.
Milos Uzan, I got to just say this, man, been a little bit of a disappointment.
Agreed.
I just to kind of just say it.
With all due respect to him.
Yeah, and say it out loud. And as incredible as he has been since he's been here, or as important, I should say, as he's been since he's been here, I feel like this Kingston Flemings addition has been great for the team, but for whatever reason has not been great for Milos Uzan. He seems unsure of himself. He seems not nearly as aggressive and as confident. He's not the player that I feel like he was last year, and certainly not the player that I feel like they're going to need him to be to make a serious run in the tournament.
All right. Also, there's some notes being made on the Emmanuel Sharp definitely sat for a little bit longer than I felt comfortable with. There's some Kelvin Sampson, as much as he is a legendary coach that should very much make this next Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame class. There were some things in there where I went, I don't know that you made the right decision there. And what made it very evident also was at the end of the game, Iowa State clearly broke down their defense and found the key to it.
Yeah.
And that's what gave them those knockdown three-pointers when they needed them late. And you look at the other end, and there was not the similar breaking down for Houston of Iowa State's defense there. In fact, it was the opposite where this thing started to kind of fall apart. Let me level with you here, B. Scott.
Mm-hmm. Go Cougs.
Thank you, Bijani. There's not a lot of time left in this segment. And do you want to speed run what has been referred to affectionately as the KD files? I feel like we probably shouldn't speed run something of that nature.
There's a lot going on, but at the same time, it feels like there might not be anything going on.
Right.
So that's what's fascinating about it. We could spend 20 minutes on it. We could spend 90 seconds on it. It just depends on how deep into the files we want to go.
I would like to get deep into it, which is a crazy thing to say just with no context, to be completely honest. I will say this. If you were living under a rock this weekend, in fact, funny enough, on Sunday, before we got into the All-Star game tournament thing that they did, it seemed like there was some leaked screenshots on Twitter, on X, if you choose to call it that, of a burner account purported to be Kevin Durant. We do not have any verification of this. However, people are trying to cross-reference various things, known associates who this account has responded to, timelines, things of that nature.
Yeah.
But of uncertain veracity, this potential Kevin Durant burner said some pretty wild things just generally about the league, former teammates, but then specifically about Rockets teammates that would raise eyebrows if indeed it was Kevin Durant. So this has been a thing that's been happening. Again, no real way of telling, at least as of right now, if this is indeed Kevin Durant. But I'll promise that try and come back to it later in the show. But this is a weird thing that hangs weirdly over the Rockets, if indeed it is. And I feel like this is something that actually Kevin Durant probably should step up and answer to.
Oh, I would be shocked if by the time they play, when is it, Thursday is their next game? I'd be shocked if they play Thursday and it hasn't been addressed already by the time they tip off.
Because if it's not him, you have to get out here saying no. Because some of the things that he said about his teammates, the former teammates, are things that you can let ride. They're not cool, I don't think. But the current things, the things that were said, that were allegedly said by Kevin Durant's burner, allegedly, about Alperen Sengun and about Jabari Smith Jr. are things that you can't just even be out there as implausible if you did not do this.
Yeah, Alperen Sengun being your all-star that is your all-star other than Kevin Durant, and then Jabari Smith Jr., who a very prevailing narrative about him has been how he's attached himself at the hip of Kevin Durant and how he idolized the guy. And now that is his teammate. So I think that at the very least, if they wanted to do damage control, they need to do damage control as soon as they possibly can. But I cannot stress enough how unverified, non-verified this stuff is, which is why it is so wild to think about, because it's like, man, it's one of those where it's like, man, would he really say that about his teammates, about his actual teammates? And then also, who has a burner account that would be so easily linked to him, so easily traced, right? It would also be very dumb, right? He called, allegedly, whoever this account is, allegedly called Jabari Smith a slur for mentally challenged people. But the ironic part is, if this is actually Kevin Durant, who is the mentally challenged slur now, right? Because that would be literally stupid, a dumb, idiotic thing to do.
Now, there's more context to this. The idea being this was a burner account speaking in a group chat type setting. So like there's a level of like violated trust in sharing of some of these things, so on and so forth. But again, not verified. It's one of these hypotheticals. If this was the case, is that, what does this mean? But a very weird story to have come up on this weekend as it pertains to
all of my group chats. Are all private and are all my actual. Who creates burners for group chat? It would just be odd, weird, and then dumb for it to be allowed to come out.
Now, it is worth noting, Kevin Durant, because someone said Kevin Durant doesn't need a group chat. And the way that he goes on his personal account, I would understand you saying that. He has said on the All the Smoke podcast that he still has some burners in the tuck. So, this is not entirely implausible.
But again, that's not what the burners are for.
Agreed.
The burners are meant to not look like you.
Agreed. No,
I get a burner and make it look like you. I saw somebody on Twitter make the point of this would be like being an undercover cop and then going to Shipley's and eating the donuts and drinking the milk with the cops.
Have you seen the undercover cops? They usually kind of look like cops. Anyways.
But I'm just saying, though, the idea isn't to go up and show
your badge.
To wear your badge and to drink the coffee and eat the donuts with the donut eating cops.
All this makes me want to do is go to Shipley's. Now I'm hungry. Real quick, mind you, I did mention U of H obviously falling to Iowa State. At first I was like, damn, that could take them off the one line. This is going to be a tough next couple of weeks because here in about 4 days they have Arizona at home, and then 2 days after that on Monday they go to Kansas to play number 8 Kansas. This is going to be a rough next week or so, but then after that they finish out a little bit easier before the Big 12 tournament, which is also going to be the fire again.
I am here for it. Give me all the high-level Big 12 basketball action that I can handle.
Right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Don't forget, today is a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday, and so let's go ahead and do that. Caller number 10 right now to 713-572-4610 will win a 4-pack of tickets to see Forrest Frank on March 8th, which I think it's the second week of Rodeo here in Houston. That'll be at NRG Stadium. Obviously, you can buy tickets, although you could try and buy tickets. I know that's a tough circumstance. Or we could just win them right now by being call number 10, 713-572-4610. Remember, we're still giving away another 4-pack of these at 1, and Rodeo Ticket Tuesday will roll on all day long. So appreciate you rocking with us here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I do want to circle back around to these Texans. We were talking a little bit earlier about them using resources and should they be aggressive. What ways in which do the Texans need to be aggressive this offseason? Let's talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Fat Tuesday to you. Every time I say it that way, I might have ruined Fat Tuesday for myself in thinking, and our question of the day being about your favorite portly athlete.
Did you ruin it or did you make it better?
I just need that context in the future. But right now,
I think you made it better.
Possibly. Every time I think of Fat Tuesday, I'm thinking of like Refrigerator Perry now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That is one of the guys that's come in. Somebody brought that up. Obviously, the former Chicago Bear, especially because, I mean, Seth was talking about it during our crosstalk about him not being as big. And I think I get what he was saying. Like, he's not just like as monstrous. He doesn't look like a house in the same way as some of these other dudes nowadays look, whatever we're putting in the water. However, he was spilling over his pants. You know what I mean? I feel like that very much fits the ethos of what we're doing here.
So that's a good point, though, and not to get us in a whole nother direction,
buddy.
But
that's been the show today.
Do too little clothes do a disservice to the non-muscular person and maybe make them look fatter than they actually are?
Huh?
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's fat, but he's also wearing something that is probably not his size, and so now he looked fatter.
Well, absolutely. If you ask Ron, the show Hughley, did you hear him going deep into this when we were on Radio Row? There was one dude on Radio Row who was just he was not ill-equipped with his clothing. And this is the thing.
Was it really that bad?
Buddy, he had his stomach hanging out from the bottom of his shirt on the work trip in Radio Row, right? Like, this is pretty much the gathering of the most quote-unquote important football folks.
Yeah, it's a who's who.
Outside of, like, the combine, right? This is one of those, at least the media aspect of it, this is one of those football media, conventions of sorts.
You're supposed to look nice.
But Buddy had basically had the bottom of his belly button hanging out, peeking out from under his shirt, man. Like, that's
that ain't
rough.
it. That ain't it.
How did I get Why am I here again?
So we start talking about fat people.
Oh, okay.
Larry Allen. That's another one I like.
Larry Allen was also a lot of muscle.
Yeah.
There was a lot
I was about to say, I'm not really too familiar with his arc. I just remember seeing his stuff and I was like, dang.
Yeah, because you also
big
got
fella moving.
You also got that list of fat people that you would dare not call fat today.
Not even close. Not even close.
And he's on that list. I don't know if he's fat or not, but I ain't saying.
I'd be uncomfortable using the word big around him.
I'm not using no words that he don't like.
Right. The words that I would use to refer to Larry Allen are Mr. Larry.
Mr. Larry, how you doing,
Mr.
sir?
Larry Allen.
How's
that
it
is
going,
it.
sir?
Rest in peace, man.
How's it going?
Right. Rest in peace.
You good?
Yes.
You all right?
Is everything all right? You need anything? You parched? Anything like that?
That would be the language I would use.
100%. So earlier we were talking about where the Texans are when it comes to the firepower, so to say, that they have for this offseason, and they're ranked 12th.
Yeah.
And we basically said that necessarily means that they need to be aggressive this offseason. Talk less of the circumstances that they are, or the place that they are in, like, the general arc of competition of this team right now, and the team building, like the way that this is built.
Yeah.
We didn't get a chance to get into the how, like, in what ways do they need to be aggressive? Because the way that I put it was, you've seen an athlete where you can't just tell them be aggressive, because without like a focused aggression, that can go very, very wrong in a lot of different ways. And so what is the focus? What is the specific way in which this Texas team need aggressive?
Can I have focuses with the acknowledgement that they cannot do all of these things?
And that's one of the inherent things where it's like, you got to be able to focus because you can't do everything.
Yeah, and so I'm going to kind of go in order of things that I would like for them to focus on, and any combination of them, if they are able to accomplish, I will be satisfied, okay? So I would start with the interior offensive line. I think that is, I'm not breaking any ground here, but I cannot imagine an offseason here where you don't get aggressive with what is clearly your biggest talent discrepancy. And to me, that's on the interior of that offensive line. It's the offensive line really in general, but if we want to focus, as you say, I would focus on the interior. And so to that end, the Tyler Lindenbaums of the world, like, I think that is a sort of a pipe dream, but it's a pipe dream worth having. Like, to me, it's something that's worth talking about, something worth exploring. Reach out to his people, see what it would take to get him here. a more realistic interior offensive lineman when we talk about specific areas to address and to fixate on. Isaac Seumalo, a guard from Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, we're very familiar with him.
Who, just played him in the playoffs.
Ain't he the dude that Sheldon Rankins took to the woodshed in that game?
He put him right on his tail. But
he's large. He was a Pro Bowler a couple years ago.
He was a Pro Bowler a couple of years ago, won a Super Bowl with the Eagles, I believe, several years back. I want to say he was on that Foles Eagles team, if I'm not mistaken. But he's been a really solid player for a long time, and I don't think he would cost you a lot of money. And if you can kind of get past Sheldon Rankins undressing him in that divisional game and kind of just look at his overall body of work, he is, generally speaking, a man mover, a mauler, something that he has the characteristic that this offensive line feels like it has been lacking for a long time, what they have been searching for. The thing that made Ed Ingram such a breath of fresh air early on in the season before his play kind of tailed off a little bit, but these are the things that he was doing early on in the season. So that's somebody that I would be aggressive in trying to pursue, or somebody like that, right? A Tyler Linderbaum at the center position, and Isaac Seumalo at the guard position. And I think Seumalo is somebody that you could get for a reasonable price, given his age and the fact that he's not at the toppest of top end, but he's much more of an upgrade than what you've had and what it seems like the guard pool you've been shopping in the past.
Is it weird that when it comes to interior offensive line, because I 100% agree with you, mind you, like this is the place where once you create yourself some cap space, because they're going to need to, right? I think they're technically $4 million over right now, but you've got a number of players. In fact, give me a second, because you've got a number of players where I think that you can do some restructures and get you some space, and especially with players, when you talk about restructures, you probably want to talk to players that you are comfortable, that you know will be here, because when you restructure and push that money forward, you want to know that when you're paying that money, you're still going to feel good about this player. I might circle back around to that. But is it weird that when it comes to the interior offensive line, as much as I and we on this program talked about Jake Andrews and how, yes, he helped organize some things, but just the physicality isn't there enough, I've kind of gotten myself to a place where I would much rather see them do the big-time guard than a center. Like if you're going to go and use like free agent type circumstance, because I know Tyler Linderbaum, one of those guys, he's probably the third highest ranked, free agent this offseason. There's also
that's why I call it a pipe dream.
Right. There's also Connor McGovern, center for the Bills. There's one more center whose name Cade Mays, from the Panthers. But one of the things about a center position is the one trait that is really the big thing when it comes to center is is understanding the game. The physicality of the game, there's not a lot of these guys that you go, they're really huge physical dudes, and it's really hard to get those guys, and if you do, it's likely that you're getting that guy in a draft type circumstance.
Yeah. Do I think Jake Andrews is a much passable player with much better guard play around him? Yes. I think you can make the center much better by improving the guards as opposed to making the guards any better by improving the center, if that makes sense.
Right. Now, there is something to be said for when you
aside from the communication part.
Once you get the sweet spot of the great communicator that can figure out all this, but then also the dude like Jason Kelsey that's athletic enough to get up to the second level and then take out the backside backer so that you're now only playing half the field or half the defense, that is incredible. Yeah. I just don't know that guy's actually available in free agency. As much as I like Tyler Linderbaum, I don't know how much I go, Tyler Linderbaum is that guy per se, and I don't even know how available he actually is. So I'd much rather give me a guard that I know is a dude that gets in a phone booth and moves dudes. That's where my brain has been.
Yeah, you get aggressive at guard, I can live with whatever you do at center. Like I can live with Jake Andrews at center. I can live with Jared Patterson at center. If you tell me that next to him he's got the early season version of Ed Ingram, and we'll see what they end up doing with that, right? When we talk about being aggressive, what free agents do you bring back? Is that somebody that has outpriced himself or put himself outside of your price range, or is he in that exact sweet spot? So if you bring back that version of him, and then let's say an Isaac Seumalo, like what I've suggested, to me you have risen at least the floor of what Jake Andrews provides for you from a physical standpoint, from a physicality standpoint. And I think they like all of the intangible stuff that you want your center to bring to the table.
On top of that, this was a team that was only, when it comes to like a full combination of run blocking, like a composite score, the Texans were second only to the Los Angeles Chargers in having the worst run blocking composite score. This is something that they purport to want to be.
Yeah.
Not only is this something where it's good to run the football generally.
Be it.
Right. So I think this is where you invest. I think also the aggression in getting a running back. I think that's a free agent thing in my mind.
Yes.
That is not a draft. Like, because I think you either have to get Jeremiah Love, which I don't know that you're going to be able to move up for. I think at 9, where the Kansas City Chiefs are, that might be the floor for how low he gets, because I could easily see the Chiefs going.
Yeah.
We've been playing with this Isaiah Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and saying, no more of that. Let's get a dude who definitely pairs with our quarterback. So I don't know that you're getting over the Kansas City Chiefs from 28 to 9.
Yeah.
And then Jadarian Price is the one that you're maybe.
We've seen that in the chat as well.
I'm not certain that also I want to do that and assume that this rookie is going to step in and be what you're asking for as a running back 1.
Yeah.
I think that make sure that when you talk about being aggressive, and we talked about this, Kenneth Walker, go get him.
Yeah.
Right? Like, go and make sure that you get a running back 1 of the caliber of what you did.
Yeah, you laid it out right there, and it's funny that you mentioned Jeremiah Love and the possibility of him going to the Chiefs at 9, because our noted resident Kansas City Chiefs guy here, Ron the Show Hughley, has been bargaining with himself about like how accepting he will be if that is actually what they do, because from a Chiefs standpoint, he actually wants them to pursue an established running back in free agency as opposed to going to Jeremiah Love. So that's the Chiefs' perspective on that, right? Whereas, like, if you're a Texans fan and you're desperate for a running back, you're almost kind of looking like, hey, man, if he slips, that's somebody I would be interested in going to go get. But to this point, you kind of set this up perfectly for me, because my next thing on my list of what to target or how to be aggressive, it is simply just go get Breece Hall. Like, just let's, like, not make it complicated. Let's keep it simple and go talk to his people and sign Breece Hall to a contract and let that be your new RB1. Along with, and I said a combination of some of these things, like I think they should be active on the trade market. We mentioned Jalen Waddle earlier in the show. I think there are guys like that they should look around and be interested in. But if they can start at the top with adding someone like Isaac Seumalo or someone similarly situated to that at guard, and then just simply signing Breece Hall, that would constitute aggressiveness for me.
Well, on top of utilizing a couple of draft picks on the offensive line.
Yes.
I think that this has to be a comprehensive when we talk about that.
And that is where the bulk of the strength of their resources are in the draft.
Right. Real quick, can we play a mini game that when it comes to how they get the cap space? Because, again, we've talked a lot about, hey, going and getting free agents, right?
Yeah.
Currently, they don't actually even have cap space. In order to create cap space, you either restructure or extend some guys and create some space.
Let's do it.
Just give me a big old yes, no, or like restructure, extension, or no on these guys. For Danielle Hunter, you could restructure and get you $16 million, or you can extend him and get him $17 million of space on the cap space.
I would restructure.
Restructure. So you're not willing to go add more years because of the age here.
Yes.
Okay. Titus Howard, restructuring gets you $12 million. Extending him gets you $13 million.
Restructure.
Okay, interesting. Nico Collins, you can get $14 million on a restructure, and extension will get you $15.
I would be fine with an extension. I would discuss a restructure first.
Okay, interesting. Derek Stingley Jr., 15 and a little bit of change on a restructure, $16 million and a change on a extension.
Restructure, but this one is the most complicated, because I do think at some point you're going to have serious conversations or make decisions about how long does Derek Stingley stay here, and at what point it is like, is Kamari Lassiter next?
Dalton Schultz, it's about $7 million of cap space created with a restructure, 7.5 or almost 8 really with an extension. Oh, that sounds like a no.
Yeah, that's
just
he was so good for them last year.
You let him walk?
Yeah, I feel bad.
Well, I mean, he's not. I mean, you still got him under contract.
Yeah,
but
I'm gonna go restructure on
okay.
Dalton Schultz.
So you're willing to do the restructure and just push some of this money into the future.
Yeah.
Z's 7.
I'm pushing a lot, man. My credit card bill is high now.
Right, that's another thing. Aziz, same type of numbers for Dalton, 7, and almost 8 for an extension.
I feel like I'm giving y'all some window into my credit history here.
Restructure there as well, or just no?
Yes.
And then Peter, you could get yourself 5 on a restructure or 6 on an extension.
Petrie, I might just stay
and just say no.
Yeah, I think I would just.
So none of
say no.
None of the places where you could just create money by just, hey, we're gonna give you another deal. You're like, nah, I'm good on those.
Yeah,
interesting.
I think
but
so.
also there was rarely any dudes that you were like, I just don't want to.
Yeah,
I just don't want to be in the business of moving that money.
Clearly, the way I played out that exercise is not structurally sound though, because you cannot kick all of that money down the road. I acknowledge that, just to be clear.
But the willingness is what I was trying to get to, because that's gonna be another priority. Create that space for you to go and try and get you a Breece Hall or try and add some free agent help on this offensive side. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, time for us to do our lunchtime confessions, and we will do that on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland. on Sports Radio 610. Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I'm gonna be entirely honest. I had another confession, and I just saw something on the old internet that just has to take the precedence here. Which, and my confession is, I think we give way too much deference to rich dudes, as if they are smart because they are rich. Now, there are some dudes that absolutely are smart and happen to be rich, right? These things coincide, but they are not causal in the way that sometimes we do. And sometimes also, you are smart and you are rich, but you are smart at a particular thing that we are now talking about in a different way.
Yeah.
And the dude who brought this up was one Mark Cuban, minority, I guess, owner now.
They ain't trying to get him back
of the Dallas Mavericks. There's conversations about him trying to partner up with somebody or something to try and buy back in, and I'm just like, all right, dog, whatever.
Pick a struggle.
That's like when you go to a game and you accidentally go outside and you just like, damn, can y'all let me back in? No, you cannot be let back in. You just got to
re-entry in here, man.
You got to live with it. But apparently, he's trying to get out here and tell everybody that the NBA should embrace tanking. And the reason he said is that the NBA thinks they're in the basketball business, but really they're in the experience build business, because people remember the score, but they really just remember who they're with and the experiences and stuff. And my thought is, hey, when you go to a basketball game, you know what the experience is? Watching basketball.
Yeah.
Right? Like, all the seats are oriented towards the court. And I understand that in the small sense of, hey, if there was a good game or an okay game, the feeling of going to a basketball game was cool. But what happens when you just got game after game after game of just bad game? Yeah. That is not, you're not creating any experiences, or you have to like put on a circus around the game in order for there to be experiences to be had. So like, well, I guess technically correct, you're missing the point intentionally. And this feels like one of those things that we allow to slide just off the strength of, well, he got money, so he's smart, or he's done some smart things before. No, this is stupid. Yeah. This is just stupid.
Yeah, it's odd. It's an odd argument, because it's not like you have to sacrifice the experience, because basically every arena, you go to any NBA arena and they are providing some type of experience that is like basketball independent, right? And whether you're a winning team or a losing team, everybody is creating a quote unquote experience. And so how is that then the justification for tanking?
I guess the point then is, every team, fans understand that their team isn't going to win every game, and so they understand the mechanisms. But I'm like, that only lasts for so long, and I think that maybe you can make that argument in like momentary tanking, or as a friend of mine called it, like organic tanking, where you go, we were trying this season, and now it makes the most sense for us to come into this place where we try and get ourselves a better draft pick, and even then, you're pushing the bounds. What do we then make of these teams that come into a season knowing we're not going to be good this year?
Yeah, but I think there is a distinct difference between understanding that your team is not going to win every game and then understanding that your team is intentionally not trying to win these games, that they are still charging you for that experience to be a part of, right? And so, like for example, the Rockets, and some people who are younger than me don't remember this at all, but the Rockets last won a championship when I was in elementary school, when I was in kindergarten, okay? And I have a child in high school now, okay? But I've never felt until over the last 5 years, right, until the Silas era, that they were intentionally not trying to win games, right? And so I was still getting the experience of whatever it is of following my team or going to the games or whatever it was. But say for this little small stretch here, I never felt like they were shortchanging me on the basketball part of the experience. Right. And I don't understand why you wouldn't lean into trying to provide both.
Right.
It's as a full experience to your customer.
It's one of the reasons, not to get too deep into like the tanking. We can maybe circle back around to that at some point if you want to. But it's one of the reasons why I always talk about like there's a little bit of nobility in just being a good basketball team because of that portion of it. That you're still selling a product, and it's one of the reasons there's a disparity between like the competition side of this and the business side of this, because the incentive structure does put you towards a place where it logically makes sense to try and maximize your opportunity to get a good player and get yourself back on the good side of things.
Yeah, in defense of the Utah Jazz, who was recently fined, right? Like, I don't know what exactly else they're supposed to do to get good, to be fair to them.
I mean, don't make it obvious by sitting out your starters in a close game in the fourth quarter. Like, that was egregious.
Yeah, that is but just in terms of tanking in general, that is their best method of getting good again, because nobody's going to want to come there voluntarily. And then also, like, if somebody gets traded there, they almost immediately want to leave and get traded again.
Because it's still in Utah.
Yes, correct.
These are my confessions.
So I've been trying to do this thing where I watch the movies that are nominated for Best Picture for the Academy. I'm not like some kind of movie buff or anything like that.
It's a good experience.
But I like to be in the know, and then when you have extra time on your hands and we're kind of in the binge-watching era, and these movies are available on some kind of streaming service or another, or if you got a little extra pocket change, you can pay the $4 or $15 or whatever it is in some cases to watch the movie on your phone or at home. And so I tried that with One Battle After Another. Is that it?
Yes.
One Battle After Another with Leonardo DiCaprio. Tiana Taylor's in this movie. There are some others that you would recognize from this movie.
Chase Infinity, Regina
Hall is in the movie. And
Benicio del Toro, I think, is in it.
Oh, yeah, Benicio was good in it.
Yeah, too. So, like, it's got, that's right.
But
so,
Benicio's good in everything.
Yes, he is. But it also seems like he plays a very similar character no matter what. But that's neither here nor there. All of the characters are awesome. So
I recommend Sicario if you haven't watched it.
Oh, yeah. Of course. No, I'm good with all of those. But this one just did not, like, people talked about this movie like it was some kind of revolutionary concept or like something that we had never seen before. And all it was just a really, really long action movie that mixed in some comedy that was supposedly about revolutionaries. But it itself was not some revolutionary movie.
It was not a revolutionary movie. It was a movie that it kind of put on the cloth of revolution. Like that was the setting more than anything. It really was like wasn't a coming of age. It was kind of like a father-daughter kind of exploratory thing in the context of an action film of sorts.
It was
wrapped in a revolutionary type setting or whatever.
It was basically taken with interracial relationship or interracial romance components and revolutionaries, right? Like if you just take the concept of Taken and make some of them revolutionaries and throw in an interracial relationship in there, and that because that was a big part of the movie, right? That's basically what it was. It's like, okay, they just added some race elements to Taken. That's all they really did to me.
Yeah, and the thing that the takeaway there for me was something that we were just talking about is, hey man, we couldn't have tightened this up. Like I feel like we live in an era where I feel like we should pay more editors.
Who edited this?
Everybody is indulgent in a way that they probably shouldn't. And the way that the one that makes me the most mad right now is like the podcasts where it used to be that everything was like a tight 45, maybe even an hour at the longest. And now you got you got the 90-minute, 1 hour 45, 2 hour podcast. And I'm like, how are you doing this twice weekly?
Yeah.
And more importantly, when do you expect me to find time to listen to this?
Yeah, man, come on now.
I mean, come on, you go on a little drive, like if you're commuting somewhere long. That's what I do sometimes.
Yeah, but that's what they've become. They've become long drive. They've become road trip podcasts as opposed to commute to the office podcast or go to the gym podcast or however it is that you normally used to listen to them.
When I do it when I do my stuff, I usually I cap it at an hour, unless there's a lot of information there that has to be covered.
Whenever I see one of those, that's the only time when I'm hoping for traffic.
Do y'all watch podcasts or do y'all just listen?
Sometimes, depending on the podcast.
That's a good question because I've actually kind of moved into the watching side of it, right? Like I've always listened to them, but as of late, I would say over the last 6 months or so, I've started to watch a lot more.
Interesting. Yeah, we have people on either side of things right now. The ideas of it's a terrible movie and one battle after another is a masterpiece. I found it somewhat enjoyable. I'm not gonna lie. I was
entertained.
I'm not going to masterpiece.
It was not a masterpiece.
And I don't think it was terrible. I would definitely say that I didn't think it was
I do not think I wasted my time. I think they wasted some time, but I was entertained. I enjoyed it.
I think the biggest thing I just don't like in today's media is like everything's got to be the next big thing. Yeah, it's got to be a masterpiece. Like you said, entertained.
Well, that's less about media. That's more our listeners or our consumers feeling the need to always be extreme. Everything's got to be the best or the worst thing that's ever happened.
But like what B. Scott said, being entertained is just enough. For me, at least.
We're in a hot take society, not just radio people.
Especially this time of year.
But
sports.
Just people.
Somebody said listen to that stuff on 1.5 or 2 times speed. Not all of us are listening to it to that point. And also, I would like to understand this.
Yeah. Seth does that, I think.
Yeah. Shout out to the people that can. I max out at 1.3.
That would make me extremely nerve-wracked.
Especially because it's not like I'm just listening to this. I'm usually doing something else at the same time, and I need to be able to understand it. I feel like if I'm going 2 times speed, I'm not going to understand all of this. And then what's the point of actually doing this?
Yeah, if I do that, it's got to be a podcast I've never heard before. Because if I know what you actually are supposed to sound like, what your cadence actually is, and I start listening to it at double the speed, that's going to mess with my mind a little bit.
Yeah, because what if you get in the zone while driving, and then you're like, oh, my gosh, I don't know what they're talking about all of a sudden. Go back.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, though, I'm going to make the business decision to just
cut this thing off?
Yeah.
Or slow it down?
Because that's one thing I can say I do for sure at my old age now is ride in silence. There might not be anything
There's nothing like it, though.
The only thing I love more than podcasts and music these days is nothing. Silence. Silence. My kids will tell you they get in the car and they know what to do. Be quiet.
That's funny. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, let's get to some Winter Olympics on a Tuesday, because how the hell does a country the population of South Carolina dominate the Olympics? We'll talk about that more next.
Coming out of the All-Star break, too. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Fat Tuesday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That is Brandon Scott in for the OG John Lopez. I realized I hadn't said that in a little bit. Calling you on the ones and twos for Figgy Fig. I'm Reginald Atatula. Hope that you're having a good Fat Tuesday. And I think that we have helped make it more fun because in addition to just the general Fat Tuesday of it all, if you're getting yourself ready for Lent, if you are someone who observes whatever, I'm sure that that's portion of it. But also, I think sometimes it's just really fun for sports fans to name a guy. And we've provided that with our question of the day from earlier, which was in honor of Fat Tuesday, who is your favorite portly athlete? Or maybe you're the greatest, but favorite has been more of the ones that we've gone to. And I don't even know how I get to favorite here. My favorite to talk about as the dude most likely to look like a CPA in the National Basketball Association is Raymond Felton. Raymond Felton is one of my – because I also like the dudes who play positions where you're not supposed to be poorly and they are poorly. And Raymond Felton as a point guard – He was a little pudgy, and then it got pudgier towards the end of his playing career. And now you see Raymond Felton, and you go, that dude played basketball?
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, and will still give you buckets. A legend at the YMCA. People don't realize what's about to hit them if they don't necessarily recognize Raymond Felton by face. They might think that, hey, this is just another dude out here with a dad bod trying to get some cardio. And then
came from the H&R Block to come and give us buckets.
And listen, you get out there and it's like, can't nobody stay in front of that freight train.
What about Kyle Lowry?
Kyle Lowry got a little bit of poorly to him. Now
that is a good one.
Yes. I don't want to go there. I don't want to talk about the other thing that everybody talk about with Kyle Lowry.
Daniel Vogelback.
Okay, all right. Now you're really just naming a guy now.
You're
just naming dudes.
Colin has been dying to get Daniel Vogelback in here to where you
Danny Buggers. Come on now.
You've got to be
PC's very familiar.
Hardcore Astros fan or hardcore MLB fan, like PC is, to even know who that is. But because Daniel Vogelbach doesn't exactly cross the Kirby Puckett, Tony Gwynn threshold of universally appreciated fat baseball player.
Right. There you go.
I just wanted to say it.
Bartolo Colon, he ain't.
All right. So you got that one in. Now let's get some Winter Olympics on a Tuesday. The Winter Olympics have rolled on. Mind you, and let me make sure that I get this in front of me. The Olympic medal count continues to be kind of shocking in a way to me. And maybe it shouldn't be, but I'm going to be honest. It is. If you look at the current medal count, Norway is atop this. The U.S. is currently third in medals on the medal count as my computer decides to slow down whenever I need it to.
We got an internet issue right here in the studio.
So Norway has 30 medals total, 13 golds at this point. Italy, 24 medals, 9 golds in the United States. Currently tied for third on the gold medal count with 6, but 20 medals in total. And what you got to understand is Norway has population akin to the size of South Carolina.
Yeah.
And just land mass wise, it's not that large either. And so there's been a number of people asking what I think is a very reasonable question, which is how the hell is a country with a population the size of South Carolina dominating, not just winning, but dominating a whole ass Olympics? And so this question was asked of Norway's, I believe it is one of their ministers of sorts. And the answer that this gentleman gave, by the way, was, we know that we have to succeed in every event we participate, but we try to stay very relaxed and humble. We very much respect our competitors. He went further as to say, he started talking about like the way that the society is. They distribute wealth so the kids participate in sports and for their parents to help them and so on and so forth. How much are you buying this answer as the reason why? It's just like, well, our country is so great. And also because it felt like he was doing the tourism thing, right? He was doing the sell on why is Norway so great.
Yeah, he could be campaigning for president of Chamber of Commerce of Norway. Not that actually exists, but if it did, he could be that. So that's a politically correct answer. I think the real answer is just that they care more. Like their care about these events and these sports and their Olympic events per capita is, I would assume, greater than that of, say, South Carolina or any of these other countries that are bigger than Norway that aren't as good, that are not leading the medal count. So to me, it's just more of it's not so much the greatness of their nation, no disrespect to their nation, but it is the hyper focus on this particular thing.
Well, here was what a writer, Brad Stolberg, put together. He put together a 5-count reason as to why Norway is dominating, outside of the fact that they just be cold, right? Like they in the cold. But there's other nations that are in the cold that are not dominating in this way, right? And I know that we done gotten rushed out the paint for a period of time where they probably would have added into this, but what have you. All right, scorekeeping is what they said. When they compared it to the United States, youth sports tends to be hyper-competitive. We know that here, especially in early ages. Apparently in Norway, they don't keep score until age 13.
Huh.
So I found that to be interesting, right? Like no winners and losers, so they now focus less on outcomes but more
on process.
Yes.
Process over results, but to a T.
Right. Number 2, and I know people going to hate to hear this because this has been a conversation that goes up and down for a while. Trophies. U.S., don't give everybody a trophy, man. You can't do that. Norway, whenever trophies are awarded, everybody get one.
Yeah. So is that the idea of like just reaffirmation, or like there's something about getting that trophy that kind of makes you a better competitor or something like that?
Well, some of it is just one of the biggest reasons why kids drop out of youth sports is that they're not having fun. They're not having fun anymore.
Yeah.
And some of that fun is
morale. Here
we
go.
Right. The morale of it. Apparently 93% of kids in Norway participate in youth sports. 93%. Right.
Wow.
The other ones that he put in here, playing multiple sports, so kids aren't specializing. They do a whole bunch of different stuff. And I know I'm very big on the idea of those transferable skills. And finally, which the minister was talking about, just the general affordability.
Yeah.
Right? So when you can get in the door and play a whole bunch of these sports, eventually you're going to find something you good at, I imagine.
Yeah. I felt more so all of those are plausible explanations and probably more reasonable than the one that I have, but I just felt like there's a Odessa Permian kind of vibe.
We just decided we were going to be good at this.
This is
by hook or by crook.
This is what we care about, and it ain't because we're more spectacular than anybody. It ain't because we got more people than everybody. There's nothing special about this place per se that makes us better, other than just that mere want to be it. Want to. Like, we care disproportionately versus everybody else.
So maybe that means something. Maybe it don't.
It could be a little bit all of that.
So take from that what you will, especially for those parents out there. Maybe you help your child be better by just being Norwegian, right? Maybe that's the way you go about it. B. Scott, what would you think is the scariest part of the big air competition? You know the big air, like, do the big jump. What would you imagine is the scariest thing for the actual Olympians skiing in that competition?
Well, all of it to me is the landing. Like, the closer you get to the ground, like, that to me is the scary part. Like, just that it's going to go well. That I'm going to land on whatever equipment I'm supposed to land
right,
on.
Or landing properly on these skis and stuff.
Yes.
I can absolutely see that.
That would be it for me. Like, the doing it and being in air, and especially being an expert, you know what you're doing. That part of it looks fun, but even with the expertise, it's the landing the plane of it all.
Yes.
That would bother me.
That is always the scary part. Apparently not for the people who do this, because USA Today actually asked some of the Winter Olympians in the big air. By most accounts, it seems like the scariest part, they said, quote, is the sketchiest part of it. According to U.S. snowboarder Hannah Norman, you think we're scared of the jump? No, we're scared to go on the elevator. Apparently, the way that this thing is built, there's 6 to 8 people, including athletes, coaches, and technical staff, that pile into a metal crate, and the duration up to the top is 90 seconds, save for any breakdowns or somebody accidentally hitting the emergency brake button. Apparently, that is the thing that scares them the most than jumping out here in this big air competition.
Accidentally.
Yeah, 90 seconds on the elevator could be nerve-wracking.
Independent. It feels like to me, the way that this is described is they got the rickety-ass elevator.
Yeah.
Which, why is that the case? I feel like that should be this should be a part of this that we take with a certain amount of care to build in an elevator that feels, I don't know, safe.
They also have, I think, an underrated but irrational tough guy thing going on. And I say tough guy kind of just in a proverbial sense, man, woman, whatever. Like, they pride themselves on being kind of grimy. For people come from what seem like affluent and rich countries and do these rich people type of sports. They are, hey, we're out in the cold and we're tough and all of that kind of stuff. I don't know if that's a reason why they actually do this. I actually agree with you, but they do pride themselves in being grimier than we give them credit for.
I also do love the logical dissonance of I am willing to jump really far in this thing. But if I get this elevator, I don't know, I get a little tight. Like, it reminds you that even the folks that do crazy things, there's something in there that scares them. There's something.
Well, that's different. Like, you feel like you've got control over whatever event it is that you have mastered, right? Whereas ain't no control in the elevator until it say that it's time to get out, right? And
yeah, that's a great point.
And if it doesn't, you just standing there, hitting that emergency button, hoping that somebody else knows that you're in there.
Right.
You know, so that's different.
So you're talking about the ski lawn jumping, right? Just wanted to clarify.
No, this is the big air. So
the big air. So like the ones where they go down that hill and they launch in the air.
I believe so. I believe so.
I don't know if y'all remember this. I was wondering if there was any validity to this, where apparently there was some participants that were injecting.
Yes, that's
was there
the
any
ski jump.
Was there any validity to that?
Yeah, that was something that people were doing to help get better distance. Yeah.
I didn't know that was an actual thing, or if that was like a rumor.
It was an actual
Pablo
thing.
Torre did a whole episode on it, so it was a thing.
Yeah, it's been reported on. So one more thing before we go here, with a little Winter Olympics on a Tuesday. Apparently, there's been a new excuse that's dropped for a positive doping test. Because we've seen this in various different sports where I know in boxing, one of the ones when these boxers get caught with some of them, they'll be like, oh, man, it was tainted meat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was tainted meat.
Yeah.
Or some people are just like, oh, I was given something that I did not know.
I personally was pregnant.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah, that happens at times as well. According to Rebecca Passler, she tested positive for a banned substance called letrozole on January 26th. She was summarily handed a provisional suspension that prevented her from taking part in the Winter Olympics. You want to know what her excuse was? She blamed Nutella.
That Nutella will trip you up.
Yeah, the Nutella apparently gets you, right? She says she's always believed in her good faith. I thank all those who helped me, so on and so forth. But apparently, she says she did not knowingly take the drug, but rather she explained she likely ingested it accidentally the day before her drug test was administered. She hypothesized that the traces of letrozole were on the spoon that she used to eat Nutella.
I could just see her right now disputing the results. Being like, y'all don't accept Nutella around here? What y'all got against Nutella, man? I can't compete because I like a little Nutella.
Is it a PED or is it just a drug that they can't?
Well, letrozole it's a medicine that's often used to treat breast cancer.
Yeah, I was actually reading that. I'm like trying to figure that out.
Yes, it works to decrease the amount of female hormones. So then obviously you can get yourself a little bit of an advantage. Apparently it was just on a spoon. It was just on a spoon that she was using to eat Nutella.
And I'd have been like, I got breast cancer. What you got against breast cancer and curing it? Damn it.
Are you pro-cancer? Is that what I'm hearing over here? I don't know. I wouldn't be. No, I just, so.
And then they see it's gone. It's like, that's because of the Nutella.
So there you go. Here's another, and that's another excuse for you. If you just want to hold on to that one, if you're ever in a circumstance where you got to explain that drug test, it was just, it was in a Nutella. What you want me to say?
Yeah, man, they discriminated against me because I had breast cancer.
That's right.
They're telling me I can't go out there and compete for my medals.
That's a little Winter Olympics on a Tuesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I want to return back to the Rockets because something has been really garnering traction for them, and with where they are this year. The question I have here, B. Scott, is this mindset that seems to be the case for the Rockets a problem for them moving forward? And I kind of want to break it down with you next.
All right, people, the 51st annual fishing.
required.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
God, I feel so great right now. You got this song going. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's a Fat Tuesday, which means around these parts, because our fearless leader, Sarah Frazier, is always good about having food. I got a king cake here.
Man.
We got some Cajun food. I'm here talking with B. Scott, Colin Neal, and you, the dear listener. I'm having a great time.
Man, we get to grub. We get to literally break bread and discuss the sports that are in this city, man, all at the same damn time. Can't be mad at it, man. No place I'd rather be.
Yeah, what can be better than that? So we appreciate you rocking with us. And much appreciation to Base Power for the text line, 713-572-4610, for you getting involved. Mind you, keep the number in mind, because that will be the number to call when we do give away the 4-pack of tickets to see, was it Forrest Frank? That's coming up on March 8th.
Forrest Frank.
The one and only.
That's right. So we'll be giving those away in this hour as well. Mind you, we've been talking about the Rockets a little bit. All-Star break here, getting ready for the final stretch of the season, and it's not optimal. One of the things we asked was, like, what is the identity of this team? And there's not a good answer for it right now. But one of the things is there's always a right now conversation, and what are you looking forward to? What are the things that you can be? It's always like a singular picture at any given time does not tell you the whole story. But is the mindset that may be developing with this Rockets, or maybe even just has been the case, a problem for that future? Because one of the things that we always talk about, or that people generally talk about with this Rockets team, is the youth of it and the young core of it. Except I know that there was, a prominent kind of Rockets Twitter user who was talking about this, about the idea of Rafael Stone, the general manager of this team, has basically said that maybe it's not their year since Fred VanVleet was hurt. And that feels like the mentality then becomes, if you do not have a 30-year-old point guard and obviously your 37-year-old star player, that you're not going to be able to get to the places that you need to. And that feels like that's a really problematic mindset to have for this Rockets team.
Yeah, man, I just think that was a tremendous misstep on Rafael Stone. Even if that's something that he was legitimately thinking in the back of his head or in the back of his mind, it should not have come front of mind, and definitely shouldn't have gotten to the point to where he was willing to say it out loud. Like, that is not the type of messaging that I feel like you want. I do appreciate truth-telling, and I don't encourage, like, deception or BS in the media, especially as a media person. I wasn't at that press conference, but as somebody that attends these press conferences and asks these questions and is looking for these answers, I can appreciate you being candid and being honest. But at the same time, that just cannot be it. That can't be the honesty, right? Like, to me, and I was saying this on the Locked On Rockets podcast, which I'm not sure if we publish this episode today or tomorrow, but you can look out for on both days, today and tomorrow, with new episodes on that. But, like, just kind of trying to have this conversation about the stakes being raised, right? To me, after you made the Kevin Durant trade, you raised the stakes. After the trade deadline came and went, and you decided to implicitly double down on your team by not making a move, that, to me, co-signed raising the stakes before, and that this version of us is good. I know you did that before Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams get injured, but you're saying now, hey, between what we did in the offseason and simply just what we have now, we're good. We're cool with personnel on. And then to hear the attitude behind that be, oh, well, maybe it's just not our year. That doesn't feel like it should be the messaging of a team that is fourth in the West, has a chance to host a playoff series, and is right there. We talked about the athletic rankings, power rankings of NBA teams. They're right there listed in the second tier of teams that are in a good place, right?
Quote unquote, yeah.
Quote unquote, which means that
one away from the bubble teams, at least as that was constituted.
But that puts you somewhere in between the teams that are, let's say, favorites to win the championship and teams that could make it interesting against them. And so you should at the very least be thinking along those lines. Hey, we can at least make it interesting in the playoffs, win a series, make that second series look dire for whatever team that we're playing against, even if we don't win it, even if we don't have the horses to complete that task. That should be the messaging, and that should be the focus of the Rockets right now.
And you know what? Not to, I guess to be fair is the way that I wanted to say this on to Rafael Stone. I don't know how much of that is just about like the age of like a Fred VanVleet. I think some of it is just a point guard, right? An organizing force. However, I also then bring you back to the idea of, did nobody make you build the team like this, right? You are the man who was at the helm to where you had your point guard go down at the start of the season or before the season, and yes, that's unfair, and that's not something that you wanted. However, there was no contingencies here, and I think it has exposed kind of the weird, ill-fitting way that some of the young core that you have kind of doesn't really fit together in the way that you want, unless you have something that draws them all together.
You also could have anticipated this because you've gone stretches without Fred VanVleet before. There is either the first year or the second year of Fred VanVleet where he misses 20 games and the offense falls off a cliff. It's also worth noting that even when Fred VanVleet is out there, it's not like, and I know you haven't gotten to see him with Kevin Durant yet because he was injured before the season started, but it's not like that has just gone swimmingly or like that's just always looked great. You know what? Just plug Fred VanVleet out there, and now the offense is going to suddenly look cohesive or like it makes sense. No, it's better. It's more organized. It's more intelligent with him out there, no question about it. But it had its shortcomings and its questions even when he was there. And, again, you've had the data points of what did it look like in the smaller sample size of, say, 20 games without Fred VanVleet, and it didn't look good. So you should have anticipated this, to your point about the roster construction as well.
Well, and this is then the question on, is this problematic moving forward? And I'll ask it also just from because I said the ill-fitting pieces, and what I mean by that is you have an Alperen Şengün who is a center who probably is best suited as a power forward, as a 4, except he has not been enough of a shooter to stretch consistently, so that doesn't necessarily work as well if you have another big next to him. You have an Amen Thompson, and I think it's become clear that unless there's a major overhaul in the way that his game goes, and that's not something that happens quickly or generally, it's not something that happens all that frequently, he doesn't shoot well enough to be on ball, and he's honestly doesn't shoot well enough to really be on the court with too many other non-shooters.
It's actually gone backwards.
Right?
That's probably as good as he's been individually. That's the part, and I think he did kind of struggle a little bit there toward the end. But as good as he's been overall as an individual, if there was just like a singular thing that you could point to, and there's a lot of them that you could point to that are disappointing about the year, it's the fact that instead of going in the right direction with his jump shot, it appears that he's going in the opposite direction.
And then the third one that I wanted to mention that kind of has a weird fit is, interestingly enough, Jabari Smith Jr., who is a guy who, in theory, is a 3-and-D kind of guy, a 3-and-D plus kind of guy, except the consistency on the three-point shot isn't always there. With the ball in his hand isn't always there. And at times, the defense isn't one that I would want as like hey, you get up there and you guard, right? It's one of those, he's a great help defender. And it's also, again, not always super consistent. Are those things that you feel like you can bring together well outside of just having a point guard? Is this something where, does this at all feel existential to you, I guess is the ultimate question here? Because the question now, moving away from just can they be a championship contender, is what is the path forward, and is this a path that you need to undertake, or do you need to change this up a little bit?
11 days ago on my podcast, on the B-Block podcast, I asked a very blunt version of this question, and I think we're attempting to get into more of the nuances of it. But just to kind of get to the point, I asked the question, how good is the young core really? And I think that's the heart of what we're getting at here is, how good are they really? I don't think we're doubting that they're good. I mean, they're good enough for us to be talking about anyway, right?
For the expectations, you have to have a certain level of caliber and talent.
They were drafted. They're on the team. They're in the rotation. They're playing meaningful minutes on a team that's 4th in the West. So they're good. I feel like good is a good baseline. Now to go to the next step is, how good are they really? And a lot of that, or the answer to that, I should say, comes down to this fit conversation that we're talking about with these pieces. I think everything that you mentioned is worth noting. I think the both ends of the floor dynamic, and I want to shout out Ben DeBose of both Locked on Rockets and Rockets Wire, and he's got a Rockets podcast that actually didn't want to butcher. But everybody who follows the Rockets, for the most part, should know Ben DuBose by now. And he was making this point as well on the podcast of, like, there is a serious fit question on both ends of the floor with three of the main foundational pieces of this team, the young ones that we're talking about. On the defensive end of the floor, it is Alperen Sengun and Reed Sheppard, and sort of this picking of the poison of, like, or trying to reconcile these ideas of needing them on offense but them being liabilities on defense. So is it tenable to have Reed Sheppard and Alperen Sengun on the floor together for long stretches if it feels like the opposing offense has found the weak link, right? And either one of them on any given night could be that, right? And then on the offensive end of the floor, it's Alperen Sengun and Amen Thompson, to me, as guys who neither of which is a floor spacer. And in Amen Thompson's case, you can literally strategize to take him out of the game by dedicating an athletic big to him, sagging off of him, and allowing that guy to essentially be a high-level help defender. So what do you do about the spacing issues between Alperen Sengun and Amen Thompson? And what do you do about the defensive liability issues between Alperen Sengun and Reed Sheppard? And then you threw Jabari Smith in there as just kind of like like even an extra wild card in terms of his fit, which is more of a consistency thing.
Right.
Because he plug and plays into pretty much any lineup if he's right.
Right.
So all of those things are open questions for the underlying question of how good is the Rockets' young core really?
And they went in on it, right? That was the KD move, was we're going in on this core, and the returns early on have been exposed because of Fred VanVleet not being there. It still feels like it's a journey worth undertaking, because the reminder that we need to remind ourselves of is there aren't perfect teams that are perfectly situated. All of them teams have these kind of questions all the time.
Yeah.
But then the circumstance is, I don't know that it could just be this isn't our year. It needs to be a very intentional approach to, well, how do we bring the best and pull all these pieces together?
This isn't our year also feels like, and I don't think that Stone is doing this intentionally, but this is my interpretation of it, and this could come from some frustration with how this team has been coached and managed game to game throughout the season. But it might not just be, or it just might not be our year. Also feels like it's letting Ime Udoka off the hook. And I don't want to even like have this conversation without including him as a part of it. Like, I think he has a role in this in terms of making the most out of the pieces. You hear that of like, hey, you got the wrong tools, but even with the tools, you used them incorrectly on whatever it is you're supposed to do with what you got.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like we're seeing at times here. You want to go to their most recent game of needing a three-pointer and not having one of your better three-point shooters and Reed Sheppard out there. Reed Sheppard having a good game earlier in the game and him mysteriously not getting as many minutes in the second half, and their offense seemingly not coincidentally falling off a cliff and not looking organized the way it had previously in that game. Like, are there pressure points that Ime Udoka is not fully grasping? And we talked about this quite a bit as well. There also not being anybody on that staff that can kind of give him that proper gut check that it seems like he clearly needs.
So ultimately, the thing that it feels like we're getting to is there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. And it feels like a mentality, assuming that this is actually the full mentality and this wasn't just kind of a throwaway line by Rafael Stone of maybe this just isn't our year. That feels like that ignores a lot of these things that you need to be able to answer.
Make it your year, damn it.
Period. Right.
Make it your year. Like, go out there and coach the players, play the players, like do the things, right? Like it is not, to me, it is not good enough to parade around a young core, but then concede the year when your 37-year-old best player is having one of his better seasons, or by any standard for someone that age playing at that level, like you got to take advantage of that. And then you're going to tell me because 30-plus-year-old point guard and your offensive rebounding machine aren't here anymore, and so now the season is lost? No, like everybody still has a job to do to at least make something of the season. Does that mean that you're going to win a championship? No, not necessarily. But it does mean that you can be competitive and still look like a championship-level outfit, or like you're building toward that at the very least.
Yeah, so this is going to be, once the second half of the season starts, or not even half, because I always feel weird calling it the second half after the All-Star break. It's not that many games. It's a stretch run, really. they've got work in front of them to figure out even what the identity is of this team. Even if you're not looking at them as championship team, you need to figure some things out so that you can better set yourself up for next season, even if that's the case. But I'm still very much looking forward to how they respond from what was a really problematic last month plus of Rockets basketball.
Yeah, I think you need your coach to step up, and I think you need your young players around Kevin Durant to step up, not just for a night or two or in flashes here or there, but show some kind of consistency that makes you feel like the season isn't worth punting on, that it is a season worth continuing to invest in.
You know what's a great point that I hadn't even considered, and shame on me for not doing that from the 8-2. I never want to hear it's not our year when we're in the thick of the playoff hunt. Hey, that feels like a slap in the face to the fans, don't it? Like, maybe it's not our year. Why would you tell me that?
Yeah, what you mean it's not our year?
Why would you tell me that?
Yeah, to a fan base that doesn't show up in the lower bowl until the second quarter. Oh, you know when we showing up now? We ain't. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's what it's going to be.
Well, apparently, if you listen to Mark Cuban, you just need more experiences.
That's right. And
that's all that is.
And they do provide an experience. Hey, I kid you not. I know we're running over here, but I kid you not, man. It was just a few minutes left in the game, and the Rockets had coughed up that lead against the Clippers, and these fools out there at the Toyota Center ran out the kiss cam. I'm sorry, the dance cam. Kiss cam is fine. The dance cam. And I'm looking around at all these fellow Rockets fans. I'm media, so I can't really react, but I'm like, this ain't no dancing time.
You're right.
You just coughed up a 15-point lead. Everybody, us included in the stands, need to lock in.
Right.
What we doing? Anyway.
Lock in is indeed probably the watchword or watch phrase for the Rockets of the final stretch of things. We'll see what they do when they get back into action on Thursday. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Still looking forward to giving away a 4-pack of tickets Forrest Frank next month. But coming up next, it's typically the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. I'll be handling those duties. And what's the kind of bowl that annoys you the most? Because there is a fan out here that apparently did the one that annoys me the most. I'll tell you about that and more next.
Yep, it's Figgy Fig holding it down. I got to tell you guys about Metro.
Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertip. The app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcast.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is the mixtape right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you. Figgy Fig still on vacay, as is the OG John Lopez. So riding with me, and I'm very appreciative to them. B. Scott in for your John Lopez. Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. Thank you guys.
Yeah, man, a little Bearcat flavor for you.
Yeah, that's true. I definitely got my my Sam Houston fill today. I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate you gentlemen rolling with me. Why do I have Big Little Lies on my team? Oh, we were
talking about TV shows.
You would be amazed at the random places that we've gotten to,
yes,
to during today's show in the midst. And that's considering we've talked about all day long our favorite fat athletes, as it is Fat Tuesday. Not what that means at all, but what we've taken it to mean. But speaking of, actually, that's not a segue. I wanted to segue into the segment. Don't really have a good one. Just rock with me here.
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
Yeah. What is the pettiest that you've ever been?
Ooh. Oh my God.
What is the at least the one that comes to mind, right? Right. The one that comes to mind for you of one of the pettiest things that you've ever done.
Oh man. So the ones I'm trying to think of the ones that I can admit to publicly.
Yes, no need to dry snitch.
Yeah,
in this venue, it's not that deep.
I regret to inform the audience. I've got some really good ones that I just cannot share. I hate to even do that and say that.
I think everybody understands to some degree,
but it's one of those where you got to kind of protect your neck.
I've done some petty things on the road, like kind of like revenge for the driver being a bad driver.
Oh. That's a good one.
Oh, road rage! I got. Yeah.
Have you ever been the person who's like just put a cart behind someone's when they just didn't put it right in the right place? Just put it behind somebody's car.
No,
they can't get out unless they get up.
No, not like that.
Me neither.
Like for instance, like if someone cuts me off on the highway, speeds up. Speeds up. I'm like, all right, whatever. So I get in the other lane, and then, I mean, I'm pretty decent driver around here. I know when like the jams are, so I'm like, okay. And then, so I move to the other lane, and then they get stuck, and I move right in front of them.
There you go.
Just for the heck of it. Like,
you play a little highway chess, as I like to call it.
Kind of, but safely. Not, I mean, it is a little dangerous, but not like crazy aggressive.
I got one that's petty and like loud and wrong on my part.
Do it, because I still don't think that you're winning this one.
If someone honks at me, I will honk back even if I'm in the wrong. So like. You know, like if you cut somebody off, or if you get in front of somebody and you meet them and you almost get them and they hey, what are you doing? And they honk at me, I'll just honk right back.
Okay,
like F you too type of thing.
That's a good one.
Even though I am clearly in the wrong.
Yes,
and deserve to be honked at.
I respect it.
I don't know why it is that I do that. That's very petty and also just
just don't be honking at me.
Wrong.
I think it's because
I think that's what it is.
I think it's because
who you honking at?
We don't have a horn that is respectful. All our horn sounds are disrespectful.
Yeah.
It's just loud and obnoxious.
Yeah.
Right? So there's nothing that says, hey, politely, the light's green now.
Oh, you got to double tap your horn because that means you might be speaking. Like if you do the beep, beep, that means you might be chunking the deuce when you like riding by somebody. But if you lay on it for any like millisecond beyond the beep, beep, then who you honking at?
So what you getting at, Reggie?
Well, okay. Have you ever left anybody? Because that's the petty that we're talking about here. Apparently, there were 5 Alvin High School seniors that said that a coach left them behind after their final game of the season. This is what it sounded like on KPRC2.
5 girls varsity basketball players say their coach started it, leaving them to fend for themselves outside Dawson High School. The girls say they were taking photos after their final game when they realized the bus was gone.
We were all in shock. All we could really do was laugh. Like, it wasn't like a funny situation, but we were just like, we couldn't believe it.
None of us were told anything as far as
oh, we're leaving, get on the bus.
The girls believe because the game didn't go as planned and they lost, the move was intentional. They add what happened after a student who was on the bus spoke up proves it.
Head coach said, leave them there.
Even when adults tried calling.
There's nothing, nobody's answering.
Parents say they're upset, but not all that surprised because they say the coach seldom acted like one.
Before the basketball season, and I told her that she was immature, she was petty, and that it was going to come back to get her because you can't be that way with kids.
But parent Amanda Holloway says leaving the teens behind takes the cake.
Gracias a Dios que estábamos todavía.
Another mom says thank God that some parents were still there because if that wasn't the case, there's no telling what could have happened to the girls. As far as answers and action from the district,
Everything's been investigated. That's as far as we know.
Meanwhile, the girls say their plans to enjoy their final moments together as a team was ruined.
Usually what we like to do is we sing songs, we bring the speaker on the bus, we just have a lot of fun.
It is sad to say, but the pettiness and stuff goes way back.
Tonight, the girls and their parents calling for disciplinary action, not only for the head coach, but also the 3 others that left them.
Yeah, there was 4 total coaches involved. Shout out to Devin Clark of KPRC2 for this.
Yeah, KB leaving the kids.
That's wild.
Insane.
Yeah.
Because also, like, I need to know what were the other petty things that the coach had done in the past? Because they alluded to it, but they didn't give us. Because is this the coup de grace of just left kids at a away game, and they said if it hadn't been coaches or rather parents there, only God knows how the kids would have gotten home. They would. Now it seemed like their phone, so maybe they could have called an Uber or something. I don't know if the baby's got the Uber on their phone, if they got money in their account or whatever.
Gonna count. That's gonna. These are kids that play sports, so they don't probably have jobs or money. That's gonna cost the parents money. Anytime my kid, the 2 or 3 times that my 15-year-old has ever Ubered, who you think paid for it?
Right,
your boy.
I'm just amazed. Like
it was pretty cheap though, right, B. Scott?
Don't matter. She ain't got no job. It was my money.
Who is this adult? Like this is very anti-adult to be like just leave. What could you have possibly have felt that those kids did to just be left?
Well, also, where are you going without the kids?
Well, they got some of the kids.
Wait.
But also, it's a basketball team. I just thought about this.
Yeah.
This ain't like a football team where missing 5 kids is nothing. That's damn near half the team.
That could be a rotation. That could be a lineup.
What?
Like, what are we doing? You cannot leave without the kids.
Where were they?
Oh my goodness. Let me make sure. They were about 30 minutes away from where their homes are in Alvin. I forget what the other school was that they had played.
But everything in Houston is at least 30 minutes away.
So wait, did they leave them at the place after they played the game?
Yes, it was a road game. It was the seniors, by the way, final game.
Yeah.
Now they didn't go the way they wanted. They got beat, and I don't know I hope it's not just y'all lost and so we leaving y'all.
Yeah.
Because that's the type of stuff that is like the most toxic of coaching.
Yeah.
But yes, they got left at an away game.
So last year, my daughter went to a game at Merce Stadium. That's the Fort Bend Stadium right next to First Colony Mall. And I was having trouble getting her out of there, like finding which side of the stadium she was on. And I was growing a little bit impatient with it, right? So I got out of the car and started talking to one of the police officers, one of the school district police officers that's out there kind of patrolling the scene. And I joked with him, and he appreciated the joke and was like, oh, you can't do that, man. But I said, hey, man, she got 5 minutes to get to this vehicle or she's being left with the state.
Right.
The state of Texas can have her. But I was joking.
And that's the thing that maybe a parent can threaten.
And I felt that way.
How you going to do this with your job on the line?
You can't really leave a parent job. It's a child. You can't leave the child. And if you do leave, you got to secure him a ride. Like, hey, man, y'all don't come down. You got Ubers that's coming to get you or whatever. But, like, you can't leave the child, like, with no, no resolution.
Dawson High School in Pearland is where it was. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not terribly like far,
buddy.
but
They could have left them down the street, and this is like especially
Alvin and Dawson are a decent enough distance. You can get a relatively cheap Uber ride from Alvin to Dawson, but still.
But you are the adult in the room. Like you're supposed to act like an adult. This is why it is incredibly petty, and that is probably the nicest way of saying it.
And what if something happened to those girls? Like
you are on the hook.
Yeah,
you are on the hook.
Yeah,
and I see you 713. Guarantee those girls with lollygagging with social media crap. Probably.
Yeah.
And you know what? They're teenage girls. It'd be like that.
Yeah, but you gotta be like
literally.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that because again, the coach left him. The thing that hit me as the kicker, 3 assistant coaches, ain't none of them be like, hey, we can't do this.
Yeah.
We just can't.
Like, I'm not advocating none of these adults putting their hands on the children or nobody putting their hands on nobody, just to be clear. But I think it would be more morally acceptable to forcibly carry them, not hurt them, but to forcibly carry them onto the bus or whatever it is, than to just simply leave them. Right. And then have to deal with, well, you put your hands on me. Because your ass wouldn't get on the bus and I can't leave you. That's why.
So there you go. It's a mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I will ask you another segment, or rather question that is only intended to set up the audio that I have here. What's the kind of bold that annoys you the most? Because there's different types of bold, right?
Yeah, but when I said loud and wrong falls in that kind of. So when you like
loud and wrong is a good one.
So like when you say something clearly and objectively false or provably false,
but you stand on it,
but with your chest and with all the arrogance,
like when you be honking your horn with somebody.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. I'm not saying it's right, but I do it.
Breaking the rules just for the heck of it.
Okay. That is definitely a type of bold.
And it inconveniences everybody around you.
Yeah.
One of the types of bold is telling somebody who know better than you. That's the one that very much frustrates me. And I take you to the Boston Red Sox spring training, where a fan was seen heckling Alex Cora, manager of the Boston Red Sox. Cora comes over, and this is the conversation that this fan has with, remember, former professional baseball player and now professional baseball manager Alex Cora.
I signed with the Red Sox in 1962. Brooks Robinson used one hand. We all use two hands. Brooks Robinson used one and he won 15. Especially at second base. Two hands. The ball hits the glove, your hand's there, it's gone. These guys are using one hand. Teach them to use two hands. Is that what they teach them now? Because then your hands with the ball every time. Yeah. You know that. You were an infielder. I'll bet you played with two hands. I was a shortstop with Petroselli. Yeah.
Back when Petroselli was in it, we played with two hands. You better teach them boys how to use two hands when they're fielding the baseball. How dare you let them field the baseball with one hand? They need to field it with two. Alex Cora?
This is hilarious because he's definitely talking to somebody that knows more than him, but I also know what it's like to be striding in an opinion that is against somebody that knows more than you about the subject.
Right.
You know, to be like, you know what? I know you the expert, but damn it, I know about this thing too, and that ain't right. I don't give a damn what you say. I have been there. I can definitely identify that. And you know what it reminds me of? There was this kind of internet thing that happened a couple years back with Jalen Green and Roosh Williams, the noted Rockets influencer, social media influencer, where Roosh is in Jalen Green's mentions or in his DMs telling him to watch more Rip Hamilton tape. You know? Hey, man, you need to play more like Richard Hamilton. And it's like,
how you gonna tell me?
And it's like, Jalen Green definitely knows more, but Roosh might have a point. Might have been made as well. Still,
I just absolutely love the idea because also you can hear it in there. Depending on how well you can actually hear the audio, I thought it was of decent quality. Alex Cora's in there like trying to give him. Well, you know, other people did use one hand, like trying to let the fan down nicely. Like, no, I mean, there's reason to use one hand. You know, fielding. I hear you, but the dude's like, nah, they need to use two hands. You know, used to play.
Yeah, because when I did it in the 60s, and there ain't no way the game has evolved and teaching has evolved since the 60s, that wasn't that long ago.
I don't like but it annoys me when people say, just throw strikes. What else are they trying to do?
Right, as if we weren't trying to do that.
Yeah, well,
already.
Try it doesn't annoy me. Try harder. Try harder. Because trying to me, I'm sorry, it's just not good enough.
So this wasn't an annoying type of bold for you here.
Not as it was actually more comical than it was annoying. Yes. I would probably been annoyed if I was Alex Cora.
Yes,
but as the casual observer, no, I found it funny.
Okay. Real quick here on the mixtape on Sports Radio 610. A rest in peace is in order for the Reverend Jesse Jackson. He is, a disciple of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a very, a notable civil rights icon that was a part of that and relatively young at that time, even
the youngest
to jump in that. He passed away, was it earlier today, in fact?
Yeah.
At the age of 84. And I always remember I saw it on Sesame Street. I don't recall if it happened anywhere else, but him taking a whole bunch of kids of various different colors and creeds through a call and response of "I am somebody."
Yes,
right. That is a message that I think is notable. No matter who you are, what you speak, or whatever. that message of I am somebody, but also like just a long list of things that he did for this great country of America. And did you realize, one, his biological father was a boxer, and two, he played football at Illinois and then transferred to NC-A&T because they wouldn't let him play quarterback at Illinois. So he went to NC-A&T and went and lettered in football out there. So shout out to the athlete that also was the Reverend Jesse.
Yeah, that's along the lines of some of those PVIL stories that we were listening to whenever we saw John McClain and others with their documentary from a couple of weeks ago that you can now find in different places. But yeah, man, just a trailblazer. To me, it represents like partially the end of an era, because as we see guys like this from that era that are starting to pass away, not starting to pass away, but we're getting to the end of the line of guys that can remember that area. One of the books that I'm reading right now for like a second or third time is Why We Can't Wait by Martin Luther King Jr., and it's basically him telling the story of how everything comes together in Birmingham in 1963. And, of course, Jesse Jackson's a big part of his story. So I've been reading that book, and then for this to happen this morning was just like kind of a realization of like, hey, we're not as far from that time as we think, but we are getting further enough to where the people from that era are passing along. This was kind of an extra confession just as a parent. I was ashamed when I told my kids about this and dropping them off at school this morning, and my son, bless his heart, innocent as he was, he says, Daddy, was that one of Michael Jackson's brothers? Oh. I said, no, that's not the right Jackson line. But I see how you could have done that.
You can't be too mad. Jackson's a real prevalent name.
Yeah, no,
I can understand how the baby gets to that place.
Yeah, I see. And that's my fault for not schooling him on who Jesse Jackson
But now
actually
you know,
was.
and you still got opportunities.
Yeah.
As long as he was in the car as you were telling him he wasn't. You weren't driving away from him.
No. And I didn't leave him either. I wouldn't leave him wherever he was.
There you go. All right, that's the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 120 every weekday on the show, mind you. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before we do that, there's a change coming in the way that you watch baseball, and I'm interested to see if you guys are worried at all about this. We will do that next. But before we get there, y'all want some tickets? Y'all want a 4-pack of tickets to see Forrest Frank? Well, you can't win. I'm sorry.
I was about to say, me and B-Sky, it'd be kind of conflict of interest.
You can't win, but the listeners can. They're caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610 will win a 4-pack of tickets to see Forrest Frank March 8th at NRG Stadium. Rodeo Ticket Tuesday continuing to roll on. So 4-pack of tickets. I know the drive will also be giving away some tickets for Rodeo. This is, we always keep you locked in for the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Again, call number 7, 713-572-4610.
All right, I do want to talk about Deanna.
Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Fat Tuesday. It's been very fun all the way across. Appreciation to my guy B. Scott for sitting in for the OG John Lopez.
Yes, sir.
Also, shout out to you, Colin Neal on the ones and twos. I'm guessing you're hanging around, though, for the rest of the week.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Unfortunately for you.
I was going to say, don't sound so damn excited about it, Colin.
Did you realize what is going to, well, actually, there's no way that you would have realized this. Actually, before I even get to that.
Don't put no limits on me. I might be realizing stuff.
That is fair. I should not be
disrespecting you over there, B. Scott.
That's my bad. That's my bad.
I'm smart.
I apologize.
That's a deep cut Fredo line.
Have you watched The Godfather? Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
No, I haven't.
I was like,
he's young. You can get there.
I need to watch it in memory of Robert Duvall.
Yeah,
yes.
For sure.
Yeah, rest in peace,
sure.
Robert. I didn't even mention that. Apologies. Yeah, rest in peace.
I was
to
probably
Robert
somewhere.
Duvall.
What are you, 25?
Yeah,
I was probably somewhere around there when I finally watched it. So yeah, that's all good.
You should watch it. You should watch it. It's a good film.
I'm a big I'm a nerd though. Like I like Lord of the Rings, Star Wars.
That ain't no problem.
Yeah, those are
you can. Legit, these are not mutually exclusive.
Legit,
you can watch these as well.
I've rewatched the Lord of the Rings trilogy like 4 times.
Have I ever given you my take on rewatching? And this probably is an issue with me more than it is just like a life outlook.
You have a rewatching issue?
Yes, I have a fear of missing out, and so something within me says, with all of the things that have been created, there's not enough time in my lifetime to take all of those in. And so if I'm going to watch something, why would I not watch something new and try and see something else as opposed to rewatching this thing that I've already seen with limited time? It ends up creating an issue with me. So like if I'm like, oh, let me rewatch this thing, I'm like, damn, that's time wasted that I could have discovered something new or appreciated something else. You know?
And see, for me, it's more of a rewatchability thing. Like if I have confidence that whatever this thing that I'm rewatching is better than the newer thing, like
there's a certainty in I already know what this is.
So I'm always for better over newer. So
interesting.
So like I go through new shows that I want to binge watch or shows that are a little bit older that I missed that I want to binge watch, and if I get halfway through it and frisbee that thing out of the, metaphorically speaking, frisbee that thing out of the window, then that's what I do. But I know I can watch The Wire. You know what I mean? I know I can watch The Sopranos. I know I can watch Breaking Bad. I actually can't watch again, but I know it's good. If I wanted to watch it again and go through that emotional roller coaster, I could do that. But some of these other shows, it's like, you know, I'm actually not fearful of missing out on whatever this show is, as I try it and it's not working for me in the beginning. So
if y'all haven't watched it yet, Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
I have. I actually started that this weekend.
It's very solid.
Yeah, I did start this weekend. So there's something that's happening in baseball that is going to change the way that we watch baseball, and I'm interested to see if this is something that matters to you at all, or if it's just like according to baseball, they're requesting that broadcasters no longer differentiate the circle in the box depending on whether or not a pitch is a ball. So, you know, with the strike zone, I think the strike zone first came to us in 2001. But you know, you're watching a baseball game, you see the strike zone. If a ball hits just outside of that that square, that K zone, it'll show up as a ball. Or if it hits inside of that, it'll sometimes like show up as a strike, right? Yeah. You've seen that. They're trying to take that away.
What? I don't understand.
Well, the idea is with the advent of ABS, right, automated balls and strikes, they're trying to limit any instances in which a player can get an advantage or a player can be notified of what the ball and strike was in order to be able to, you know, challenge, right?
Right.
Getting that TV copy. So with the number of TV copies that'll be around the stadium or that could possibly be used, they're trying to make it so that there is a delay, or, you know, at least, actually the delay comes in on something like a Gamecast or whatever, where even those will have a delay, or in arena or in stadium type things that demonstrate balls or strikes will have a delay.
That sucks, man. We can't just stop cheating.
Well, this is the thing. They are trying to keep you from cheating. Like, this is actually makes more sense if you are a skeptical person, as opposed to just, we gonna use the honor system. I'm gonna take away the instances that I think you might be able to use to cheat. So we're just not going to show balls and strikes on the TV. Do you think that's going to change the way that you watch the game at all? You're still going to have to zone, and it'll probably still mark where the ball hits. However, you're not going to have that clear designation of here comes a strike. That was a strike.
Yeah, no, I don't know how to watch a game. For me, I can't even visualize a game, listening to a game, and not having the announcer call me balls and strikes.
Well, I don't know if that will have, obviously with the ump making the call, I think the broadcaster will tell you that, but the visuals of, with the tracking that they have on the pitch, it will not delineate on the actual TV itself. No. What is a strike versus what's a ball.
I'd probably get used to it at some point, but it does just sound weird that they got to go all out of their way just to make sure somebody ain't cheating.
I think I'll be fine, but in the moment I was like, damn, that's weird. The thing that actually will get me, though, is the game cast, because I do like using the game cast and seeing, okay, what is the pitch ID'd as? What are these things? And I wonder if those things are going to be delayed. That ends up being a very valuable side tool that I use while watching a game to help me add more information to what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I need that, whether I'm in the ballpark or at the ballpark, or if I'm following on Baseball Savant or even on MLB.com. I didn't play baseball, so I actually cannot ID. If it's not a fastball, which I can for the most part ID just based off of speed, but anything other than that, anything off speed, I need to be told what that is. I know some people can just look at a pitch and identify it, and shout out to you. But as not being one of those guys, I absolutely need that. As soon as possible.
And I see you on the YouTube saying Gamecast is already delayed. No, to some degree, and I imagine that they do it even more just to, again, protect what they're doing here for the sanctity of the game. And I understand the need to do that. I wonder how much that changes the way that we go about watching this game,
Losing recipes.
It's small things, but sometimes it's the small things that end up showing up in a larger way for you when this breaks down. I'll be interested to see how it goes, but it is good that at the very least we can test this out in spring training. The all spring training facilities now have ABS in them, so we're not going to have like last spring training where you managed to watch a game and they don't even got none of the information on it because that particular place does not have the cameras necessary to do the ABS type stuff. Thankfully, we will have that during spring training, so we can get used to it.
And the ABS is long overdue, just to be clear on what I'm kind of lamenting against. I don't like the whole, hey, we're not going to announce or we're going to delay information, but the ABS part is something that they've been needed to do a long time ago.
Yeah. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to cross-talk with the fellas. The fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, are sitting with us. Gentlemen, how you living on this Fat Tuesday?
He way more excited than I. No, I'm playing.
Fat Tuesday.
They gave a good
great,
clap
man.
to the what are they called?
What are you even talking about?
D&M Auto Leasing.
There it is.
They present the
letter. I knew it was another letter.
It's a D and something else. It's D&M Auto Leasing.
Man, I never nailed that D&M.
D&M Auto Leasing.
See, I want to say D and M.
Yeah,
make it easy.
Shout out
to them, man.
D&M.
There's some things that when you say really quickly, it just kind of almost bastardizes it, and I feel weird because I want to make it clear it's D and M, but it just feels right to say D&M.
So it is D and M.
Yes, D
Shout out
and
to you,
M.
D and M.
Yes.
Yep.
Always love a good coming to America reference. Gentlemen, it is Fat Tuesday.
Best movie of all time.
I'm not gonna go that far, but I love it. It might be the most rewatchable movie of all time.
I checked it. My favorite movie.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's close.
It might be one of the most rewatchables.
It's the best movie of all time, easily.
Coming to America
by a long stretch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that is. I say
it is on its own on the Mount.
8507
yeah.
Queens Boulevard.
I'll be honest, Colin, I didn't know you had it. I really didn't. I'm proud of you.
I've seen that movie. Come on now.
I just didn't know you had that hotkey ready to go. I'm proud of you.
He's using Figgy's.
I know it. I don't care.
That boy,
he knew which
good.
That boy good.
Good and terrible.
Good and terrible. You must be crazy.
So Fat Tuesday, we've taken to our question of the day being what are some of our favorite or some of the greatest fat athletes. Did you take any offense with it?
No. I heard y'all talking about Larry Allen and saying he's somebody y'all would not call fat to his face.
Not even close.
Wouldn't do that.
Not even close.
Mr. Allen.
Do you disagree at all there, Clint?
No, you wouldn't say nothing.
No.
I mean, anybody with any kind of sense wouldn't have said nothing to Larry Allen's face to anger him.
Absolutely not.
No, that's other. I mean, that's like otherworldly strength.
Could you imagine if he got a hold of, especially my skinny ass? Like, I'm dead to rights.
Right.
I can't even get out.
Honestly, you say if he got a hold of you. When he got didn't he run down a defensive back?
Oh yeah, he did that. That's when everybody realized how good of an athlete he was. I watched him two-hand chuck in a walkthrough Dwayne Goodrich up on the hill over at Valley Ranch one day, and I was like, wow, man.
I
mean,
definitely
it was like walkthrough. It was like walkthrough, and Clay pulled on some kind of G scheme. He's pulling outside, and no corner sitting out there waiting on him. He just kind of two-hand chucked him. That sucker.
Can't do nothing about it either.
No.
Nothing.
No,
There was
leave
like
that alone.
5 yards.
Like Sean was with that damn Tide Pod.
It was out of bounds.
Yes, can't do nothing about it.
It was out of bounds. There's about 5 yards before there was a little hill, just a little 3 or 4 foot hill, and Dwayne Goodrich landed on his back.
Because, I mean, if you're Dwayne, all you can do is go get a gun, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
without question. You got to go pop the trunk.
Goody wasn't the gun type either. So
no, you got to make a decision there. Am I murderous or not?
You just got to take it.
Yeah, and if I ain't, then that's what it is.
You got to kill him with the only power you got.
Yeah.
Me and you are never going to be friends. We're never going to be friends because I can't do nothing about it.
What's y'all's best answer or the ones that come to mind for you where you think of the portly athlete? Because I feel like America, we have such a loving relationship with the portly athlete, right? We're not really great about sizable people in many other aspects of life, but when it comes to the athlete, it's like, hey, man, you doing something that I can respect.
Did we get Oliver Miller in there?
A lot of people mentioned Oliver Miller, and it was my fault for not bringing him up.
Yeah. Cecil Fielder. I'd like to watch 45.
I got Rodney Rogers in there.
Did you get Rodney? I was thinking Tractor Trailer.
Tractor Trailer for sure.
Refrigerator Perry.
Yep, Refrigerator Perry absolutely was one of the ones that came in.
In a separate but related genre, we went with athlete that let himself go, and I went with Sean Kemp. It's like the height of him.
There's a couple.
Yeah.
There's a couple that has just completely. They did Revis Island is no longer.
Oh yes, forgotten about this. And you know what's funny is now when we go back with some of these like who's the greatest cornerbacks, and I see like his headshot, I was like, it was there. Like he had the round head. I just didn't realize that it would actually blow up that way.
Yeah, you put Revis Island, Donovan McNabb, and Maurice Jones-Drew in a room together. You can be like, wait, what did they do again?
I saw Donovan.
VY could check in with that party too.
Yeah. I saw Donovan come out that bathroom. I said, dang.
Yeah, I saw him in Vegas
or
Philly.
We're dealing with
Vegas
the same
or
thing.
New Orleans. Yeah,
he's doing the same thing on that plane. But have you? They did the Philadelphia 76ers. They looked back at the 2001 team.
Eric Snow.
I didn't know what happened to Eric.
Yeah, Eric Snow.
Oh, I felt bad for him because everybody had to wear those jackets, and that ain't his side. Like that. Seriously, Eric Snow.
Yeah.
Clint, Eric Snow's got me by 30 pounds.
Nah, you lying.
40 pounds.
You're exaggerating.
No.
Maybe
you haven't
50.
seen Eric Snow lately?
Oh,
no,
I don't.
I
Look,
haven't.
here, show it to him. Flip that thing around.
No,
it's worse than that. He put on that jacket and when he ran out, when he walked out there, he had to put his hand up because they did everybody because he was one of the last ones.
Yeah.
I believe it was Aaron McKee, then him, and then Iverson. And he had to go out there, and they all had their jackets on. He was sweating. I've been there.
Yeah.
And he had to raise his hand. I said, "Damn, Snow."
Yeah, it's a snowstorm now. It's not just a couple.
Eric Blizzard.
Eric
is where you're going for now.
Yeah, man.
That caught me off guard, man.
Yeah, and how does that happen?
Overtime, baby, overtime.
They say keep living.
Don't say that because there are some athletes right now that you know, as soon as this ends,
right,
like they're gonna have a hard time keeping this off.
Yeah,
there's some guys out there. As soon as this comes to an end,
yeah, Luka's going to be on that train.
Oh, you ain't lying.
Yeah, I could see that.
Luka. As soon as this is over, Luka is
Jokic
because he looks like that with all of the cardio that he gets in right now.
All of it,
and he like him some beers. I'll tell you that for damn sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's some.
What's big boy in New Orleans?
Zion.
Yeah, God, man.
And he's a bad decision maker to begin with as well.
Yeah. Oh God.
If you had asked me 5 years ago, I thought he was going to be my favorite fat athlete of all time.
I'll be honest,
because I thought he had a chance to be that.
I'd like some of his decisions.
I bet you would. All right, you're listening to KLTAM. KLTAM
I don't hate them all.
HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports
I know
Station.
that's unpopular. I don't hate all of Zion's decisions.
I mean, look, different strokes for different folks.
I've not said all of them. Now, maybe some of the maneuvers he's made after making some of these decisions. Maybe.
I'll say
I don't hate all of them.
I'll say I understood some of those decisions, but ultimately
I might be misremembering some of these decisions.
Where it brought you, I can't say I can co-sign.
I hear you. Listen,
you wouldn't have wanted that crazy in your life.
You can use the terminology that you want to use. I'm just telling you, mine is not an understatement.
You are too reasonable of a person to have wanted that woman in your life. Let me tell you, I know better than that.
Listen, I'm just saying. Mariah?
Yeah, no.
Wow. Okay, so that was the one. Okay.
There's a ladder.
You don't want problems.
I'm just saying.
I get what you're saying. Because the red-blooded male in me understands what you're saying.
I got it.
But no, man, come on now.
Yeah, make some bad ones.
I did not expect this to be where the crosstalk led, and you know what? I love it when it does. Appreciation to DNM Auto Leasing for getting
I love how I knew exactly what he was talking about immediately.
I had an idea, but I had my doubt. So I'm surprised that we're actually here, although I shouldn't be. Because
I've seen her work.
You should never be surprised
for
wherever the drive takes you.
She rises to the occasion, Clint.
Does she?
Oh, boy.
Okay, all right. And with that, B. Scott, appreciate you rocking with me today.
Yes, sir.
Happy Fat Tuesday to you. And right now, the drive is live.
Every tool in the bag she's got.
Yeah, including that finisher.
Oh, boy, let me tell you. She's got multiple finishers. She's got the stunner.
I'm talking about that one that empties bank accounts.
Yeah, I know
about that one that ruins images.
She's a triple-double waiting to happen.
That's right.
The bank account wasn't what I was thinking about when you said empty, but I hear you.
She's the Oscar Robertson of battery.
She's got it all. She's Jokic. She's added a little bit more to the tank, too. I tell you, that's just a little bit, too. But Jose Ramirez, that's a good one for the Guardians. He looks like you ever check somebody with them cheeks, them cheeks. Framber Valdez, when this thing's over, Framber. I mean, I watched Framber in his photo in Detroit.
Maybe before
I watched him in his photo in Detroit. He's about to get up there and eat good.
He's letting go.
He's about to run into them Detroit-style pizzas, them square pizzas.
What was that contract? 3 years, 100-something?
Yeah. He's about to let it go, boy.
He might even let it go now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might let it go before the end.
That's all right, man. Do your thing, man. That's all I'm in that for. Hey. All right, the drive is live.
Dress Ronas, man. Been sucking on them.
They got them in Detroit, too, don't they?
Ain't no doubt, man. He's going to retain some water now. There ain't no doubt.
Everything they need in Detroit, man. All right, the drive is live, and we're back full force. Clint's in the building.
Come on.
Tyler's there if you're on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. We appreciate you jumping in. YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you jumping in. Hey, Kiss My Ass Champ Slice. Have y'all seen Steve Slayton recently? He looked like he ate Ron. Damn, man.
Steve Slayton, for real?
Did we lose Steve Slayton to that?
I didn't know that.
To that food narcotic? Did we lose him? I've been in that food narcotic about 40 years. Oh, yeah, you're right, text line. He going to get them conies. Even Framber going to be out there in Detroit in them damn conies, them damn chili dogs, them hot dogs. He going to put all kinds of cheese and stuff all on his. Go ahead, Framber. Do your thing, man. Let it rip. I keep seeing that. Is anybody? I don't mean to get off here. I can't do it right now, but at some point in my journey, I will. I keep seeing that like Coney Island. Is that? I've seen a couple of those. Is that good?
Never had it.
You know what I'm talking about? It's like James Coney Island or something.
Yeah.
I see the hot dog. Are those good?
I mean, I'm not a huge I'm not a connoisseur, but I know I got a buddy of mine that is, and if it ain't Wiener Schnitzel, it ain't right for him. He can't ride to Coney Island.
Really? Okay.
He's a Wiener Schnitzel.
Because I drove.
Now I think both of them are a dying breed now.
Yeah. Because we drove past, and I'm thinking, damn. Every time I want to stop by there, I want a little chili.
You know, I've never been a big hot dog guy. But there's not that I don't like them. I just never. It's not my go-to. And golfing with my wife and the father-in-law this weekend on back-to-back days. I mean, they were just ranting and raving about these hot dogs that they'll bring to you on the golf course. And I mean, they were good. Don't get me wrong, they were good. But I tell you, man, my old father-in-law, he loves a good hot dog now. Good chili dog.
Good chili, a little cheese on there.
I mean, I like them. Yeah, onions. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm in there.
I'm all over it, but I'm not stopping at a James Coney Island to check them out.
Yeah, I might pull in up right now. That's not a part of my plan right now, but at some point.
Isn't that what Bun B's spot used to be? Isn't that the old James Coney Island building right there?
Oh,
the one here?
Is it? Okay.
I think it's an old James Coney Island building that they
the one in the city that he's got.
Yeah, the one right down here. Yeah,
he just built one that's right down the street from me.
Yeah, he got 3 locations down, Chief.
Go there, Trill Burgers.
You been down there?
Haven't been down there yet. Not a part of my journey yet, but don't worry, we'll go there. I've gotten to the car wash right next to it. Hey, by the way, we're starting it off. This is that time. It is that time of the year where we hook you up with rodeo tickets, baby. Starting today, 2 different opportunities right here on the drive in the 3 o'clock hour and in the 5 o'clock hour. You got a chance to win a 4-pack twice today. A 4-pack of tickets to see Russell Dickerson. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not familiar with Russ. Tyler said he had to go in there and jump in and really catch a little bit of Russ, and then he kind of heard it, and now you heard a couple of his tunes. But there you go, Russell Dickerson.
Good. Hey, it's good to be
March
here.
5th, by the way.
Good to be here. It's rodeo time in the city.
Wow.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not a big Russell Dickerson guy.
Clearly, I was going to say, man, you went around that.
Look,
you always talk about this.
I mean, I like Russell Dickerson. He's not one of my go-tos. I think this is an interesting fit for rodeo.
Was he in? Tyler said he didn't remember. Was he in our tent one year?
It wouldn't surprise me.
I feel like I've heard the name, and I felt like he was in
not too long ago,
tent.
probably 3 years ago. Yeah. Probably he was probably the main act, maybe the headliner in our tent. It's interesting because Russ he's had some good hits.
That man, Clint, Tyler, did you hear him? That man said, "Yeah, happy to be here."
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be here in rodeo time. I'm going to be here in rodeo time. I mean, look, Russ is to me, he's kind of a tweener. He falls somewhere between cook-off headliner and
you're
rodeo.
not sure if he's ready to get.
I'm not sure Russ can fill that thing up on a Thursday night.
Thursday night's a good night, March 5th.
I may be wrong. I'm not a
713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch. How you feel about Russell Dickerson?
I'm pretty selective in my especially the newer country. I'm pretty selective these days, and I don't.
When you hear Russell Dickerson, do you think those of you who are country music fans, do you think rodeo? Do you think headliner one night at a rodeo?
I do not.
You don't think that? Not yet.
No, I do not. It'll be interesting. See it Thursday night too, man.
Huh, be interesting. Well, why don't you go check it out? You got a chance to win a 4-pack. See the rodeo. See RD, I believe is what they call him.
Do they really?
I don't know. I did. Oh, RD, baby. Somebody texted in, no, not a headliner. Feels more cook-off artist.
Somewhere between the two. I don't want to disrespect my man.
So he's like Taylor Trammell. Somewhere between Sugarland and.
No, he's better than Taylor.
Is he? He's somewhere between, like he would go up and down from Sugarland to the Astros.
I would say he's in the Jake Myers range.
Oh, well, Jake Myers was
He ain't no headliner.
Jake Myers, but Jake Myers ain't in between.
Jake Myers, he's had some good, more bad than good. But enough good to keep you turned on. And has recently been good enough to earn a position on a really good team at the bottom third of the lineup. That's Russell Dickerson. I agree.
That's
RD,
huh?
Ain't nobody going to see the Astros. Ain't nobody going to see the Astros to see Jake. Now you might get there, and when you see Jake, you might be happy what you saw, impressive, but you ain't going. You ain't, like I think that's right.
But you should just be parking lot playing.
No. I don't. Somewhere between somewhere between the bench and start.
And I got you.
There you
All
go.
right. Not quite.
Big league. I mean, look, Russell Dickerson's big league.
He's a big league.
He's a big leaguer. I just don't know if he's one of them kind of guys that kind of yo-yos between Sugarland and the Dyke and
a fourth outfielder.
Yeah. There you go.
Fourth outfielder.
There you go.
All right, 3:00 hour. That's going to be your first opportunity to win a 4-pack to see Russell Dickerson March 5th. You'll do it again. We'll do it again in the 5:00 hour. All right, this is becoming a thing. I don't know how big of a deal it is or how serious it is, but this has become a talking point here now that the season is over and we're starting to get into off-season stuff. A couple people, Albert Breer brought this up. Todd McShay brought this up. But potentially talking about teams maybe looking at a C.J. Stroud to trade for. Here's Todd McShay. Let's go with Todd McShay here. And he talks about C.J. Stroud could be one of those guys that teams could see if he's on the move.
There's going to be some big name quarterbacks that are currently in destinations that have contracts that are going to be targeted. Teams are going to be aggressive. C.J. Carr is one of them.
Okay. CJ Carr?
I mean, it's not CJ Carr. It's CJ Stroud, sorry. CJ Stroud's a name. Does he need a new scenery? Joe Burrow's a long shot. No one thinks it's going to happen, but like I'm just getting out ahead of, you're going to hear some information, whether it's at the forefront, like on the ticker, or some whispers and rumors that, wow, someone allegedly threw a lot of money and a lot of picks and a lot of compensation offers in a package to try to get Joe Burrow out of Cincinnati. So be prepared for that.
All right, there have been multiple. Burrow and Stroud are the ones, Stroud being the more realistic one that people are saying. I don't know how realistic either one of them are. I guess my thought here is I think we all have our feelings about this. I guess for me is, how serious do you think the Texans are in actually taking these calls? Like how much of a possibility, from not your perspective, but from a Texans perspective, do you think they're taking this serious?
Oh, I think they're absolutely taking it.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely. I've said it multiple times. I take my opinion out of the mix. I mean, when you look at the way this team is wired and the way D'Amico Ryans wants this team to look and operate, the problems that CJ has that we know of, the ones that we see, are the problems that drive defensive-minded head coaches absolutely nuts. It's the kind of problems that drive anybody that had anything to do with the New England Patriots organization when Tom Brady was there, drive them absolutely nuts. And so, I think there's definitely a conversation of C.J. Stroud and potentially $60 million a year, or a much cheaper option at the quarterback position, draft capital, and significant cap space. I do think that is enough to at least take it serious and field calls on C.J. Stroud. Absolutely.
Like, so it's and you think it's more than we're taking it serious because, hey, man, you got to listen to the draft compensation? Or do you think it's more we're taking it serious because we would be open to doing this if the price was right? Like, this isn't just to take it serious based off the what you could get back. This is to take it serious of, this is something that we really think's on the table to move off of him.
Yes, I think all of the above.
Wow.
I think all of the above. Yes, it would not shock me one bit that, and I think that's why people nationally right now. I don't think Todd McShay had a lick of confidence in what he was saying. That's why he stumbled through it. He was scared to just because of who it is, and it's C.J. Stroud, and he may not know enough about the situation. He was scared to just say it with his chest that, hey, man, the Texans are likely going to at least entertain trading C.J. Stroud. He had a real hard time saying that. I don't think he necessarily believes what he was trying to say. But, yeah, man, I think there's a real world in the NFL where this particular group with the Houston Texans is entertaining all of their options at the quarterback position.
All right, let's do this on the other side. 713-572-4610. Wait till you hear what John McClain, the general, the Hall of Famer, has to say about this. And from you, text in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Use that base power text line. How serious do you think the Texans should be? I doubt, Clint, we're hearing too much. They're getting calls.
Oh, absolutely.
They are getting calls.
Yeah.
How serious should they be taking these calls for trading away C.J. Stroud? We'll discuss that next.
All right, look, if you are in the sports construction world and you don't know who Fielder's Choice Sports Construction is, what's wrong with you, baby? Come on now. 25 years of experience, 500-plus sports fields.
Game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final up. It's H-Town Postgame. Energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
John McClain, the Hall of Famer.
I'm bad to the bone.
There you go. Let me get in your way here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As we've been talking, a good amount of C.J. Stroud, look out. Not saying he will get traded, but saying like teams are checking in, are calling the Texans, and this isn't just a situation like if people called in Washington and they would just hang up, or people called in New England and they would just hang up. This is also being reported by, and again, like this isn't just anybody's like on Twitter reporting that or up-and-comers. This is Albert Breer and Todd McShay. And Hill, I think last week we talked about Fitzpatrick. Like, these are guys that, especially when you talk about Albert Breer and Todd McShay, these guys are working through the draft, working through the league. They're well connected. So this isn't just stuff that they are just guessing and pulling out of their ass.
You know, one of the things that sticks to me is maybe I dig into this stuff more than I should, but like we've heard Ryan Fitzpatrick matter-of-factly bring up moving C.J. Stroud 2 different times now. One immediately after the playoff exit, and then again randomly a couple of days ago, right? Maybe late last week, whatever it was. The part in all of that. Now I like what Ryan Fitzpatrick brings to the table. When you're working TV like that, you're in the know of a lot of things, sitting in rooms with coaches and general managers and players, and covering the game closer on a league-wide basis than most of us, right? So I respect his opinion. Generally speaking, in NFL circles. Now, the part of it that I think really speaks volumes is how Andrew Whitworth seems to be kind of just sitting quietly aside and going along with it. Like, that's a former offensive lineman that played. I know it. I mean, didn't he win one with Stafford?
Yep.
That he's the kind of guy, again, being in the game, playing the game, winning one, playing with a future Hall of Famer, playing in a system where it's driven by the quarterback. If this thing didn't have real legs, I would think that Andrew Whitworth would be the first one to be like, hey, man, wait a minute now. You're talking about a franchise quarterback here. You're talking about a guy that has shown the ability to be as good as anybody in the league. Wait a minute. Him sitting quietly, in those conversations that's interesting to me. That is an interesting reality.
And for me, and I want to make it clear, my thought is when you say has legs, because I think when you start to have guys like that report on it, it's not just like, all right, here, man, we're just going to come up with some sort of off-season conversation, right? I think the legs for me that I think are very, very real is I think teams are calling Nick Caserio, D'Amico, and that at this point we're talking about a player like that, the McNairs. I think they're calling the Texans, and I think they're calling the Texans thinking there's a potential realistic price to get it done, right? Like I think they're calling the Texans not just a call to see. I think they're calling the Texans because they think there's a chance. Now, where I don't know if there are legs is I don't know if the Texans are like there's a chance. I don't know from their end. I would think that the Texans are like, hey, we drafted C.J. Stroud. This has been one of our guys. Like, I think they love C.J. Stroud. I would assume that, but I do think it is very real when you hear from guys like that. Teams believe there is a potential of him being available. That's what I said. Like, I don't think teams are calling Washington thinking there's a real chance that they can get Daniels. Like I don't know that. I don't think that. But I'm not sure that they think they can get him. But I think they think this is a real conversation. This ain't just a BS conversation. Now I don't know if the Texans, believe the same thing.
Well, look, I think it could be it could likely be the leak, if you will, could be coming from either party. I've said this before. I think the Texans, the way that they're wired and what they want to look like on offense, it is very possible that they view moving on from CJ as a route moving forward for the Texans to get better. I think it's very possible that CJ Stroud views the opportunities that are abound in the NFL right now as opportunities to move on with a fresh start and be in a system that's a little bit more quarterback friendly to CJ Stroud stylistically to what he does well. I could see that. The reality of it is there's a lot right now. The Texans have a handful of organizations over a barrel. If you're an organization that has just struggled over and over and over again to find your guy, and you're super quarterback needy right now, you're probably going to give up whatever the hell the Texans want to have a shot at a guy like C.J. Stroud. And so, I think from
but this situation is different from the last time the Texans were in this. Like they were wanting to move on from Deshaun Watson for multiple reasons.
Oh yeah,
I don't know that they're wanting to move on from C.J. Stroud. That's the thing. I think it's different in that. Yeah, they could command a ton from the Jets or the whatever
Cardinals
team, the Cardinals. There's several of them. Hell, the Steelers. They could command a lot. But I still don't know that the Texans see this, because the Texans could see this and be like, no, CJ is our dude. Like that's where we're going. We're not ready to give up on this yet. But I do think it's something. I do think that somebody feels that there is an opportunity there, because they're not talking about any of the other young quarterbacks like this that they can just roll out. People think there's an opportunity to get Burrow. That's why that name keeps coming up.
Here's the one thing. The one thing that I feel like is absolutely not happening. I don't think either party, CJ and his representation or the Texans, are sitting there going, nope, this is it. We're standing pat. CJ's our guy. Houston is my destination. No matter what happens, I'm staying put right here. You cannot tell me that the Texans, again, wired the way that they are not concerned, disappointed, having to make a tough decision with their quarterback situation moving forward. Whether it's a CJ decision or it's a $60 million a year cap hit decision. However you want to look at it, you can't tell me the Texans are sitting over there going, man, we're super comfortable with this right here. Let's just ride. And if you're C.J. Stroud and his representation, you can't tell me that C.J. Stroud is sitting over there going, man, I'm going to take all this on the chin. I'm going to go back into Nick Caley's system and see if I can't make this work. Like, is he willing? Yeah, sure. I'm not saying he's going to force himself out, but you can't tell him for either party, this is not a slam dunk.
Yeah.
It is very likely that C.J. Stroud and Mulugeta could see, hey, man, the grass is greener on the other side. And likewise with the Texans. So, I mean,
especially if they get wind that this is coming from the Texans.
Oh, yeah. It's the reality of it is this is a very, very difficult, situation to be in, I think, for both parties. And we're living in a day and age where teams will move on and players will request trades. So it's even in 2026, who knows?
By the way, Tyler, John McClain, the General Hall of Famer, if C.J. Stroud is traded, I'll, quote, walk down Kirby naked.
Oh.
At rush hour. Is anyone else willing to do it if he's not traded? Didn't think so.
He's raising the risk from eating that newspaper.
Again, John McClain, if C.J. Stroud is traded, I'll walk naked down Kirby Drive at rush hour.
Hey, I'm telling you, T-Mill, you on Kirby and rush hour?
Oh, yeah, it sucks.
I've been stuck at Kirby and rush hour. Miss that entrance ramp and get up there on Kirby. I mean, that folks gonna get long looks.
Probably be a couple people get rear-ended too.
Folks gonna get good long looks at old McClain naked if this happens now.
He'll go viral.
Oh, there's no question. The question is what would be visible.
Yep. I'll do a live report from where it is on the air, live. YouTube, live.
Dude, we could do a live broadcast from the corner down there the day it's supposed to happen.
Yeah, yep, we'll do it live. We will be live, set up, the desk and everything.
Hey, there's a Walgreens on that corner. I hit it all the time now. Or is it CVS?
Yeah,
Maybe
all our engineers will be there. Aaron, Matt.
We'd be posted
Andy.
up like we were at the Astros parade.
Andy, be posted up, baby.
Oh, yeah, that's a parade that I am definitely going to attend.
All right, coming up,
naked ass.
A guy that definitely needs to pick it up. A guy that has to have a bounce back season for the Astros. We'll discuss that next.
I tell you what, if you are
spacepowercompany.com/610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As people said they would show up for John McClain walking down the streets butt-ass naked.
I mean, it would be Astros World Series parade, I think, if we promoted it enough.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. If they traded him, Tyler, he would be feeling the same way I felt at then Minute Maid Park when I clearly saw that the Royals were going to lose that 4-game series and they were going to get swept in that 4-game series. And I sat there in that 9th inning with 2 outs, and I knew I've got to dye my hair blonde.
Best bet ever made.
I felt like, he feels really, John clearly feels really good about this. And I felt really good. All right, this was a team that went to the playoffs and went to the ALDS that had all its best pitchers lined up in the 4-game series and somehow lost all 4 of them. And that's all they had to do. They could have just won one. Just
Keep
don't
an eye
get
on
swept.
show cool.
And then you sit there, and could you imagine Adam Schefter and Glazer and them coming in saying it looks like they're close for a deal and a trade for C.J. Stroud, and him sweating bullets because you got to do this. If it happens, John has to do this. And John, I don't know if you're listening, John, and I don't mean you walk out here in your socks and your drawers. I want your ass butt-ass naked, because that's what you said. All right, don't try to sneak no whitey-tighties in. Don't try to put no whitey-tighties in a wife beater. I don't even want you in no socks, John.
They
naked.
watch the porn.
Ass naked.
You better. I mean, golly, man, you better hope it doesn't happen in July. Concrete's gonna be hot.
I'll allow you to wear glasses. Want to wear sunglasses? Want to wear your bifocals? I don't care. But I need it ass naked. You said it. You got to do it.
He did put it out there, didn't he?
He put it out there.
And
then invited somebody else to come with him. No, you take it out there. Come on, be the general.
Yeah, Ron. I mean,
attention. I want you to stop.
I'm worried for him.
It's not gonna.
I'm worried for him, Ron. I mean, he doesn't know. I mean, you got to think about it. Somewhere Nick Caserio sat in a room and thought Jimmy Garoppolo was a better option than Brady at one point.
Oh, no.
I mean, somewhere Nick Caserio sat in there and said, "Hey, man, let's go get Brady's replacement, man. Enough to let it become an issue in New England." That's the guy that's running the deal over there. I mean, I am worried for John McClain. This is not. I mean, this is not as.
You think it's got legs? You think?
Hell yeah, I do.
You think there is legit action on the table that we may see John McClain ass naked?
Absolutely.
And John again.
Now I don't know if we'll see him naked. He may be put in a place where he needs to live up to his bet.
And remember,
you guys ever wore thong?
I'm wearing one right now.
And he said rush hour, so he gave a specific time. See, John could have got away with it and walked out there at 1 a.m. and
John could do it at midnight if he wanted to. Kirby's going to be busy, especially that night.
It's going to be thick.
There ain't no doubt.
I will do another radiothon. I will do a John McClain butt ass naked on Kirby radio.
Do you think
all night long?
Do you think John could put on a thong and you would see it?
Yeah.
If it's tight enough, you think you see it?
I think so. I think he can sneak it through.
I'll holler.
To the back from the backside, yeah.
You think?
Oh yeah.
Booger butt.
Booger butt. Oh,
all right, man. Hey,
John, I'm worried for you, man.
You're good, John. I think. Hey, man, Yainer Diaz needs to. This is I think a real big talking point of the offseason. Obviously, we'd understand that, the crowded infield situation, DH situation. What are they going to do? That outfield looks disgusting. What are they going to do? Josh Hader as a closer, his injury situation. That bullpen, what are they going to do? But I do think Yainer Diaz is a big deal and a big bounce back candidate and somebody they need. Clint, there's a lot of things that hurt this team that allowed them to kind of blow that lead late against the Mariners, and then the Mariners overtook them and they didn't make the playoffs. One of those that's right up there is throughout all those injuries that you could not control, Yainer Diaz's issues last year and his drop-off really hurt the team, especially with all those guys out. And this was a dude, you remember this, Tyler? Clint, this was a dude that was a middle-of-the-bat guy. And I'm talking about a couple of years ago when they went to the ALCS and they ran through the Twins, and he was a middle-of-the-bat guy when Dusty was here. And then the next year, he finished in the top 3 of the Silver Slugger Award for catchers. This is a middle-of-the-bat guy. You remember them times when he was batting in Maldy's spot?
Well,
you remember them times that it just became a thing that Jake Myers hit above Yainer Diaz? Like, that drop-off was not – his slash line 2 years ago when he was a top 3 in the Silver Slugger, 299, 325, 441. Last year, 256, and that was with a climb in the second half at some point. 256, 284 on base from 325. 284. That's why he had to hit 9th and 417. I mean, like that was they desperately need him to pick it up. That is a big major piece, because that dude was supposed to be one of the guys that you depended on to be one of your next young guys. It was you got Jordan, you got at the time Kyle Tucker, you got Yainer coming on. They had to bat him 9th.
Yeah.
He's got that. That is one to watch.
Well, you got to think about it. Think about it, Ron. The interesting thing about Yainer Diaz is he's got a rake at the plate in order to be your everyday catcher, because defensively it is a nightmare.
Yeah,
I mean, defense.
We didn't even get to defense.
I mean, he is leaving so much to be desired defensively that offensively, if he's not tearing the cover off the ball, I don't know how you justify not having a veteran like a Caratini that more than just a backup catcher. A guy that is you can it's a veteran that you can rely on, that's got a clutch bat that can hit from both sides, like a guy like that behind him. Right now, they got Salazar behind him. Right now, the opportunity has never been more wide open for Yainer Diaz to supplant himself as at least for the foreseeable future the everyday catcher for the Astros. But I mean, he's got. I mean, I don't know. I heard either Joe Espada or Dana Brown, one of them, I heard him talking about this. Is it Yannick or Janik or how the hell you say the kid's name,
yeah.
the prospect catcher, Sam Houston. I think he played at Sam Houston. But talking about how a defensive, I mean, just an absolute monster on the defensive side. Don't forget, we won a lot of games with Maldonado, who was hitting around that 100 mark, wasn't he?
Yeah,
I mean, so
but that lineup is not as long as it was then, and they need Diaz.
They need him desperately. But what I'm saying is, I don't think this ain't just a need. Yeah. This is one of those where if you continue trending in the wrong direction, I don't know that there's not a big move to be made to bring somebody in to take a lot of your at bats, or there's not a move to be made with a younger guy to see what this guy brings to the table if he's great defensively. Right? I mean, it is. I think it's a lot more interesting maybe than we're giving it credit. He's got to flip the switch. That was one of the biggest surprises, his step back, and it just never seemed like he got it back. And like again, you're right. The defense is pathetic. He's got to be better than that, right? Like he's got to be that. But man, you could take it a little bit if he was swinging a bat, like he was. He was playing that defense and batting 9th. Yeah.
There were many times we're like, hey man, put Victor Caratini back there.
No question.
Salazar, put him back there. So
you might get your wish on Salazar. He's gonna get a little run unless they make a move.
Yeah, he's gonna get a little run. But yeah, Yainer Diaz is he is a big thing.
I think Ron, that's the biggest wild card for the Astros right now.
No, yeah,
I think it's bigger than the pitcher.
He completely changes the lineup.
Oh yeah,
if he is back to the guy that was smashing the ball. He had 26 home runs his first year.
Well, but he, not only that, Ron, he turned around, and you remember when Jeremy Pena clearly made a switch at the plate where he was a lot more disciplined.
Yeah,
I mean Diaz was right there with him. Diaz was
both of them. Yeah,
they're both coming, right? They're both making the adjustments, and they're both like, "Hey, man, these dudes are figuring. They're starting to figure it out. They're starting to be big league hitters, not just free swingers." And look, Jeremy Pena never slowed down. He kept on trending in that direction, and it's just like all of a sudden, whatever Yainer Diaz, the seeing more pitches for Yainer Diaz and the make whatever adjustments they made at the plate has not worked out well for him.
Yeah. Whatever that is, but the other part is he was struggling, not being able to take pitches all the time.
Yeah,
but he still was swinging. Still was better than that. Like he struggled mightily last year, just never could get it going again. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive. Remember, in the 3 o'clock hour, you'll have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. First time as you'll be able to win some rodeo tickets coming up in this 3 o'clock hour. You got to be listening for your chance to win. And what if the Texans do this in the draft? Somebody who covers this team put out a mock draft, and if you have not heard the first 2 rounds of their picks, boy, you're going to be smoking hot. Damn, that was a good tease. We'll do that coming up next. Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Coming out of the All-Star break, what grade do you Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here in the 3 o'clock hour. Your chance at some point. You got to be listening. You got to be listening for that cue to call. That cue to call is not right now. The phone lines are not open for you to do so. But at some point in this 3 o'clock hour, first of two opportunities today. And this is rodeo season, so we will be doing this throughout rodeo season. So stay tuned for that. But you'll have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets in this hour to see Russell Dickerson, March 5th, Houston Rodeo, Thursday night. You'll be able to win a 4-pack of tickets. And if you are not able to win that in this 3 o'clock hour, you will also have the opportunity to do it in the 5 o'clock hour. Make sure you're listening as well. So 2 opportunities to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Russell Dickerson, March 5th, Thursday night at the rodeo. So make sure you're listening for that cue to call. See if we can get you a winner. Shout out to those who are on the Base Power text line 713-524-610. We enjoy your thoughts. People are talking about the general and his ass. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we enjoy the back and forth as well, and seeing you all argue with each other on there. So it's always good fun there. All right. What if the Texans do this in the draft? I cannot wait to hear if they do this. What if the Texans do this in the draft? 713-572-4610, your reaction. So Jonathan Alexander, who covers the Texans every single day, he's out there all year long. You hear him all the time in press conferences. He's been there for a couple of years. He knows this organization. He did his mock draft and just did his just based off the Texans, Clint. And I just want to give you his first 2 rounds for the Texans. They got the 28th pick in the first round right now. His first 2 rounds. First round, Clint, he has the Texans drafting defensive tackle, Ohio State, Caden McDonald. He is a guy that is highly rated up there. Mel Kiper has him as his number 1 defensive tackle in the draft, has him as the highest grade. They would select him. Real quick, how do you feel about that thought process? At 28, they did move. They went after the defensive tackle.
Well, I think if you just draw up the biggest needs for this team, I mean like desperate needs of where even numbers are a problem. Let's not talk about high-end, high caliber talent. Just depth is a problem. I think defensive tackle, once again, is where that conversation starts. I mean, you've just got, 4 different guys that contributed for you last year to some degree, and damn sure the year before are all free agents. And so, I mean, you literally – you've
been talking about that. They are thin.
I mean, that's the one position really on the entire team where I think you can look at it and go, we're not talking about, well, this guy's a starter. Like, literally, you just need numbers. Like, you need quality dudes that you can bring in here. And if we're being honest, when you pay Will Anderson the money you're going to pay Will Anderson, you already played Derek Stingley, you're going to end up having to pay Kamari Lassiter after next year.
And you're paying
Danielle Hunter. Yeah, you're paying Danielle Hunter. I don't know that you're going to be able to afford all of them, but what I know you're going to need is you're going to need some cheap labor in the middle of that defense if you're going to keep this thing together.
You got Tommy, but really that's really it.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, look, Tommy was a nice surprise this year. Again, I mean, that's for a defensive coach that has put really good to great defenses out there every year he's been here. It is a heavy rotation on the inside. And if you're going to do that, you're either going to have to pay some veterans in of the ilk of that Mario Edwards, Tim Settle, Foley Fatukasi, Sheldon Rankins, or, again, you go get some guys that can play a couple of years on rookie contracts. The one thing I would say is that I don't know much about these guys other than they're highly rated by Mel Kiper. The one thing that I would say is and I trust D'Amico Ryans on the defense side of the football and not Kenyon Green this thing, is they better be guys that are ready to play. Right? I mean, they can't be these soft-bodied guys that got some potential and get in there, they stay injured or they're disappointments. They got to be guys, if you're going to be this aggressive, they got to be guys that can play right away and their bodies can withstand the toll of an NFL season. But I got no problem with it, to answer your question.
I don't either. This is where I think people will have some issues. Second round, Clint.
Okay.
Jonathan Alexander has the Texans drafting defensive tackle from Texas Tech, Lee Hunter, who is also Mel Kiper's number 2 defensive tackle in this draft. So Jonathan Alexander, who I think is probably really leaning into your depth issue, and I would assume, especially based off the story, like leaning into the potential of what they will do in free agency to address things.
Yeah.
Which I think also has something to do, like, depending on what they did in free agency, that would probably make a lot of sense. Maybe make this make more sense or not. Yeah. Either way. But taking 2 interior defensive tackles, and credit to Seth Payne earlier, these are not like this isn't a Warren Sapp in here, right? These are kind of run stuffer, kind of like Tommy. Guys right there that kind of can handle the middle, but not like this is a guy about to be Chris Jones and get double-digit sacks. At least right now, we have not. That's not what they project to be, or they'd be a lot higher. But your thoughts? I'm thinking of this. I don't hate it. I don't think I would be about going defensive tackle back to back. I don't hate it because simply this: I think the Texans, where they are, they should buy offense and draft defense. Like I think they should. To me, I think they should lean towards buying more definite, like legit understood who they are type of guys on offense, and draft guys on defense that they can develop and that they can coach up, because they need more we know what we're getting type guys on offense. Now, maybe this is a little bit over the top, but I don't hate it because I like the thought of draft defense, pay offense for the Texans specifically with their situation.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I agree with your overall point. I think when it comes to the Houston Texans in this year's draft, if they were to take 2 defensive tackles with the top 2 picks that they have, I think it would be on brand. I mean, look, you got a defensive-minded head coach with a desperate need at the defensive tackle position from a numbers perspective and a talent perspective.
A lot of people don't – I don't think a lot of people, Texans fans, view it as a desperate need.
Well, it's desperate because you've got like 2 or 3 guys under contract. I mean, it's desperate because because there's a void there, right? So when you talk about the Houston Tech potentially using their top 2 draft picks at not only on the defensive side of the ball, but at the defensive tackle position. Look, I think it's a long shot that you literally both the top 2 best tackles are available when you draft in the first and second round. But if it were to happen, it wouldn't shock me. Again, defensive-minded head coach, desperate need from a depth perspective at the D-tackle position for a defensive-minded head coach that loves to rotate tackles through. If you do, if the stars do align and one of these guys are, like a super elite special player, you guess what? There's a need there. It's not like there's anybody as a Texan right now that's going to keep these guys from getting snaps.
Yeah.
And then you look at it from a pay perspective. You're going to have to pay your 2 defensive ends. You're going to have to pay both of your corners. I don't know if you can then also afford to keep paying defensive tackles that are going to be rotational pieces. So, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's crazy.
I don't despise it. I think we would have a lot of people losing their minds the next day. Why would you draft 2 defensive tackles? Like I said, if they came into the offseason, Clint, and they addressed and really addressed their interior offensive line situation, and maybe even addressed the running back situation with a for sure know what we're getting type of guy, that could make more sense, because you could look at that and say, all right, if Lee Hunter is still on the board in the second round, we're moving into this is a position that we lighting, and this might be the best guy on the board. Like you're moving into that situation.
What I would argue too, Ron, that it's a position to where it's see ball, get ball, or eat double teams, however you want to couch it. Defensive tackles don't need it, assuming these guys' bodies are ready to take the toll. Which again, you're a piece in a heavy rotation, so it's not like you're getting more snaps than you've ever gotten, right? So I just think it is a position in the NFL which is more likely that you can find a plug-and-play guy than a tackle, so to speak, which you did a hell of a job last year with Ariante Ursary, right? But, I mean, you lose sleep at night when you draft a rookie tackle and go, he's going to have to start and protect my backside. I don't even think twice about a talented defensive tackle that you plug in a rotation and let him go eat.
In a rotation.
Yeah. I mean, so I think there's a lot of signs that would point to, hey, if this happened, one, it would make sense. And two, I wouldn't have a problem with it. Now, you can't Kenyon Green this thing, like I said, but you know,
But you feel much better about D'Amico Ryans and those guys picking the defensive tackle.
No question.
that you would run into a Kenyon Green situation. Like, you feel much better about that. The only thing with me, and someone texted in, if you draft two defensive tackles that close together, you're just hoping one of them works out right. I mean, I think you're hoping both of them can be rotational pieces. My only thing is, it doesn't seem like either one of them kind of have the expectation to profile out to be a dominant force on the inside. Like, it doesn't seem like one of them profiled to be, you know, one of these big time Jeffrey Simmons. Like if one of them were Jeffrey, like you're not getting that. You're getting more Tommy.
Yeah.
Like, you're getting more of run stopper. You're getting more of like guy in the middle that could be really good, but you're not getting 10.5 sacks at a guy that just is somebody that you got to double team from the inside, which makes things very, very difficult for you. All right, Clint, you weren't here yesterday, but like I told the people, some of you weren't either. It finally happened.
What happened?
Finally got the old massage.
Did you? First one ever. Did you go deep tissue?
Yes.
Oh, how long? 60 or 90?
55.
55?
55 minutes, yeah. That's what it was.
That's a good start. That's probably a fair start. You get over 60, man, you get nervous in there if you've never been.
Shout out to Court. Set it up.
Oh, yeah?
She had one, too, in a different room. Some other gentleman was
over there massaging your bride while you were over there?
Took care of her.
Yeah.
Boy, I mean, whew.
You needed it.
Oh.
How you going to go back?
I go back. Like, I'm thinking, Tyler, I'm thinking this might be something I have to budget. That was,
I suggested. I got a good one. If you're ever on the east side, I got a good one over there.
It was.
She's a little more. She's kind of pricey, but she's really good.
I didn't, and I'll be honest with you. And maybe this is what they do. When I ran into old Chloe.
Boy, it's a great massage, by the way.
You think it's probably a fake? Shout out to Now Massage. When I ran into old Chloe, the music was fantastic. By the way, oh my God,
put you to sleep
almost. But she was doing things that was going that I couldn't sleep in. First off, I wasn't ready for that warm bed. I was not. That thing was heated.
Oh,
right
yeah.
I wasn't ready for that. But she was so mild. She said, "Any problem areas?"
Right.
I said, "Yeah, really, my upper shoulders
carry a lot of stress in your shoulders and neck." Yeah.
Back. I was like, she's like, "But do you still want the other areas touched?" Yeah. I said, "Yeah." Like I told Tyler yesterday, I didn't know if I should get butt naked, John McClane, so I stayed with the draws.
Okay. Well, next time my girl on the east side tell you naked.
Well, weren't my better draws either. You'd have been disappointed.
Oh man, it wasn't them neon stripes.
No, there's some black Hanes
that'll work. That'll be all right.
They're wrinkled anyway, but man, like I said yesterday, she took that elbow. I don't know, Chloe came alive. She took that elbow and started from the bottom of my back and ran that sucker all the way up.
All the way up, yeah. You sore today?
No, I feel great. I liked it. Boy, I liked it. Lost it. I didn't know it. And then she came in from the front, and I liked it. She put her hands under the bottom to let me smell the smells. She came and did some number on my neck and head.
Yeah.
Wow. I wondered. I said, just turn it. Just crack it.
See, I'm jealous.
Just crack it. Just do it. Oh, man.
I'm jealous that you got to experience it.
I thought she was going to jump on my back, which I would have been fine with. But I mean, it felt so good.
Good for you, man.
And I was still fighting. I was like, it was a little deep. All right. Because I was probably a little bit deeper, Tyler, away from this is moving from uncomfortable to this is pain. Just close. She straddled that line.
She's living right in the right spot, man.
She did.
When was the last time you had one, T?
Oh, man.
I got one a couple months ago. Whenever we were first starting to work together, I had it budgeted in. I was going to get a massage about once a month.
Take care of
me. Need to get back to that.
Hot dog, Chloe.
I think you should. Well, I'm proud of you, Ron. I'm proud of you for getting beyond that fear.
Never had a foot massage. That was.
Did she spend some time on your feet too?
Yeah,
huh?
She did. Toes as well.
Fresh out of the Poncha Karma.
My lady. My lady on the east side. That's the one thing I would say she's slipping on. She's not a big feet gal. I mean, she'll do the necessary evil. She'll just kind of get down there and squeeze a little bit. But I mean, she is. I need to get you on old May over there. Now she'll tell you to get naked. You ain't no choice.
There's no choice.
You know, she's one of the more gals. You know exactly what she wants.
I mean, I sat there in the drawers. Like, what do I do here? What I do here? I'm thinking to myself, I better make a decision real quick before Chloe walks on in.
Chloe
here.
comes walking in.
So I said, let me get.
Hey, wait till you go to get naked, then you got to pull instead of you got to try to figure out how to get on that table and get that sheet over you so you ain't your ass end ain't hanging out. Yeah, man, it's a little bit of a trick.
Hey,
I'm proud of you,
I'm
man.
serious, man. I got it. That might be something I have to. Woo. You know me. I walked out and told everybody, first timer.
The show
She came
man.
out of it. She said, "This your first time here, or get?" I said, "First time ever getting a massage." I said, "You worked me over."
That is tremendous.
Worked me over good. All right, coming up, it is a Tuesday. Let's do a little real or fake. You can get yours in 713-572-4610. I say a statement. You tell me if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, look, y'all already know all about Coshada Casino Resort. I've been telling you about it for years, man. Quick trip east, man. Look, they got the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area. But here's the deal. Where's all my slot?
281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up, remember, you got to be listening in this hour. You got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, Houston Rodeo, to catch Russell Dickerson coming up March 5th on a Thursday. From the YouTube and Twitch, Tyler Champ Slice. Ron's the type of dude to clap when the airplane lands. What is that type of dude? And first off, I am not.
Good. Better not be standing up in that aisle.
Let me tell you what I am. When the airplane lands, I'm in business. That's when the work starts for me, because I am ready to go with anybody who wants to do very disrespectful things like they're the only one.
And you both.
When that plane lands, I'm staring folks down.
Oh yeah, bro. I wear a shirt a lot of the time that says "Stop standing up."
I know you. I'm always in the aisle, and I am plane lands, leg out to cross, and I'm staring you. I dare you.
Hey, shoot! I'm with you, Chief. I got the.
I ain't clapping.
That little button underneath that armrest. bring that armrest up. I got one butt cheek and a whole leg hanging out there, and I'm usually leaning on my knee. So I got a shoulder and my head out there. You're going to run straight through half my body.
Solid strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it is blatantly obvious what's going on. I'm going to tell you.
Hell with them pilots. I'm staring down these people.
Hey, at this point in time, boys, if I ever get into an altercation where I'm partly to blame, not somewhere like if I'm obviously hope nothing bad happens, but where I'm partly to blame, that's going to be it.
I've come close.
There's going to be some dude that is bigger and badder, and he's going to try to run right through my left knee and my forehead, and it's going to be he's either going to whoop my ass or we're going to go at it right there. That's going to be the deal.
I don't mind the folks clapping too much. I just think it's really cringy, just like when people do it in the theater, like when a movie ends.
I don't think I've experienced that, Tyler.
I've experienced it one time, but it was very very.
Do that on Southwest.
Tyler, I experienced it one time, and it was very necessary. I did not clap, but it was very necessary.
See, and I think that's fair, and it wouldn't be cringe.
We were blowing all over that damn sky. When that dude touched the ground, I think people were clapping because of the good early getting us home safe.
That's go.
Yeah, this wasn't no just, boy, he landed the plane in Cabo, so let's give him a standing ovation. Yeah, thanks for getting us here. It's time to get busted.
The movie theater's the worst because I'm always like, the people that made this film cannot hear you.
I did it
What
once.
are you doing?
I did it once.
Well, you clapped?
I did, man.
At the movie theater?
That
Do you remember what movie it was?
That Silver Lining Playbook was really good.
That is a great movie.
I did, man.
Makes me cringe.
I remember Courtney leaned over and said, I think this might be the best movie I've ever seen.
That is a good one.
It was a good one. I didn't feel good about myself after walking out.
You didn't like your decision?
So to bury myself, I went and filled up that popcorn on the way out.
Is that my boy Ron?
At the unlimited popcorn, and on the way out to the house, I filled it up. On the way out, put a little butter on that myself. Had a good time. All right, a little real or fake. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I say a statement. You tell me if it's real or fake. Tyler Milner, kick us off. Real or fake? The Astros have enough bats to have a good offense this year. The Astros have enough in the lineup to have a good offense this year. Real or fake?
I'm going to say fake, primarily just because a lot of what we talked about yesterday with a lot of these names that we're familiar with the Astros getting older. And, I'm really sitting over here hoping Dana ain't done and finds a way to bring a bat in here. Mm-hmm.
So you got that as fake. You don't think so you think they got to pitch their ass off.
Right now, and that isn't promising either. But, I would say fake.
Okay, real or fake, Clint? The Astros have enough bats to have a good offense.
Oh, I think it's real. I think as real as it gets. I mean, hell, you got enough good bats to where you ain't gonna have room for all of them. Right now, I mean, they're out there. I was listening to Joe Espada earlier, talking about Isaac Paredes and kind of this wait and see. Let's see what happens kind of deal. I don't know if Paredes is going to appreciate that, but yeah, no. Look, I think Christian Walker. I know a lot of people like to be critical of Christian Walker. I think there's some PTSD with the Astros in first base. I think Christian Walker's going to be I think he already is. He's better. He's been better than people like to give him credit for, but I think he will be I think he'll be better. I think Jake Myers is probably not who he was.
Christian had a pretty good second half.
Yeah, he came around late. I think Jake Myers is better than he was previously, probably not as good as he was the short stint that we saw him this year, but he's going to fall somewhere in the middle, which is really good. I mean, it's really good. I think Pena is going to be that leadoff guy that I think that is real, so I think he's going to be as good as he was. I think Yordan Alvarez is going to stay healthier than he has in the past. Obviously, you got Carlos, Isak. Where are you going to put him? I think your two corner outfielders and your catcher are the three that you've got to. And look, I probably should not put. Be honest with you, I probably shouldn't put Yainer Diaz in that mix, but I think your two corner outfielders and your catchers are the ones that are going to be kind of what's next.
Yeah, I see some people coming in. Champ Slice says real. The issue isn't the bats, it's the bullpen. Joseph says real. Cam Smith's going to go off this year.
That'd be nice.
I get where Tyler's coming from. You look at that outfield, and you, in the words of Clint Stoerner, that outfield leaves a lot to be desired. When Jake Myers is your guy there, that's a tough one.
We need 2025 Jake, boys.
It's the inconsistencies.
Yeah.
Like it's very possible. I might be completely wrong, but I say fake because with Jake, with Yainer, we have never seen them consistently just put it together. If they can, maybe so.
I think it's real because even despite the outfield, there's like so many, right? Like, it's hard for me to think. Now, there may be a step back on some of these guys, and we'll see what kind of injury stuff, but it's hard for me to think, like, they have a potential of a lineup to have Jordan, Altuve, Correa, Paredes, Pena, who really came on last year, Diaz, Walker. Like, they have those guys there, even if there's some slippage on some of those, like, at some point Altuve's just not going to keep, being a top 3 hitter on your team all the time. He's going to still be 36 coming up when the season starts. But that's still a lot.
Yeah.
That's still a lot to have. And not just a lot, it's a lot, and it's also, Yordan Alvarez, who I believe is the best hitter in all-around hitter in baseball. That is Pena, who looks like he's coming on. So I would say real, but that outfield, that is a tough one to watch. All right, real or fake, Clint? Tyreek Hill will play for the Chiefs next year. He's been released from the Dolphins. He did have that ACL dislocated knee injury. But Tyreek Hill will play for the Chiefs next year. Real or fake?
I think it's fake.
I do too.
I think it's fake. I think they're probably a lot happier with their weapons than one would believe, if they can keep them healthy
and out of trouble.
And that's a good point. That's a very good point. But there's I think the Tyreek Hill thing. I think there's going to be a couple of teams out there that are going to be willing to overpay Tyreek Hill, coming off the injury, the off the field issues with him consistently. Somebody's going to be willing to pay a boatload of money. I think there's a chance that them boys up in Pittsburgh are going to be pretty turned on by Tyreek Hill. I think there's a handful of teams that are going to be willing to push a whole lot of money his direction. I don't think Kansas City is.
So I think it's fake too. I think Tyreek Hill wants to go back to Kansas City. I think that is he has made too many. He has subtweeted too many things that he has said that shows he wants to. But then that moment that they figure out the Chiefs still want to pay him the amount of money that he wants and they don't want him that bad, then I think he's going to then want to go to the place or a place where he can really try to hurt them. So the two places that come to mind that really would need him that are contenders are Buffalo and the Chargers. And depending on his relationship with Mike McDaniel, he knows what he's getting into with Mike McDaniel, and he also gets to play with either Josh Allen or Justin Herbert, two teams that he's going to run into that could be a factor with the Chiefs. I definitely think he's going to go – like there are teams that need a weapon that are really big contending teams that feel like this could be like the finishing touch.
Yeah.
And those two really feel like, the Bills need a weapon like that. And he would be a good match with Josh, wouldn't he? To run if he could still go, right? He wasn't that far off the tank injury.
Right.
Right. And but if he can still go. So yeah, I think a lot of people are pushing it towards the Chiefs. They've had a hell of a reunion, brought the enemy back too. But I could the Chargers, that makes a lot of sense too as well. All right, coming up as we continue. All right, I'll let the cat out of the bag. In this next segment, you will have a chance to win 4 tickets, a 4-pack of tickets to the Houston Rodeo. The first one we're giving away this season on The Drive. Coming up in this next segment, March 5th, Russell Dickerson, your chance to win coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, it's I've had of flipping homes, having rental homes, bought a new home and renovated.
today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Have fun at the top of her lungs. Don't even know she about to wreck someone. And boys, I'm in trouble now. Ain't even trying to get out. So come on, baby, take me down, down, down. Yeah.
All right, let's open them bad boys up. Caller number 8. Caller number 8. 713-572-4610. Caller number 8. Tyler will take care of you. You got a chance to be our first winner on the drive, as we will be hooking people up all throughout rodeo season. You can win a 4-pack of tickets to see Russell Dickerson at this year's Houston Rodeo. It is March 5th on a Thursday. 713-572-4610. Caller number 8. Caller number 8. Tyler will take care of you in there. Russell Dickerson, you can win not just 2, a 4-pack of tickets. If you are not the winner on this time, we will also do it again in the 5 o'clock hour. But you are familiar with him. You know some of his music.
Oh yeah. No. Look, he's a guy. Like when you talk about the Houston Rodeo, if I'm gonna take my ass over to that Houston Rodeo, I need damn near sing-alongs for an hour and a half, hour and 15, however long these guys play. It's not a long show, but I don't know if Russell can carry that. I don't know if he can carry that hour and a half at the Houston Rodeo by himself. I don't know. I don't know if he can draw it, which not everybody can. But then I don't know. I don't know if he can cover. I don't know Russell well enough to know if he can for an hour. I mean, what is that? I mean, that's got to be 10+ songs, 8+ songs.
Yeah, he's got enough, right? He's been around a while, right?
Oh, I mean, I think between some of his new stuff and his older stuff, he probably has enough. Can it carry a show? I don't know, boys. I don't know. I know he's good.
I am certain I watched him at R10. That name sounds extremely familiar. Now I was a little drunk, but I am certain his name. He performed in the tent.
I think he's performed at the tent, and I think he's been at 10 Man Jam.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah, that makes sense too. But caller number 8, again, as we said, man, we're doing this all rodeo season, and we will do it also again in the 5 o'clock hour. You can win another 4-pack of tickets for that on March 5th, and it includes everything. The rodeo is always fun. It is always a beautiful time out there to be had, and you get to go see Russ, and maybe he's really picked it up.
Well, the Houston Rodeo is will make a star out of you. So go out there and do your thing, man.
There we go.
I know it's a big deal to get the opportunity.
Yeah. We got a winner, Tyler.
Yes, sir. Mr. Marty in League City.
Marty in League City
said this is a genuine compliment. Very nice of him. Very nice man. He said we do a great job every day. He listens.
Thanks, Marty. Enjoy yourself.
Here's the question: does he listen a lot or just once a month?
No, he said he tunes in all the time.
Okay.
He said you guys are doing a great job today.
Appreciate you,
Thank you, Marty. Go see ORD, Marty. Have yourself a good time.
He's really getting this rodeo.
I like that, man.
Go see ORD, Marty.
Go see ORD, Marty. That all came
down there in League City, baby.
League City, ORD, and Marty. Go ahead, do your thing, baby. Russell Dixon. All right. Again, as we said, 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win another 4-pack of tickets for that concert March 5th. All right. I know I've kind of been on this a little bit, but this to me, because I'll be honest, Clint, after we've stepped away the last couple of years, and we've seen, all right, their offensive line is something they've got to improve. Their offensive line has been the problem. And now let's see in the offseason if they do real things to address that offensive line. Usually I don't take them serious when it comes to addressing their offensive line with where they have finished up at.
Things are fixable.
And this isn't after the season. This is once we see the plan, once we understand their game plan 2 years ago, game plan. Kenyon Green, going to be the starter, and we're not going to have any competition with him. He's just going to be there. Juice Scruggs, going to be the center. Here we go. Draft him in the second round. He's ready. Then Kendrick Green had to play. All this. It was rough. Last year, needed offensive line, traded away Tunzel, brought in Laken Tomlinson, brought in Ed Ingram, drafted a rookie, the only person of the offensive line they drafted in the draft last year, although Ursery did work out pretty well for them. Brought in Cam Robinson to be the starting left tackle, moved Titus Howard in, decided on their own, Clint, to open the season starting Cam Robinson and Ariante Ursery, a rookie at left tackle, or a rookie at right tackle, as their tackles with Titus as a guard. Didn't really take them serious. Clint, I want to take them serious in fixing this offensive line. And to me, what they do with Titus Howard is going to be the thing that I really take serious. How they decide to move with him. Because to me, he should not be the plan at guard.
You don't like him at a guard at all, so you think it's move to tackle?
To me, not like if you're serious, not the game plan to go in. No, if something happens, but your game plan, we want to really get fix our interior offensive line. To me, to take that serious, I think you're going to go get interior offensive linemen. I'd rather they move on from him. I'd rather they trade him than to have him play guard again. It is hard for me to take them serious in fixing their offensive line if they don't go and get a real guard and they force him to play that guard position. I just it's time, as we've said for years, let guys play the positions that they should play.
Yeah.
And that to me will be really telling to see how serious they are about this.
Yeah, I'm torn only because I think you've got either way you go with Titus Howard, you've got a hole to fill, right? I mean, you got a void to fill, and so you look at the right tackle position. Where I'm stuck is I would really like Trent Brown back. I just personally I would like Trent Brown back, and you roll with it from there. Bring Ed Ingram back and keep things as they are. If you're not going to do that, if Ed Ingram's not the option, and you do, I'm sorry, if Trent Brown is not the option at right tackle, and you do need a tackle, I'm get down with you. I can get right there with you. Of hey, let's make Titus Howard a right tackle. Let's leave him at right tackle. I would argue that his time at guard has probably improved his run blocking and his physicality at tackle position. So let's chalk that up as a win.
Yeah, he's not a train wreck at guard. He's gotten better, but he's not.
Well, the biggest problem for me, Ron, with where you're coming from is if you move Titus Howard to right tackle, you now have got to go either re-sign or find two guards and a center. That's a big hole up front, man. I mean that's a lot. You got to hopefully they bring back Ed Ingram, but I don't know if they're going to want to pay him what he's going to command. And then you're looking at three voids in the middle. I mean, unless they're just in love with Jake Andrews, which may be the case.
They might be. But I'm with you. I think they need to do center.
Yeah, man. That's the scary part is if they do with Ed Ingram being a free agent, Jake Andrews being a late cut in New England last year and a guy that you plugged and played because he knew the system, and Titus Howard moving back to tackle, your interior offensive line is a mess.
But again, what we're talking about is exactly what the Bears did.
Yeah, they went and got a center and a guard. They went and got two guards.
Yeah. They went and got guys that had played in the league that were Pro Bowlers or all pros in the league, and they said we're not going to mess around with it anymore, and we're gonna do that, right? And to me, if you are one who's I really love Trent Brown, I think I'm a little concerned with the injury stuff with him. But if you're one, I'm in love with Trent Brown. To me, then cool. Let's stop paying Titus Howard right tackle money to play guard. And to play guard to where I would say for me, average consistently is where he is. Yeah. And I think he's above average at right tackle. Right? In my mind, Tyler, if I said to you week 1 to start the season, we had 3 guys out there. We had Cam Robinson at a tackle left, Ariante Ursery, a rookie, at right tackle, and we had Titus Howard at guard. Who's the best tackle of the three to start the season?
Titus.
That's weird.
That
is absolutely strange.
The way he responded, or are you talking about Titus?
Yes, but the thinking.
Just trying to give you some oomph.
Yes, but the thinking of
came from way down there.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. The thinking of we got three guys that are tackles out there. Cam Robinson, I don't think he saw the field again, did he? Like that was it for Cam.
Yeah. Well, I think
and then they brought in Blake Fisher.
Yeah.
One of them got hurt.
Well, I think the only piece that which I know you're aware of, but you're leaving out is I believe that the value in having a swing tackle that's a starting guard is extremely valuable for them.
Yeah, for them. Yeah.
I mean that.
I just don't. For me, I don't think it's more valuable than
a lockdown.
Let's get. We want to run the football and protect our quarterback well.
Yeah, and you need horses inside to do that in today's game.
Yeah, we want to do that. And it's just weird. Like you're paying him right tackle money, and you keep shifting him in there. It is wild to me. All right, what you got coming up?
There's a couple of receivers that are rumored to be on the market. I wonder if one of them is a fit in Houston. I think the one that everybody's talking about is not, but one may be. Number two, we can't I don't know if you talked about it yesterday. I missed yesterday, so I was out for Weekend's Best. The Anthony Kim story, y'all, has got to be discussed on the drive one way or another. That is absolutely beautiful. One of the best stories in all of sports, and it's exactly what Liv needed, if we're being completely honest with you. Not my 4-year-old little girl, Liv, the golf organization, Liv. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 60. And before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics, y'all. Look, if you're dealing with chronic joint pain, if you've got pain in your knees, your hips, your back, your shoulder, chronic joint pain, if you're dealing with it, I don't care how old you are, I don't care what you're being told, I'm telling you right now, the smart thing to do is to get with QC Kinetics. They are the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. I'm telling y'all, it works. It's absolutely amazing. Thousands of patients across America who thought they were out of options and surgery was the only answer. They found QC Kinetics, y'all. They found QC Kinetics, and today they're moving better. They're hurting less. They're getting their lives back. They're making memories, getting out and about with the people that they love the most, man. Advanced regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. It's absolutely changing lives, right? The sooner you start, the sooner you'll slow down the osteoarthritis progression that's causing that pain in them joints, man. Get started right now. Get started right now. I'm telling you. Slow down. Don't say yes to surgery yet. Do your research. Call QC Kinetics today. The consultation's free. 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285. They're in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cypress. That's QC Kinetics, y'all.
Coming out of the All-Star break, what grade do you give the Rockets' first half of the season?
I have to keep reminding myself about what a huge loss Fred VanVleet is.
Yep.
It's a huge loss given where this team has struggled against the better teams and their lack of a cohesive offense. So I'm going to give them a B-. They get a little bit of a break. I just need to see more in the second half.
They're a C for me.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. This traffic report is brought to you by West Point Lincoln. Stop-and-go traffic continues over on 45 heading southbound at Greens. An accident still affecting a right lane and 2 center lanes. Has you slow from the Beltway. And a stop vehicle to watch out for sitting along the north loop westbound before Fulton, sitting along the entrance ramp. 78 degrees this afternoon, this evening, cloudy with an overnight low of 64. I'm Amelia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Great deals going on at West Point Lincoln. 2025 Lincoln Nautilus lease for $425 a month. 2025 Lincoln Aviator lease, $435 a month. They've got that great Lincoln remote service. How about 2.49% for 48 months on all pre-owned certified units? Katie.
diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, hey, y'all get involved in the show, baby. Twitch, YouTube, obviously on that Odyssey app. Make sure you download that, AUDACY, that base power text line. Well, I'm seeing that base power running all over the state of Texas now, Ron. Your boy might have to make a move now.
I'm telling you, man.
I'm telling
it's
you,
right
man.
There for you.
You can join the show via that text line, that base power text line, 713-572-4610. Today, Dirty's Daily is powered by the Harris County Toll Road Authority. Right? Drive easy, Texas. That's my own tagline. I hope they don't mind. But
drive easy. Came up with its own.
Drive easy, Texas. I'm telling you, baby, that's where I'm at right now. But hey, Ron. We're sitting here doing a show, and there's a lot of chit chat going back and forth. About different draft picks. Should the Texans do this? Should the Texans do that? There's obviously free agents. There's going to be plenty of opportunity. This is a beautiful thing about being a Texans fan right now. Is there's going to be plenty of opportunity this season for the Texans, this offseason for the Texans to not only address needs, but make power moves in a sense of, all right, this is what we feel like we need to do to give ourselves a legitimate chance to make a run in the AFC and potentially win a Super Bowl. There's going to be plenty of moves. There's going to be players on the market, free agent veterans. There's obviously draft capital where they can move and shake and move up and get aggressive and get specific players that they want. There's opportunities on this team where there are obvious needs for upgrade, not just the boy. We were lucky that Woody Marks was a running back that was long, that was an older rookie and he could play and he played well. Like, I'm talking real power moves with this team, Ron, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it start to kind of unfold here in the NFL with players getting released. And Tyreek Hill is one of the more recent players to get released. I think Miami, Bobby Slowick up there is going, nah, man, let's
yeah, they let it go. Bradley Chubb, too.
Yeah, man. Tua's on the
and now reports are that Jalen Waddle will.
That's where we're going with it right now, Ron. I'm telling you. That's the one. There's a lot of talk about where's Tyreek Hill going to land. The one I'm interested in as a Texans fan is Jalen Waddle. You got Jalen Waddle, that's a local kid, hell of a player. And, Ron, I know this is crazy, and I know I do not – Jalen Waddle is not a guy that you necessarily want to put in a box. But Jalen Waddle is definitely a guy that I could see fitting – what these guys want their offense to look like, whether it's a true slot or it's a guy that is what they thought Christian Kirk would be with some of the explosiveness and some of the speed to get over the top consistently. Jalen Waddle is a guy that I think you got to keep your eyes on if he indeed comes available. Now, I would say this, after the reports came out that he was asking for a trade after Tyreek Hill got released and looks like they're going to split ways with Tua and all this kind of shake up on the offensive side of the football. This report was released somehow. Obviously, he didn't agree with it. He retweeted it with the little cap emoji. In other words, somebody's out there capping. So he's not claiming that he's going to demand a trade, but there's still an opportunity, I would think, that they could potentially want to move on from him, and he's the one that I think could be on the radar for the Houston Texans. I think
he'd be on the radar for a lot of people.
Well, there ain't no doubt he'll be on. But he's a guy that I think would complement Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, for that matter, really, really well. I think he is a guy that would fit the system that we have here, whatever the hell that is. I think it's a system that I think he would fit here, and obviously, I don't think there's any way to say this team clearly likes local guys. I mean, they'll entertain guys that are from this area, and it seems like they really like those guys that are from this area. I imagine if you ask D'Amico Ryans, there's probably something behind that, but I think that would probably weight in the favor of Waddle and the Texans being a fit because he's from here. So that's the one, Ron, that I would think if he hits the market, man. If I'm as a Texans fan, I would get real excited about it. I don't need Tyreek Hill. I don't think he'd be a good fit. I don't think he'd be worth the money. I don't think it's worth the risk. But when I look at Jalen Waddle, man, that's one that I could get down with in the Texans unit.
Yeah, hell yeah, young, right with the crew of ages. Yeah, that's a big time playmaker. That, and I said it. I think they need to throw as many playmakers on the field because, just because they don't specifically say, all right, we are making it a point to make sure that Nico Collins is going to be JSN, and I think CJ's just going to need all the guys that he can out there that can get open, that can find voids, and just put as much talent at a skill level position around him with this offense.
Yeah,
to help both of them, CJ and Nick.
When I first said that, how high you think Jalen Waddle ranks on some boards? I mean, just in a sense, you think he's
like if he became free, yeah, I think you could argue he'd be the top. Like if he were free, he'd be like the top. Like weapon free agent, just with his age and his ability.
As young as he is.
Yep.
Yeah. Boy, that'd be fun to watch. I don't know if it could happen. I don't even know if it has any legs. I'm just sitting here watching them talk about Alec Pierce up in Indy and Mike Evans out in Tampa Bay and Tyreek Hill obviously in Minnesota and in Miami and then all of a sudden I see that little Jalen Waddle bubble pop up and I'm thinking y'all can have him other ones. I'd be real interested in Waddle. Bring him home, baby. Bring him home. So. We'll see. The Texans, the thing is out there, man, the Texans, there's going to be a lot of opportunity. I just hope as a fan, boys, that we're dealing with an organization that sees the writing on the wall that they are at the doorstep of this thing, and depth and more young guys isn't necessarily going to be the answer. We got to go get difference makers at this point in time. Speaking of maybe not difference makers, but definitely great stories. I don't know, Ron, I missed yesterday. I missed Weekend's Best, so there's a chance y'all may have.
You got one?
Y'all may have hit this. Did you see Anthony Kim this weekend?
I did not. Let me hear it. I know you've been talking about this. Let's hear it. What happened with Anthony Kim?
The game of golf needs AK. Needs these kind of stories, right? And I'll be honest with you. Maybe you did, Ron, because you were obviously dialed in to the Tiger Woods days, which I was as well. I was watching Tiger. I didn't care about everybody else.
By the way, this is the first time I've seen him, and he looks like Earl.
Who?
Tiger. He was just on TV.
Oh, he looks like his daddy?
I mean, he looks like Earl Woods. That's not Tiger or Eldred. That's Earl.
That's right. Well, so Anthony Kim at one point in time, Ron, was thought to be like big time competition for Tiger Woods and on this, maybe the next Tiger Woods kind of deal. And he blew out his Achilles. There's an Achilles injury that pushed him out of the game. He's been out of the game for 10 plus years. And obviously there was some addiction issues, maybe some depression issues. If you look at Anthony Kim, clearly he's had some kind of accident or something. His face it looks like he's had some kind of accident that tore his face up pretty good. I don't know what's going on. It's weird that there's no record of what happened there. But 10 plus years away from the game, 16 plus years removed from the winning circle. And Liv gave him a chance to play golf again.
That's what I was going to say. I don't think he's on the tour. He's on.
No. So Liv gave him a chance a couple of years ago. All right, and he was really a non-factor. I mean, in fact, I don't know what their scoring system is, but I think he failed to score a point in his first 2 years. Right. Well, this year Liv changed the rules. A couple that came into play here. They broadened or expanded their waivers to allow guys to play in tournaments, right? And they went from 54 holes to 72-hole tournaments, right? You remember that argument a while back? Somebody was having some arguments about 50. Instead of playing 3 days, you now got to play 4 days, which is one of the perks with Liv was you only had to play 3 days. You make more money. Well, Anthony Kim goes in after 54 holes. He's third, and he's trailing Rahm and DeChambeau, the two big horses in the Liv left, right? Yeah. He's trailing those guys going into the tournament. Last year would have been over, but because they expanded it this year, it's different. He walks them two horses down, Ron, and wins I think by 2 or 3 strokes. He wins for the first time in 16-plus years. And
it's been that long Anthony Kim's been on the
winning circle, in the winning circle.
I mean, it's been 16 years.
Hey, 10-plus years since he played golf.
Yeah.
I mean, the story behind this Anthony Kim deal, Ron, is going to be a beautiful documentary. In today's world where there's cameras everywhere, the footage is going to be absolutely ridiculous. I mean, his story is obviously he got his life back. He's saved. He's got his daughters. He's got his wife. He's got his family. He's got his sobriety. And now he's playing some of the best golf, or at least this weekend he played some of the best golf that he's ever played. Now here's the question, boys. It was one of those deals, like Liv needed this in a major way. They're in Australia, I believe, and Anthony Kim on 18 hits one, I believe, within 5 feet. But it was one of those, like back in the day when Tiger Woods, when they'd somehow let the rope down and people follow him up the fairway. It was one of those.
They were walking him
It was
down.
one of those. It was crazy. So Liv needed it. But here's the question. Is, and I think this is one being asked around the golf world right now. The story's absolutely tremendous. If you hadn't paid attention, go back and watch some of the footage and listen to the pressers. I mean, it is a beautiful, beautiful story that we should all appreciate more, right? But the question now is, does he play in the Masters?
Is he able to? Is he?
Yeah, I believe there's.
I'm trying to remember. Has he won a Master? Or a major?
I don't think he's won but 2 or 3 times. I don't think he's. He's only won 2 or 3 times in the. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that there is a way that he can play, because that's the conversation now. Is do they let him play in the Masters because of the whole Live PGA mess?
Yeah.
Do they let him play in the Masters? But boy, I don't know how with that being the lead into the Masters.
Like, so that would be that'd be a story that.
I'm plugged.
He's got
I'm
you.
plugged. I'm plugged. Read up on it, bro. You will be too.
I
don't know how you can be human and have a heart and not be like, if this dude can play this kind of golf after what he's been through, if he can compete at that level consistently. I mean, he was 20 under. He was 20 under. Like, it ain't like he played in some tournament where everybody else was dogs. He was 20 under and walked down 2 of the best golfers in the world.
He's never won the Masters, but he does have a Masters record. So he has his bright moments, obviously. Dude can play golf. He had 11 birds in a round in 2009.
I just wonder what the exemption is that would allow him to play.
Yeah.
This is not a part of the tour. If he won one, you automatically get in.
They made the exemption. Was it last year or the year before? Did you realize it's already the 4th year of Live? I did not realize that we were that deep into Live. It seems like yesterday we were just talking about it. But there's
somebody just texted and said Kim is not currently invited to the Masters.
Right, but he could get an invite. Is my point. Like, the whole question is, should they invite him? Because I believe with the Live situation the last handful of years, they were extending invites. Now, I don't know what the requirements are for that. I can tell you this. I mean, the Masters is a big enough tournament that I'm probably going to tune in anyway, especially with my father-in-law who's going to be posted up in front of that thing for 4 days. No question. But if you're aware of the Anthony Kim story and you watch any of those videos and listen to any of the press conferences, he's not hiding from any of his past. He's not hiding from any of it. He's owning it. And it's just a beautiful story. If it doesn't encourage you to watch golf, hell, it encourages me to watch Live Golf next time they tee up. When is the Masters?
In April.
Yeah. Hello, friends.
A tradition, unlike any other.
Damn, you nailed it.
The Masters on CBS.
I got to figure it out. Happy Fat Tuesday to everybody out there on another note.
Vern Lundquist is the voice of the Masters to me.
Vern is?
Yep.
I just got to the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Not that, Richard.
Hey, it was good to hear when we were on Radio Row, Tyler. I don't know if you were privy to these conversations, but it was good to hear that Ron's not the only one that doesn't like old boy.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently, he goes around acting like an ass like that to people pretty often.
Yeah, I didn't hear about it on Radio Row, but I've heard that.
Shout out to our sister station in Dallas.
No.
He's very passionate about it, wasn't he? I think the guy was tired and just completely stopped. Almost talked us through the entire break about Jackass Jim.
Man, you too? That's you too?
Hold on, give me the story. Yeah, happy Fat Tuesday. Keep being sexy. I don't know where that came from. All right, Clint, I could be a dog and not bring this up. But I'll bring it up because this was made for you. This was a celebration for you to take a victory lap. based on something that you have said repeatedly about this player that a lot of people, including myself and Tyler, disagree with. So we'll let you have your flowers with Yordan Alvarez and his comments about playing left field.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if
I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, we'll let you. I could have walked it through. But should we just be that's what crazy. Should we just be listening to Yordan? Just do what Yordan wants to do. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well,
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive, Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Remember, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, we already have one winner. Shout out to Marty. You have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour as we're hooking folks up with the first rodeo tickets. 5 o'clock, a 4-pack of tickets to see Russell Dickerson coming up March 5th. You got a chance to win that in the 5 o'clock hour. All right. I know you didn't get a chance to kind of hear this or talk about this yesterday as we discussed it, but Yordan Alvarez. You know, a lot of people have been talking about the situation of the DH and him playing DH and the thoughts that was where he is going to primarily play this season. And you know, what could happen? How could they help this offense and get everybody in the lineup? Yordan Alvarez was asked his thoughts on the whole primary DH thing, and he said, just like somebody I've heard say, I've never gotten hurt playing left field. All my injuries have been from different ways and running. But I haven't had any serious issues actually playing left field. Did you love that?
I absolutely loved it.
He sounds just like you.
Hell yeah, I loved it. I mean, what do you think? Absolutely. I mean, not only do I like being right, and I like the big fella agree. Now, I may not be right because the organization may still disagree and not let it happen, but I like the fact that the big fella agrees with me. I'll be honest with you. I like the fact, whether it happens or not, I like the fact that we now know that he doesn't appear to have any problem with playing left field, and even to where he will address the injury issue.
No problem. He wants to play left.
Yeah, it sounds like he wants it. So, yeah, man, I don't I'll take a little victory lap. I appreciate you bringing that up. I almost forgot about that, man.
He's dead ass serious, too. He wants to play bad. I had a solution yesterday, Tyler. Yordan Fridays. Yours, baby.
Just give him Friday games?
Every Friday.
Could run promotions.
Your left field, yeah, it's yours. Every Friday. Just under 30 games every Friday.
Under 30 games?
That's what that would equal out to. Every Friday. And I picked a date, Tyler, where we know they'll play every game. I could have been a jackass and said every Thursday it's yours, and we know there are off days on Thursdays.
You were reasonable.
Friday.
Yeah, no, I'd let the big fella play as often as he wanted to out there. Let me the everyday left fielder. Hey, we got
any Friday wants to.
We need to get with PC, and we need to get with Bijani, and maybe even Luke Morrow, and get these what the advanced stats. At one point, the advanced stats were that he hits better when he's actually playing. I wonder what those stats will tell you right now after last year, which last year was obviously shortened by injury. But I wonder if those stats are still in my favor.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He's been pretty great as a DH.
Yeah, you got to take whatever sample size you get from his longest season, which wasn't very long, you know.
Yeah, it's 48 ball games last year. I wonder how many he played in that.
Swinging that damn bat and stepping on home plate really got him.
Yeah, they tore him up.
Forget about
that.
I still hope they fired old buddy that painted home plate.
I do want to, yeah. Well, I mean, he's got to go. Everybody's got to go. But, yeah, I did. I wanted Yordan. Everybody did go. Yordan did say, hey, man, he wants it every day.
I hear you, Yordan. I think more of it because of this right here.
Patrick said under 80 games is where he lands.
I wonder what
with him playing in the field under 80.
So you're roughly half. I mean, what was PC's reasoning behind that?
Yeah, he said he didn't like I guess 50 or so when he's played, you know, more than last year's around the amount that he has played that's usually the mark. He said, yeah, you know, if he's playing a full go a little bit, you know, maybe 60 to 70, you know, but definitely wouldn't go over 80 games out there.
Oh, no. Hell no, PC. Let's get up around 120.
Nah.
Let's get up there around 120, see what the big fella does with a full season of playing.
120 left field?
Oh, yeah, all of them out there. Just be our everyday left fielder, and that way our DH will be wide open. Our lineup will be longer because of it. Maybe we can run away with the division kind of deal instead of piddle around and dig holes that we can't get out of kind of thing. Yeah, man, give me 100 plus. Give me 120, and let's see what the big fella can do when he's playing in the field and he's got his mind right. There's no time between at bats for your mind to wander.
I'm just trying to get 4 at bats.
You got to stay plugged in. You got to stay dialed in. Let's see what he does in that.
Just trying to get 4. Do it, baby. We'll see. I do think he may get a little bit of his way. Now, his manager, Joe, said I didn't say that he wasn't ever going to play left field. He said he will play some left.
Yeah, Joe's got a
Joe's not really having it this year.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Joe's got his hands full.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
I'm going to tell you, that the audio I heard this morning of him talking about the Isak Paredes situation, if I'm Isak Paredes, I don't feel real good about it. And he didn't say anything wrong. I mean, Joe said the right stuff. He was saying the right things. There was nothing wrong with what he said. But it was a, hey, be patient, wait and see type of deal.
Yeah,
and if I'm Isak Paredes, I'm like, be patient.
Just patient.
I was the best hitter on his baseball team last year. You want me to be
20
patient?
home runs. I was an all-star, damn it.
I popped my hamstring and rehabbed it back where I could come back and try to help you win in the playoffs. No, I'm be patient hell.
Yeah. You want to know somebody I'm not going to be patient on?
Well, I think that's probably a long list, but who?
You're right. Yainer Diaz for the Astros.
Oh, boy.
Listen, they're going to need him to pick it up. Like he can't have last year. Now he hit a little bit with the injuries and all the other stuff that are legit causes to why the Astros where they were. But he took a you think CJ took a step back. He took himself a step back last year. I'm sorry, CJ, that was unnecessary. But he took himself a step back last year, and it really hurt the team. This is a guy. That's the part that gets me is I remember last year sitting there saying, this is a dude that was a middle of the bat order guy. This guy's in the 5 spot. Hell, he hitting a cleanup at times 2 years ago. And I saw him out there bat 9th, like Maldi.
Yeah.
8th. Jake, baby, Jake, we got a better shot with you, Jake. Get up in there. You bet ahead of him. That can't be the case. They're definitely going to need him to get back to the guy he was the first 2 years, the guy that we felt was being held back at times. Some of you did. And they really need Yainer Diaz to get back to the Yainer Diaz of old, because that was very, very disappointing.
Well, I think I'll be honest with you. I think we're beyond. And I don't think this is a hot take. I think we're beyond us needing Yainer Diaz to get back to the Yainer of old. I think Yainer needs himself to get back to contributing in a big way. I mean, defensively, it was a mess. Offensively, it wasn't as good as expectations. You don't have Caratini back there anymore to kind of pull your weight, be clutch from the catcher position, be the veteran that's a little bit more of a calming factor back there. Like, it's time for Yainer Diaz to handle the starting rotation defensively, play better baseball defensively, swing the bat, and keep at least progressing in the right direction. Like, I think Yainer Diaz needs that before he finds his ass in trouble.
I'm looking at this man. I'm seeing projected lineups. They got Yainer in the 8-hole.
Yeah, that can't be it.
But Joey Luperfido in front of him. Only Zach Cole's behind him.
Yeah, that's a tough pill. If he's not
Silver Slugger Award,
I mean, he should be up there. It should be him and Christian Walker
battling it out
for that spot.
That
5 spot.
I definitely agree.
Maybe he's in 6 spot.
8 spot. He's in the 8-hole right now. Some of these projected lineups. We'll see where he ends up. But yeah, they desperately need him to pick it up. All right. Where there is smoke, is there fire? There are a lot of. This isn't just run-of-the-mill people. There are people who really are connected that we know for years have been connected, are talking about C.J. Stroud and potential trade. We'll let you hear what they had to say and discuss coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, Synergenics and Low T Center. I've been a client for 7.
Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's best bets had a little shift change. Gonna move it up a little bit. Got some early games starting. T-Mill's best bets. They're gonna be coming up at the end of this segment. At T-Mill Real Deal to find out his picks. How'd you do last night, Tyler?
Didn't win anything. 0 for 2 with a push. We had 3 picks.
All right, so
Son of a bitch.
0 for yesterday. 0 for 2, still in the red.
This is maddening.
It was close though. That was Vegas right there last night. That push came. Free throw got you on that push.
Yes.
Could have lost it.
Come on,
that guy missed 2 free throws late, or missed one of the free throws. Could have been up 4. That would have been a complete loss. So luckily for that, it was a good game last night. Iowa State, Houston. Tyler threw it all there and came away. But today's a new day. See what he does coming up here in just a bit. All right. I don't know how real this is, but I do think you take it a little bit more serious when you see certain people reporting. Not to say that it's the end-all, be-all, but when people start to get kind of serious, or these type of people start reporting it, they're not just reporting it as, takes. They're reporting it as they found something. They've heard something. And here's Albert Breer. Albert Breer, who is, we know, very connected, especially with New England, but very connected around NFL circles. He was on with Dan Patrick and was talking about potential quarterbacks that at least teams are seriously checking in on, potentially to move.
I think some of these teams out here are going to quietly take big swings at quarterback and call teams you wouldn't think that you'd be able to call. And I think that that's going to be a big piece. Now, we're going to have, the reclamation.
Would you take a swing at Joe Burrow?
I would call. I mean, and that's sort of what I'm getting
at,
I think teams are going to call Cincinnati on Joe Burrow. I think teams are going to call Houston on C.J. Stroud. Now, please don't aggregate this and say anyone is shopping anyone, because that's not what this is.
Good luck with that.
That's not what this is. But when you look at the makeup of where we are, right, and look, Fernando Mendoza, fit him in silver and black right now. He's going to be a Las Vegas Raider. There's a massive drop-off. There's not another quarterback that people are excited about in this year's class.
All right, that's Albert Breer. That's one of, I think, 2 people today we've heard talk about, hey, C.J. Stroud. The teams are definitely going to give a call to check in on C.J. Stroud. My thing is, and as we talk about this with the people, I think we all talk about it. You said it last week. If it's the scenario Fitzpatrick put down on the line, if it's 2 first round picks and more, damn it, I'm seriously looking at it. So I think I know where you stand. I think me and Tyler were like, you take the call, but I don't know if I'm ready to make that move. One more, I don't know if that's I don't know if that's the move you want to make. But where do you think the Texans stand? Like, when you hear this being talked about, Albert Breer and Todd McShay aren't just pulling this, out of their ass. They're getting this guesstimation. Somebody's feeding them, thinking like, "Yo, C.J. Stroud could maybe be had potentially." How real and how serious do you think the Texans are actually taking this?
Well, I think they're dead serious. I absolutely believe that they're dead serious. I think there's too many indicators that if you look at it, we can talk about C.J. Stroud's play, the regression. We can talk about the very end, the very last time we saw him on the field. We can talk about DeMeco Ryans and the fact that he's a defensive-minded head coach, and this offense, they want to look a certain way, which requires the quarterback not to be great, not to be a Superman, but a guy that at the very least they demand that day in, day out, there's some consistency in committing to the system and playing a certain level of quarterback play. I think that's it's not a stretch to get there. That D'Amico Ryans wants that. I don't. I think you look at Nick Caserio and the way that they operated in New England and what they want out of their quarterback and what he expects out of his quarterback. And I think C.J. Stroud really struggles with that. I don't think I'm not saying that just because he ends. We've been talking about the fit and or the lack thereof and kind of that being a real hurdle for C.J. Stroud this last season, and it was. So, yeah, look, I think Ron, to me, both parties, I think C.J. Stroud and his representation as well as the Texans, it would not be out of pocket, say, for either or both of those entities to say, hey, man, let's see what going a different route looks like. Like, I don't think it's crazy for David Mulugheta and C.J. Stroud to sit there and go, hey, man, what's gone on in Houston hasn't been real conducive to the young quarterback playing well. We've overcome some things, but it hasn't been real conducive. It's time for let's see what is the grass greener on the other side.
Not crazy.
I don't think it's crazy if they did that. I think it makes good football sense for both of them if they were to push and move on from it. So, I think the Texans are taking this serious. I think they should be taking it serious. I think when you pay a quarterback $50 to $60 million a year, I think it significantly handcuffs your general manager's ability to build a team. I think it significantly handcuffs your defensive coordinator's defensive-minded head coach ability to build his defense and keep his guys around that he knows he can win with. And so I think it is a serious discussion in that building over there.
I don't know if it's a serious discussion in the building. Like, seriously, it could be. I definitely think teams believe that he could be taken. I think teams believe this isn't just a shot in the dark, right? I think teams think there is a chance. There is teams think. I think there are teams that think I could put together a package that could really have this a real conversation. I don't think teams think, all right, man, I think I can get over to Drake May in New England and put together a package to get them. I think I can go and get Caleb Williams up out of Chicago. I think I can put. No, I don't think that. But I think there's some people who seriously think whether that's coming from the agent and CJ's camp to the Texans at camp. I don't know that the Texans believe that. Head to my gun to my head, heart and scrotum, place I don't want to get shot. Like, I would say, he's going to stay here. That to me, and I believe the Texans want him to stay here. But there is something to the thought that other teams think that there's a shot.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. You just heard Albert Breer explain the drop-off after the number one quarterback in this draft is significant, right? So that obviously is going to impact the quarterback-needy teams, right? And then you look up, what was there, 10 new head coaches fired and hired this year?
10, yep.
I mean, the turnover there means offenses are turning over. Those guys are clearly, if you can't go get your quarterback in this year's draft, what's the next, versus other than wait until next year's draft, what does it look like this year? And you got to believe one of the first names that's going to be mentioned is C.J. Stroud. I just think whether you're C.J. and his representation or you're the Texans, I think it's very easy to get to a spot where they want to move on, part ways, and I think it's very appealing if you're either and you're looking out there, the package that you could get in return because of the lack of quarterback prospects out there this year for the Texans, as well as, the landing places, if you will, for C.J. Stroud. I mean, I just –
deluxe nut package.
I just think that it's – boy, there's some real possibilities. There's some impressive, or not impressive, but there's a large number of landing places for a quarterback that's not happy where he's at.
Yeah, especially him, who's young, who's 24, and has that talent. All right, T-Mill's best bets, as we said, changing up some early games. And if you still need to go back and take a look at where those bets are, he will have them posted at T-Mill Real Deal, T-Mill Real Deal. He's 0-2. Continuing.
Just bets.
Continuing in the red. 0-2. Fade might be the thought here again. That guy said he won hundreds last week, just going the opposite of Tyler. Although I just really feel it, man. I feel like he's going to turn it around. I don't know, man. I've got my lucky green on. or blue, whatever this is. I think it's driving some of the people on YouTube crazy, I believe. This is it. This is it. This is it. Go ahead, man.
I need all the luck I can get, man. These red numbers are starting to give me nightmares.
I'm telling you, man.
But I got 3 more because we don't quit.
Tyler been at that stoplight for a long-ass time.
Long time, boys.
Just trying to get a green, man.
3 more tonight. We had a push last night. That's how we ended up 0-2. But, yes, 3 more college hoops bets for you. First, this is why we're doing it early. The first 2 bets are between number 1 Michigan as they're taking on number 7 Purdue at Purdue tonight.
Ooh, big week for Michigan. Got Duke later on this week. Go ahead.
Yeah, big game. And I got 2 wagers for you. First of all, I'm on the number 1 team in the nation, the money line. If this does not hit, I'm not going to give up, but I'm going to feel like it. Michigan money line, got it at -150. Pretty good odds for a team that's only lost once this season. In that game, I'm on the under. It's my favorite bet on the board tonight. Under 159 for Michigan and Purdue. Both squads tend to hit the under this season. So far this season, they have more often than not hit the under. I'm expecting a lot of defense. For the love of God, play defense. I need that under to hit. Under 159.
I don't like that.
Damn it. Well, and your third and final pick to fade, Iowa, the Hawkeyes. I got money line for them at -125 to win versus ranked number 9 Nebraska, the Huskers. I like that one too, but I've liked all the ones I've given you lately, and they've all been red. So what does that mean?
And that one's at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Don't know why I know the name of that arena, but that is there.
Where Iowa's won 10 of the last 11 there against Nebraska.
They just got upset last week by somebody, so they definitely need this dub. I
need this dub.
I do not like the under on that. I mean, Michigan, they're liable to score 100 themselves.
Oh boy, that would not be good for a 159 total.
I even teased that number up. I think it's set at over under 137.
Let's take a look at some of those scores Michigan has.
Or 157, I'm sorry.
So those scores. I hope, man.
I mean, they could always win 100 to 57.
They could.
Law of averages, man. I got to win soon.
Purdue's a pretty good offense, too, though. But I hear you. Hey, Michigan's going to put up 90 tonight, at least.
Don't say that.
I don't put it out there. I don't feel good about it. I'm just telling you. I don't feel good about it. Coming up next, 5 o'clock fire. Your chance to win tickets in the 5 o'clock hour to Rodeo. 4-pack of tickets. 4-pack of tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Your chance to win, and you can do that as we continue right here live on the drive. But let's not give that up. Let's talk about Base Power Company. Let me tell you why.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is you got a chance in this hour. In this hour, stay tuned. Make sure you're listening. Listen for that cue to call. You got a chance to win Rodeo tickets. A 4-pack for March 5th, Thursday night. Russell Dickerson. You can win 4 tickets. So that's come at some point in this hour. Not going to tell you when, but at some point in this hour, make sure you have your phone handy and ready and that cue to call. That cue to call is not currently, but we will give you that cue to call at some point, and we'll give you a chance to win. All right, Tyler. I think Tyler needs this. Somebody I believe that Tyler and some Astro fans really despise. Tyler's holding up a turd.
One of the founders.
Joe Kelly. Joe Kelly, someone, a 70-year-old man, and Dusty Baker wanted to have at him and told him to get his ass back on the mound with a few other choice words.
I forgot about that.
Did you? That was when Dusty turned Johnny, and he took it back. That's when you know when Dusty turned Johnny. But they're still talking about the scandal. They're still talking about the Astros cheating scandal. And here's Joe Kelly recently on a podcast, and I really think this is very disrespectful to an individual, a former Astro. That is, I know it's disrespectful, but it is kind of cold-blooded as hell, though. And I believe Joe really means this. Here's Joe Kelly, who will not let this go.
What were your thoughts initially when the Astros cheating scandal came out?
I said, duh. There's no way these average players are barreling me, you know what I mean, this whole time. And there was already rumors. Everyone already knew. Players knew. You guys didn't know. Players knew they were cheating. You guys didn't. So I said, no duh. I said, no way Jake Marisnick could hit my slider.
Get on the mound, little
This guy.
Hey, man, why you do that to Jake, man?
Yeah, that was uncalled for.
Why you do that to Jake? It was all good when he said average players. Then he put a name to it.
Well, considering Seth Payne said we got 3 of those in the outfield right now, that's not a real good field for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I mean, I'll be honest with you, he ain't wrong.
That's exactly what I said. Tyler was.
But he is.
He is not.
He listed the one guy he could there, and it was pretty funny. I can admit that. But you don't want to talk about like the future Hall of Famers. Oh yeah, they're just average.
No, but that's
they
what he
wouldn't be
said.
hitting off me.
No. Like I think the way Joe Kelly. And by the way, Joe Kelly is a 4-eyed jackass. All right, I don't know why I call him a 4-eyed, but he is.
I liked it.
Okay,
yeah. Turd, jackass, whatever synonym you want to throw in there.
But it wasn't Altuve. Like, all right, Altuve got me. All right, then Correa got me. Okay, all right, here, all right, Hughley, he got me too. Then Jake just coming in here and hitting it on the button. Now wait just a damn minute. All right, now look here, number 6 is not coming in here getting me. Jake Marisnick. The hell with all this other stuff. Hell, Kobe Rasmus, maybe. But
Kobe Jack.
I don't even think he was there yet. All right. But you ain't bringing no 4th or 5th outfielder who's supposed to be a base stealer in a defensive replacement come in there and hit me right on the screws every time. That's where he drew the line.
I just love the fact that the Houston Astros are still completely rent-free up in that dude's dome.
Yeah, it's
living.
And I am not a fan of his at all. He may irk me worse than the other fellow that was with the Dodgers. What was his name?
Cody Bellinger.
Cody Bellinger. He may irk me more than that. Like, I don't his tough man act.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out, is Joe Kelly like some UFC dude or something? Like, does he have some is there a level of whoop ass in there somewhere that I don't know about? Like, his tough guy persona is really, really suspect, and I hate it. But I mean, I'm just, when this was all going on, I remember going back and forth with guys in this studio of just like, you will never convince me that any percent of the time that guys knew pitches were coming, that it wasn't a huge advantage.
Enormous.
I mean, it just and guys, people would get mad at me. The text line would light up like, "Hey, man, everybody was doing it. Everybody was getting away with it. We did it better than everybody else. Great. I'm cool with it. I'm good with all the success we had. But if we're just talking about barreling up a pitch that Joe Kelly believes is one of the best pitches in baseball, and an average player doing it, average hitter doing it, then I mean his movement on his pitch." The likelihood of that happening goes up significantly if said hitter knows which pitch is coming.
Hey, you know good and hell well in that clubhouse, it was Jake who really bothered all of them. I mean, like, of all the names to remember, that is random as hell.
He wouldn't even remember Jake's name if he didn't barrel up a slider.
That was the one. That was a guy like, hey, man, they went back and watched tape like, man, this dude is just squaring us all up. Like,
tell you what, Marwin should get some of that JK too. Though.
I was going to say, who all is it you think? I remember
Marvin Gonzalez put together a season one time where he had a lot of RBIs. Yes, I know it, but hell, like, sometimes I wondered if Jake could be that good if he knew it was coming. That's what Joe Kelly. No, come on, man. No, serious, man. You drawing the line, man. That's like, what was that dude, Corona? That's what that's like. Yeah. Like Corona coming up here and just hitting some of the top relievers in baseball and just drilling them, and we're supposed to walk by like nothing's happened. They have sat in that clubhouse and talked about Jake. That's all they talked about. Because that's just a random ass name of a player to remember.
He's been the topic of conversation on multiple occasions.
Absolutely.
I just love that this turd is literally stuck in 2017, and the banner's still up there over at the ballpark in Houston, I believe.
Yeah, he grew up in the tough streets of Anaheim. So
good street.
He did. His dad did play for the Los Angeles Cobras in the American Football League.
I knew he was a Cali kid.
Yeah.
Four-eyed turd.
Yeah. Shout out the greatest from Corona High School.
Joe Kelly?
Yeah.
Get on the mound, little fuck.
5 o'clock fire.
We'd never get that from Joe. All right. This is becoming interesting in Miami, as yesterday they got rid of, which you could understand, a couple of expensive players that, they could lose, a lot off the salary cap and be able to move on as they are rebuilding clearly in South Florida. It makes sense. Tyreek Hill coming off an injury, 31 years old, and Bradley Chubb, 29. It makes sense. Those are two guys that, all right, let's go ahead and shed some of this money. But then these reports are out, Clint, that wide receiver Jalen Waddle, now this is one of their young players, one of their players that you think like, hey, man, we want to build around here. He's reportedly, he told the Dolphins front office, me next after the release of Bradley Chubb and Tyreek Hill. Things may not be looking good in Miami. So is he going to try to force himself? I don't think Miami's going to let him. Like, those are the type of guys you keep him and Achane. I just say that for you, Tyler. But I don't think those guys they're going to let go. But if they did, boy, I'm telling you, Jalen Waddle would be a significant piece for people, or at least, hell, he may be trade bait. Maybe they would consider it if they got some picks because they're clearly rebuilding, but I don't think so.
Well, here's the deal with Jalen Waddle is now he has disputed the report, and I believe he called it. It was actually retweeted it with the little blue cap emoji above it. So. Clearly, he's denying that report that he's demanding any kind of trade, but it still doesn't mean that it's not possible. And I'm telling you, I would love to see him in a Texans uniform if indeed he did become available. However, he becomes available, I'd love to see the Texans in on that mix right there.
Yeah, he's 27. Those are the kind of guys the age that you kind of keep, but. I don't know if that's where they're going to get lucky to go with, but I do think the Texans probably need a player, a skill position player of that caliber, because I do think the way this offense is and the way that Nick Caley wants to run it and CJ wants to run it, I think it's best to have as many above average weapons that you can have. Obviously, every team would like to, but I think even more here to create things, because I don't know if they had enough guys that can go and just win.
Yeah.
And they're not going to do, to be honest with you, I don't believe their offensive staff is going to do a lot of things to just get folks open.
Yeah.
Like that.
Well, it's interesting. I say this, like he would be really complimentary to your big-bodied outside receivers, Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins.
Yeah.
Now, with this offense, as you mentioned, I mean, they pride themselves on receiverless, positionless receivers, if you will. As long as they can block, they can play anywhere. And so I don't know that really bodes well for a guy like that being brought in here. But, boy, if you just look at the receiver room in Houston, a smaller, shiftier, twitchier wide receiver in that slot position would be now they may feel like Jalen Noel is that guy, which I'm not saying he isn't, but for some reason he didn't get much run this year with a struggling Christian Kirk. So, but nonetheless, I mean, Jalen Waddle is a different level. That would be, as a Texans fan, I'd love to see that one.
We'll see what happens. We'll see. Miami is one to watch to see what other movement they make. They seem like they are really, really trying to rebuild, and how far would that go with that rebuild?
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this is one I think to really continue to keep an eye on. I don't know if this means a lot, but you start to think about everything they've got. Seattle, the Seahawks, who just recently won the Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker III. They are unlikely to use a franchise tag on Kenneth Walker III. We are entering that time period where people are able to tag them. The Seahawks are unlikely to use their franchise or transition tag on running back and Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker III. League sources tell Adam Schefter the Seahawks have multiple free agents that they want to retain and sign, and the team would also try to extend the contract of wide receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba. Walker is slated to be an unrestricted free agent for the first time in March after playing the final year of his rookie deal with the salary cap number of $2.7 million. The projected cost for the franchise tag for running backs would be $14.5 million, $11.7 for a transition tag. So when you start to think about, they've got Smith-Njigba, they've got a corner, two guys that they really need to keep and potentially going to have to spend big money when you look at the cornerback and the wide receiver positions. I don't think, especially when Charbonnet went down, I thought like they're going to probably figure out a way. But Kenneth Walker is going to command a pretty good amount of money based off what he has done, and now he finished this year. Yeah. He's the opposite of C.J. Stroud. This could open the door for him not returning to Seattle.
Well, no, and it should. I mean, right now, letting it get to this point, he's crazy to not open the door and hit free agency and see what the market demands.
Because this is going to be the chance he makes.
Oh yeah,
huge
well,
money.
he's going to be able to drive it north on Seattle, and they're going to have to decide whether they want to match it or not. I love it. That means that this is one that the Texans damn sure should be in on.
Yeah. Kenneth Walker he would fit exactly what I think a lot of teams are looking for, but he would fit exactly what this team would need because he gives you another weapon, multiple. Like him and Woody, that is something where you're like, all right, there we go.
Hell yeah.
Make that move. What can you do with the interior front of this team? Because he's a guy that can catch the ball out of the backfield and do things, and he's a guy that can run it as well. So that is one to watch, and I think obviously a lot of teams would be interested in Kenneth Walker.
Look, I think a lot of teams would be interested. How many of those teams, other than Seattle, are going to be in position to make a run at a Super Bowl? I think there's going to be 3 or 4 teams probably. I think the Texans are one of those teams, and you got to think if the Texans are interested, they'll be in the mix.
Yep.
I mean, they were in the mix for Saquon Barkley when they landed Joe Mixon, and so I got to believe that given Kenneth Walker, you meant Breece Hall, a couple of the top running backs that are going to be in the market. I got to believe the Texans are going to be at least in the mix on those players.
Yep. 5 o'clock fire.
All right, last night this cost Tyler a lot of money. What a night for the Heisey family. His sister is an Olympian, and she is playing hockey with the women, and she scored a goal earlier in the day as they blanked, I believe, Sweden. And then he comes out and goes off and just hits threes, and I mean, he went off and hit a big three to finally give them the lead. They beat Houston. They beat the Cougs 70-67. And this is just really the Big 12 right now. The Houston had them on Monday. They then go home to play Arizona, who was undefeated before they lost twice last week. They were 23-0 and the number one team in the country for like 6-7 straight weeks. And then next Monday they go to Kansas and play at Kansas. They've got 3 straight top 10 opponents coming up in the next 3 games, and that is that is the Big 12. But I don't know, man. I still think now. I know defensively that he loses his mind a bit when he sees this, and Kelvin is going to lose it and does it multiple times over there on the sideline. But I do think this is potentially their best chance to win one with all the weapons they have and their point guard situation. They got 2 of them, but Fleming's is nasty. Was surprised he didn't get the ball a lot at the end of the game, but they got to rebound better and get more out of their bigs. But this has the chance to be a good chance. I know a lot of Cougs fans are getting frustrated. You played this many really good teams in a row, like you're bound to have. This is like SEC or something, football in here just running against this many teams. So they back at it. Arizona coming up on Saturday, and then KU right after that. But tough loss last night. They were right in it. I think they're still a really good football team. I heard Joe Lunardi said he was ready to put them on the one line, like the top team, if they'd have won that game last night. But we'll see what they do. They got Arizona coming up next. All right, your chance, remember, in this hour to win tickets to the Houston Rodeo, a 4-pack of tickets. Russell Dickerson, you have a chance to win those March 5th coming up on, and it's a Thursday. You can hear him. That will happen at some point in this 5 o'clock hour. If Titus Howard is playing guard next year for the Texans, what will be your thought process? We'll get to that coming up next.
Hey, you like guaranteed success? I don't know about you, but I do. So here's the deal. If you're dealing with a hair loss,
live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Just wanna have fun at the top of her lungs. Don't even know she about to wreck someone. And boys, I'm in trouble.
All right, let's do it. The final opportunity of the day. Open up them phone lines, Tyler. Caller number 5. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5, your chance right now to win a 4-pack of tickets to hear that guy right there you hear singing, Russell Dickerson. He will be at the Rodeo. It is a Thursday, March 5th. Your chance right now, 713-572-4610. Here is your cue to call. Caller number 5. Caller number 5. Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to hear Russell. Phone line still rolling, 713-572-4610. We'll do this all throughout rodeo season, and you'll have a chance. That's right, caller number 5. All through rodeo season, you'll have a chance to win tickets throughout this bad boy. So stay tuned with us, and you can be a winner. Be a winner. Hopefully you joined our last winner, Marty. And Marty said he's a listener every day, and hopefully this is a person that's
clearly got great taste.
Absolutely.
I'm pretty stoked about the rodeo this year, boys.
Are you?
You're taking my little girls to Lainey Wilson, their first concert ever.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
Taking the kids to Forrest Frank.
You know, last time we had this conversation, I had no idea who Forrest Frank was.
You probably heard some of his songs.
I've got songs. I've got my little girls introduced me to it. They're on it right now.
Oh yeah, mine are too. Drove them to church on Sunday. That flowed, boy.
Yeah.
Nick is in the place right now. He just sings. He doesn't know all the songs.
Right.
He acts like he does. Mm-hmm. But he's back there until he gets to parts he knows, and then he sings it. So, caller number 5, Tyler, will take care of you. He will let us know who our latest winner is. Again, all rodeo season, we'll have our ticket giveaways throughout. So stay tuned for us right here on Sports Radio 610. You can win shows. Lainey Wilson. You might have a chance to win Lainey Wilson. You might have a chance to win tickets to all of them. Brad Paisley's on there. You might have a chance to win. So come on out and hang out with us and give yourself a chance to win. All right, I said this in the tease. If you're looking generally in this hour, Tyler, best bets, we did them earlier. If you want to hurry up and check those out, you can go to @TMillRealDeal, where he placed some bets, some earlier games, so he wanted to get them out the way. You can check that if you're looking for that. But Clint, what would be in your thought process if the approach for the Texans were they are going to run Titus Howard back at guard, right? That was what the plan was to start the season. Yeah. They planned to start him at guard at, I believe, a right guard is what the plan was. Ultimately, he played some guard, he played some tackle, and then he went back, and ultimately it seems he settled at the left guard spot, and then ultimately to end the year he had to go back to the right tackle spot in the playoff game. What's your thought process if you see the approach coming into the year that Titus Howard is a guard?
Well, I would be okay with it. I think any way you slice it, you're paying Titus Howard to be a guard and a tackle, and there's a lot of value in having that security. I think they've got their hands full with having to fill the void at right guard where Ed Ingram is leaving. Now that may be bringing Ed Ingram back. I think they got their hands full at the center position to say they want to upgrade there. And then the right tackle position, they've obviously got to find something. So, look, I think I would be okay with Titus Howard, whether he's a guard, left guard, or right tackle. I just would like – I'll be honest with you. I like Trent Brown. I want him to bring Trent Brown back. And I would moving Titus Howard to tackle just gives you a major hole.
Or moving him to tackle.
Moving him to tackle gives you all of a sudden the Texans have a problem at guard, a problem at center, and a problem at right guard. And so moving him, man, I don't know how much I trust these boys to go out there and fill them voids. So I would be okay with if they left him inside and I'm okay with them as much as they pay him because of the value of being a either guard or a swing tackle. The versatility there, I think, is real.
Yeah. Text line and YouTube and Twitch, Champ Slice. If Titus is playing guard next year, we better have drafted a right tackle with our first pick in the draft. Cool. That would be three tackles in 3 years in your top 2 picks. It'd be Fisher a couple of years ago, Ursery last year, and another one there in your first pick. Text line also coming in. You still have your best O-lineman not playing his best position. Just get some damn guards. The draft is going to have a couple slated to go where they have a pick at 28. My thing is how important, like how big of a deal is it for you to get the offensive line fixed? That would be like how important based off of the moves they made last year, Clint. I would say that it was all right. It was all right. Like in their mind, like it wasn't that. It didn't seem to be a dire thing.
Right.
Not when you bring in somebody that costs $3 million like Laken Tomlinson. Not when you bring in somebody who had the grades that Ed Ingram had and the cost. I think he was even cheaper. Right. Not when you Cam Robinson this thing. Right. Not when you only draft one lineman in the entire draft. Like it didn't seem like it was a huge priority change for them, right? They were like, bring some players in, we'll bring our assistant O-line coach from last year and move him up. If it is extremely important for you to say, hey, we are going to fix this thing to where we can run the football like we want to, be smash mouth like we want to, protect our quarterback, whoever it is, I would say CJ, but whoever it is, protect our quarterback, then to me it is weird having a guy that's a tackle play guard. And to me it would say let's, as the texter said, let's get aggressive and go and get guards. Guy that can go. We look at Chicago. I know people didn't want to hear that. I've not seen that roll on the text line as much lately. They went out and said, okay, let's trade for maybe the best guard in football. And they went and got Joe Tooney, who, what he do this year was a Pro Bowler, All-Pro. Then they went and got the best center on the market. Came in, brought him in. And then they went and got a former Pro Bowler from the Rams and the Lions and brought another guard in, and they replaced all three of them with guys that have been proven in this league, that are really good at the positions they play, and they did it. To me, I would think your offensive line has to be of the potentially the highest priority because it's all up to what you want to do offensively. Like that is up to what you want to do offensively. And I would, honest to God, if you like Trent Brown like you do, I'd rather them move off of and save whatever money they can with Titus Howard than to go put him at guard again. That for me, like I'd rather them go get aggressive and get guys that can really play that position. And there are interior guys out there this year that are going to be available from the free agent.
Look, if we're just pipe dreaming here and had it our way, I mean, I would, if it were me building this team, Titus Howard would be my right tackle, and Ariante Ursu would be my left tackle. And now I agree with your point of let's go get interior offensive linemen to play guard, center guard, not a cast off from New England that got cut late, not these other journeymen that are into their careers and may work out, but real in their prime, interior offensive lineman. If you want to draft one, cool. Let's spend a premium draft pick on it to make sure you get a guy that's ready to play.
Clint, there's got to be 7 centers that are free agents right
Yeah,
now.
look,
that would
I
be
don't,
improvements over
I'm
their
not,
center.
I don't deny that whatsoever. I've watched the Juice Scruggs thing bomb. I've watched the Kenyon Green thing bomb. I've watched this interior offensive line thing. With the exception of discovering Ed Ingram this year, I've watched this interior offensive line thing be a problem for multiple years now. I I don't know that it's terribly bad to have Titus Howard playing guard, given what we've watched these guys do, in particularly in the interior offensive line position. That's the part that scares me is this group having to go guard, center guard, and figure out what they're going to do there at all three starting spots. Not some depth here, not a little competition. I mean, at all three starting spots. Man, this is the same group that rotated left guards and told us it was no big deal for 8 weeks, I think it was last year, before moving a tackle over there.
Yeah, I would like for them to stop trying to get the thoughts of being created.
Yeah,
at that spot, but go and do like they did. Text line coming in, Victor. Chicago had the money. The Texans don't have it. If they what you're trying to imply, show they will be hurt in other areas. They can afford a center guard and a guard. They're not going to pay their quarterback next year. They can afford a center guard and a guard.
I hope so.
They can. Yeah. The Bears were paying people too. And they probably high-priced defensive end, high-priced wide receiver, high-priced corners, both of them. They can afford a guard, center, guard. Just can. Sorry, Vic. I may not agree. They can. Coming up next, as we continue here, I think if the Texans did this in the draft, and shout out to Jonathan Alexander putting himself out there, if they did this in the draft, I think people would lose their minds. I think people would lose their minds, and I'll be honest with you, I don't hate it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, if you are driving around.
cents gallon on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Who's our winner? Pete Chilcutt?
My God, Derwin.
Derwin.
Caller Cinco.
Congratulations, Derwin. So happy for you.
Appreciate you hanging in there,
Got
bud.
them tickets. Those are the ones he was wanting.
He's always listening, man. Appreciate Derwin.
Shout out to Derwin, yeah, man. Derwin comes out frequently. Good for him. Derwin and Marty, big winners today, all throughout rodeo season. We'll be hooking people up throughout, not just the drive, but on Sports Radio 610, you can win tickets throughout. So make sure you give yourself an opportunity to win those tickets. By the way, went to the dentist today, guys.
Was that a first time too?
Well, no, I mean, remember the last time it was 8 years. This time was just one.
Just 1 year between visits?
1 plus.
Some months.
What kind of damage has been done in the last year?
Doesn't sound good.
I had a good cleaning. He said gums are good, so it doesn't have to. Like he said, there's a more an aggressive clean if your gums are in a bad spot. He said you didn't get that.
No gingivitis. Good.
Said it wasn't like you weren't close, but you didn't get that. I do have a little. It doesn't give me pain, but I'm sure getting a lot of food stuck in this upper right area. And we did the X-rays. By the way, we had a battle there on the bite down thing. Apparently, I kept biting on the cord. Like, my man, I didn't really appreciate it. Like, hey, man, it's funny. Just bite normal. Every time I put it in, you seem like you start to bite weird. Is what he said to me. Like,
I had a nickel for every time I've heard that.
I know it. Yeah. Ultimately, I gotta get a root canal.
You gotta get a root canal
and a crown put on.
And a crown?
Yeah.
Oh no!
And I gotta get a wisdom tooth pulled.
Boy, you've got some real damage.
Because I got to fill it on the other. I guess the tooth that is right next to the wisdom tooth has to have a fill.
Oh, damn,
and they can't get to it until they pull it out.
Yeah, that's gonna be good. That you gotta get somebody there to record it.
What?
Yeah,
when you come down off that anesthesia,
I don't like that.
Oh, it's gonna be great. I'm assuming there's a lot of women in most dentist office. There's a lot of women in there, and when you're coming out that guess, it gets your comments get real interesting.
By the way, first off, that lady, they're not kidding around. She's like, hey, I can get you in here right now. Or I can get you in here as early as tomorrow.
Do you want to think about it or what?
I mean, I do. I want to go through my options of how to pay for this.
Of course.
Well, yeah, you got insurance.
I know they didn't cover it all.
You're not going to price the work at other dentists?
I did. You know what? I wasn't, but that's a good thought to compare. Can I get this down a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Courtney said,
you might
Courtney
save
said,
$100.
let's just pay for it. I don't know. We could get us a payment plan or something. No, man. I'm gonna sit on it. I'm not getting it done tomorrow. I've never had obviously a root canal. Is this I don't know. Is this I can come back to work the same day? Like, can I go in? Like, my appointment was at 9 today. Can I go in, bang, 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 get that root canal? Because they said they would do the root canal first and then do the pulling of the wisdom tooth and the fill later. But is this a root canal, got it done at 9, bam, come back to work. Come back to work and be on the mic.
I don't believe I've
for
ever
the
had
people.
a root canal.
I haven't either. I'm no use to you.
Somebody texted and said it was painful, so painful.
Well, they deaden it, don't they?
I don't know.
I'm not real afraid of needles, but when the one time, I guess I've been shot up in my teeth more than once, but that's a tough one to bear there. Just watch somebody just bury a needle into your gums.
That's what Ray said. Your mouth's going to be numb as F. So please come do the show.
That would be tremendous. That would be laughing gas and numb.
Like now, I feel like I have to just see where this goes.
You got to at least come in. I don't know if we handle 4 hours.
Because is this an anesthesia one? Is this like
root canal?
Yeah,
I really don't know.
I've heard the wisdom tooth.
The wisdom tooth is definitely. I mean, they take a hammer and a chisel to your teeth.
Oh my god!
Like that. How they're there.
I just felt that.
Look up videos how they. I don't want to do that. The wisdom tooth is brutal.
They surgically removed all 4 of my wisdom teeth.
When they showed me my wisdom teeth and they removed, I only had 3. I only had 3 and they only removed 2. But when they show you your teeth, they're in pieces after.
Yeah.
So I mean, they literally knock them out of your
They
head.
didn't. Yeah. She said only one needs to be taken.
Yeah.
Lucky. My dad always said root canals hurt pretty good though. Just letting you know.
Text line, hell no. You will have a swollen jaw that's going to throb for hours after.
You'll be all right.
Oh, you know what? I'll skip it.
Well, you should let it rot. Have a little rot mouth.
Use some Listerine. It'll be fine.
Just use some Listerine. She said, yeah, it's getting pretty close to that nerve there. I think we've gone past.
Well, there you go. You better get it before it gets to that nerve.
I just want to think.
You have to pull the whole thing out.
I want to think about it for a little bit. Got to get a cap on there too. Yes. That cap is killing me. I could see all the pricing, man. It's like I'm like at a restaurant or something. Add on here. Damn.
You're going gold?
Oh man.
I think you should. That would be slick.
Shut up.
That would be slick. What tooth is it? In the very back?
Yeah, that's right. Good.
Oh, I can't really see it. I don't want the front one's gold.
Want me to get it? Why you want me
I
to
want
get
them gold fronts, man.
Want me to get gold front?
Just one.
Shout out to my mother-in-law. She used to have a gold front.
One off your big tooth. One or 2 off your big tooth, where we can see it when you smile.
Yeah. I want to be able to. I just want to be. I want to be able to have it. Like I will. I'll do it live. I'll record it. Laughing gas. I don't know, man. I feel like I might say something. I don't know.
Yeah, inappropriate. Absolutely, you will.
That's exactly.
You will at least think you're really funny.
The hygienists are going to beat the show, man.
I already think that.
Yeah.
Coming up next, 2 guys I believe have who've had root canals. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will pick it up after us. Texans' best offseason questions. And they've got them ranked, fellas and ladies. So stay tuned right after we get done. Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. And after that, Patrick Creighton, he was on with us yesterday, filling in for Clint. He's flying solo dolo tonight. He will hold it down as Area 45 will be live, and they are back ready to go tonight, 7 to 11 after the fellas get done on Texans All Access.
Is Bijani out there building a fence?
Probably.
Well, that's building fences left and right, ain't he?
By the way, speaking of this, I know he's going to get into something here, but did Tiger just age 15 years on us?
Boy, he looks old. He looks rough. That's got to be alcohol or no sleep.
I said it to you earlier. I said that's Earl Woods. He looked like Earl Woods. If he'd have taken that hat off, thank God he had that hat on. I mean, he looks like he hasn't slept.
Looks bad, man.
Since the new year.
Single life?
Is he single? He's probably been devastated by Lindsey Vonn and her situation. I think that's the ex that got away for him.
Lindsey?
Yeah. I mean, he looked like, I don't want to say he looked bad, but he looked really old.
He's not single.
Oh, he looked bad. Is he married?
He is dating a
Trump,
member of the Trump
Yeah,
family.
he's dating Laura. Is it
Vanessa?
Laura? Vanessa. Yeah. Nessie Trump. That's right. Nessie.
No, he looks bad. You might want to. You're trying to be nice over here. He looks bad. He looks like he's heavier than he should be.
Those bags under his eyes.
Bags under his eyes. He looks like he's not sleeping. Looks like
what's
going to
happen to me if I keep staying up as late as that do?
I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. Yes, you're exactly right. That's when you don't get your sleep. That's what's going to happen.
Did you say boozing?
Yeah, man. But he's definitely boozing. There's some stress. There's a lot of stress in his life somehow, some way.
I looked up there and he had his nice outfit on, and I wanted to say, "All right, he's back, baby."
He's back, and they got the close up.
And then they pulled up, and he lifted his head up, and I said, "That's Earl."
Yeah, that's bad, man.
That's
I'm telling
Earl
you, Tiger should have been on Charlie's bag two plus years ago. You got all that money in the world, man. Go get on your boy's bag, man. Your son's playing at Florida State now. Did y'all see that playing at Florida State, man? Hey, man, go follow the Florida State, team around and watch your boy, man. Support your boy. Do what you ain't been able to do your whole life.
He knew that interview was coming, and that's what he brought to the table.
You ain't gonna look when you trust me. You got that old double chin, and you've been up longer than you should. You got that. You've been boozing, maybe sitting at a gambling table, probably sitting at a card table.
Oh, you think he's playing?
Oh man, I look back at some of them pictures from the Las Vegas Radio Row. Hell, I was sober for the most part, but boy, that's staying up late, sucking in all